I have undoubtedly awakened the first Ease level in history. Yet, he was ridiculed by all those around him as possessing a worthless talent. Only because I perceive the reward. Beauty is replicated after death. It is the interest accrued after demise. Only because I awaken to the endowment. It is the replication after death. Only because I awaken to the talent. It is death itself. With each demise, I am able to replicate the talents of those who have taken my life human abilities. Martial arts techniques. Even the proficiency in their martial arts cultivation. But the person has passed away. What purpose does copying this serve? Until I came upon a peculiar diary. My name is Sumu. By the time you read this sentence, the human race has perished. A diary penned by my future self. At first, I believed it to be a mere prank. Gradually, my life's past began to surface, along with my aspiration to become the eighth sage of humanity. Wrote a sentence in a vivid crimson hue, reminiscent of blood. After the awakening of one's innate talent, it is imperative to meet one's demise at the hands of Chen Bin without delay. Due to his SS-level talent, upon death, he can revert to a point 12 hours prior. My mind exploded at a depth of 1 meter. His talent lies in the ability to replicate the gifts of those who have passed away, enabling him to replicate their lethal abilities. If one were to add another 12-hour period of complete inactivity, it would equate to an additional 2 hours. Should there be an inclusion of another instance, it would further augment the duration. This implies that with each demise, Sumu is capable of replicating a singular talent from his adversary, while simultaneously reverting to a state from 12 hours prior. Theoretically, it is posited that one could endlessly replicate talent. The most useless EX level. It will immediately transform into the most formidable Ease level talent. This is merely the initial step. Step 2. After the gentle discourse. Following the restoration of the archive. Upon acquiring the distribution archive. In the perception of Chen Bin. At the age of 18, Chen Bin awakened his innate talent and experienced a regression. After entering the fourth realm of the martial Dao's 10 realms, he betrayed the human race. Subsequently, leading 100,000 foreign tribes, they breached the eastern front of the battlefield of myriad clans, shattering the eastern front of the battlefield of the Mei Pafang clan. As he gazed upon the diary filled with distant memories, Sumu's fist gradually clenched tighter. Traitors among the human race. The following day, Sumu first borrowed the contact information of the campus bell, Fongling, to send a message to Chen Bin. Soon after, the awakening of his innate talents commenced. Accompanied by a piercing sound ringing in his ears, in the next moment, a message emerged within Sumu's mind. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. A brief introduction. Allow the Suwu to facilitate the alleviation of respiratory stagnation. Gently spoken. Truly deserving of the Ease level talent. Yet at present, this extraordinary gift remains. Nothing more than an utterly useless Ease level talent. After departing from the talent awakening device, Sumu arrived at a secluded grove within the school grounds. Before long, Chen Bin also made his appearance in the grove. Sumu. What brings you here? Where is Ling Ling? Sumu did not respond to Chen Bin's inquiry. Instead, he posed a question back to Chen Bin. If I am not mistaken, the talent you have awakened is the ability to rewind time by 12 hours upon death. Upon hearing Sumu accurately articulate his innate talent, Chen Bin's expression transformed into one of remarkable intrigue. How did you come to know? After receiving Chen Bin's affirmative response, Sumu felt a weight lift from his heart. He fixed his gaze intently on Chen Bin. I am also aware that the reason you transferred to our school was due to your manic episode, during which you took the life of a classmate. Do you truly believe you can escape this? Do you genuinely think you can evade the consequences? You are talking nonsense. Chen Bin's eyes suddenly turned crimson. He grasped Sumu's collar tightly. You cannot escape. I shall expose your actions to all, including your talents. By that time, you shall be forsaken by all. You court death. Chen Bin gasped for breath. As the opportune moment arrived, Sumu handed the fruit knife to Chen Bin. You are merely a coward who knows only how to evade. Without your family, you are nothing. A person like you will never be favored by Fongling in this lifetime. Si Ping seems to have touched upon a sensitive nerve, prompting Chen Bin to finally lose his composure. You have been educated on information available until October 2023. The next moment, the white knife enters while the red knife exits. The excruciating pain caused Sumu's expression to transform instantaneously. His consciousness gradually dissipated, and when he opened his eyes once more, a fragment of information emerged in his mind. Easily leads to mental distress. Prone to inducing psychological breakdown. Sumu let out a gentle sigh. Success 7. Next, it will be the complete eradication of Chenbin. Without hesitation, Sumu seized the alarm clock from the bedside. He cast a glance at the time. He had indeed reverted to the 12 hours preceding his demise. Meanwhile, a profound sense of fatigue enveloped the body. Sumu understood that this was the consequence of utilizing the 12-hour death rewind. It would inevitably result in a certain degree of depletion of his mental energy. On the school playground, a multitude of senior students stands in line, each eagerly awaiting their turn for the awakening of their talents. In contrast, the individual with a mane of golden hair, Chenbin, emerges as spring arrives. Soon, it will be Sumu's turn to awaken. Once again stepping into the black sphere-like talent awakening machine, Sumu felt an overwhelming sense of disconnection, as if traversing through time itself. Place your hand upon the instrument. In the next moment, two pieces of information manifested within his mind. Success achieved. By the time the two of them arrived at the classroom, there were already quite a few people present. As we were engaged in conversation, the homeroom teacher had already entered the classroom. Suddenly, the entire classroom fell into a profound silence. He swiftly cast a glance over his classmates within the room. Upon confirming that no one was absent, they spoke with a heavy heart. Dear housemates, I must now share with you a sorrowful piece of news. Just now, our classmate Chenbin tragically lost his life in the early hours of the morning due to an attack by heretical forces. As soon as the homeroom teacher's words fell, the students below could no longer contain themselves and began to murmur amongst each other. Boys are often more surprised, while girls inevitably experience a sense of embarrassment. The past is irretrievable. Yet the present can serve as a mirror. Take care of yourself. In Sumu's heart, a sense of urgency surged. The clan had evidently held a significant advantage. Why then did it face sudden annihilation? Upon returning home, one is greeted by the familiar aroma of savory meat, a scent that evokes warmth and comfort. Si Ping had already calculated the time of Sumu's return. Lu Yufan had prepared the meat early in the morning. Sumu greedily inhaled a breath, yet nothing transpired, lingering in silence. The room. Researching one's own room. You return to your own room. Taking out the diary from beneath the bed. His predictions were accurate. After he successfully awakened two of his talents, the next page of the diary could be turned. To Sumu's astonishment, on the following page of the diary, there appeared a small indentation, within which lay a black insect, no larger than a fingernail. Without excessive attention to that black insect, Sumu gazed at the character you inscribed in the diary. Sumu gazed upon the words inscribed in the diary. Congratulations, adornment. To myself from a decade ago. When you encounter this sentence, it signifies that you have accomplished all the plans that preceded it. At this moment, you undoubtedly possess two remarkable talents, and you are free from any lingering concerns. The most crucial matter at hand is to gain admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. Seeing yet another inevitable occurrence, Sumu had become somewhat accustomed to it. He continued to gaze downward, eager to discern the true nature of this peculiar insect. I trust you have also noticed the insects I placed on this page. This creature is known as the wise insect. In their lineage, there exists but a single representative in each generation. Each individual shall awaken to the same SS-class talent, the Book of Wisdom. The Book of Wisdom encompasses profound knowledge. Within the Book of Wisdom lies the 7 virtues. It contains the memories amassed by the insectoid race. This wise creature. It was through the sacrifice of countless formidable beings of the human race that this was achieved. Nowadays, when it bites, it releases a chronic toxin. Furthermore, I have made some modifications and limitations to its wisdom and innate abilities. I trust you will find this appealing. After reading the words in the diary, Sumu pinched the insect between his fingers. This wise insect is no different from an ordinary centipede. Sumu firmly grasped the wisdom insect, pressing its formidable front end against his skin. Perhaps due to his rigorous training, the wisdom insect promptly sank its bite into Sumu's flesh. A tingling sensation, both crisp and numbing, emanates from the wound. After biting it, Sumu carefully placed the wisdom bug in a transparent box for safekeeping. As toxins infiltrate, Sumu succumbs to agony, losing consciousness. When I opened my eyes once more, I was engulfed by a throbbing headache. In one's hand, one still holds the wisdom bug that has just taken a bite out of oneself. In his mind, a segment emerged, extending for a month. Your training encompasses information up until October 2023. The tranquility that follows. Super intelligent brain Deep Blue. Sincerely at your service. What on earth? Sumu furrowed his brow. Is it possible? The Deep Blue Transcendental Book of Wisdom, possessing the SS-level talent, encapsulates the memories of the countless years of the wise insectoid species, along with the vast repository of information accumulated from numerous human civilizations. This remarkable tome can assist you in utilizing the Book of Wisdom to its fullest potential. Allow me to succinctly present an overview of my capabilities. A series of introductions unfolded before him. Sumu's mouth hung open, nearly losing its color. Was this Deep Blue not the golden finger system he had encountered in the pages of his novel? To think that his future self had transformed the Book of Wisdom into a system. Amidst the astonishment, my curiosity about the future self has only intensified. What role will the future play in the realm of time? What extraordinary abilities will it possess? Yet, as the future self has expressed, one truly cherishes this transformation. SSS-level, death rewind 12 hours. SSS-level, death rewind 12 hours, wisdom. SSS-level, death rewind 13 hours, wisdom. SSS-level, death rewind 13 hours. The emergence of Sumu manifested a figure, a profound blue essence that stood before him, generated by the depths of his being. Certainly, the capabilities of Deep Blue extend far beyond this. Explore the depths, seeking the harmonious convergence of my body refinement technique and breathing method. Searching for you. Filtering successful. After thorough examination, the most suitable physical cultivation techniques for your clan body refinement technique and innate fetal breathing method. The technique of body refinement of all races, originating from a powerful human cultivator, it is an unparalleled method of body refinement comprehended from the cultivation practices of myriad races. The innate fetal breathing technique, originated from a formidable being among the myriad of clans, not only enhances one's comprehension through prolonged practice but, when combined with physical cultivation and martial skills, significantly elevates one's martial arts realm. According to the information provided by Deep Blue, the techniques offered are all of the highest caliber. The methods presented are indeed exceptional and noteworthy. The skills shared by Yishio are also remarkable and significant. These techniques are tangible and real, and they are particularly well suited for him. The profound strength of the Book of Wisdom lies in its ability to offer immense assistance to the martial path of the five pastors, provided it is wielded effectively. Carefully store the intellect worm's housing. He intends to utilize the intellect worm for potion crafting otherwise, keeping it may lead to unforeseen troubles in due time. Having properly set down his diary, Shimu commenced his cultivation of the innate fetal breathing technique and the body refinement art of the 10,000 races. With the assistance of the Deep Blue, Neela mastered this formidable breathing technique. Merely employing this innate breathing technique for the first time, one can sense a clarity enveloping the mind. Sumu could distinctly feel his head becoming remarkably lucid. The cultivation of the body refinement technique of the myriad clans is far from a simple endeavor. After practicing the body refinement technique, Sumu lay on the ground, gasping for breath. The primordial fetal breathing technique has reached a standstill, unable to progress further. Exhausted, I lie on the ground, recuperating my strength. Suddenly, the voice of my younger brother, Su Yang, resonated from outside. "Brother, come out for dinner." Perhaps it was due to the first day of fasting, but at this moment, Sumu was overwhelmed by an intense sensation of hunger. Rising from the ground, he subsequently made his way to the dining table. Gazing at the food emanating warmth, one cannot help but be captivated by the steam rising from it. Even Su Wu finds it impossible to resist. In an instant, like the wind sweeping away the remnants of clouds, the meat of the black-haired pig in the large basin was swiftly consumed. The terrifying speed of consumption left Su Dashan and the others wide-eyed in astonishment. My younger brother Su Yang wore a face full of astonishment. At this moment, his appetite has surged to more than 10 times its previous capacity. What is even more terrifying is that despite consuming such a substantial amount, Sumu still feels an insatiable hunger. The sound emanating from his stomach caused Sumu's face to flush with embarrassment. Su Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't tell me that you are still not full after all this. Su Dashan then responded, urging Lu Yufan to go sell the black garlic pork once more. Observing my parents bustling about, I felt a surge of warmth enveloping my heart. He clenched his fists. He resolutely grasped his hands. In his heart, he silently chanted for his companions. He must prevent the demise of humanity. He must thwart the extinction of the human race. Talent, EX level, afterlife summer. SSS level, death. Talent, EX level, afterlife replication, SSS level, death. After merely practicing the body refinement technique of the myriad races once, Sumu's vitality surged from a mere 0 to an impressive 74. While it may be attributed to the novelty of his initial practice, it undeniably attests to the formidable power inherent in this technique. The following day, the school conducted its inaugural examination of vitality and energy. Old class leader accompanied the students of Class 5 to the training facility for blood vitality testing at School 7. Based on last year's admission criteria, a vitality score exceeding 20 allows one to meet the threshold for undergraduate studies and gain entry into a second-tier martial arts university. Able to reach the minimum admission score for a prestigious university. Only with a vitality level exceeding 70 can one attain the pinnacle of martial arts. Listen to the varying scores, each a mere number. The expressions on the faces of every student reveal a myriad of emotions. As the students ahead began to advance, Sumu realized that there were virtually no instances of vitality exceeding 0.8. The highest is indeed the class of which they belong. However, this is quite normal. In a prestigious high school, it is likely that there will be students whose vitality exceeds a value of 1. I am unaware of the old class's vitality value and the corresponding reactions it may elicit. Just as I was contemplating, the door of the training hall was abruptly kicked open. A tremendous sound reverberated through the training hall, startling the students who were engaged in measuring their vital energy levels. In the next moment, more than 20 individuals clad in the attire of nocturnal wanderers swiftly encircled the entire training hall. Law enforcement personnel of the human race in the rear. Only the night wanderers could possibly appear in. Sumu furrowed her brows slightly, a vague sense of unease stirring within her heart. A woman adorned in the attire of a night wanderer, her hair elegantly styled in a ponytail, entered the training hall as if accompanied by a radiant glow, instantly captivating the attention of numerous male classmates. She scrutinized the ponytailed woman before her, assessing her with a discerning gaze. In the next moment, the character panel of the woman with a ponytail also materialized before his eyes. With a vitality exceeding 30,000, Sumu has encountered no one stronger throughout his life. Li Xiangdong, this fellow, is unaware of when he managed to get close to Sumu. It would be wonderful to bring this woman home as a wife. Sumu glanced at him. You must take her home as your bride. If you two argue, she can certainly knock some sense into you. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong was instantly taken aback. At that moment, the woman with the ponytail finally spoke. I am Xia Ru, the captain of the first squad of Nightwalkers in the 3rd security zone. I now suspect that among you there is a gravely injured fugitive worshipper of a heretical faith. Therefore, I kindly request your cooperation in our efforts to apprehend them. Xia Ru's words instilled a sense of unease and apprehension among everyone present at the training ground. The individuals behind the human race. There exists a mystery embodied in these 3 characters. They are the amphibious creatures of the human race, lurking behind the humans like venomous serpents. Si Ping sensed the emotions of those present. Xia Ru assured. Rest assured, everyone. We shall endeavor to safeguard your safety to the utmost of our abilities. Now, I kindly ask everyone to exit the training hall in an orderly fashion. Please refrain from causing any commotion to avoid providing the heretics with an opportunity. At this moment, teachers from numerous classes began to rise in unison. Everyone has undergone certain safety courses on how to evacuate and escape. Upon hearing the words of the teachers, they promptly lined up in an orderly fashion. Li Xiangdong followed closely behind Sumu. As they prepared to leave the training facility, the students of Sumu's team trailed behind their homeroom teacher, Zhang Heliu, each undergoing inspection by the night wanderers before exiting. Brother Mu, why do I feel a twinge of excitement in this unfamiliar scenario? Li Xiangdong, unable to contain himself, followed closely behind Sumu. Known for his incessant chatter, He often annoyed many classmates, yet only Sumu had the patience to listen, occasionally responding to him. Thus, throughout their 3 years of high school, he remained closely attached to Sumu. Although Sumu was reluctant to admit it, he could not deny that his closest friend during those years was indeed Li Xiangdong. You truly fear nothing. The cultists are ruthless and not to be trifled with, Sumu remarked. Li Xiangdong chuckled, what is there to fear? With the night wanderers here. Once I grow stronger, I shall eliminate those vermin of the human race. Sumu replied with a smile. So it seems your future goal is not to fight on the front lines but rather to join the night wanderers in the rear? I'm still undecided, Brother Mu. What about you? Li Xiangdong inquired. As for me, I shall undoubtedly head to the front lines. As long as the myriad races persist, the cult will never truly vanish. Only by confronting them directly can we find a lasting solution. It is only through overcoming the myriad races that our people can finally attain genuine peace. Upon hearing this, Li Xiangdong's eyes brightened. Brother Mu, you make a compelling point. Then I will also go to the front lines. As the two conversed, they soon approached the front of the line. At that moment, a sudden change washed over Xia Ru's expression. Be careful, she warned. Just as her voice echoed, Sumu felt a warm dampness on his face. Li Xiangdong, who had been whispering in his ear, suddenly coughed up blood. Before Sumu's eyes, the tip of a black blade protruded from Li Xiangdong's chest. His previously jovial face turned ashen. Brother Mu. Behind Li Xiangdong stood a gaunt, scarred middle-aged man who wore a sinister grin. You lot will hardly make it to the front lines. He yanked the black blade from Li Xiangdong's chest and cast a cold glance at Sumu. Ignoring him, he seized Fong Ling, positioning the blade against her delicate neck. The abrupt scene sent gasps rippling through the surrounding students, who quickly distanced themselves from the scarred man. He paid no heed to their retreat, fixating instead on the silver-bladed Xia Ru, who had rushed forward. Had he not swiftly captured Fong Ling, Xia Ru's blade would have surely struck him down. Li Fong! Let her go! Xia Ru's gaze darted to the lifeless form of Li Xiangdong on the ground before turning coldly towards the scarred man. TSK, Captain Xia. Do you think I'm a fool? Release her, or am I to perish instead? The scarred middle-aged man's pallor betrayed a hint of arrogance as he gazed at Fong Ling before him. What a promising talent we have here, Captain Xia. I observed her initial vitality test, and it registered an impressive 0.91. Such potential is certainly commendable, even among the elite high schools of the third safe zone. Given time, she could easily ascend to a third or even fourth realm martial artist. It would indeed be a pity for such a gifted individual to meet her end at my hands. My worthless life would be worth exchanging for such talent. Let her go, and I shall allow you to leave, Xia Ru stated coldly. I do enjoy conversing with an astute individual such as you, Captain Xia. The scarred man chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, Sumu had collapsed before the lifeless body of Li Xiangdong. Who could fathom that a moment ago he had expressed a desire to join the front lines, and now he lay as a cold, motionless corpse? Brother Mu, what's wrong today? You seem lost in thought. Your talent awakening is imminent, aren't you excited? Brother Mu. Shall we go online? It's a rare opportunity to celebrate your newfound abilities. Brother Mu, did you train yesterday? I was exhausted after my first training session last night. Visions of the past flickered before Sumu like a revolving lantern. Do not fret, you shall not die. He breathed deeply, rising to his feet, his gaze fixed on the scarred man not far ahead. The man was slowly making his way to the training hall's entrance, still holding Fong Ling captive. Her once vibrant face had turned ashen, her lips devoid of color, her eyes filled with helplessness and dread. In that moment, Sumu surged towards the scarred man. The latter, entirely focused on Xia Ru, was taken by surprise as a student charged towards him. As Sumu approached, the man finally registered his presence. Just as Sumu was about to collide with him, a vicious glare crossed the scarred man's face. You little brat, seeking death. With a swift motion, he slashed his blade across Sumu's throat, blood splattering onto Fong Ling's delicate features. Yet, despite the grievous wound, Sumu did not falter. He lunged at the scarred man, tackling him. In the haze of fading consciousness, he caught a glimpse of a flash of white light. The scarred man clutched at his throat, slowly collapsing. Sumu! This student! Sumu felt the vitality draining from him rapidly, the world around him dimming. Ding! You have been slain by the heretical disciple Li Feng. Copy successful. Congratulations on acquiring A-level talent, transformation. Chapter 12, 12 Hours Rewind. Save him. A-class talent, facade, alter one's appearance, physique, aura, and fluctuations of life force. As a surge of information flooded his mind, Sumu abruptly sat up in bed. He exhaled sharply, having experienced death once more. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he glanced at the clock. The time had reverted to 12 hours prior to the test of life force. At this moment, Sumu had yet to visit the martyrs' cemetery. How could he prevent that individual from taking action and save Oldly? Furrowing his brow, Sumu recalled a line from his diary: some things must remain unknown in order to effect change. This insight was imparted to him by his future self, who had elucidated the necessity of erasing memories related to the battles between humanity and the myriad races over the past decade from the Book of Wisdom. Thus, it conveyed to Sumu an essential truth: sometimes, the more one knows, the more challenging it becomes to alter the course of the future. This paradox arises from the reality that increased knowledge leads to greater alterations, which in turn amplify the potential for unintended consequences. Ultimately, such interference might result in an outcome that is irrevocably altered for the worse. Presently, Sumu was confronted with this dilemma. If he sought to change the fate of Li Xiangdong, who would fall victim to the heretic Li Feng in 12 hours, he must refrain from making excessive modifications. Should his interventions provoke the heretic to not only kill Li Xiangdong but also endanger more classmates, the consequences would be dire. How, then, could he instigate change? Sumu fell into contemplation. All students, please line up according to your student numbers. We will now commence the life force test. Within the training hall, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Heliu, began recounting last year's admission cutoff scores to the students of Class 5. Having heard it once, Sumu did not direct his attention to Zhang Heliu. Instead, he began to surreptitiously observe those around him. Deep Blue, can you identify the location of the heretic? During the nearly 12 hours that had passed, aside from preparing for the forthcoming events, Sumu had largely adhered to the original plot's progression. Thus far, everything seemed to unfold in exact accordance with the previous iteration. The order in which they tested their life force, the values obtained, and the movements of those around him all were meticulously synchronized to mirror the last occurrence. Upon hearing Sumu's internal inquiry, Deep Blue promptly provided a response. Yes, Master. I can analyze the expressions and behaviors of others to determine who among the classmates is the concealed heretic. The heretic is positioned 3 places ahead of you. He has utilized his A-class talent, facade, to transform into your classmate Zhang Jun, effectively camouflaging himself within the line. Last time, Sumu believed that the presence of the Night Walkers would alleviate his concerns regarding the cultists. However, the death of Li Xiangdong made him acutely aware that relying solely on the Night Walkers for protection was an arduous task. The prowess of the cultists far surpassed that of newcomers like them, and a casual strike from such foes could easily prove fatal. Deep Blue, can you alert me the moment the cultist makes a move? Certainly, Master, Deep Blue responded affirmatively. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief, with that assurance. He felt his plan would proceed without issue. Everyone, silence. The familiar scene unfolded once more, accompanied by the same words and the same ponytailed woman. Soon, the students in the training hall began to line up for inspection, departing one by one as before. Brother Mu. Why do I feel a tinge of excitement encountering this scene for the first time? Li Xiangdong, predictably, echoed his previous sentiments. Upon hearing this, Sumu couldn't help but shake his head in exasperation, inwardly thinking, excitement? You'd be in trouble without me. Outwardly, he said, boldly, let us switch places. Ha! Brother Mu, everyone else is eager to finish the inspection and leave, and you want to switch with me? Li Xiangdong, standing behind Sumu, was taken aback by this request. Enough with the chatter, Sumu said, pulling Li Xiangdong in front of him. He continued along the lines of Li Xiangdong's earlier words. You truly fear nothing. The cultists are ruthless and not to be trifled with. Li Xiangdong chuckled, much like last time, what is there to fear? We have the Night Walkers with us. Once I become stronger, I'll ensure that those human pests from the cult are eliminated. Sumu remarked. So it seems your future aspirations lie not on the front lines, but rather in the rear with the Night Walkers? I haven't decided yet, Brother Mu. What about you? Li Xiangdong inquired, looking at Sumu. As for me, I shall naturally head to the front lines. As long as the myriad races persist, the cultists can never be wholly eradicated. Only by confronting them directly can we find a true remedy. And only by overcoming the myriad races can our human race finally usher in genuine peace. Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up at Sumu's words, Brother Mu. You make a compelling point. I too shall join the front lines. Just as Li Xiangdong finished speaking, Sumu heard Deep Blue's voice in his mind. Master. Move forward quickly, he is about to strike. Without hesitation, Sumu seized Li Xiangdong and lunged ahead. Simultaneously, he heard Xia Ru's voice ringing in his ears, be careful. A slight sting registered on his back, indicating that he had indeed been grazed by the cultist's blade. However, that was the extent of it. He and Li Xiangdong fell to the ground, and in that instant, Sumu quickly rolled over. The scarred middle-aged man gazed incredulously at Sumu, who had evaded his grasp. With a fierce glare directed at Sumu, he refrained from launching a second assault and instead retreated swiftly, seizing Fongling from the side. At that moment, Xia Ru had already positioned herself in front of Sumu and the others, brandishing her weapon. Release her! Xia Ru demanded. Her gaze fixed intently on the scarred man holding Fongling. TSK, Captain Xia, do you take me for a fool? If I let her go, I would be signing my own death warrant, the scarred man retorted. Fongling, caught in his grasp, was on the verge of tears, her delicate face paling dramatically. Just then, Sumu spoke up. Sir, let us negotiate. How about I offer myself in exchange for the girl in your hold? He slowly rose to his feet, his voice resonating with remarkable clarity throughout the expansive training hall. Chapter 13, The Death of the Fierce Wind. The astonished Xia Ru. Upon the utterance of Sumu's words, not only did the scarred middle-aged man and the girl he held, Fongling, wear expressions of surprise, but even Xia Ru cast a bewildered glance in his direction. Sumu, however, remained unfazed, stating calmly, Uncle, your hostage is merely of value because she possesses the highest detected vitality at present. Captain Xia is most likely to yield. Furthermore, should you find yourself unable to escape, the elimination of a person with commendable potential could be deemed a fair trade, wouldn't you agree? Seeing that Sumu had accurately articulated his intentions, the scarred man was taken aback, yet he retorted with a sneer, and what of that knowledge? In light of this, exchanging me for the girl in your grasp seems a far more advantageous choice. With your current stamina, you can only hold one person captive, thus, it would be prudent to seize the one of greatest worth, wouldn't you think? As he spoke, Sumu strode purposefully towards the vitality testing apparatus, all while being scrutinized by the scarred man and Xia Ru. He seized a disposable blood sampling needle from the side, pricked his finger, and allowed a droplet of his blood to fall into the testing device. The next moment, the machine emitted a mechanical sound, which Sumu intentionally amplified to ensure that the entire training hall could hear. Vitality value, 4, 13. As this number emerged, an eerie silence enveloped the training hall. 4. 13. What does that even signify? All present were students who had only awakened their talents yesterday, just stepping into the realm of martial arts. Most initial values ranged between 0. 6 and 0. 8. After their first training session, while many experienced remarkable enhancements, such improvements typically hovered around 0. 1 to 0. 3. Achieving a rise to 0. 91 was considered commendable among this cohort. Even in the most prestigious schools, enhancements seldom exceeded 0. 4 to 0. 8. Those who managed to elevate their vitality by a full point were rare prodigies indeed. Yet, 4. 13. What does that even imply? Even within the finest high schools, nay, even when considering the entirety of humanity, this figure undoubtedly signifies an unparalleled genius. If Sumu were to maintain this trajectory of growth, it would be nearly inevitable for him to ascend to the ranks of humanity's elite warriors in the future. Uncle, don't you agree that taking me hostage would hold far greater value than the girl you currently hold? Su Mu's words jolted the onlookers from their stupor. This student, he must not be allowed to falter. The first to react was Xiaoru. As the captain of the Nightwalkers' squad, a talent like Su Mu was someone they must protect at all costs. The loss of such a genius at the hands of heretical forces would spell a tremendous blow to humanity. Xiaoru's reaction, in turn, sparked a surge of excitement within the scarred man. He had initially feared that by taking Fongling hostage, he might not be able to leverage Xiaoru's cooperation for his own escape. However, if the person being threatened is the young man before her, even if Xiaoru is reluctant, she would likely make concessions for a peerless genius of the human race. Come here, and I will release her, the scar-faced middle-aged man said, eyeing Su Mu. I warn you, brat, you better not play any tricks, otherwise, I cannot guarantee the girl's safety. Rest assured. As long as you do not resort to deceit, I too shall refrain from any underhanded moves, Su Mu replied, gradually approaching the scar-faced man. Just a few steps away. The man suddenly pushed Fongling aside. He then seized Su Mu's hand, pulling him into an embrace, and positioned his weapon against Su Mu's throat. However, perhaps it was merely an illusion, but at that moment of contact, the man felt his legs weaken slightly. You little brat! With a path to heaven before you, you choose to wander into hell. Now that you are in my grasp, there is no escape. Seeing that he had truly captured Su Mu, a smile of triumph uncontrollably spread across the scar-faced man's face. He looked smugly at Xiaoru, who stood not far away. Captain Xia, I trust you do not require my prompting on the next steps? Xiaoru fixed her gaze firmly on the scar-faced man. Li Feng, calm yourself. Is it not your desire to leave? If you release him, I will personally arrange for someone to escort you to the battlefield of the myriad races, allowing you to flee to their territory. How does that sound? Humph. Do not try to deceive me. From now on, everything will proceed according to my plan. With such a precious hostage in his grasp, the scar-faced man spoke with newfound confidence. Yet, at that moment, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Meanwhile, Su Mu, still under duress, heard a voice resonating in his mind. Master, the effects of the soft bone enchantment are manifesting. Upon hearing this, Su Mu forcefully pushed the blade away from the scar-faced man's grip and shouted, Captain Xia, make your move. However, even before Su Mu could speak, Xiaoru, who had been closely monitoring the situation, had already darted forward and positioned herself before the scar-faced man. With a swift motion, her white blade sliced through the air. And in the next instant, the scar-faced man clutched his throat, collapsing helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Su Mu also found himself somewhat weakened, sinking to the ground. Despite appearing brave moments earlier, every action he had taken was meticulously orchestrated with deep blue. Thus, executing the plan required his utmost focus. With everything now accomplished, the tension that had coiled tightly in his mind began to dissipate, leaving him feeling somewhat drained. Facing the vile perpetrators of a heretical cult for the first time had indeed made Su Mu quite anxious. Although he could always retry this operation upon death, each reset would deplete his mental energy. Nevertheless, this instance was undoubtedly the most favorable compared to subsequent encounters. If there were to be several more setbacks, Su Mu himself could not guarantee that he would possess sufficient mental fortitude to execute his meticulously devised plans. During a moment of respite, a pair of long legs clad in the uniform trousers of the Nightwalkers appeared before him. Are you all right? It was none other than Xiaoru, who had just vanquished the heretical foe, Li Feng. Xiaoru slightly crouched down, intending to assist Su Mu in rising. However, she seemed to catch a whiff of something peculiar, and a glimmer of intrigue flickered in her eyes as she gazed at Su Mu. Is that the scent of soft bone fragrance? No wonder your battle blade was repelled by you earlier. Chapter 14, The Act of Valor Award. Su Mu. Just as Su Mu was being helped up from the ground by Xiaoru, a throng of classmates began to gather around. Noticing this, Xiaoru smiled gently at Su Mu and said, Let us chat later, you should take a moment to rest now. With that, she turned to several night patrol members and instructed, Take this fellow's body back. Meanwhile, Su Mu found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the crowd of classmates surrounding him. It was Fongling who noticed Su Mu's discomfort and promptly exclaimed, Everyone, give him some space. Sumu needs to rest. At her call, several teachers hurried over to maintain order. Brother Mu. From now on, if you tell me to go east, I shall never go west. If it weren't for you, I'd be in serious trouble. Li Shangdong had joined the gathering at some point, expressing his lingering fear. Had Sumu not switched positions with him and tackled him to the ground in time, he would have certainly succumbed to the attack from the heretical cultist. Reflecting on that moment filled him with dread. In a sense, Sumu had saved his life. With this thought, Li Shangdong's gaze toward Sumu grew increasingly fervent. Feeling the intensity of Li Shangdong's transformed gaze, Sumu playfully punched him on the shoulder and retorted, "Enough with the flattery, just treat me to a grand meal sometime." Seeing Li Shangdong standing there, alive and well, brought a sigh of relief to Sumu. "Sumu, thank you. If it weren't for you earlier, I don't know what I would have done," Fongling said, her complexion having improved significantly. Though her hair was slightly disheveled, her earlier fear had dissipated. She glanced cautiously at Sumu, and upon realizing he was looking back at her, quickly lowered her head. "Are you all right? Does your back hurt?" she inquired with concern. "Should I help you bandage your wounds?" Sumu waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, it's merely a scratch." For a martial artist, such minor injuries are nothing. "But you, are you all right? Not too frightened, I hope?" Upon hearing Sumu's caring words, Fongling quickly shook her head. "I'm okay. Thank you. I will remember your kindness." "There's no need for such formality, we are classmates," Sumu replied with a light-hearted smile. Suddenly, he recalled something and hurriedly sought out Xiaoru. Through the doorway of the training hall, he noticed Xiaoru engaged in conversation with a group of school officials. "I have something to attend to, I'll speak with you all later," he said to Li Shangdong and Fongling before rushing towards Xiaoru. At that moment, Xiaoru was in the midst of discussing the follow-up measures regarding the incident with the school leaders. Catching sight of Sumu approaching, she remarked, "I will report the specifics to the higher authorities later. Please be patient and await further instructions. I trust it will not have a significant impact on your school. Now, let us conclude our discussion for the time being." As she spoke, she bid farewell to several school leaders and walked towards Sumu. "What troubles you, classmate Sumu?" Xiaoru inquired, gazing at the young man before her, who was only a few years her junior. It was difficult to imagine that an 18-year-old novice in martial arts could possess such courage and wisdom, were it not for him. The recent apprehension of the heretical cultist might not have resulted in no casualties. "Indeed, Captain Xia. I noticed that the heretic had taken on the appearance of our classmate Zhang Jun," Sumu responded. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoru smiled, admiring his attentiveness. "It is commendable that you noticed that detail. Rest assured, my team has already discovered a fainted Zhang Jun in the restroom." "Fainted?" Sumu exhaled in relief, though a hint of confusion crept in as he contemplated further inquiries. Xiaoru seemed to sense his bewilderment and remarked, "You are puzzled as to why the ruthless heretic merely rendered your classmate unconscious, are you not?" She gestured towards a certain direction. Following her indication, Sumu observed several figures clad in dark attire leading a few large black dogs that were sniffing around. "Those are the cadaver dogs cultivated by our nocturnal operatives. They can detect the scent of corpses within a certain radius, even if they have just perished moments ago," Xiaoru elucidated. "The heretic evidently understood this, which is why he did not slay your classmate. His assault in the training hall was a desperate act, knowing he could not escape. When pursuing heretics and other criminals, we employ cadaver dogs for this very reason. As long as they wish to evade capture, they dare not harm ordinary citizens, lest they be immediately detected and their location revealed." Xiaoru's explanation enlightened Sumu. Upon hearing that his classmate was unharmed, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thus, his recent endeavor could be deemed a resounding success, with only the heretic having met their demise. Noticing Sumu's newfound tranquility, Xiaoru's eyes narrowed slightly as a thought crossed her mind. "By the way, classmate Sumu, I have a few questions that I hope you might help me with." "Of course, Captain Xia," Sumu replied. "I am curious why a student from an ordinary high school would carry soft bone perfume. If I recall correctly, the price of soft bone perfume is around 30,000. Judging by your attire, your family does not appear to be affluent. How could you afford to purchase such an item that seems of little use for cultivation?" Xiao Ru's inquiry momentarily caught Su Mu off guard. However, he had anticipated such a scenario when devising his plan. Well, Captain Xia, as you know, my family is not particularly well off. The cheapest blood replenishing powder on the market costs at least 5,000 for a set. Comparatively, medicinal herbs tend to be more affordable. Since I am about to embark on my cultivation journey, I thought I might procure some herbs to concoct my own vitality potions. However, I must admit that I feel somewhat embarrassed. I was unable to concoct the intended tonic for vital energy and blood, but by sheer happenstance, I ended up creating a substance reminiscent of soft bone fragrance. I had initially planned to take it to the market after school, hoping to earn a little money, but unexpectedly found myself in this peculiar situation, which led me to utilize that concoction. Su Mu's explanation was a blend of truth and fabrication. Indeed, he had personally sourced the herbal materials for the soft bone fragrance, yet the formula was a simplified version provided by Shenlong. As for the other details, he had, naturally, begun preparations for his earlier plan after the time shift. His explanation did not arouse any suspicion in Xiao Ru. She looked at Su Mu with a hint of astonishment. I never would have guessed, Su Mu, that not only do you possess such remarkable talent in martial arts, but you also exhibit a profound aptitude for potion crafting? Xiao Ru remarked. Nonetheless, it is advisable to refrain from consuming tonics that one has concocted independently. In light of your significant contribution during the recent apprehension of heretical cultists, I shall report your efforts to the higher authorities and advocate for you to receive a commendation for bravery. Chapter 15, Substantial Rewards. The Bravery Award? Captain Xia, may I inquire about the amount of the reward? Su Mu's eyes sparkled. He had been troubled, pondering how to earn some money to ease his parents' burdens. Xia Ru, noticing Su Mu's reaction, chuckled and said, typically, the bravery award is tiered. In your case, I will see if I can help you apply for a second-tier award, which should be around 150,000. 150,000. That amount surpassed their family's annual income. That would be immensely helpful, Captain Xia, Su Mu expressed. Xia Ru waved her hand dismissively. It's my duty, there is no need for such formality. If you don't mind, I am a few years your senior, so you may call me Sister Ru. Given your talents, gaining admission to the top martial arts university in Daxia should not pose much difficulty. During the summer internship, you might consider joining the night walkers of our third security zone. I will personally guide you then. Sensing the goodwill emanating from Xiao Ru, Su Mu nodded. I will certainly give it earnest consideration. Xiao Ru also nodded in satisfaction. She found this brave and resourceful young man, with his handsome features, quite likable, not in a romantic sense, but rather like an older sister fond of her younger brother. By the way, you mentioned you purchased some medicinal ingredients and concocted something akin to a cartilage-enhancing potion. I sense you might possess a talent for potion research. You could consider joining our Daxia Researcher Guild. The guild has a dedicated forum where members can upload their privately developed potion formulas. If approved, you can earn monetary rewards. And should others download and reference your work, you would receive corresponding benefits. There is no need to worry about confidentiality. Daxia strictly regulates this aspect. Uploading potion formulas? Su Mu fell into contemplation. He had not considered this before. After all, just a few days ago, he was merely an ordinary high school student, whose greatest aspiration was to enroll in a martial arts university and provide a better life for his family. Naturally, thoughts of earning money had not crossed his mind. Moreover, apart from potion formulas, the researcher forum also features uploads of body tempering techniques, breathing methods, and various martial arts. Some of these, being recently developed, are sold at prices significantly lower than market rates. With your qualifications, it would be best to practice superior body tempering techniques and breathing methods. Can we also upload body tempering techniques and breathing methods? Su Mu's eyes gradually brightened. It seemed that there were indeed ways to earn money. He had merely been constrained by prior thoughts. I understand now, Sister Ru. Xiao Ru nodded. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave for now. I wish you great success in your upcoming college entrance examination. Thank you, Sister Ru. Watching Xiao Ru depart, Su Mu returned to the training hall. The bloodstains within had been thoroughly cleaned, and the remaining classmates who had yet to test had also returned to the training facility. Awaiting the calibration of the apparatus for the chi and blood test before proceeding with the assessment, Sumu entered the training hall, instantly sensing a multitude of gazes directed towards him. Sumu has arrived. Unsurprisingly, he is undoubtedly the top student of our high school this year. Absolutely. A score of 413. My goodness, had it not been for my joint talent awakening with him yesterday, I would have doubted whether he had already begun his cultivation. Sumu is extraordinarily handsome. Not only is he exceptionally gifted, but he also possesses both courage and intellect. I was nearly overwhelmed when he boldly stepped forward to exchange with that girl. Such bravery. Indeed, the act of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress. It was simply breathtaking. Moreover, that captain of the Nightwalkers was also strikingly impressive, dispatching that heretic in an instant. I could hardly discern her movements. Her prowess must be at least that of a second-level martial artist, and she appears to be only slightly older than us. I aspire to join the Nightwalkers upon graduation, to eradicate those parasites plaguing our human race. Ignoring the surrounding chatter, Sumu made his way directly back to his class's lineup. Upon entering, Jiang He-lu waved him over. Sumu, come with me. Nodding in acknowledgement, Sumu quickly followed Jiang He-lu. Under Jiang He-lu's guidance, they arrived at the principal's office. Principal, I have brought Sumu. Jiang He-lu knocked on the door. In the next moment, the door swung open, revealing a smiling elderly man with white hair standing at the entrance. Student Sumu, you have finally arrived. Mr. Jiang, you may continue with your work. I would like to have a private conversation with student Sumu, the principal said. Jiang He-lu replied, Principal, I will take my leave then. He gently patted Sumu on the shoulder before turning to depart. Sumu stepped into the office, where the principal gestured for him to take a seat on a nearby sofa. I never anticipated that our high school would produce a talent like you, Sumu. Clearly, the news of Sumu's chi and blood test result of 413 had swiftly reached the principal. Upon hearing the principal mention this, Sumu was already mentally prepared. He smiled at the principal and replied, It is all thanks to the school's nurturing. Ha ha, the principal laughed heartily, then continued. The school hasn't contributed much in this regard. The reason I called you here, student Sumu, is to commend you for your actions. I have heard about the incident in the training hall. You performed admirably. As a newcomer to the martial arts world, you displayed remarkable courage and strategy by rescuing your classmate from those heretics. This is indeed an example for your peers to emulate. I have decided to publish your deeds on the front page of our school bulletin board, so that the students in the second and first years may look up to you as a role model. Furthermore, regarding your commendable actions, our school has decided to bestow upon you a Courage Award. Although it may not compare to the Nightwalker's Courage Award, which may take some time to be processed along with its monetary reward, our school's Courage Award can be granted to you immediately. The principal remarked. The financial reward from our institution can be dispersed to you without delay. Upon hearing the principal's words, Sumu's eyes gleamed with excitement, and he bashfully inquired, Principal, how much is the school's Courage Award? The principal replied, 50,000 yuan. Additionally, Sumu, due to your exceptional talent, several of us in the administration have conferred and decided to grant you a one-time special scholarship. Therefore, the total amounts to 150,000 yuan. The principal smiled warmly at Sumu, expressing, I hope you will wisely utilize this sum to enhance your abilities and diligently prepare for the upcoming college entrance examination in 6 months. It would be splendid if you could secure a place at Longjing Martial Arts University, thus bringing honor to our high school. At that moment, Sumu was still reveling in the joy of receiving such a substantial sum. 150,000. He had already been elated upon hearing about the Nightwalker's Courage Award, but now, the school was also rewarding him with an additional 50,000. Combined, that amounted to a staggering 300,000. Just imagine how many medicinal herbs and materials he could procure for his vitality-enhancing elixirs. Thank you, Principal. Sumu rose to express his gratitude, declaring, I will certainly not disappoint the expectations of the school. Ha ha ha. Work hard. Strive to secure the first prize scholarship during the next vitality test. Chapter 16, The Researcher Guild. Contemplating the 150,000 in his backpack, Sumu felt an undeniable lightness in his step. The school's monetary award differed significantly from the Nightwalker's commendation for bravery. The latter required layers of approval through Xiaoru before any funds could be disbursed. In contrast, the scholarship from the school involved the immediate distribution of 15 stacks of Dixia currency thrust before Sumu. Just imagine the astonishment of his family upon his return with such a sum. However, Sumu chose not to head home immediately after school. Instead, he ventured to a nearby herbal shop to procure various medicinal ingredients. Within the depths of the Deep Blue database lay an abundance of potion recipes. Holding the corpse of a wisdom bug, Sumu believed that, combined with certain herbs, he could concoct vital energy potions. If successful, he mused, he might no longer need to purchase such potions from the market. Instead, he could acquire the necessary herbs and prepare the potions himself, significantly reducing costs while potentially enhancing efficacy beyond commercially available options. His expenditure on herbs amounted to approximately 30,000. This sum merely covered the ingredients. Had he chosen to buy the corresponding energy potions directly, his 150,000 would scarcely suffice. After carefully stowing the herbs in his backpack, Sumu hastened home. Each return to his household greeted him with the rich aroma of cooked meat. "Dad, Mom, I'm home." Upon entering, Sumu first retreated to his room to store the herbs, then secured the remaining 120,000 in a black plastic bag. "Welcome back, Moore. Your father won't be home until evening, let us eat first." Lu Yufan, donned in an apron, emerged from the kitchen carrying a large basin of meat. "Come to the table, Moore, Yanger. After dinner, Yanger will wash the dishes. I need to rush to the factory for the night shift." Soon, the family gathered around the dining table. Before they began their meal, Sumu handed the bag containing 120,000 Dixia currency to Lu Yufan. "Mom, this is for you." Upon receiving the mysterious black plastic bag, Lu Yufan's curiosity piqued. "What is this? So secretive." Su Yang leaned in to catch a glimpse, asking, "Brother, is it something delicious? Just remember to eat." Lu Yufan laughed as she opened the bag, her expression shifting to one of sheer astonishment as she beheld its contents. "This? So much money. Where did you get all this, Moore?" With a reassuring smile, Sumu replied, "Don't worry, Mom, this is my scholarship from school." He continued, "I took a vital energy test today. Can you guess my energy value? How much?" Hearing that the money was a scholarship awarded to Sumu by the school, Lu Yufan let out a sigh of relief. 413, Sumu stated. 413. Lu Yufan was initially taken aback, but her face soon transformed into a mixture of astonishment and joy. "Moore, you wouldn't be deceiving your mother, would you? 413. Is that your first test result for vitality? You only awakened yesterday." Observing Lu Yufan's expression, Sumu felt a sense of pride and happiness within him. His efforts were all aimed at earning his family's recognition, after all. "Brother, is 413 impressive? The school awarded you such a substantial scholarship." Su Yang, who had just entered junior high, was still somewhat unclear about the concept of vitality, partly due to his lack of diligence in school. "See, this is what happens when you don't study properly." Lu Yufan was well aware of the significance of the 413 score. Sumu affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair and explained, "Typically, an ordinary person's vitality score before awakening ranges from 0.6 to 0.8. After the first cultivation, the increase usually falls between 0.1 and 0.3. In our top high school within the third safe zone, an improvement is generally between 0.4 and 0.8. I've achieved an increase of nearly 3. So wouldn't you say that's remarkable?" Hearing Sumu's description, Su Yang's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Brother, you are amazing. It's not too bad." Sumu replied, giving Su Yang's head another gentle pat. "Mom, there was originally 150,000, of which I used 30,000 to purchase some vitality medicines. The remaining amount is here for you." You and Dad need not work so hard, I will find ways to earn money. Alright, Lu Yufan said, carefully tying up the black plastic bag containing 120,000 dasha coins. She then retrieved a box from the cabinet and placed it inside, saying, "My son has grown up. However, this is a crucial period for you. Don't worry too much about earning money, your father and I will handle it. Just focus on your cultivation. If you want to eat something or need money for vitality medicines, just tell me." Sumu understood that it was unrealistic to expect his parents to stop working hard for money, so he refrained from further persuasion and simply replied, "Yes, Mom. Don't overexert yourselves. Also, please refrain from purchasing vitality medicines indiscriminately, as some may not be suitable for me. When I need vitality medicines, I will buy them myself." Rather than spending money on vitality medicines, Sumu preferred to procure some medicinal materials himself and prepare them according to the advanced recipes from the Deep Blue database, which were 10 years ahead of current knowledge and also contained information from various clans, providing an extensive array of recipes. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan nodded in agreement. Initially, she had planned to buy 2 packets of blood replenishing powder at the market after work tonight, but having heard Sumu's advice, she decided to let him manage the funds and purchase the vitality medicines according to his needs. But don't be stingy. To procure the necessary tonic for vitality, simply speak with Mother or retrieve the funds yourself. You are well aware of their location. Once acquired, merely inform Mother, and do not hesitate. Life presents but a singular opportunity for the Gaokao. Should you miss it, regret will come too late. Understood, Mother. Do you perceive me as one lacking discernment? Furthermore, did I not just procure 30,000 yuan for the tonic? Rest assured. Sumu's words elicited a nod from Lu Yufan. Very well, let us hasten to our meal. The dishes have grown cold. The atmosphere at the dining table brightened significantly due to the matter of Sumu's scholarship. After dining, Sumu returned to his chamber. The first action upon entering was to inspect the diary hidden beneath his bed. It was not out of fear of prying eyes. His future self had assured him that only he could unlock this journal. Rather, it was a habitual gesture, a need to touch and feel its presence. Without this diary, he might still be just an ordinary high school student. After resting on his bed for a moment, Sumu suddenly sat upright. He recalled the researcher guild mentioned by Xiaoru earlier in the day. Chapter 17, Level 9 Researcher. The Supreme Guardian arrives. Without excessive hesitation, Sumu promptly rose to his feet and approached his desk. His family had purchased a computer for him, facilitating his research into martial arts. Although not affluent, his parents consistently endeavored to provide the best within their means for both Sumu and his brother, Su Yang. Upon reaching the computer desk and powering on the device, Sumu began to search for information pertaining to the Researcher Guild. He had heard of the Researcher Guild before, but at that time, its relevance to him was minimal. Thus the information had slipped from his mind. However, after conducting a thorough search, he acquired a foundational understanding of this organization. The Researcher Guild operates under the auspices of the human race's official structure, with various countries overseeing their respective domains through different branches of the guild. The guild's research scope is extensive, encompassing the weaknesses of myriad races, the physical cultivation techniques of humanity, breathing methods, martial skills, and the formulations of vital elixirs used in cultivation. Anyone who embarks on the path of martial arts is eligible to join the Researcher Guild. Upon joining, members gain access to the Researcher Forum, where various researchers from different races share their findings regarding specific weaknesses, as well as the latest formulas for elixirs and other concoctions. Moreover, seasoned martial artists also frequent the forum, sharing insights into their discoveries related to physical cultivation, breathing methods, and martial skills. Within the realm of the Great Xia, both elixir formulas and martial techniques are stringently protected by the Martial Alliance. While it is permissible to prepare personal quantities of elixirs for private use without facing legal repercussions, any sale of physical cultivation techniques, breathing methods, or martial skills is subject to strict regulation. Each of these techniques is registered with the Martial Alliance, and any profits derived from their sale are distributed among the creators and other channels. Consequently, disparities between practitioners and purchasers can lead to severe legal consequences. The techniques shared on the Researcher Forum are often newly devised, with their efficacy yet to be fully ascertained, resulting in lower prices compared to the market for similar level techniques. With a stroke of luck, one might even procure excellent cultivation techniques or breathing methods at remarkably low prices. Following guidance gleaned from online resources, Sumu swiftly registered to join the Researcher Guild. Shortly thereafter, the guild sent an account for the Researcher Forum to his email. Once logged in, Sumu chose the moniker Savior and began to navigate the forum. The Researcher Forum is primarily divided into several sections. The One Clan section primarily engages in discussions regarding the weaknesses and characteristics of various clans, with a significant portion of its members being warriors stationed at the front lines of the clan battlegrounds. The Alchemy section mainly focuses on sharing various potion formulas. The Martial Arts section is dedicated to sharing innovative body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. However, this section holds little relevance for Sumu, as his body refinement techniques and innate breathing method are already the most suitable for him at this stage. Moreover, one of these techniques originates from the One Clan, while the other will not be invented for several years, alleviating any concerns he may have about potential sanctions from the laws of the Great Xia. This risk had already been circumvented during Deep Blue's search for him. It must be said that his future self had been quite thoughtful in this regard. Sumu's attention was primarily directed towards the One Clan and Alchemy sections. Having just joined the Researcher Guild, he was currently a level 0 researcher. As he posted and contributed to discussions on the forum, his researcher level would progressively rise. A thought suddenly struck him: what if he utilized Deep Blue to answer questions in the One Clan section while simultaneously posting numerous potion formulas and martial techniques in the Alchemy and Martial Arts sections? At present, his mental energy had fully recovered, sufficient to support a death rollback. If this plan were to succeed, he could potentially amass great wealth overnight, alleviating any concerns about funding for his cultivation. Even if complications arose, he could always opt for a suicide rollback. The death rollback provided Sumu with infinite possibilities for trial and error. Without hesitation, he commenced answering questions in the One Clan section and posting potion formulas, body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills on the Researcher Forum using the Savior account. In less than 10 minutes, Sumu ascended to level 1 researcher. As his research level increased, so did his privileges. Another 10 minutes passed, and he became a level 2 researcher. 15 minutes later, he reached level 3. After another 20 minutes, he attained level 4. At the 25-minute mark, he became a level 5 researcher. 30 minutes in, he was a level 6 researcher. 35 minutes later, he progressed to level 7. At 40 minutes, he achieved level 8. Finally, at 45 minutes, he became a level 9 researcher. In a total of less than 4 hours, Sumu catapulted from a level 0 researcher to the highest rank of level 9 on the forum. His personal account boasted over 100 billion Great Xia coins, all accrued from responding to posts and submitting potion formulas and body refinement techniques. This was merely the result of a few short hours. Given more time, he could potentially earn even more daily. Simultaneously, the entire Researcher Forum was abuzz with excitement. The Savior has reached level 4. The Savior has reached level 5. Oh my, have I just witnessed the birth of a legend? I merely stepped out for a meal, and upon my return, the Savior has ascended to level 9. There are hardly a handful of level 9 researchers among the entire human race, are there? Who is this extraordinary individual? Could it be the alternate account of some esteemed level 9 researcher? What am I thinking? Do you suppose that ascending to such heights is a simple feat? Even for a level 9 researcher? Elevating someone from a mere novice to level 9 within the span of just 4 hours is utterly implausible. The concoctions, the techniques for refining the body, the breathing methods, all these require the creation of unprecedented formulas to earn researcher points and elevate one's rank. Who on earth is this Savior? Could it truly be the prophesied Redeemer of humanity? At this moment, a sudden and urgent knocking echoed at the door of Sumu's residence. Who could it be? At this hour, both Su's father and mother had already returned home. Hearing the sound of the door opening, Su Deshan emerged from within. Clad in a sleeveless shirt and still drowsy, he inquired, "Who is it?" Upon opening the door, he was greeted by several individuals clad in battle armor standing outside. "May I ask if this is the residence of Researcher Su? We are the highest secret guardians of the Researcher Guild. Sent here to escort researcher Su and his family to the central dragon city of the ninth safe zone. Chapter 18, Journey to the Central Dragon City. Enemy attack. Su, researcher. You must have mistaken me. Su Dashan, evidently roused from slumber, appeared somewhat dazed. The man clad in black armor exchanged glances with his comrades before addressing him. You are indeed Mr. Su Dashan, the father of researcher Su, correct? I am. Upon hearing his name, Su Dashan's awareness sharpened. At that moment, Su Mu, alerted by the commotion outside, exited his room only to encounter the armored man at the threshold. The man's face brightened upon spotting Su Mu. Researcher Su. I am the highest secret guard of the Researcher Guild. Tasked with escorting you and your family to the central dragon city in the ninth safe zone. Su, researcher. It dawned on Su Dashan that the researcher Su referred to by the esteemed secret guard must be his son, Su Mu. Are you calling me? Su Mu began to grasp the situation. It seemed that his recent endeavors on the researcher forum had led to this unexpected turn of events. The armored man nodded earnestly. Researcher Su, time is of the essence. Please, take your family and accompany us to the ninth safe zone. To be frank, given your status, you and your family are not safe in the third safe zone. Very well. Su Mu nodded, suppressing his excitement. Initially, he had merely wished to experiment with the implications of rapidly ascending to a level 9 researcher on the forum. However, it appeared he had inadvertently escalated matters. Ultimately, Su Mu was merely an ordinary 18-year-old high school senior, yet the spectacle before him stirred a blend of exhilaration and curiosity within him. The highest secret guard of the Researcher Guild sounded extraordinarily formidable. Without hesitation, Su Mu summoned Deep Blue to examine the information of the armored men before him. Name, unknown, vitality, 143, 920. 000, early stage of the 7th realm warrior, body refinement technique, true dragon body refinement technique, breathing method, dragon breath technique, talent, pending analysis, name, unknown, vitality, 87, 520. 000, late stage of the 6th realm warrior, body refinement technique, true dragon body refinement technique, breathing method, dragon breath technique, talent, pending analysis, name, unknown, vitality, 86, 430. 000, late stage of the 6th realm warrior, body refinement technique, true dragon body refinement technique, breathing method, dragon breath technique, talent, pending analysis. As Su Mu observed the vitality levels of the armored men, his eyes widened in disbelief. 1, 10, 100, 1000, 10,000, billion. 7th realm warriors. Such formidable beings he would have never imagined even encountering in his daily life. To think that these individuals were now respectfully addressing him as Researcher Su. It seemed that Su Mu had yet to fully comprehend his own worth, which stemmed from his displays on the Researcher Guild forum. He is undoubtedly a pivotal figure capable of advancing the entire human race. Not only is he well versed in the myriad weaknesses of various races, but he also possesses an extensive repertoire of potion formulas, body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. Consequently, when Su Mu showcased his rapid ascent from a novice to a level 9 researcher on the research forum, it immediately captured the attention of the headquarters of the Researcher Guild, prompting them to dispatch the highest-ranking secret guards in the vicinity to escort Su Mu and his family to the 9th safe zone. Among the 56 safe zones in the Great Xia, the 9th, 19th, 29th, 39th, and 49th are the most crucial, each positioned at the cardinal points of the Great Xia. The 9th safe zone, in particular, resembles the capital of Great Xia. At the heart of the 9th safe zone lies Dragon City, the residence of the most vital individuals for the entire human race and their families. Su Mu's actions on the Researcher Forum have evidently garnered unparalleled attention from the higher authorities, resulting in such treatment. Soon, in a state of bewilderment, Su Mu's father, mother, and the still sleepy Su Yang were ushered into a vehicle by several armored men. The vehicle, constructed entirely of a special metal, was an armored car. Likely the finest mode of transport the highest secret guards could procure in the third safe zone. Su Mu shared a car with the leading armored man, while his family and the remaining guards occupied the vehicle in front. The two cars sped along the road. Why the sudden need to take my family and me to Dragon City? Su Mu inquired. Researcher Su, based on the intelligence we have gathered, your current significance renders your stay in the third safe zone exceedingly perilous, the armored man replied. In fact, it is not just the third safe zone. All safe zones for humanity are increasingly unsafe. For reasons unknown, the cult of the aberrant has become alarmingly active in various safe zones in recent years. Many prodigious talents, who had just awakened their gifts, were assassinated by the cult's adherents before they even set foot on the path of martial arts. Presently, the safest place in the Great Xia appears to be Dragon City. As the armored man spoke, he paused momentarily. Researcher Su, given your status, there are matters I need not conceal from you. To my knowledge, there are issues within the human race. The armored man's words left Sumu momentarily stunned. He had never contemplated such matters before. Even prior to acquiring that journal, he, like Li Xiangdong, believed that humanity could not face extinction. However, the armored man's assertions suggested a less than optimistic reality for the human race. With external threats from alien races and internal strife, the prospect of humanity's demise in a decade no longer seemed implausible. After approximately 5 or 6 hours of travel, Sumu was nearly drifting off to sleep in the vehicle when a tremendous noise from outside jolted him awake. Boom! Upon hearing this sound, the armored man's expression shifted. Enemy attack. As the armored man's words fell, a sudden burst of blinding flames erupted before their two vehicles, as if something had detonated. Cursed traitors of humanity! The armored man muttered under his breath. Without hesitation, he kicked open the door. The special metal armor of the vehicle crumpled like mere paper under his might. Researcher Su, I shall escort you to a nearby safe location, he declared, swiftly grasping Su Mu and, with a subtle push off the seat, propelled them both from the rapidly moving armored vehicle. In the grip of the armored man, Sumu felt as fragile as a fledgling chick. Just as they cleared the vehicle, a lethal sword energy descended from above, cleaving their former transport in two. The ground was violently torn asunder by that terrifying force. In Sumu's gaze, he beheld the vehicle carrying his family caught within the range of that devastating attack. A deafening buzz resonated in his mind. Chapter 19, Ding. You have been slain by a traitor of the human race. A 9th-tier researcher, so young, perhaps awakened an extraordinary talent? While Sumu was still engulfed in the sorrow of his family's demise, a figure loomed above him, gazing down with an air of disdain at the armored man and Sumu below. No wonder that group of inept individuals was willing to summon me personally. Upon seeing the figure in the sky, the armored man's pupils constricted. An 8th-tier warrior. A traitor of the human race, hidden in the rear. The figure in the air scoffed disdainfully, a traitor? Do not conflate me with those worthless beings. Worthless? The armored man frowned slightly, shielding Sumu behind him. The armor on his body began to retract slowly, ultimately transforming into a wristband. He pressed the wristband onto Sumu's arm. Transfer of authority. As his voice fell, the wristband immediately secured itself onto Sumu's arm. Researcher Su, this S-class armor can withstand attacks from 7th-tier warriors and significantly enhance speed and strength. We are close to the 7th safe zone, and I have already notified the nearby Nightwalkers. Run in that direction, and you should encounter them shortly. I will hold this individual here. The armored man pressed the wristband on Sumu's arm. In the next moment, the wristband transformed into armor, enveloping Sumu entirely. The figure above had also heard the exchange between the armored man and Sumu. He seemed to scoff, a 7th-tier warrior, who gave you the audacity to obstruct me. An 8th-tier warrior? The armored man paid no heed and forcefully pushed Sumu forward. Run! He then turned his gaze towards the figure in the sky, swiftly retrieving a syringe from his pocket and plunging it into his own arm. Observing the syringe, the figure above expressed surprise. The death needle? After injection. It can significantly enhance one's strength, but you shall perish within 10 minutes. Is this reckless endeavor worth it for this wretched human? The armored man offered no response. His face contorted in agony. Yet, correspondingly, his aura continued to strengthen. Interesting, the late stage of the 7th tier, this death needle is indeed effective. The figure in the sky mused. Humph. He focused intently on the figure above, a coward hiding in the shadows. Do you dare reveal your name? I have never slain an unnamed foe. Seeking to extract my name? The figure in the sky replied nonchalantly, I have concealed my appearance. Do you think I would easily divulge my identity? Just as the two were engaged in dialogue, Sumu was fixated on the figure in the sky. Though the anguish of witnessing his family perish before his eyes was nearly unbearable, Sumu possessed the unique ability to rewind upon death, allowing him to swiftly regain composure from such sorrow. His sole thought now was to uncover the identity of this despicable traitor before meeting his demise. Regrettably, as the shadowy figure remarked, he was entirely enveloped in darkness, rendering even his movements indistinct, let alone his form and features. Deep Blue, despite his efforts to analyze the man's vitality, found himself utterly incapable. Coward! The armored man's eyes burned with fury, as his gaze seemed fixated solely on the specter above. This shadow, with a hint of intrigue, observed the armored man below. You are indeed a figure worthy of respect. But that is where it ends. With a cold snort, the armored man flipped his hand, and a black spear materialized in his grasp. He brandished the spear, bending slightly at the knee, and in the next instant, he shot forth like an arrow released from a bow, soaring toward the figure in the sky. Noticing that Sumu had not retreated, the figure above seemed eager to engage the armored man in battle. Clang! The spear clashed with the sword. It was difficult to fathom how the armored man's seemingly overwhelming strike was effortlessly parried by the figure. The combat in the air transpired so swiftly that only two streaks of gray and black could be seen colliding. Below, Sumu watched, his heart filled with astonishment. From his vantage point, although the details of their confrontation were obscured, he could discern the fabric of space tearing and mending around them, a testament to the immense power unleashed during their clash. Run, Su researcher! Amidst the battle, the armored man finally noticed Sumu still lingering in place, and a sense of urgency surged within him. The figure above seized upon this opening, thrusting his sword through the armored man's abdomen. Immediately, the wounded man coughed up a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Ultimately, he was outmatched. If he were to contend, he would require Yi Feng's assistance. His gaze fell upon Sumu below. It was time to bring this to an end. With a sweep of his sword towards Sumu, a fierce wave of sword energy surged forth. As the blade of energy bore down upon Sumu, the armored man, disregarding his own injuries, transformed into a streak of black light, positioning himself before Sumu. Thud! Already gravely wounded, the armored man fell to the ground upon absorbing the blow. Even then, he struggled to crawl toward Sumu. Run! Hurry! Watching the fallen armored man, Sumu gritted his teeth, a pang of guilt washing over him as he muttered, "I'm sorry." Had it not been for his desire to experiment with the transformation into a level 9 researcher, perhaps the armored man would not have suffered such an unwarranted calamity. Nevertheless, everything would eventually return to its rightful state. Could he escape? The figure above appeared to relish the game of cat and mouse, confident that his overwhelming strength would prevent Sumu from fleeing from beneath his watchful eye. In truth, Sumu had never contemplated escape. His gaze was intently fixed upon the figure in the sky. "I shall kill you, without fail." Upon hearing Sumu's words, the figure above appeared to find the statement utterly laughable. "Kill me? By what right do you presume to do so?" After a moment of mirth, he seemed to have had his fill of laughter. "Very well, the wretched humans are likely drawing near. I hope they do not mourn too deeply upon discovering your lifeless forms." Ha 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 ha. He laughed heartily. The sword in his hand transformed into a streak of white light. The piercing sword aura descended like a beam, cleaving the ground in twain. Clad in S-class armor, Sumu found his defenses utterly inadequate against this strike. Researcher Su. In the distance, he vaguely perceived the armored figure pounding the ground in rage. Darkness gradually enveloped Sumu's vision. In his ears, the deep blue voice resonated once more. "Ding, you have been slain by a traitor of the human race. Copy successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS-level talent, Clarity of the Sword Heart. Chapter 20, SSS Grade Talent, The Clarity of the Sword Heart." With a deep breath, Sumu gazed at the screen displaying the interface for joining the Researcher Guild, a sense of dread washing over him. He had experienced a death rewind of 12 hours. Returning precisely to the moment he had opted to join the guild. Those 12 hours felt like a vivid dream, yet one that was hauntingly real. The anguish he felt upon witnessing his family obliterated by that sword chi was beyond words, nearly suffocating him with despair. Fortunately, he had returned. Back to the very beginning of it all. As Sumu observed the interface, he refrained from hastily selecting to join the Researcher Guild. Instead, he reflected on the events of the past 12 hours. It would be a grave mistake to disregard the lessons gleaned from that experience, for his death would have been in vain otherwise. Foremost among his concerns was the Researcher Forum. In approximately 4 hours, he had ascended from a level 0 to a level 9 researcher, and shortly after achieving the latter, the highest-ranked guardian of the guild had approached him. This indicated that the guild's records were likely transparent, and while a gradual ascent might go unnoticed, a rapid elevation such as his would undoubtedly attract significant attention. If mere scrutiny were the extent of his troubles, it would be manageable. However, his experiences prior to his demise revealed deeper issues within the human faction. The image of that nearly invincible figure loomed in his mind, the armored man who epitomized strength, treating him like a mere mouse in comparison. An 8th realm martial artist. This was a realm Sumu had never dared to imagine before, yet he had witnessed such a being just hours ago. More alarmingly, he could sense that the 8th realm martial artist had not even unleashed their full power. What terror would be unleashed if they did? Such a formidable individual not only resided among the human ranks but, based on their covert actions, was likely a high-ranking member of the human faction. The realization that someone from the upper echelons of humanity had infiltrated the ranks of the myriad races filled Sumu with trepidation. It signified that until he possessed sufficient strength, his book of wisdom must remain concealed. Though he harbored no fear for himself, he could merely rewind time upon his death and even replicate the talents of his adversary. His concern lay with his family. Moreover, being repeatedly slain would do little to avert the impending doom facing humanity a decade hence. To thwart the extinction of humanity in 10 years, Sumu required not only formidable power but also a meticulous strategy to root out the treachery within. Indeed, it was a daunting task. Feeling the remnants of mental fatigue, Sumu leaned back in his chair, a throbbing headache beginning to set in. Yet, he took solace in the fact that there were still 10 years remaining. With the ability to replicate after death, a 12-hour rewind of mortality, and the existence of the Book of Wisdom, Sumu was resolute in his belief that he could alter the fate of humanity over the course of 10 years. Upon coming to this realization, he straightened his posture. From his drawer, he retrieved a notebook, flipping open to the first page to jot down the characteristics of the shadowy figure. A master of the sword. The voice did not bear the weight of age, it resonated with the vigor of youth, though it remained uncertain if it had been artificially altered. This clue would serve merely as a reference. The talent was of SSS grade, sword heart clarity. As Sumu inscribed the shadow as gift, he recalled that he had just replicated that very ability. He promptly summoned Deep Blue to access the description of sword heart clarity. SSS grade talent, sword heart clarity, possessing unparalleled talent in swordsmanship. All sword techniques can be perfected in an extremely brief period. The speed of sword cultivation is amplified 100-fold, the comprehension of swordsmanship is enhanced 100-fold, and the power of sword techniques wielded is increased 100-fold. The lengthy description left Sumu somewhat dazed. He had surmised that the Shadow's talent was formidable, but he had not anticipated its overwhelming might. Among the SSS grade talents, sword heart clarity undoubtedly ranked at the pinnacle. If the 12-hour mortality rewind represented the zenith of auxiliary SSS talents, then sword heart clarity was the apex of combat-oriented SSS talents. Possessing such a gift made Sumu ponder the heights he could reach in swordsmanship. Would he attain a prowess akin to that of the Shadow? The image of the nearly invincible figure flickered in his mind, prompting him to shake his head. No! He would surpass that strength. As he gazed at the notebook's description of the figure, a slight arch of his brow revealed his thoughts. It seemed he had inadvertently done a good deed. Closing the notebook, he returned it to the drawer and redirected his attention to the computer interface before him. While rapid level advancement was ill-advised, especially given his current lack of strength, one fact remained clear: posting and answering questions could indeed yield substantial rewards, provided it was executed wisely. With this knowledge, Sumu felt assured that the issue of his initial training funds would be resolved. Without further ado, he swiftly opted to join the Researcher Guild. Just as before, his email soon received a response from the guild containing his account details. Upon logging in, Sumu once again adopted the moniker of the Savior. Elevating from a level 0 researcher to level 1 within a few days should not pose a significant challenge, he mused. He then began to scour the researcher forum for suitable posts, armed with the wisdom of his previous experience. He had a general understanding that posts in the myriad races section primarily aimed to reveal the weaknesses of various races, a task that necessitated considerable time for validation. However, the rewards in terms of upgrade points were substantial, and the financial gains were significant and received in a lump sum. In contrast, the sections dedicated to potions and martial arts focused on sharing potion formulas, body refining techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. Once posted, dedicated individuals would verify these contributions in a remarkably short span of time and provide a foundational assessment. The upgrade points awarded in these sections were comparatively fewer, and the earnings largely depended on the download frequency of one's contributions, rendering the financial returns more long-term. As long as someone downloaded the material you uploaded, you would continue to reap benefits. Sumu was inclined to contribute to the potion and martial arts sections, as the pace of leveling up would not be excessively rapid, and it aligned more closely with his current identity. After all, being situated behind the human front lines, claiming to have discovered certain formulas or body refining techniques was not entirely implausible. However, asserting knowledge of the weaknesses of various races without ever having been on the front lines would indeed seem rather far-fetched. Having made his decision, Sumu swiftly instructed Shenlong to select a potion formula and a body refining technique. The potion formula was named Strengthening Bone and Nourishing Muscle Powder. The materials required were relatively simple, yet its efficacy in replenishing vitality was remarkable, being a formula that would only emerge among humans 3 years hence. The body refining technique was derived from the methods employed by the bull tribe among the myriad races. Although it did not rival the foremost techniques, it could be considered of a moderately superior caliber. He was curious about the potential returns these two contributions might yield. After publishing the potion formula and body refining technique, Sumu retrieved the 30,000 yuan worth of medicinal materials he had purchased. Next, he was set to begin concocting vitality-enhancing potions, dedicating himself to rigorous training. "I will kill you, I certainly will," he suddenly uttered, placing the materials heavily upon the table. Chapter 21, The First Realm Martial Artist. Danfeng Pharmaceuticals. Sumu sought to concoct a vital energy tonic, specifically the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder he had previously posted on the researcher forum. Generally, the most common blood-replenishing tonic available on the market is the blood-replenishing powder, with raw materials costing approximately 3,000 yuan. However, the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder that Sumu wished to prepare not only boasts an efficacy thrice that of the blood-replenishing powder, but its raw materials are merely priced at 1,000 yuan. With 30,000 yuan in hand, Sumu could sufficiently concoct 30 batches of the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder. Additionally, he possessed the corpse of an intelligent insect. While the insect lacked formidable strength, its vitality surpassed that of the average first-realm foreign creature, making it an ample ingredient for the preparation of the powder. Sumu swiftly gathered the herbs according to the formula provided by Shenlong for the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder. After more than an hour, he finally exhausted all the materials. Due to a lack of experience in preparation, he was able to produce only 28 batches of the powder, as 2 batches failed, resulting in ineffective waste. Gazing at the 28 small vials before him, a wave of accomplishment washed over him. These 28 batches should suffice for a month, he mused. He carefully set aside 1 vial while storing the remaining 27. Next, he retrieved a 1-liter bottle from the kitchen, mixing the powder at a ratio of approximately 1 to 10. As he dissolved the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder into the bottle, a rich medicinal aroma wafted through the air. It was time to commence his training. Sumu settled cross-legged on the floor and began to consume the tonic, engaging in his practice. After a single sip of the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder, he felt a powerful surge of medicinal energy spreading through his limbs. Elated by the sensation, Sumu wasted no time in initiating the practice of the 10,000 Clans body refinement technique. He moved through the sequences of the Great Strength Ape Clan, the Golden Pang Clan, and the Diamond Bull Clan, fluidly executing each motion. Within the confines of the room, only the occasional sound of his heavy breaths could be heard. A month passed quietly. In the room, Sumu picked up a towel to wipe the sweat from his brow. Before him, a faint blue interface materialized. Name, Sumu, Vitality, 101. 75, Early Stage First Realm Martial Artist, Body Refinement Technique, 10,000 Clans Body Refinement Technique, Great Strength 8 Clan, Golden Pang Clan. Diamond Bull Clan, Breathing Technique, Innate Fetal Breathing Method, Martial Skills, None, Talents, EX Level, Posthumous Replication, SSS-level, Death Rewind 12 Hours, Book of Wisdom, Enlightened Sword Heart. A level, Complete Transformation. At last, he had entered the first realm of martial arts. A hint of joy graced Sumu's face. Throughout this month, he had devoted nearly every spare moment to consuming the bone-strengthening and muscle-nurturing powder in training, yielding remarkably gratifying results. With the assistance of the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder, he reached a blood and chi value of 99 by the 20th day of his cultivation, dedicating the remaining 10 days to breaking through that final barrier. Fortunately, diligence was rewarded. During today's training, the power he had accumulated over time finally pierced through the last thin membrane. Achieving the status of a first-realm martial artist marked the true beginning of his journey in the martial arts. Not only could he officially commence the practice of martial techniques, but according to Deep Blue, he could also begin to cultivate the visualization technique. This technique serves to enhance one's mental strength and was traditionally mastered only by certain races among the myriad beings that relied on mental prowess as their form of attack. Among the human race, no one had developed a suitable visualization technique for their cultivation until a decade later when humanity met its demise. The reason for this was primarily that the visualization technique is a method to hone mental strength, which is considerably weaker than the physical body. A significant portion of the cultivation methods of humanity were adaptations of those from other races. In contrast, certain races adept in the visualization technique possessed inherently robust mental power. Thus they needed not fear the potential of their mental strength shattering under strain. However, for humanity, the existing visualization techniques were excessively formidable. Akin to compelling a snake to swallow an elephant, one misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. For humans to cultivate the visualization technique, they would either need to awaken a talent that significantly enhances their mental strength or gamble on the minuscule chance of success through repeated attempts. Yet, Sumu was different. On one hand, he had undergone multiple resets after death, although each demise incurred a toll on his mental strength, it inadvertently tempered it, rendering his mental fortitude far superior to that of the average human. On the other hand, possessing the ability to reset his death allowed him infinite opportunities to experiment, while others faced the peril of obliteration upon failure. However, Sumu chose not to cultivate immediately. He needed to wait for 12 hours to pass. If he were to reset, it would revert to 12 hours prior, requiring him to once again break through from 9th level martial novice to first realm martial artist. After a brief respite, Sumu adeptly logged into his researcher forum account. Over the past month, he had published several articles on body refinement techniques and breathing methods. Presently, his researcher account had reached level 1, and his bank account contained nearly 600,000 Great Xia coins. This account had been opened previously to receive the rewards from the Night Walker. Out of the nearly 600,000 coins, 150,000 were the commendation awards for bravery issued by the Night Walker, while the remaining 450,000 were earnings from his contributions on the researcher forum. Although this sum might seem trivial to affluent families, for someone like Sumu from an ordinary background, it represented an immense fortune. Sumu harbored the aspiration of amassing several million before finally providing his family with a new residence. Their current abode merely spanned 50 to 60 square meters. His parents and younger brother, Su Yang, shared a single room, while he occupied a modest space of less than 10 square meters, dedicated to his studies and workouts. In moments when the family congregated, even the simple act of turning around could become rather cumbersome. Should they be fortunate enough to secure a larger home, it would afford them greater comfort, alleviating Su Yang's incessant complaints about their father, Su Dashan, whose nightly snoring disrupted his sleep. Lost in these thoughts, Sumu was suddenly alerted by a new message in his researcher's back-end. Dear respected Savior Researcher, I am a negotiator for Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, seeking to discuss a potential collaboration with you. Chapter 22, Licensing Fees. The Divine and Demonic Visualization Method. Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company? Sumu raised his brow slightly. He had heard of this pharmaceutical company before. Many renowned blood-enhancing medicines originated from this establishment. In the realm of blood tonic pharmaceuticals, Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company undoubtedly stands as a leading enterprise in the field of drug formulation. Hello, Sumu replied with a message, initially believing that the recipient would not respond so swiftly. To his surprise, as soon as he sent his message, a reply arrived almost immediately. Greetings, Savior Researcher. We have finally made contact with you. I am Gu Qian, the licensing negotiator for Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company. Hello. The situation is as follows, Mr. Savior. Our company is quite interested in the formula for the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder you released. Would you be inclined to authorize the formula? We are prepared to offer you a substantial licensing fee. Rest assured, the price we can provide is among the highest in the market. As a leading company in the pharmaceutical preparation industry, they indeed possessed the confidence to make such a statement. What sort of price can you offer? We can propose a range of approximately 4 to 5 million. We can discuss the specifics in detail. As you are the author of the formula and likely possess insights into its properties that we may not be aware of. This will allow us to provide you with a tailored offer based on the characteristics of the medicine. What do you think? That sounds agreeable. Let's find a time and place to discuss this further. Certainly, please let me know when you are available. After some contemplation, Sumu realized that the day was already late, and he needed to wait 12 hours before practicing the visualization method. Tomorrow, the school was scheduled for its monthly tests, and he had matters to discuss with his homeroom teacher, leaving him little time. However, the day after tomorrow, amidst his training, he would have some availability. He typically reserved fixed times for his training, fitting other tasks into the intervals. How about the day after tomorrow? As for the location, shall we meet at the Lanting CAF on 7th Avenue? Very well, I shall not take up any more of your time. As he closed the chat interface, Sumu let out a long sigh, feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation. He had envisioned that selling the rights to his formula could yield a considerable sum. Yet when the figure of 4 to 5 million was mentioned, his heart skipped a beat. He chuckled softly to himself, acknowledging his naivety. Given his age and background, encountering even 100,000 was a rarity. Previously, he had managed to acquire a fortune in the billions. Yet he had barely had the chance to savor the allure of wealth before his untimely demise. Now, several million, while not comparable to the prior billions, was nonetheless a tangible sum that could indeed be utilized. With this amount, he could finally provide his family with a larger home. Thank you, Deep Blue, Sumu sighed. The mechanical voice of Deep Blue echoing in his mind, it is my honor to serve you. 12 hours swiftly passed. At this moment, Sumu sat cross-legged on the ground, preparing to commence his practice of the visualization method. The benefits of the visualization method are manifold. As a martial artist, possessing formidable mental strength significantly enhances both training and combat efficacy, as heightened mental acuity translates to superior reaction speed and observational prowess compared to one's adversary. Moreover, mental strength itself serves as a means of attack. Among the myriad races, there exist those who specialize in utilizing mental energy to assault their opponents, known to humanity as mentalist masters. When the human race encounters such foes, they invariably find themselves at a disadvantage. Many practitioners even deliberately consume rare herbs and the flesh of exotic beings that can augment mental prowess during their training. However, the effects of these enhancements pale in comparison to those derived from the visualization method. For Sumu personally, the greatest advantage of practicing the visualization method lies in its capacity to enable consecutive time resets. With his current mental strength, he can reset time a maximum of 2 times consecutively. Beyond that, he experiences significant mental fatigue. Attempting a third reset may even bring him to the brink of collapse. Mental collapse differs vastly from mental explosion. The former equates to the obliteration of one's consciousness and memories, leaving the individual in a state of stupor or madness. Thus, Sumu has always aspired to enhance his mental strength as much as possible. The enhancement of mental power signifies his ability to perform continuous resets, allowing him to return to significantly earlier points in time. For instance, being capable of 2 resets means he can revert to a maximum of 24 hours prior, with the mental energy expended requiring 2 days or longer to recuperate. Consequently, mental strength imposes a limit on the maximum duration to which Sumu can reset time. However, Should Sumu's mental strength increase to a point where the energy cost of resets becomes negligible, he would be able to return to any time node in his past. At that time, he envisions his 12-hour death reset transforming into an infinite reset, achieving an EX-level talent. Yet, such a path is destined to be long and arduous. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts and began to explore the visualization method that Deep Blue had sought for him. This method, known as the Divine Demon Visualization Method, was crafted by Deep Blue, inspired by the visualization techniques of two races of innate mentalist masters among the myriad beings. The divine refers to the celestial winged race, whose visualization method is characterized by order. The mental strength cultivated is pure and stable, possessing a lesser offensive capability yet endowed with remarkable restorative abilities. The magic referred to here pertains to the Infernal Demon Clan, whose primary characteristic in their visualization technique is chaos. The mental energy cultivated by them possesses a terrifying and frenzied offensive power, coupled with a certain degree of corrosive ability. Following the reformation by the Deep Blue, the Divine Demon Visualization technique primarily involves the simultaneous cultivation of the mental energies from both clans, thereby perpetually annihilating and reconstructing one's own mental energy. By incessantly eradicating one's mental energy with the Infernal Demon Clan's power, and subsequently reconstructing it with the Celestial Winged God's force, one gradually fortifies their mental energy. Ultimately, this leads to the acquisition of a mental energy that embodies the dual characteristics of both clans, rendering it remarkably resilient and potent. The cultivation process of this divine demon visualization bears striking similarities to Sumu's own experience of death and rebirth. It can be asserted that this divine demon visualization is the most suitable form for Sumu. However, the difficulty of cultivation is exceedingly formidable. Sumu not only must continuously explore the minuscule probability of cultivating the celestial winged god's mental energy but must also seek the infinitesimal chance of mastering the Infernal Demon Clan's mental energy. Furthermore, he must navigate the arduous path of annihilation and reconstruction of both mental energies, which may indeed harbor a probability of less than 1 in 10,000. Let the cultivation commence. Boom. Very well, let us wait another 12 hours. Chapter 23, Monthly Assessment. After exhausting the two opportunities for regression, Sumu still failed to successfully cultivate the Divine Demon Visualization method. He had not even managed to achieve the first step of cultivating the spiritual power of the Celestial Winged God clan. However, he had anticipated this outcome. As he continued to regress, his spiritual power gradually increased, leading him to believe that the likelihood of success in his cultivation was steadily rising. The dual fatigue of both body and mind compelled Sumu to cease his cultivation, and he collapsed onto his bed, succumbing to sleep. By the time he awoke, it was already the following day, the day of the school's monthly awakening assessment. Given the varying talents among students and the differing cultivation techniques, such as body refinement and breathing methods, the school allowed students to return home to cultivate after their talent awakening. Should they encounter any difficulties in their practice, they could choose to seek assistance at the school or a nearby martial arts academy. Each month, students would return to the school solely for the purpose of testing their vitality levels. If a student's vitality showed a significant increase compared to the previous month, they would be eligible for the school's first-class scholarship. This scholarship amounted to 30,000 yuan, which, while not an exorbitant sum for Sumu, was nonetheless sufficient to procure a considerable amount of vitality-enhancing herbs. He had nearly depleted the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder he had prepared last month. This sum would be just right for purchasing new herbs at the market, and he would also need to acquire some remains of exotic creatures, which might cost considerably more than before. Additionally, Sumu planned to consult with his homeroom teacher regarding a letter of introduction from the school. Upon arriving at school, it was around 9 o'clock in the morning. With his enhanced abilities, his senses had also sharpened, allowing him to overhear many classmates discussing their cultivation progress from a distance. How much have you all improved in a month? My vitality has reached 235, just barely qualifying me as a low-tier martial apprentice. At this rate, I should have no problem entering a third-tier martial university in 5 months, right? Unfortunately, my family isn't very affluent, and they can't provide me with many vitality-enhancing medicines, otherwise, I could have increased my vitality even more. Hee. My family bought me over 30 packets of blood-replenishing powder, and now my vitality has reached 936. This rate is nearly average. Wow, 9. 36. You're truly something else. At this pace, entering a first-tier martial university is not out of reach for you. A wave of envy swept through the classmates. That's nothing. Do you know how much Fong has improved? I heard her family not only provided her with body refinement techniques and breathing methods but also purchased top-tier vitality-enhancing medicines, which are roughly twice as effective as the blood-replenishing powder we commonly use. When I asked Fong yesterday, she told me her vitality has already reached 1586. She stepped into the first level of martial apprentices. At this rate, she should have no trouble gaining admission to a top martial university in 5 months for the college entrance examination. The first level of martial apprentices. Having met the admission standards of the third-tier martial arts university, I find myself consumed by resentment. The starting line for others has become a distant finish line that I must toil for months to reach. Indeed. Some are born into privilege while others are destined for servitude. I harbor no curiosity towards Fong. Her advantageous background and rapid advancement are hardly surprising. My intrigue lies instead with Su Mu and the current state of his vitality. At the mere mention of Su Mu, the surrounding classmates fell into a hushed silence. Indeed. Su Mu. It was evident that no one dared to compare themselves to him. In their minds, he was already the undisputed leader of their cohort. I surmised that his vitality must exceed 20 points, considering Fong has surpassed 15. In fact, during his initial cultivation, Su Mu achieved over 4 points, 3 to 4 times higher than Fong. If his vitality does not ascend to 50 or 60 points, I would deem it a tragic waste of his innate talent. Let us not forget, Su Mu does not possess the financial advantages that Fong enjoys. In the absence of ample vitality-enhancing elixirs and nourishing blood meals, even the most gifted must face limitations. Imagine if, in the end, Su Mu's vitality does not surpass Fong, that would indeed be a source of amusement. How trivial. Why should Su Mu's progress concern you? I observe some classmates who, rather than focusing on their own cultivation, eagerly await Su Mu's potential shortcomings. Li Xiangdong, seated nearby, interjected with palpable dissatisfaction, "Why is everyone so fixated on Su Mu? What right do you have to discuss him? Have you forgotten what transpired just a month ago? Without Su Mu, Fong might have perished at the hands of that heretic. Who among you possesses his courage? You timid souls dare to debate Su Mu? Ha! Why do you butt in, Li Xiangdong?" Another voice retorted. "Is it too soon for you to be dreaming of serving him before he even rises to prominence? You dare speak such nonsense?" Li Xiangdong shot back, lunging at the student who had spoken. However, he soon found himself bested, pinned beneath that classmate. Just as a fist was poised to strike his face, a hand seized the assailant's wrist. The student looked up to find Su Mu standing before him, an unexpected presence. Su Mu. He stammered, his eyelids fluttering in surprise. Before he could react, Su Mu yanked him off Li Xiangdong. "Brother Mu!" Li Xiangdong exclaimed, relief washing over his features. Su Mu extended his hand to Li Xiangdong, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, Brother Mu." The student, previously tossed aside by Su Mu, now dared not display any insolence in his presence, hastily brushing off his clothes and returning to his seat. The surrounding classmates, glancing at Su Mu with a hint of trepidation, hastily returned to their seats, fearful that their recent remarks might have reached his ears. Observing their reactions, Li Xiangdong's face revealed a smug expression. "Humph, what skill is it to whisper behind someone's back? If one possesses true courage, let them speak before Su Mu." With a smirk, he turned to Su Mu and said, "Don't you agree, Brother Mu?" Su Mu, however, waved his hand dismissively, "We are all classmates. Let us not allow trivial matters to disrupt our camaraderie. Yet, you, after a month of absence, have only managed to achieve such a meager vitality level." In Su Mu's discerning gaze, he immediately noted that Li Xiangdong's vitality was merely 4.24, although there was some potential for improvement. Gaining admission to a reputable martial arts university would prove quite challenging. "Once you complete the vitality assessment, wait for me in the classroom," Su Mu offered, feeling inclined to assist Li Xiangdong. Chapter 24, Testing. 101.75. "Ah, very well." Li Xiangdong did not ponder much, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Sumu arrived not too late. By the time he came, less than half of the class had gathered. However, it seemed that due to Sumu's presence, his classmates refrained from discussing him further. Sumu was indeed indifferent to this. Perhaps it was because his experiences and insights had diverged significantly from those of his peers. Thus, the things that mattered to him had long since transformed. From the moment he acquired the diary, Sumu was aware that he was destined to tread a path unlike any other. Just as he and Li Shandong engaged in casual conversation, Fong Ling unexpectedly entered the classroom. Upon her arrival, her gaze began to scan the room, ultimately resting upon Sumu, her eyes sparkling with recognition. However, Sumu remained oblivious to her reaction, and even if he had noticed, it is likely he would not have cared. Shortly after Fong Ling's entrance, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Heliu, finally arrived. It appeared that the students had made considerable progress over the past month. Zhang Heliu entered the classroom with a cheerful demeanor, quickly surveying the students before confirming that no one was absent. He then continued, "Is everyone prepared?" "Ready," came the unified response. "Excellent. Now, line up in 2 rows according to your student numbers, and we shall proceed to the training hall." At Zhang Heliu's command, the students began to file out of the classroom. Just as Sumu was about to step outside, he suddenly felt a gentle prod. Turning around, he discovered it was Fong Ling Sumu. "This is for you," she exclaimed, holding out a small pink fabric pouch to him. Curiosity piqued, Sumu furrowed his brow. "What is this?" This is a token of gratitude from my parents, a small gesture to thank you for saving me. I hope you will accept it." Fong Ling seemed earnest as she nodded in affirmation of her words. "I had wanted to thank you much earlier, but I was concerned that my numerous messages on QQ went unanswered. I feared intruding upon you at home, which is why I delayed until today to present this." As she spoke, there was a hint of wistfulness in her tone. Sumu, feeling a bit awkward, smiled and replied, "I haven't logged into QQ for quite some time. My apologies. We are classmates, there is no need for such formalities." "Oh, I see." Fong Ling's expression visibly brightened. "As long as it wasn't intentional, I'm relieved. What means of contact do you prefer? May I have your phone number?" Sure. It's 175-7356. Sumu replied without hesitation. Fong Ling meticulously noted the number on a small piece of paper. With a vigorous nod, she promptly thrust the pink cloth bag into Sumu's hands, seemingly fearing he might refuse, and hurriedly made her way to the classroom door. Before departing, she exclaimed, "I shall take my leave now." Sumu, gazing at the cloth bag in his hands, shook his head in bemusement. Upon opening the bag, he discovered a collection of vitality-enhancing potions and a data disk, seemingly intended to contain techniques for physical training and breathing exercises. The combined worth of these items was certainly no less than 100,000. Such valuables were rather extravagant, leaving Sumu momentarily at a loss as to whether to accept them. He was not particularly adept at managing such situations. After stowing the bag into his drawer and concealing it with his backpack, he briskly made his way out of the classroom. Soon, he arrived at the training hall. The atmosphere was reminiscent of the last time, yet this occasion bore a contrast. While some individuals were brimming with eager anticipation, others appeared somewhat disheartened. After all, it was common for everyone to occasionally test their vitality levels at nearby martial arts schools, thus they were well aware of their own progress over the past month. Sumu found himself positioned toward the back of the line. Among those tested before him, Fong Ling achieved the highest vitality level of 1591, surpassing previous reports of 1586, indicating a notable improvement. This vitality score was indeed unparalleled in their class, even eliciting surprise from Zhang Heliu. Given the current rate of progress, it seemed plausible that, in 5 months, one could aspire to enroll in a prestigious martial arts university. After several more individuals were tested, it finally came time for Sumu. As his name was announced, an immediate hush fell over the training hall. This name had left an indelible mark on everyone's memory due to the harrowing incident involving the cultists a month prior. Beyond his courageous exploits, which included rescuing a female classmate from the clutches of the cultists through sheer bravery and strategy, What captivated the audience was Su Mu's initial vitality test score of an astonishing 4.13. Everyone was eager to discern how he had fared since that time. Do you think Su Mu's vitality has increased in this past month? I reckon it must have risen by at least 40 or 50 points. Li Ming from our class, who initially scored only 0.8, has now surpassed 12. With Su Mu's starting score of 4.13, it would be unreasonable for it not to have reached 40 or 50 by now, wouldn't it? Who knows? But judging by the way he is breathing and the aura he emits, it seems his vitality must have improved considerably. Could it be that he has awakened a talent for martial arts, facilitating such rapid advancement? Who can say? However, that seems very likely. How envious. My own awakened talent is merely mediocre, sighed one girl. Go, Su Mu, cheered some of the girls nearby. You can do it, Mu Gu. This is the voice of Li Shangdong, who, in an attempt to overshadow the voices of the girls, has somehow procured a microphone. He was immediately met with a fierce glare from Zhang Heliu. Besides the students, the teachers also paused their work momentarily, gathering around Class 5. Old Jiang, what do you think Su Mu from your class will score on this vitality test? Surely it can't be 60 or 70? 60 or 70? That would be absurd. Wouldn't that mean he could reach the realm of a first-tier martial artist in just 5 months? I recall that last year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer barely managed to reach the first tier. You know nothing. What does the top scorer mean? The truly exceptional individuals were already recruited through the genius training camp before the exam. Those who participate in the exam are merely those who were not selected in advance. They cannot be deemed true geniuses. However, I must admit, if Su Mu from Class 5 manages to score 60 or 70, he may indeed have a chance to enter the genius training camp. Enough with the wild speculations, just watch quietly, Zhang Heliu interjected, her gaze fixated anxiously on Su Mu, who was now standing before the vitality testing device. In the next moment, the eerily silent training hall was filled with a figure that left everyone in disbelief. 101. 75. Chapter 25, A New Reward. The Genius Training Camp. 101, 75. Everyone was left in disbelief, questioning whether they had misheard. Several teachers responsible for the energy and blood testing apparatus instinctively gathered around it, examining for any malfunction. There was none. After a brief confirmation, they reached a unanimous conclusion. If there were no issues, it meant that Su Mu's energy and blood value had soared from 4.13 to an astounding 101.75 within a month, marking him as a first-level martial artist. As this conclusion dawned upon them, shock was palpable in every gaze. They had anticipated that Su Mu's ascension might be impressive. Yet they could never have imagined it would be this extraordinary. In merely a month, he had gained over 90 points. At this rate, what heights would Su Mu achieve in 5 months? Zhang Heliu, Su Mu's homeroom teacher, could hardly contain his excitement and astonishment. It was incomprehensible that such a prodigious talent had emerged within his class. Meanwhile, Su Mu's classmates were rendered speechless. Previously, some had speculated that due to familial circumstances, Su Mu's progress might be limited. However, his current performance was a resounding slap to their faces. A first-level martial artist. Even if he was merely at the initial stage. Let us not forget that last year's National College Entrance Examination top scorer was also just a first-level martial artist at that stage. For many, reaching the initial stage of a first-level martial artist is a height they may never attain in their lifetime. The path of martial arts is fundamentally about cultivating one's energy and blood. As one ages, failing to achieve a certain level within a specific age range leads to a decline in energy. Some may spend their entire lives striving, yet find themselves stuck at the 9th level of martial apprentice, with becoming a first-level martial artist being their lifelong aspiration. Much like many of Su Mu's high school teachers, who themselves were only at the 8th or 9th levels of martial apprentice, Su Mu, having just awakened his talent and embarked on the martial path a mere month ago, had reached heights they had not attained even after decades of effort. Brother Mu is incredible, Li Shangdong exclaimed excitedly with a microphone in hand. Remarkably, this time, Zhang Heliu did not reprimand him. After a moment's pause, he joined in, shouting, "Incredible! Sumu is incredible. Instantly, the training hall erupted with a chorus of voices. When one is merely a step above others, jealousy may arise, but when one reaches heights that others cannot fathom, admiration replaces envy. They recognize that you have transcended their level, and they may even take pride in having once known you, sharing the same high school. Such is human nature. In the face of such a scene, Sumu found himself momentarily disoriented. As he stepped down from the blood test apparatus, he was met with a multitude of admiring glances from his classmates. Brother Mu, you are simply incredible. From now on, I'm determined to cling to you like a lifeline, Li Xiangdong said with a fawning expression, inching closer to Sumu. Sumu cast him a disdainful glance. Spare me, that's not my style. Before long, Fangling had appeared beside Sumu and Li Xiangdong, gazing at Sumu with admiration. Sumu, you are truly remarkable. May I consult you regarding any cultivation issues I might encounter in the future? Of course, we are classmates, so there is no need for such formality. By the way, Fangling, about the gift you gave. Sumu began, but before he could finish, Fangling seemed to anticipate his thoughts and quickly interrupted. Sumu, this is merely a token of my goodwill. If you refuse, it would sadden me greatly. Moreover, the contents are not particularly valuable. If you truly do not fancy it, feel free to discard it. It is yours now, and you may do with it as you please. With Fangling's words laid bare, Sumu found it difficult to continue his refusal. She then added, by the way, Sumu, I suppose we can consider ourselves friends now, right? Please refrain from calling me classmate Fangling in such a formal manner. Just call me Fangling or Lingling. Nodding thoughtfully, Sumu replied, very well, I shall call you Fangling from now on. And you may address me as Sumu. Upon hearing Sumu's choice to call her by her first name, a fleeting look of disappointment crossed Fangling's face, but it was quickly replaced by a bright smile. All right. After a brief exchange, Fangling turned to leave. As soon as she departed, Li Xiangdong adopted a gossipy demeanor. TSK, Brother Mu, your fortune with the ladies is quite remarkable. It seems ever since you heroically rescued her last time, the class beauty has taken quite an interest in you. Sumu shot him a warning glare. Don't speak nonsense. He shook his head. He understood Fangling's intentions all too well. However, on one hand, he had no particular feelings for her at the moment. On the other hand, with the impending doom facing humanity, what room was there for matters of the heart? As Sumu pondered how to approach his class teacher about the matter at hand, Zhang Yilu appeared by his side, seemingly out of nowhere. Teacher. Sumu. Quite impressive. Li Xiangdong, you ought to follow Sumu's example. If you encounter any difficulties in your training, do not hesitate to seek his guidance. I never expected one of my students to surpass me in martial prowess, Zhang Yilu remarked, a broad smile illuminating his face as he regarded Sumu. Teacher. You flatter me, Sumu replied, feeling a tad embarrassed. If not for that diary, he would still be an ordinary high school student. Do you have any matters to attend to? If not, come with me, the principal wishes to speak with you about something. The principal is looking for me? Sumu raised an eyebrow, then nodded. Very well. He followed Zhang Yilu once more to the principal's office, a place he had visited a month prior. Upon entering the office, Sumu immediately noticed 3 cups of tea prepared on the table. Welcome, Sumu, Teacher Jiang, please join us as well, after all. He is a student from your class. The principal beckoned Sumu and Zhang Helia to take a seat on the sofa. It was evident that, in contrast to their previous encounter, the principal's demeanor towards Sumu had noticeably softened. Congratulations, Sumu. In less than a month, you have ascended to the realm of a first-level martial artist. Even the prodigies from the 9th safe zone would be hard-pressed to match such an achievement, he continued. The primary reason for summoning you today is to discuss a few matters. First and foremost, after consulting with the school's administration, we have concluded that, given your remarkable training progress, you are fully eligible for the first-class scholarship, amounting to a total of 180,000 yuan. We have decided to grant you this scholarship in advance. Additionally, you will not need to attend the blood vitality tests for the next 5 months. Thank you to the school, Sumu replied, not wishing to decline. While 180,000 yuan might seem modest to him at present, as a child from an ordinary family, he could not regard it as an insignificant sum. There is another matter, the principal said, casting a glance at Zheng Heliu before returning his gaze to Su Mu. I wonder if Teacher Jiang has ever mentioned it to you. He paused. The Genius Training Camp. Chapter 26, Letters of Recommendation. The Alien Hunting Grounds. The Genius Training Camp? Su Mu recalled having heard of this during class. However, at that time, he was acutely aware of his own abilities and understood that anything associated with genius had little relevance to him. Thus, he did not delve deeply into the subject. He had heard of it, but his understanding was limited. At this moment, Zhang Heliu began to elucidate. The Genius Training Camp is a premier institution established by several top martial arts universities in the Great Xia, authorized by the Great Xia Martial Alliance. Those who excel in the Genius Training Camp are granted the privilege of bypassing the Gokao and are directly admitted to the foremost martial arts universities in Great Xia, receiving full scholarships and various preferential conditions. The principal added. The scholarships for freshmen at these elite martial arts universities are not to be compared with the trivial sums awarded at our school. It is said that the highest can reach an astonishing 10 million. 10 million! Su Mu exclaimed, taken aback. The principal nodded in affirmation. This is merely the most basic reward from the Genius Training Camp. The knowledge and skills one can acquire there are beyond what we ordinary individuals can fathom. Since its inception, every individual who has achieved remarkable results in the Genius Training Camp and survived has invariably become a renowned figure among humanity. However, Zhang Heliu cautioned, entering the Genius Training Camp requires one to be prepared. Compared to the conventional Gokao, it possesses an exceedingly high elimination rate. It is rumored that in the most rigorous session of the Genius Training Camp, as much as 3/4 of its members were eliminated. And there is a certain probability of fatalities due to encounters with alien beings, though this risk is relatively low, perhaps one unlucky soul per dozen sessions. The Genius Training Camp will encounter alien beings? Su Mu's eyes lit up. Zhang Heliu nodded, emphasizing, not only will you encounter them, but the aliens in the Genius Training Camp are those who have fought on the battlefield of myriad races. To clarify, the aliens encountered here are vastly different from those you typically see in the alien hunting grounds managed by martial arts academies, which are situated closer to human territories. The aliens there are periodically called by the responsible academies and possess limited combat experience. In terms of combat strength and species classification, they rank among the weakest. In contrast, the aliens one may encounter in the Genius Training Camp are truly formidable beings who have battled on the front lines. Their combat prowess and understanding of humanity far surpass those found in the alien hunting grounds. Some aliens may even possess innate A-level or even S-level talents, their strength exceeding your wildest imagination. At this juncture, the principal also interjected. Thus, esteemed classmate Su Mu, our school currently has an opportunity to report to participate in the Genius Training Camp. However, as Teacher Jiang has already conveyed to you, the elimination rate and risks associated with this camp are considerable. Whether or not to participate, and in which prestigious martial arts university's Genius Training Camp to enroll, I hope you will ponder this matter carefully. This week, both Teacher Jiang and I will be available at the school. Once you have made your decision, feel free to approach either of us, and we shall assist you in completing the necessary forms for submission. Su Mu, however, displayed a glimmer of eagerness and decisively proclaimed, there is no need for further contemplation, Principal, I shall participate. As for the institution, I wish to enroll in the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Su Mu, you need not rush your decision. The Genius Training Camp involves the myriad races battlefield. It would be prudent to discuss this with your family before making a final choice, Teacher Zhang advised. Moreover, the Longjing Martial Arts University you have selected boasts the highest elimination rate among all Genius Training Camps. Are you certain you do not wish to deliberate further? Yet, Su Mu did not waver in his resolve. He was eager to face the trials ahead, believing that increased difficulty often equated to greater opportunities for honing his abilities. Furthermore, Longjing Martial Arts University was not only a requirement in his diary but also the institution attended by Gu Yanqi. Although he professed to set aside romantic considerations for the moment, The mere thought of potentially studying at the same university as Gu Yanqi stirred an inexplicable excitement within him. She should still be in her third year, he mused. Principal, Teacher Jiang, I have made my decision. I will attend the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. I kindly request that you assist me in submitting my application, he declared with unwavering determination. Upon hearing Su Mu's resolute stance, the principal and Teacher Jiang ceased their attempts to dissuade him. They exchanged a knowing glance, after which the principal stepped aside to retrieve a form from his desk. Please fill out this form and provide your signature, and we shall submit it on your behalf. The camp commences in 1 month, during which I encourage you to focus on your training. You are now a first-tier martial artist and can officially begin practicing martial techniques. The highest level of our school library contains various martial skills. Feel free to borrow them as needed. As the principal of the school, I sincerely wish you success in the Genius Training Camp. Su Mu promptly completed the form and handed it to the principal. I will do my utmost, Principal. Thank you for this opportunity. The principal accepted the form with a smile, saying, This is well deserved. Who knows, our school may one day produce an extraordinary individual. Be cautious and prioritize your safety, Teacher Jiang added, offering his advice. I will, Teacher Jiang, Su Mu nodded, and then a thought struck him. Ah, Principal. There is one matter I would like to request from the school. Yes? Please speak. If it is within my capacity to assist you, I shall do my utmost. Su Mu spoke. Indeed, Principal, as you are aware, I have now ascended to the rank of a first-level martial artist. And it is time for me to commence my training in martial arts. However, I believe that merely sparring with individuals from the Martial Arts Academy will not yield significant improvement. Therefore, I wish to venture into the Alien Beast Hunting Grounds. The Alien Beast Hunting Grounds are situated at the intersection of the human realm and the battlefield of myriad races, a place teeming with a multitude of alien creatures. Some of these beings are indigenous to this area, while others have been deliberately captured and confined here. Among these alien entities, there exist no exceptionally powerful beings. They primarily serve as targets for those who lack the strength to engage in the battlefield of myriad races yet seek to gain valuable combat experience. The hunting grounds are divided into several zones, each overseen by various martial arts academies located at the rear of the human realm. These academies can profit by hunting the alien creatures, collecting materials and sustenance from them, or by renting out opportunities to human martial artists seeking to enhance their skills and experience. To maintain control over the alien creatures within the hunting grounds, the academies conduct regular purges. To obtain access to the hunting grounds, one must meet the prerequisite of being a martial artist for no less than 3 months at the first level. However, there is some flexibility in this requirement. Exceptional students from certain academies, upon receiving a letter of recommendation from their school, may bypass this 3-month criterion. This is precisely what Su Mu hoped to request assistance with from the school. He swiftly conveyed this matter to the principal, who, after a brief contemplation, nodded in agreement. No problem. This coincides perfectly with your preparations for the talented training camp. Moreover, with the protection of the Martial Arts Academy, you are unlikely to encounter significant danger in the hunting grounds. I shall promptly draft a letter of recommendation for you. Do you have a particular academy in mind? Firestorm Martial Academy, Su Mu replied, having diligently prepared for this moment. Chapter 27, Now is the time for learning. The Fierce Fire Martial Arts School holds the largest territory among the hunting grounds of alien species within the third safe zone. Naturally, the dangers it presents are unparalleled among all martial arts institutions. However, danger is the least of Su Mu's concerns. The principal swiftly completed the necessary arrangements. After bidding farewell to the principal, Su Mu departed the office with the school's reward of 180,000. Upon leaving, he returned to the classroom, where only Li Shangdong remained, eagerly awaiting his arrival. Brother Mu, you finally made it. Li Shangdong exclaimed with a smile as he approached Su Mu. I booked a double room at the Blue Sky Internet CAF. Let us celebrate your entry into the realm of the first stage martial artist with an all-nighter. I'll cover all the expenses. Su Mu shot him a glance of disbelief. Did you think I came to hang out online? ISNT that. Li Shangdong's smile faltered. With a light punch, Su Mu replied, less all-nighters, it's detrimental to your vitality. The college entrance examination is just 5 months away, aren't you the least bit anxious? Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Li Shangdong wore a forlorn expression. Of course. I am anxious. But there's little I can do. My awakened talent is merely an ordinary E-grade, and my family isn't wealthy. Even gaining admission to a third-tier martial arts university will require considerable effort on my part. Understanding his friend's plight, Su Mu patted him on the shoulder. Wait here a moment. He pulled a notebook from his backpack and began to write and sketch rapidly. About half an hour later, he closed the notebook and handed it to Li Shangdong. Brother Mu, what is this? Inside were teachings on a body refinement technique, a breathing method, and a potion formula. The body refinement technique and breathing method should greatly surpass what he was currently practicing. As for the potion formula, it was named the Bone Strengthening and Muscle Nourishing Powder, boasting a blood enhancement effect 3 times that of the blood replenishing powder, with a preparation cost of only 1,000. Though the body refinement technique and breathing method Su Mu selected for Li Shangdong could not compare to his own techniques, the 10,000 races body refinement and the innate fetal breathing method, they were nonetheless exceptional in their own right. The reason he refrained from sharing the more advanced methods was not out of stinginess, rather. Both the 10,000 races body refinement and the innate fetal breathing method possess exceedingly high training difficulties. The 10,000 races body refinement requires adaptability through various stages, while the innate fetal breathing method would likely take Li Shangdong over half a year to even grasp, given his aptitude. Su Mu's ability to train in these techniques stemmed entirely from the fact that they had been specifically chosen for him by Shenlong, who also provided continuous guidance in correcting his movements and breathing patterns. In contrast, the body refinement technique and breathing method Su Mu had selected for Li Shangdong were far more accessible, and coupled with the bone strengthening and muscle nourishing powder, he would have no trouble steadily advancing to the level of a third-stage martial artist. As Li Shangdong received the notebook from Su Mu, he pondered over the contents that had been bestowed upon him. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Li Shangdong nearly dropped the notebook from his hands in sheer astonishment. Brother Mu, this is far too valuable, isn't it? He grasped the notebook as if it were a hot potato. The body refinement techniques and breathing methods contained within. Where did you acquire them? You wouldn't have taken it upon yourself to impart these to me, would you? Brother Mu, such an act would violate the martial artist's code. It is simply not permissible. With a resigned sigh, Su Mu pressed the notebook into his embrace. Rest assured, the techniques and methods within have never surfaced in the market. You may as well consider them my own creation. As for the potion formulas, feel free to utilize them, they originated from me. There is no issue with you using them for personal purposes without seeking profit. But this is far too precious, Brother Mu. I cannot accept it. Li Shangdong's face contorted, on the verge of tears from emotion. Enough of that. Just take it, Su Mu insisted. Use it well for your training. In 5 months. If you do not gain admission to a top martial arts university, you will have disappointed me. Brother Mu, you truly are like a brother to me. Li Shangdong exclaimed, embracing Su Mu tightly. However, Su Mu promptly pushed him away, preparing to tidy up. He also intended to utilize the items gifted by Fongling. The body refinement techniques and breathing methods would not be of use to him, he could later have his mother sell them in the market, as they had yet to be bound to a learner. Upon returning home and finishing dinner, Su Mu did not immediately begin practicing the body refinement techniques. Instead, he retreated to his room and retrieved a notebook. Species, Red-Toothed Rabbit Clan, Vitality, 10 to 55, Martial Disciple 1st layer to 5th layer, Talent, 1C grade, Cunning Rabbit's Burrow, Agile Ears. D grade, Enhanced Sense of Smell. Habitat, residing underground in the No. 1 forest of the western war zone of the myriad races. Weakness, eyes, damage inflicted on the eyes will render the Red-Toothed Rabbit Clan incapable of resistance. Species, Cloud Mouse Clan, Vitality, 25 to 80, Martial Disciple 2nd layer to 8th layer, Talent, 1B grade, Frenzied Mouse Teeth. C grade, Instant Acceleration. Habitat, residing in the No. 3 forest of the eastern war zone of the myriad races. Weakness, ears. The Cloud Mouse Clan has particularly sensitive ears. Utilizing sound-based martial techniques can yield extraordinary effects. The vitality ranges, talents, habits. and weaknesses of each species were diligently recorded by Sumu in the notebook. Subsequently, he began to memorize the contents. Although he possessed Shenlong as his universal encyclopedia, Sumu believed that only what resided within his own mind could truly be deemed his. One could never know what might happen should he unexpectedly lose this talent. Thus, he resolved to seize this opportunity for thorough study. Furthermore, even if the talent were to remain during actual combat, there would hardly be time to listen to the myriad of information or introductions regarding talents one by one. Only through genuine learning can one effectively apply knowledge in the heat of battle. Simultaneously, this discovery by Sumu reveals a remarkable method of utilizing death's reset. Upon experiencing death, his physical enhancements revert to their state from 12 hours prior, rendering the practice of physical cultivation ill-advised when anticipating such a reset. However, memory remains intact. The knowledge Sumu acquires prior to each reset does not dissipate. If he adeptly employs this interval to study the knowledge of myriad races and talents alongside Deep Blue, he could potentially gain an additional 24 hours of learning compared to others within a single day. Moreover, as his mental acuity escalates, this surplus of time will only increase. Thus, it is conceivable that with Sumu's persistent study, he may one day transform into a living embodiment of Deep Blue. Next, he will delve into the study of talents, and after dedicating 12 hours to this pursuit, he will commence practicing visualization techniques. Sumu exhaled deeply, striving to maximize every available moment. Chapter 28, Cultivating Martial Arts Techniques. After 2 more attempts at practicing the Divine Demon visualization method, Sumu had yet to achieve success. However, he remained undaunted. Mastery of the visualization technique is not an endeavor that can be accomplished in a single day. It demands both mental fortitude and a stroke of luck. With no intention of reverting to a previous state, Sumu gathered his belongings and left his home, making his way to the nearby Fire Martial Arts Hall. Upon entering the realm of the first-tier martial artist, it became imperative to incorporate the training of martial techniques alongside the daily practices of body refinement and breathing methods. While the movements for body refinement and breathing exercises can be performed at home with relative ease, the practice of martial techniques necessitates appropriate weapons and space, which is better found at a martial arts hall. Furthermore, equipped with a letter of recommendation from his school, Sumu was perfectly positioned to obtain a pass to the beast hunting grounds at the Fire Martial Arts Hall. Upon arriving at the hall, Sumu procured a membership ID and, under the guidance of the staff, underwent the assessment for first-tier martial artist status. This classification can be conducted at the Martial Alliance branch in the Great Xia or at any recognized martial arts hall. However, it is worth noting that martial arts halls are only authorized to certify up to 4th-tier martial artists. Higher rankings necessitate a visit to the Martial Alliance branch. After verifying his vitality levels and completing the assessment, the staff presented Sumu with a medal badge inscribed with the number 1. The reverse side bore the 4 characters of the Great Xia Martial Alliance. With this badge, Sumu was officially recognized as a first-tier martial artist by the Great Xia. Once the badge was secured, Sumu proceeded to request a pass to the beast hunting grounds from the staff at the Fire Martial Arts Hall. Thanks to his letter of recommendation, the process was expedited, allowing him to acquire the pass in a timely manner. With all arrangements finalized, Sumu rented a training room within the hall. Upon entering the training room, Sumu embarked on a new round of body refinement exercises. The breathing method remained unchanged. However, the chapter of the 10,000 races body refinement technique he practiced required a more advanced version. According to Shenlong, each time one ascends to a higher realm, the training of the 10,000 races body refinement technique adapts to the individual's unique physical data, ensuring that practitioners possess the finest foundation and condition at each stage. Having reached the status of a first-tier martial artist, Sumu's new chapters for training were limited to 2, the Earth Bear Clan and the Patterned Cloud Tiger Clan. The Earth Bear Clan is renowned for its strength and defense, with physical prowess that is unparalleled among first-tier martial artists. Conversely, the Patterned Cloud Tiger Clan is celebrated for its strength and speed, also ranking among the elite in terms of physical capabilities within the first-tier realm. In truth, the true might within the myriad races lies with certain divine, demonic, celestial, and ancient lineages. Regrettably, these races have not experienced the first-tier martial artist phase. Many may be born as 5th or 6th-tier martial artists. Consequently, at Sumu's current stage, he is unable to practice the body refinement techniques representative of those formidable lineages. After selecting the body refinement technique, Sumu swiftly began his practice in conjunction with the breathing method. Drops of sweat cascaded onto the floor of the training room. Time slipped away unnoticed, and eventually, Sumu collapsed onto the ground. Although this phase of the body refinement technique was a chapter shorter than that of the martial disciple stage, the difficulty had, in fact, increased significantly. Initially, Sumu believed that with his current physical fitness, he could manage to practice it 7 or 8 times, yet by the third iteration, he found himself utterly exhausted and unable to rise again. After resting for a while, Sumu finally stood up again, enduring the fatigue coursing through his body, and commenced his training in martial skills. The choices for martial techniques had long been prepared for him by Deep Blue. The techniques selected were the most suitable for Sumu at this stage and represented the pinnacle of what he could cultivate. There were 3 martial techniques in total. The first technique, an offensive skill, was the whirlwind sword technique. This technique was created 3 years hence by a martial artist who called himself the whirlwind sword. With this technique, he had faced no rivals among the 3 realms of warriors, exhibiting a fierce swordplay characterized by incredible speed. The momentum of his strikes was infused with a fierce wind, causing each successive blow to come faster than the last, akin to a tempestuous storm. The second technique, pertaining to movement, was the proximal sword steps. This technique was conceived 5 years later by a human swordsman and allows for rapid, consecutive movements within a minuscule distance during close combat. The third technique, which involved sound waves, was the layered wave sword chant. This technique was developed 3 years later by a human swordsman who deliberately controlled the vibrations generated by the collision of swords during battle to produce a resonant chant that inflicted damage upon enemies. These 3 martial techniques were meticulously chosen based on Sumu's inherent characteristics. With his SSS grade talent for sword clarity, training in sword-related martial skills was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The synergy between whirlwind sword technique and proximal sword steps, with their swift speed and formidable offensive power, would render them a nightmare for any adversary. In the realm of martial arts, speed is the ultimate weapon. Furthermore, the layered wave sword chant would not only inflict additional harm in conventional battles but would also prove remarkably effective against certain foes who feared sound-based techniques. Having selected these 3 martial techniques, Sumu promptly commenced his training. Within the training room, the sound of swords slicing through the air echoed intermittently. Moments later, gazing at the ravaged state of the training room, Sumu collapsed once more onto the floor. The extent of destruction was within the bounds of normal wear and tear, and the rental fee he had paid encompassed this aspect. Fortunately, due to his SSS grade talent for sword clarity, Sumu fully mastered the 3 sword techniques in merely a few hours. The next step was to apply them in actual combat. However, the hour was already quite late. It is not suitable to venture into the alien hunting grounds today. I shall attempt to refine my martial skills there tomorrow instead. After tidying up my belongings, Sumu returned home directly. Upon entering, the delightful aroma of food wafted into Sumu's nostrils. Brother! The one most delighted by Sumu's return was none other than Su Yang. Ever since Sumu awakened his talents and embarked on the path of martial arts, the family's meals have largely been prepared according to his preferences. When Sumu is absent, no one in the household dares to lift their chopsticks. Each time Su Yang returns home from school, he can only gaze longingly at the dishes, waiting impatiently for Sumu's arrival. Observing Su Yang's eager expression, nearly drooling with anticipation, Sumu could only smile helplessly. He then affectionately ruffled Su Yang's hair and said, "Let us eat." Chapter 29, The Exotic Hunting Grounds. Fong-toothed rats and spotted serpents. Here, I wish to remind you that even within the exotic hunting grounds, absolute safety cannot be guaranteed. Should you encounter troubles beyond your capacity to resolve, feel free to activate the distress mode on your wristband. Dying within the exotic hunting grounds is hardly a matter of glory. Additionally, a fee of 30% will be levied on any exotic creatures acquired from these grounds. At the break of dawn, Sumu boarded the designated vehicle arranged by the Fire Martial Arts Institute and arrived at the area overseen by the institute within the exotic hunting grounds. He had arranged to meet Gu Qian from Danfeng Pharmaceutical in the afternoon. The daylight hours were perfectly suited for honing his skills in the exotic battlefield. After the supervisor outlined some precautions regarding the exotic hunting grounds, he led Sumu and his group into the designated area. The wristbands are equipped with location tracking. Should you stray beyond the confines of the Fire Martial Arts Institute, an alarm will sound. I trust you are all aware of the regulations. Within our jurisdiction, we provide a certain level of safety, and in the event of danger, the Fire Martial Arts Institute will respond promptly. However, should you venture outside our designated area and find yourself in peril, do not hold us accountable for any negligence. After distributing the wristbands, the supervisor allowed everyone to enter the exotic hunting grounds independently. The section of the exotic hunting grounds managed by the Fire Martial Arts Institute is a vast forest. Accompanying Sumu into the exotic realm were over 10 individuals, mostly forming small groups. Only Sumu ventured alone. Young man. Seeing you so young yet already a martial artist suggests you possess quite remarkable talent and aptitude. While the exotics in this hunting ground may not compare to those in the 10,000 races battlefield, some possess considerable power. In fact, there are even exotics with psychic abilities within the area overseen by the Fire Martial Arts Institute. Exploring this realm alone is rather unsafe. Why not temporarily join our group for mutual support? A bearded man from one of the teams spoke up, noticing Sumu's solitude. Sumu shook his head, responding, "Thank you for your kindness, but I prefer to try this alone for now." He was well aware of the presence of psychic exotics in this area, which was precisely why he chose to come to the region managed by the Fire Martial Arts Institute. What he sought was a challenge. Joining a group would render the experience too safe, which would not serve his purpose. Seeing Sumu's refusal, the bearded man chuckled awkwardly but did not press the issue. However, a woman with a generous bosom nearby seemed somewhat displeased and remarked sarcastically, "Brother, didn't I tell you not to be overly kind? If you're willing, that's one thing, but he doesn't seem to appreciate it. Better this way. It saves us from carrying a dead weight." She emphasized the phrase dead weight with deliberate intent. Hearing this, Sumu could only smile wryly. Given his disposition, he was not one to be affected by such remarks. The bearded man shot a fierce glare at the voluptuous woman. However, such a gesture only served to heighten her discontent. She pouted and turned her gaze away. Sumu chose to disregard the commotion among them and swiftly made his way into the depths of the forest. His purpose for this expedition was twofold: on one hand, to engage in combat with the alien races within the hunting grounds, thereby honing his martial skills; on the other, to scout for any suitable talents to acquire, particularly those of a mental nature. Yet, he was aware that such talents were inherently scarce, and thus he did not harbor high hopes. Upon entering the forest, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft whispering sound. The air was imbued with a faint earthy aroma. To Sumu's astonishment, as he practiced his innate breathing technique, he found it flowed more smoothly than usual. Even his vital energy surged more vigorously. Indeed, the energy in the atmosphere behind the human territories was markedly superior to that of the battlefield teeming with various races. The proximity of the alien hunting grounds to the battlefield afforded such an enhancement. Were he truly amidst the battlefield, the effects would likely be even more pronounced. A brief contemplation led Sumu to comprehend the underlying secret. Thousands of years ago, during the invasion of myriad races, the very land they occupied was the most energetically abundant region of Blue Star. Although the humans had subsequently reclaimed portions of that land and established their territories, the energy in the reclaimed areas paled in comparison to that which had been seized by the invaders. Navigating swiftly through the woods, guided by his experience and the hints provided by the deep blue, Sumu soon discovered traces of the alien creatures. These markings appeared to belong to the fangtooth mouse. Observing the tracks left by the creatures, he concluded their origin. In the next moment, an introduction interface for the fangtooth mouse materialized before him. Species: fangtooth mouse, vitality 100 to 200, early stage of a first realm warrior, talent 1 of A class, stone biting, gold cutting. Habitat: resides in the alien hunting grounds. Vulnerability: eyes. After a cursory glance at the talents of the fangtooth mouse and finding none that suited him, Sumu proceeded towards the direction of the creature. Shortly thereafter, he stumbled upon the trace of the fangtooth mouse, which appeared to be engaged in combat with another alien creature identified as the spotted snake. The spotted snake's strength was comparable to that of the fangtooth mouse, and its talents did not pique Sumu's interest either. Observing the two creatures locked in battle, Sumu employed the inch-step technique, positioning himself beside them. In the next instant, the Gale Sword technique surged forth like a tempest, striking at both alien beings. Although Sumu was merely an initiate in the first realm of warriors, the Gale Sword technique was an immensely powerful martial art. And with his profound comprehension of the sword, he amplified its effectiveness 100-fold. Two beings of formidable strength from a foreign race, confronted by Sumu's Gale Sword technique, could not withstand even a single strike. With my current prowess, it seems that facing a late-stage adversary from the same realm would not pose an insurmountable challenge. Gazing upon the lifeless forms of the two foreign beings, Sumu gained a rudimentary understanding of his present combat capabilities. One cannot help but acknowledge the sheer power of his innate talent, the clarity of the sword heart. Any martial skill related to the sword path can be mastered by him in an exceedingly brief period, enabling him to unleash its potency 100-fold. It is little wonder that the solitary figure from earlier held such an air of arrogance, disdainfully dismissing that group of ineffectual beings. With his attainment of the 8th realm and martial prowess, and bolstered by the clarity of the sword heart, it is likely that his combat strength has reached a truly formidable level. Disposing of the two foreign corpses to the side, Sumu realized that retrieving them was futile, given his need to revert to a previous state. If granted sufficient time, I am confident that I will surpass him. Sumu swiftly vanished into the depths of the forest. Meanwhile, in another part of the woodland, a voice trembled, "Brother, are we destined to perish here?" Chapter 30, Ding. You have been slain by the red-tailed fox. With a swift stroke, Sumu severed the head of an alien creature, casting the lifeless body aside. By now, the number of foes he had dispatched exceeded several dozens. Through numerous battles, he had indeed begun to perceive a distinctly different experience, one entirely absent during mere practice of martial techniques. A peculiar, intense scent of blood wafted through the air as he hastily traversed the forest. Suddenly, a potent stench of blood reached his nostrils, prompting him to furrow his brow. He quickly dashed toward the source of the odor. After a few minutes of running, the sight that greeted him sent chills down his spine. Before him, a throng of red-tailed foxes gathered densely, the ground littered with severed limbs and dismembered bodies, while nearby trees bore the stains of splattered blood. What could have transpired? A cursory glance revealed at least 100 red-tailed foxes in his line of sight. This was highly unusual. Such gregarious creatures, once their numbers exceeded 100, posed a significant threat to ordinary martial artists. The Fire Martial Arts Academy would never allow red-tailed foxes to proliferate to such an extent. Yet, why had they reached this level? What troubled Sumu further were the dismembered remains on the ground, which appeared to be freshly slain. Typically, martial artists entering the alien hunting grounds, even when faced with insurmountable danger, could activate the distress button on their wristbands, thereby generating a protective shield around themselves and sending out a rescue signal to the Fire Martial Arts Academy. Rescue personnel would arrive within 5 minutes. However, the mangled corpses before him clearly indicated that these individuals had not even had the opportunity to press the distress button. At that moment, a voice suddenly disrupted Sumu's thoughts. Hurry, run. He turned toward the sound, recognizing the speaker as the voluptuous woman who had invited him into the forest upon his arrival, now drenched in blood. A large chunk of flesh had been bitten from her right shoulder, rendering her a gruesome sight. Had it not been for her unmistakable figure, Sumu might not have recognized her at first glance. Behind her, several red-tailed foxes lunged toward her. It was evident that escape was impossible. The urgency in her voice, likely spurred by the sight of Sumu, was a final desperate warning. You fool! Don't just stand there. Run! Get far away and immediately press the distress button. Recognizing Sumu, the woman shouted even louder in his direction. In the next instant, she was pounced upon by the pursuing red-tailed foxes. A sharp-toothed red-tailed fox suddenly sank its fangs into her, tearing away a large piece of flesh. Upon witnessing this scene, a flicker of anger crossed Sumu's face. Damn those foreign creatures! With a fierce shake of his sword, he charged towards the voluptuous woman. The Gale Sword technique. The sword energy poured forth like a torrential storm, cascading upon the group of red-tailed foxes. With a series of piercing sounds, the formidable force instantaneously dispatched several of the foxes. Sumu turned his gaze towards the voluptuous woman, who seemed to cling to life by a thread. She looked up. astonished to see that Sumu had saved her from the jaws of those red-tailed foxes. However, her surprise quickly morphed into a look of urgency. Run! There's a psychic talent. After uttering these words, the voluptuous woman seemed unable to bear the pain any longer and closed her eyes. Upon hearing her words, Sumu was momentarily taken aback. A psychic talent? Wasn't he here at the Flame Martial Arts Academy to explore the possibility of encountering a being with such a gift? Just then, a sharp cry echoed from behind the group of red-tailed foxes. As the piercing sound reached his ears, Sumu felt as though his mind had been struck by a heavy hammer. Dizziness overcame him, and in that fleeting moment of distraction, several red-tailed foxes launched an attack. Fortunately, due to having experienced death and resurrection multiple times, his mental fortitude was significantly stronger than that of an average individual. The dizziness did not persist for long. Just as several red-tailed foxes were about to pounce on him, Sumu wielded his sword, swiftly striking several times in the air. The foxes were instantly dispatched. Following this, he activated the inch sword step, darting into the midst of the foxes. The Gale Sword Technique. The Wave Sword Chant. As the sword light flickered, crimson blood flowed across the ground like a stream. Sumu advanced towards the source of the shrill cry. Along the way, red-tailed foxes surged towards him. Yet within the impenetrable momentum of his Gale Sword Technique, those rushing forward became mere souls claimed by his blade. Before long, Sumu found himself at the heart of the red-tailed fox swarm. Not far away, he spotted a larger red-tailed fox, distinguishable by its two tails, gnawing on a corpse. Upon seeing the remains, Sumu's pupils constricted. The corpse belonged to none other than the bearded uncle who had previously invited him. The uncle was now lifeless. Half of his face devoured, exposing a stark white skull mixed with blood. Witnessing such a gruesome sight, Sumu felt an inexplicable wave of nausea and revulsion wash over him. He turned his gaze towards the two-tailed red-tailed fox, which appeared to have noticed him as well. In its pitch-black eyes, a flicker of human-like confusion passed. However, in the next moment, it unleashed a ferocious roar directed at Sumu. Accompanying this cry, a swarm of crimson-tailed foxes surged swiftly towards him. Before Sumu, the information regarding this particular fox materialized: race, crimson-tailed fox, health points, 795, late stage of first realm warrior, talent, a grade, mental enchantment, habitat, lives in alien hunting grounds. Weakness, neck. As it was a specific creature, its health points and talent were already predetermined. Observing the crimson-tailed foxes charging at him, Sumu felt no fear. After repelling the surrounding foxes with the Gale Sword Technique, he charged directly towards the two-tailed crimson-tailed fox. Upon seeing Sumu rushing towards it, the fox became enraged, emitting a piercing scream. Instantly, Sumu felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. In the next moment, the crimson-tailed fox lunged at Sumu. Aware that the one attacking him was the fox, Sumu ceased his resistance and grasped the creature firmly, preventing its escape. The captured fox, filled with fury, began to gnash its teeth at Sumu. He felt a sharp pain radiating from his neck as the world around him gradually descended into darkness. Ding! You have been killed by the crimson-tailed fox. Copy successful. Congratulations on acquiring a grade talent, mental enchantment. Chapter 31, The Successful Cultivation of the Divine and Demonic Visualization. A sudden surge in talent. A-class talent, mental manipulation, the ability to control certain actions of another for a brief period through sound waves or gaze. With the duration of control dependent on one's mental strength. With a sharp intake of breath, Sumu abruptly sat up from his bed. The haunting images of the gruesome demise of the bearded man and the voluptuous woman lingered vividly in his mind. To be honest, it was the first time Sumu had witnessed such a grotesque and blood-chilling scene of an alien race consuming humans. After calming his tumultuous emotions, he began to examine his character panel. Name, Sumu, Vitality, 101, 75, early stage of first realm warrior, mental strength, 11. 52, the average for an untrained human is approximately 0.5, body refinement technique, universal body refinement technique, Earth Bear Clan Edition. Pattern Cloud Tiger Clan Edition, breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method, visualization technique, divine and demonic visualization, martial skills, Gale Sword Art, Inchworm Sword Step. Layered Wave Sword Chant, Talents, EX level, Postmortem Duplication, SSS level, Death Rewind for 12 hours, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart Clarity, a level, Facade Transformation. Mental Manipulation. It appeared that after assimilating the mental talent of the Crimson-Tailed Fox, his mental strength had reached a commendable level. Thus, the character panel now included a special measurement for mental strength. Observing his current mental strength on the panel, a flicker of joy illuminated Sumu's countenance. The average for ordinary humans hovers around 0.5. Previously, due to several resets, his mental strength had only approached 1. However, now, having awakened an A-class mental talent, his mental strength had surged to an impressive 11.52. Surely, this level of mental fortitude would allow him to attempt the cultivation of the divine and demonic visualization once more? Without hesitation, Sumu promptly commenced his practice of the divine and demonic visualization. To his delight, the cultivation process proved surprisingly smooth. Within merely half an hour, he successfully harnessed the mental strength of the Celestial Wing tribe, and shortly thereafter, he also cultivated the mental strength of the Infernal Demon tribe. After mastering the mental strengths of both races, Sumu began a relentless cycle of obliterating and reconstructing his own mental strength using these two forms. Merely a slight diminishment of his mental strength elicited a muffled groan from Sumu. This mental anguish was far more intense than any physical torment. It felt akin to wielding a blade that gradually carved away at one's very soul. Several hours later, Sumu's visage had turned completely ashen. When he finally opened his eyes again, they were veiled with unmistakable fatigue. Yet, the outcome was remarkably gratifying. Through one session of the divine and demonic visualization, Sumu's mental strength had skyrocketed from 11.52 to an astonishing 31.85. The enhancement was substantial, approximately 20 points. Indeed, the elevation of mental strength is considerably more rapid than that of vitality. Sumu had already formed certain conjectures regarding this matter based on the information provided by Deep Blue. The cultivation of mental strength and vitality follows entirely different methodologies. The enhancement of vitality primarily occurs through the continuous extraction and permeation of energy into the body, thereby reinforcing it and augmenting one's vitality. To some extent, the cultivation of vitality relies on external forces for self-improvement. Techniques such as body refining and breathing methods merely serve as mediums to assist in refining these external energies. Conversely, the cultivation of mental strength is fundamentally distinct. It does not depend on external forces, rather, it is predominantly rooted in one's own mental faculties. In examining the visualization techniques of various races, it becomes apparent that they typically initiate from the individual's mental strength to visualize an object, thereby honing their mental prowess. Consequently, the cultivation of mental strength demands a high degree of intrinsic mental capability. This explains why innate talents can enhance mental strength. The power of such talents originates from within. Upon awakening, in order to ensure the effective utilization of one's innate abilities, mental strength receives a boost through the assistance of such talents. Furthermore, due to the unique nature of mental cultivation, as long as one can endure the associated trials and persistently refine their mental capacity, the rate of improvement in mental strength can exceed that of vitality by several folds. At this pace, it is conceivable that in a month's time, Sumu's mental prowess may surpass his vitality level. This conclusion brought a surge of joy to Sumu, as it represented remarkably good news for him. After all, while some adept practitioners can discern vitality levels through various means, mental strength typically remains undetectable to the average individual unless confronted by those possessing special talents. This implies that Sumu would wield an exceedingly potent hidden advantage. In critical moments, employing mental strength to strike at others could deliver unexpectedly fatal blows. Having successfully cultivated the demon god visualization technique, Sumu felt elated. However, it was not yet time to rest easy. Following the enhancement of his mental strength, Sumu needed to experiment with how many times he could revert his state. When Sumu opened his eyes once more, he silently sat up from his bed. After the elevation of his mental strength and with the aid of the various races in the alien hunting ground, he had successfully reverted his state 7 times, thereby duplicating 7 innate abilities. Through these 7 reverts, Sumu had begun to estimate the total number of times he could revert his state. With the enhancement of his mental strength, it was roughly estimated that he could now revert over 50 times. Moreover, he noticed that as the number of consecutive reverts increased, the consumption of mental strength also appeared to escalate. According to Sumu's current situation, he found it effortless to revert to a previous state. However, he chose not to do so again. On one hand, he had already mastered the art of reverting sufficiently, and on the other, he had essentially replicated all the talents of the foreign races within the domain controlled by the Fiery Blaze martial arts school that piqued his interest, rendering further reversion unnecessary. A thought crossed Sumu's mind, and his character panel reappeared before him. Name: Sumu, health points, 101, 75, early stage of first realm martial artist, mental strength, 41. 52, 4th level of martial disciple, body refinement technique, universal body refinement technique, Earth Bear Clan chapter. Pattern Cloud Tiger Clan chapter, breathing technique, innate fetal breathing method, visualization technique, divine demon visualization method, martial skills, Gale sword technique, inch-long sword step. Layered wave sword chant, talents, EX level, posthumous replication, SSS-level, death reversion 12 hours, book of wisdom, clarity of the sword heart, a level, facade alteration, mental manipulation. True sight, healing light, enhanced 5 senses, crimson flame bloodline, B level, mental amplification, wood manipulation, wind manipulation. He retracted the panel. A glint of cold light flashing in Sumu's eyes. The crimson-tailed fox, it was time to settle the score between us. Chapter 32, The Desperate Bearded Uncle. Young man, considering your tender years, you have already become a martial artist. Your awakened talents and qualities must be quite remarkable, wouldn't they? The bearded uncle remarked as they approached the entrance of the alien hunting grounds. Though the creatures here are not as formidable as those on the battlefield of myriad races, some possess considerable power. In the area overseen by the Fireblaze Martial Arts Academy, there are even aliens with psychic abilities. Exploring these hunting grounds alone is rather perilous. Why not temporarily join our group? It would provide mutual support. With a kind expression, the bearded uncle extended his invitation to Sumu once more. Little did anyone suspect that shortly thereafter, this very bearded uncle would fall prey to the jaws of a two-tailed red fox. Holding on to the notions mentioned in his journal, Sumu understood that ignorance could lead to perilous changes. Therefore, he politely declined the bearded uncle's goodwill. Although his primary objective was to slay the two-tailed red fox, Sumu found the bearded uncle to be a decent man. The voluptuous woman accompanying him, despite her sharp tongue, was not inherently malevolent. If circumstances permitted, Sumu harbored a desire to rescue both individuals from the clutches of the red foxes. Brother, I warned you against extending your kindness indiscriminately. Even if you wish to help, they may not appreciate it. Perhaps it is for the best, it saves you from carrying a burden. The voluptuous woman continued her sarcastic demeanor. Hearing similar sentiments, Sumu could only shake his head in resignation, much like the previous occasion. After parting ways with the bearded uncle and the voluptuous woman, Sumu chose not to retrace his earlier path. Instead, he evaluated the 7 talents he had acquired from his 7 resets, while methodically dispatching the aliens. Moving towards the location where the bearded uncle and the voluptuous woman had met their tragic end. During his 7 resets, Sumu had obtained a total of 7 talents. Among these, 3 were classified as B-grade talents, while 4 were A-grade. The B-grade talents included wind manipulation and wood manipulation, both of which are quite common elemental talents. When effectively employed in combat, they could significantly enhance one's fighting prowess. Furthermore, when executing martial techniques, selecting skills that aligned with these elemental talents often yielded tremendous results. Additionally, there was another talent of a psychic nature, which brought Sumu great delight. While attempting to mentally influence a large group of aliens to test the efficacy of his psychic manipulation, he was astonished to find that one particular spotted snake resisted his influence. Through careful observation of its behavior, combined with the insights from the Book of Wisdom, he deduced that its talent was indeed psychic enhancement. Thus, he decisively compelled the spotted snake to contribute its talent. Beyond the 3 B-grade talents, the 4 A-grade talents represented Sumu's greatest gains from this venture. Foremost among them was the Eye of True Sight, which enabled him to see through talents of rank no higher than A-grade. Previously, Sumu relied on observing the behaviors of others to discern their innate talents through the wisdom he possessed. However, now, should an individual's talent rank below S-grade, Sumu is capable of seeing through their abilities directly with his Eye of True Vision. Even if he cannot fully perceive their talent, He can ascertain that it is at least of S grade, thus eliminating any hesitation. When faced with death, it is simply a matter of acceptance. The Eye of True Vision has significantly enhanced Sumu's efficiency in replicating talents in the future, allowing him to anticipate his adversaries and providing a considerable advantage in genuine combat scenarios. The second A-grade talent is the Light of Healing. This ability holds little personal value for Sumu, given that he possesses both the powers of posthumous replication and death rewind. He is disinclined to replicate defensive talents or cultivate defensive martial techniques, preferring instead to ensure a swift demise when necessary. The primary motivation for acquiring the Light of Healing is to facilitate the healing of others. After all, Sumu cannot simply rewind time every time someone is injured or killed. In the inevitable battles against myriad races in the future, injuries and fatalities are unavoidable. And a talent for healing others will undoubtedly assist Sumu in overcoming numerous challenges. The third A-grade talent is Enhanced Senses. This ability can be activated and deactivated at will, thereby augmenting Sumu's combat prowess and enabling reconnaissance during calmer moments. The final A-grade talent is the Crimson Flame Bloodline. This bloodline amplifies the power of fire-based martial techniques by 50% and allows the wielder to envelop their weapons and body in the relentless crimson flame, which can only be extinguished by special means. Ordinary water or earth proves utterly ineffective against it. These talents are among the finest available in the region overseen by the Blazing Fire Martial Arts School. Sumu is discerning in his choice of talents. He understands that an excess of abilities can hinder the optimal development of specific skills. The talents he selects are influenced not only by his own insights but also by the Council of Deep Blue. As Sumu gradually makes his way back to the location of the previous demise of the bearded uncle, on the other side, a voice exclaims in trepidation, "Brother! Are we destined to perish here?" At that moment, the bearded uncle and a voluptuous woman stand back to back, encircled by a group of predatory red-tailed foxes. At the center of this assembly is a two-tailed red-tailed fox, which stands atop two hand rings. The bearded uncle gazes at the rings beneath the dual-tailed fox and clenches his teeth. Initially, they had entered this alien hunting ground with hopes of slaying more creatures for profit. Upon spotting the red-tailed fox, they were filled with joy, for the fox's pelt could fetch a handsome price. However, in their pursuit of the creature, they unwittingly found themselves ensnared in the fox's trap. Upon realizing they were encircled, the two intended to press the distress button on their wristbands. However, at that very moment, a piercing sound pierced the air. After the sound resonated, they found themselves momentarily dazed. It was only when several red-tailed foxes attacked that they snapped back to reality. To their horror, they discovered that their wristbands had been cast at the feet of a two-tailed red-tailed fox. Now, even if they wished to activate the distress signal, they found themselves utterly powerless. Confronted by a throng of red-tailed foxes, their strengths ranging from early to late stages of the first realm, the bearded uncle felt a chill run down his spine. Though he was a late-stage practitioner himself, capable of handling a few red-tailed foxes, the sheer number before him was overwhelming, especially as he had to safeguard his sister behind him. Could it be that today was truly the day they would meet their demise? A flicker of despair crossed the bearded uncle's face. Gao Jing. I will create an opening for you, seize the chance to escape. Chapter 33, The Death of the Two-Tailed Red Fox. Upon hearing the words of the bearded uncle, the ample-chested woman felt a sudden pang in her heart. If they encountered anyone, they should flee immediately and press the emergency button at the first opportunity. The bearded uncle advised. The beast must have awakened a mental talent. And it was precisely this gift that enabled it to lead so many red foxes to survive the onslaught from the Fire Martial Arts Hall. If these red foxes were allowed to thrive further, they could potentially pose a threat to humanity's rearguard. Thus, it was imperative to find a way to convey this information. Listening to the bearded uncle's words, the ample-chested woman seemed to grasp the dire consequences of the red fox's development. She wiped away her tears. I understand, brother. Prepare. The bearded uncle shouted. Just then, they suddenly heard a sword's chant emanating from a distance. They turned towards the sound. And not far away, it appeared as if a fierce tiger had charged into a flock of sheep, causing the heads of the red foxes to soar into the air. Brother, what is happening over there? The bearded uncle inquired, his eyes flashing with a glimmer of red, and the next moment, astonishment crossed his face. It was a person. As the two were engaged in conversation, the encirclement formed by the red foxes had unexpectedly been breached. At that moment, the bearded uncle and the ample-chested woman finally caught a glimpse of the visitor's appearance. There stood Sumu, clad in standard battle armor issued by the Fire Martial Arts Hall, wielding a long sword that bore the marks of previous battles. The blood-stained armor glistened in the sunlight, resembling something that had been scorched by fire. Sumu appeared before the bearded uncle and the ample-chested woman like a deity descended from the heavens. Young brother. The bearded uncle recognized Sumu at once as the solitary young man he had encountered at the entrance. The ample-chested woman also clearly recognized him. As she beheld the formidable figure of Sumu advancing with such force, her mouth gaped in disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before her. Are you both unharmed? Sumu scanned the two. Though they bore some minor wounds, they were overall unharmed. No, we're fine, the bearded uncle stammered, still recovering from his shock. However, Sumu paid him no further mind. After confirming that they were safe, he turned his gaze toward the two-tailed red fox, which was guarded by several red foxes nearby. I have found you. A cold glint flickered in Sumu's eyes upon spotting the two-tailed red fox. In the next moment, his figure flickered, executing the inch-long sword step. In mere moments, Sumu had already closed the distance to stand before the two-tailed red fox. Upon realizing the murderous presence charging towards it, the two-tailed red fox exhibited a clear sense of panic, letting out a sharp shriek. Sumu could distinctly perceive the undercurrents of mental energy within that piercing shriek. It was evident that this was the attack method of the two-tailed red-tailed fox. Previously, Sumu might have been momentarily dazed by such an assault. However, now, not only had he acquired the same enchanting mental prowess as the two-tailed red-tailed fox, but he also possessed a gift for mental enhancement and had cultivated the divine demonic visualization technique. His mental strength had reached the 4th level of martial apprentice, rendering the two-tailed red-tailed fox's attack little more than a mere tickle to him. Such trifling skills dared to challenge him? Sumu scoffed softly, flicking his fingers delicately against the sword in his hand. Clang! A peculiar wave radiated from the sword, cascading towards the two-tailed red-tailed fox and the surrounding red-tailed foxes like rippling water. Clang! Clang! The sound of the sword echoed, akin to layers of ocean waves, one after another. This was a method Sumu had discovered for utilizing mental enchantment. Mental enchantment merely involved leveraging one's innate talents to disperse powerful mental energy, momentarily gaining control over others. Sumu's layered wave sword chant could effectively amplify his mental energy to the fullest extent, cascading outward like a tide. The surrounding red-tailed foxes were caught unawares as Sumu appeared before them. Frenzied wind sword technique. Like autumn winds sweeping away leaves. Several red-tailed foxes had yet to awaken from Sumu's mental enchantment before they were reduced to a heap of shattered remnants. The same fate befell the two-tailed red-tailed fox. When Sumu charged before it, it let out a terrified shriek, and in the next moment, his sword plunged mercilessly into its brow. Thud! The sword, propelled by a tempestuous force, pierced effortlessly into the two-tailed red-tailed fox's forehead. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant creature's eyes dimmed. The two-tailed red-tailed fox was no more. At that very instant, the surrounding red-tailed foxes seemed to lose their backbone. The encircling formation that had surrounded Sumu scattered in disarray. Casual yet efficient. Sumu dispatched several more red-tailed foxes before finally approaching the bearded uncle and the voluptuous woman. Given your current state, it may be unwise to remain here any longer. Allow me to escort you out. Gazing at the two individuals standing before him, Sumu felt a surge of accomplishment. He was not the self-sacrificing savior archetype. But if he possessed the strength, he was willing to rescue his compatriots from the clutches of foreign foes or nefarious beings. Is this truly feasible? The bearded uncle regarded Sumu with incredulity, struggling to believe that a youth who appeared scarcely 20 could wield such formidable power. The two-tailed red-tailed fox was no less than a formidable opponent at the late stage of its realm. Surrounded by numerous red-tailed foxes, they appeared utterly insignificant before the young man, collapsing effortlessly at his touch. To what extent did this youth's power extend? Or perhaps, what formidable talent had he awakened? The bearded uncle refrained from further inquiry, for in the realm of humanity, such talents are generally regarded as personal secrets. It is not uncommon for high school students who have just awakened their abilities to be advised by their teachers to disclose this information only to their closest kin. Thus, the bearded uncle, out of respect, chose not to pry. Instead, he gazed at Sumu with heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Young brother, I cannot thank you enough. Had it not been for you, my sister and I would likely have met our end here. You are truly our savior." As he spoke, he pulled over the voluptuous woman beside him. "Gao Jing, come and express your gratitude to our benefactor." At that moment, the voluptuous woman felt her cheeks flush as she looked at Sumu. She recalled her earlier remarks, labeling him a mere burden. Yet, in hindsight, it seemed she was the one who had been a burden. The swift turn of events had left her feeling embarrassed, and she found it difficult to meet Sumu's gaze. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally managed to stammer, "Thank you." Sumu, unfazed, smiled gently. "We are all part of the human race, and I believe that anyone would extend a helping hand in such circumstances. Who could have foreseen the emergence of a red-tailed fox with awakened mental abilities, gathering so many of its kin in secret? Nevertheless, I am relieved that you are unharmed. Let us proceed. I too am preparing to return and will escort you back. It appears your wristbands are malfunctioning, and remaining here would pose a significant risk." Chapter 34, Blood Tiger Pill. Selling the recipe. Under the guidance of Sumu, the brother and sister arrived safely at the entrance. Along the way, Sumu learned their names and some basic information. The bearded man was named Gao Shan, a retired veteran who had served in the celestial battlefield. He now made a living by hunting various alien creatures in the hunting grounds, selling their remains for money. The woman with an ample bosom was named Gao Jing, who had recently graduated from a martial arts university. Her ambition was to join the Night Walkers in the third safe zone. But she had yet to pass their rigorous assessments, thus she could only accompany Gao Shan in their hunts for income. "Little brother Sumu, I cannot thank you enough. From now on, if you ever need my assistance, just say the word. I would go through fire and water for you," Gao Shan declared, patting his chest. Gao Jing, unusually quiet, remained silent. Suddenly, Gao Shan seemed to recall something. He rummaged through his belongings and eventually produced a small box from his bosom. "Little brother Sumu, I don't possess anything of great value, but this tiger blood pill, which I acquired at an auction recently, is for you. Please do not reject it." Without waiting for Sumu's consent, he pressed the pill into Sumu's hands. "Brother Gao, this is too precious," Sumu attempted to decline. He was aware that the tiger blood pill was crafted from the essence of a creature known as the spotted tiger, renowned for its extraordinary ability to replenish vitality exceeding that of ordinary blood-replenishing potions by tenfold. Such a pill was considered quite rare, valued at a staggering 100,000 yuan. Judging by the modest attire of Gao Shan and Gao Jing, this pill was likely the most valuable possession he had kept close to his person. As Sumu tried to refuse, Gao Shan interjected, "What's precious? Are my sister and I not worth more than this? You saved our lives, little brother Sumu. This token of gratitude is nothing compared to your kindness. If you do not accept it, we would feel deeply indebted." Gao Jing nodded in agreement. "Please, just accept it." Seeing their earnest expressions, Sumu ceased his protests. "However, I must stipulate one thing, since I have accepted this tiger blood pill. I shall not claim any share of the proceeds from selling the corpses of those red-tailed foxes." Sumu believed that Gao Shan was a decent man and wished to ensure that the siblings did not suffer a loss. "If you disagree, then I truly cannot accept the pill. The value of the red-tailed fox corpses, along with that of the double-tailed red-tailed fox, would yield a substantial sum. Even after deducting fees, around 70 to 80,000 yuan. For Sumu, this amount was neither critical nor trivial, but for Gao Shan and his sister, it represented a significant fortune. Sumu's gesture sparked a glimmer of gratitude in Gao Shan's eyes. He wished to say more, but Sumu waved him off and hastily departed. "In our third safe zone, when did such an extraordinary genius emerge?" Observing Sumu's departing figure, Gao Shan could not help but exclaim, "He is merely 18 years old, and his awakening of talent has not even reached 2 months. 18. Is that truly the case, brother? But, isn't it required to be at least a first-tier martial artist to enter the alien hunting grounds? He, having just awakened for less than 2 months, possesses the strength of a first-tier martial artist. It cannot be mistaken. You know my talent allows me to discern details invisible to others. I can assure you, Sumu is indeed 18 years old. And his time stepping into martial arts has certainly not exceeded 2 months. This is simply too monstrous. Not only that, he possesses a strength far surpassing that of a late-stage first-tier martial artist. Such talent is truly astounding. Cao Jing, we must keep this matter to ourselves. If someone from the human faction discovers a person like him, they would undoubtedly seek to eliminate him swiftly. However, should he gain entry into the martial arts university, it's likely that no one could stifle his growth thereafter. Gao Jing's eyes were filled with astonishment. What was she doing at 18? Struggling to figure out how to break through to the first level of martial disciple, perhaps? Why is there such a vast disparity among people? For some reason, Gao Jing suddenly recalled that she once referred to him as a burden. A sense of embarrassment washed over her, reddening her cheeks. Who, in fact, is the true burden here? Meanwhile, on Sumu's side, after placing the tiger blood pill into his backpack, he quickly returned home. Once he changed into a fresh set of clothes, he made his way to the agreed rendezvous with Gu Qian, the negotiator from Danfeng Pharmaceutical regarding the formula authorization. Upon Sumu's arrival at the designated location, Gu Qian had already been there for some time. To Sumu's surprise, Gu Qian appeared to be only slightly older than him, sporting a ponytail that exuded youthful vivacity. Upon seeing Sumu, Gu Qian seemed equally astonished. You are the savior. Sir? After Sumu took a seat, Gu Qian could not help but inquire. Sumu nodded. Is it surprising? Gu Qian did not deny it, indeed. I did not expect that the creator of a formula like the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder would be such a young high school student. I usually enjoy researching formulas myself, Sumu casually brushed off. Let us formally discuss the details. Without further ado, Sumu began to introduce the effects of the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder. According to your description, the values detected by our company align closely. Thus I can represent the company with an offer of approximately 4.5 million. Would you find that satisfactory? If so, we can sign the contract immediately. And I would appreciate it if you could take down the formula from the forum. 4.5 million, is it? Miss Gu. What if I wish to establish a long-term partnership with your esteemed company? Regarding the negotiations, Sumu had long since prepared himself. I possess an even more exceptional formula than the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder, one that has yet to be disclosed on any research forums. This implies that your esteemed company has the opportunity to acquire the rights to publish this formula, and you may even proclaim it as an innovative creation of your own. This endeavor would undoubtedly enhance both the standing of your researchers and the reputation of your company. As he spoke, Sumu placed a sheet of paper before Gu Qian, urging her to refrain from making any imprudent decisions. Although I have yet to release this formula, drafts are securely stored in the forum's draft box. Upon seeing the papers Sumu offered, Gu Qian hesitated momentarily before inquiring, Mr. Savior, may I take a photograph of this formula to share with our specialists for evaluation? Of course, Sumu replied with a nod, subsequently crossing his arms and gazing out the window. If all goes as anticipated, this formula, coupled with the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder, could very well lead him directly to financial independence. Chapter 35, A Fortune. Purchasing a villa. Soon, Gu Qian received a response from the appraisers at their company, the content of which evidently astonished her. It wasn't until she had settled down that she gradually regained her composure. Mr. Savior, our specialists have completed their assessment, and your formula holds significant value. Gu Qian bit her lip, expressing her surprise. I truly did not anticipate that a high school student like you could concoct such a highly valuable formula. Here is the proposition: if you are willing to sell this formula exclusively to our company, we can elevate the price for your bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing formula to 5 million. This is solely the authorization price for the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing formula, and it will not affect the acquisition price of your new formula, so you need not worry. As you mentioned, we also hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you. Sumu nodded. This offer was quite similar to what he had discussed with Deep Blue. As for the acquisition price of your new formula, we can continue our negotiations. May I inquire if you have any conditions, Mr. Savior? Gu Qian's demeanor towards Sumu had markedly changed. Initially, she had perceived him merely as an ordinary high school student who happened to stumble upon a formula. However, the information relayed from the company's professionals indicated that the value of Sumu's second formula far surpassed that of the first. I have several conditions. First, I am willing to sell the formula to you, but I require 20 million in addition to a 40% profit share. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Gu Qian furrowed her brow. However, she refrained from interrupting and chose to await his further elaboration. Sumu cast a commendatory glance at Gu Qian and continued, Second, in exchange, I will provide you with a formula of equivalent value each year. However, the profit sharing for each new formula will remain unchanged, while the acquisition price will be subject to separate negotiations. Third, I desire a special channel through which I can purchase raw materials from your company at least 50% below market prices. After contemplating Sumu's terms for a moment, Gu Qian replied, To be candid, Mr. Savior, your proposed price is rather high. Under your conditions, the maximum price we can offer is 15 million. Along with a 30% profit share. This is considering your intention to collaborate with us in the future. Should you fail to provide formulas of comparable value subsequently, we reserve the right to revoke your future profit share. As for the other two conditions, we can accommodate them without issue. Upon hearing Gu Qian's response, Sumu nodded. His conditions had been formulated based on certain insights gleaned from Deep Blue. As for the pricing, he had intentionally set it slightly higher. His original psychological price was 10 million along with a 20% profit share. However, to his surprise, the price offered by Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company exceeded his expectations. Very well. Let's proceed with the contract. Without a moment's hesitation, Sumu promptly finalized the agreement. Gu Qian, on her part, showed no signs of reluctance. She swiftly retrieved 4 copies of the contract from her bag, made a few modifications, and handed them to Sumu. 2 of them were contracts granting authorization for the purchase of the formula for the Zhuanggu Yangji Dan medicine, while the other 2 pertained to the acquisition of the new medicinal formula. By the way, Mr. Savior, since you are transferring all rights to our company, we will also need to sign a confidentiality agreement. As you mentioned earlier, there may be times when we need to publicly declare that this is a product developed by our company. Gu Qian then produced 2 confidentiality agreements from her bag. Sumu welcomed this arrangement. The formula, if developed and released solely by an individual, would inevitably attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Until he was adequately prepared, Sumu preferred to remain under the radar of such individuals. However, if the formula was released by a company, the implications were entirely different. That is acceptable. Sumu swiftly signed all the contracts and confidentiality agreements. Hereas to a fruitful collaboration. Gu Qian stood up and extended her hand to Sumu. At that moment, she took a closer look at the young man before her. He appeared youthful, with a refined appearance and a composed demeanor. It was hard to imagine that a youth who looked like a high school student could effortlessly present such impressive medicinal formulas. And it seemed that these were not his only offerings. He possessed several other formulas that were equally remarkable. At such a young age, achieving this level of success was indeed extraordinary. Reflecting on her own unambitious younger brother, Gu Qian felt an impulse to rush home and give him a good talking to. To a successful partnership, Sumu nodded at Gu Qian before turning to leave. Shortly after his departure, a notification of the payment from Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company arrived on his phone. After deducting some transaction fees, Sumu received approximately 18 million yuan. 18 million. It was likely that his parents had never seen such a sum in their lifetimes. Furthermore, there were future profit shares to consider. With the potential to earn tens of millions a year, Sumu could easily shift his focus away from merely earning money for a considerable time. Even after purchasing a house, he would still have a substantial amount left. With these thoughts in mind, Sumu did not head straight home. Instead, he made his way to a nearby real estate office. Moments later, he emerged with a satisfied smile gracing his face. Just moments ago, he invested 15 million in acquiring a grand villa situated in the heart of the 3rd security zone. The next step was to bring his entire family to this splendid residence. Upon returning home, Su Yang was the most exuberant, exclaiming, "Brother, you finally returned." Meanwhile, Sumu's parents busied themselves in the kitchen. Mom and Dad, hold on for a moment, I have a few announcements to make. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan emerged from the kitchen. What's the matter, son? Are you short on money? I can get it for you, Lu Yufan instinctively responded, concerned about her son's finances. Sumu, however, found himself both amused and exasperated, replying, No, Mom, please come over, I have something important to discuss. Once his parents and Su Yang were gathered, Sumu finally revealed, Mom and Dad, I have purchased a villa in the central area of the 3rd security zone. Chapter 36 Family What? The moment Sumu's words left his lips, disbelief washed over the faces of the 3 family members. Observing their expressions, an inexplicable sense of achievement surged within him. He reached into his backpack and retrieved the property deed and purchase contract, presenting them to the trio. They immediately began to peruse the documents. 15 million. Where on earth did you acquire such a sum, son? Su Dashan's eyes widened in astonishment. Son. Although we are poor, there are some things that should not be done. Lu Yufan shot an incredulous glance at Su Dashan. What are you implying about our son? How could he possibly engage in wrongdoing? However, my dear, how did you come by this 15 million? Please enlighten us, as we are quite uneasy. Sumu reassured them. Mom, Dad, you need not worry. This 15 million is the result of my sale of medicinal formulas. To alleviate their skepticism, he even extracted the contract from his bag. After reviewing the document, they finally began to believe Sumu's words. Brother! You are truly remarkable. Does this mean we can move into a grand villa in the future? Su Yang, unaware of the complexities, simply knew that he might soon have his own spacious room. Sumu affectionately ruffled his younger brother's hair, saying, Of course. Not only you, there are plenty of rooms in that grand villa. You will not only have your own large room, but I will also arrange a gaming room for you, provided that you improve your grades. Upon hearing this, Su Yang nearly leaped with joy. Brother, I adore you. I will study diligently. Lu Yufan, witnessing the exchange, teased, You only know how to indulge your brother. Who else should I pamper if not my brother? Besides, I believe with some effort, he can certainly succeed, Sumu replied with a smile. Additionally, Mom and Dad, I will send you a sum of money soon. So you shan't have to toil outside anymore. Just enjoy life at home and take care of Su Yang. Isn't that too burdensome for you? Su Dashan inquired. Lu Yufan also looked at Sumu with concern. Moore, you truly have it tough. Mom and Dad, what are you saying? I am not struggling at all. I earn my money quite effortlessly, merely selling a few formulas. As for you, please refrain from undertaking those arduous jobs again. Just consider, if you were to get injured, the medical expenses would far exceed what you earn from working. It is far better for you to enjoy your life at home. Pausing for a moment, Sumu continued. Moreover, I have now become a first-tier martial artist. Henceforth, your task is simply to nurture Su Yang well. Initially, Su Dashan and Lu Yufan were still enveloped in the surprise of Sumu purchasing a grand villa. However, this statement jolted their hearts. Moore, what did you just say? Su Dashan asked, gazing at Sumu in disbelief. Lu Yufan also looked at him, seemingly seeking confirmation of this astonishing news. Sumu reiterated. The second matter I wish to convey is this: I have entered the realm of a first-tier martial artist. A first-tier martial artist. At this moment, both Su father and Su mother found it impossible to remain composed. The earlier surprise of the grand villa had merely brought them joy. Seeing their son Sumu had matured and could share the family burdens. However, the revelation that Sumu had stepped into the realm of a first-tier martial artist was a true astonishment to them. What could evoke greater excitement and delight in parents than witnessing their child's success? Splendid, splendid. The Su family can finally be said to have smoke rising from the ancestral grave. Su Dashan paced back and forth in exhilaration. Meanwhile, Lu Yufan, though not as animated as Su Dashan, was equally elated. Wonderful, wonderful. Brother, you are truly impressive. Although Su Yang was not particularly perceptive, he understood the significance of being a first-tier martial artist. In his mind, first-tier martial artists were exceptionally formidable individuals. Now, his brother had actually become one. He had already envisioned how he would boast to his friends at school about this achievement. "Mom, Dad, there's one more thing. Next month, I might attend the Genius Training Camp at Plunging Martial Arts University. If I perform exceptionally well there, I could be directly admitted to Plunging Martial Arts University without taking the college entrance examination." Plunging Martial Arts University. Genius Training Camp. Direct admission. Each word left Su Dashin and Lu Yufan momentarily stunned, repeating good in disbelief. After a brief moment, Lu Yufan regained her composure and, with concern, asked, "More? Is there any danger involved in this Genius Training Camp?" Sumu chuckled at her worry. "Don't worry, Mom. Everyone entering the Genius Training Camp are talents from various secure zones, and they will ensure everyone's safety. There is no danger. If worse comes to worst, I can simply return and take the college entrance examination again, which wouldn't be a problem." Upon hearing Sumu's words, Su father and Su mother exchanged glances, finally feeling reassured. Seeing their lack of doubt, Sumu also let out a sigh of relief. In truth, his statement wasn't entirely a fabrication. While the Genius Training Camp did carry a slight risk of fatalities, for someone like him, who was nearly invulnerable, the danger was virtually non-existent. "All right, Dad, Mom. Let us enjoy our meal, and then we'll tidy up the house in preparation for our move to the new home. I've already scheduled the moving company." "Okay." The family began to eat together, basking in a harmonious atmosphere. Chapter 37, Journey to the Ninth Safe Zone. A month has quietly passed. In the underground training room of a villa, beads of sweat fell to the ground. Sumu stood in an extraordinarily peculiar posture. After a moment, he collapsed onto the floor as if he were utterly exhausted. Before his eyes, a pale blue interface gradually materialized. Name, Sumu, Vitality, 295. 75, early stage of the first realm martial artist, mental strength, 365, 58, mid stage of the first realm martial artist. Repeated content omitted. After a month of cultivation, Sumu's vitality had surged to 295. 75, bringing him tantalizingly close to the mid-stage of the first realm martial artist. Even more exhilarating was the remarkable increase in his mental strength, now reaching 365. 58. Such mental fortitude was sufficient to enable him to rewind time several hundred times in succession. This meant that he could even revert to the state prior to awakening his talents. Perhaps due to the increased frequency of rewinding, Sumu's perception of death had grown increasingly muted. Life and death, before him, had taken on an air of indifference. In addition to the enhancements in vitality and mental strength, Sumu had also made notable advancements in martial skills. The most evident improvement was in his mastery of the Gale Sword technique. Over the course of the month, Sumu not only fully grasped the Gale Sword technique but also gleaned a glimpse of the Gale Sword intent. With the understanding of the Gale Sword intent, the technique's power had multiplied beyond its previous might. Now, Sumu could even contend with second-realm martial artists. After resting for a brief moment on the ground, Sumu rose to his feet. He did not return to the hall on the first floor but instead made his way to a resting room adjacent to the training area. After rummaging through the resting room, he pressed down on a tile, causing a wall to suddenly reveal a hidden door. Upon entering, he found a secret chamber of several dozen square meters. At the center of the chamber stood a safe. Sumu entered the code to unlock it. Inside the safe lay his diary. "I wonder if once I secure the recommendation to Plunging Martial Arts University, I will be able to turn to the next page?" Sumu had yet to comprehend how his future self had imposed restrictions on this diary. However, since his future self could alter his talents, it should not be too difficult to establish limitations. The conditions for unlocking the next page, as outlined in the diary, piqued Sumu's curiosity. The unanswered questions he could derive from the diary revolved primarily around the mention of Ning Yi on the first page, as well as the individual responsible for Chen Bin's betrayal of humankind. The identities of these two figures and their potential impact on the future demise of humanity had been a constant source of contemplation for Sumu. The answers to these questions, reflecting his own character, were certainly inscribed at the back of his diary. Unfortunately, He must gain admission to Longjing Martial Arts University to unlock the next page's constraints. What lies on that subsequent page remains a mystery to Sumu. However, based on his conjecture, it likely pertains to Longjing Martial Arts University. Shaking his head, Sumu returned the diary to the safety of the vault. Although the diary could not be accessed by anyone but him, it was prudent to keep it hidden away. After departing from the secret chamber in the lounge, Sumu made his way back to the lobby on the first floor. It was the perfect timing for dinner, as the family had gathered in the living room, awaiting Sumu's arrival. "Brother, you finally emerged," Su Yang exclaimed with delight upon seeing Sumu, promptly turning off the television. Lu Yufan and Su Dashan busied themselves in the kitchen. Since moving into the grand villa at Sumu's request, Lu Yufan and Su Dashan had enjoyed a fortnight of tranquility. However, they soon found themselves bored. Lu Yufan managed to keep herself occupied with grocery shopping and chatting with the neighbors, but Su Dashan began to feel restless. Perhaps it was due to the monotony of idleness. Unable to bear the sight of his father languishing, Sumu arranged a leisurely job for Su Dashan through Gu Qian. Given his current collaboration with Danfeng Pharmaceutical Company, facilitating this was a trivial task. At the dining table, Sumu indulged in various exotic meats. Since acquiring wealth, their household had not lacked for the flesh and blood of otherworldly beings, and even Su Yang had gained considerable weight as a result. "Dad, Mom. Tomorrow I will take the high-speed train to the 9th safe zone for the Genius Training Camp," Sumu announced. "Be careful on your journey," Moore urged his parents, clearly concerned for his safety. Sumu waved his hand dismissively. "Don't worry, I might return as a freshman at Longjing Martial Arts University." "Brother, if you get into Longjing Martial Arts University, remember to take me to the cafeteria for some delicious food." Su Yang chimed in, waving his chopsticks enthusiastically. Certainly. Just await my good news at home," Sumu replied. Dinner concluded swiftly. As the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth, Sumu had already boarded the high-speed train bound for the 9th safe zone. He had purchased a second-class ticket, perhaps due to his humble beginnings, even with newfound wealth. Sumu maintained a frugal approach in certain matters. After placing his luggage on the overhead rack, he began to meditate on the divine demon visualization technique and the primordial fetal breathing method. However, not long into his practice, a somewhat resonant voice interrupted him. "Little girl, are you also heading to the 9th safe zone for a tutoring program? What a coincidence! My son and I are also headed to the 9th safe zone to attend a tutoring program. The class my son is enrolled in is organized by a group of elite students from Qingwan Martial Arts University. Gaining admission is quite challenging. Not only is there a hefty fee of 300,000 per month, but there are also stringent qualification requirements for participants. Fortunately, my son has proven himself, achieving a vitality level of Martial Apprentice 3rd stage, which caught the attention of the program's coordinator, who even offered us a discount." "May I ask which tutoring program you are attending? Once we arrive at the 9th safe zone, perhaps you could arrange to meet my son for some leisure time. My son is rather shy, but I could facilitate an introduction between you two." Sumu opened his eyes and noticed a beautiful girl dressed in a floral dress sitting beside him. Next to her was a woman appearing to be in her 40s. The lovely girl could only manage an awkward smile in response to the woman's chatter, clearly deflecting with polite indifference. It was evident that both the woman's son and the beautiful girl were also attending tutoring sessions in the 9th safe zone. A common occurrence as the college entrance examination approaches, particularly in a place like the 9th safe zone, renowned for its esteemed martial arts universities. It is not unusual for students from top-tier martial arts institutions or prestigious universities to hold tutoring sessions during their spare time, helping students preparing for the college entrance exam while earning some pocket money. Pursuing martial arts can be quite costly, and not everyone can afford to casually produce exorbitant prescriptions like Sumu. The schools tend to turn a blind eye to such initiatives, recognizing that these tutoring programs can impart valuable experience and even help in the early recruitment of qualified students. However, the quality of tutoring programs varies among different institutions. Qingwan Martial Arts University is considered one of the leading martial arts universities in the Great Xia, albeit at the lower end of the ranking. Nevertheless, the tutoring programs organized by its students are inherently superior to those offered by students from lesser-known institutions. It's no wonder the woman felt compelled to boast. It seemed that the beautiful girl noticed Sumu's gaze, as she glanced in his direction, their eyes meeting momentarily. Recognizing the helplessness in her expression, Sumu shrugged in response. The girl playfully wrinkled her nose at him, and it appeared that his awakening had drawn the woman's attention. Young man, are you also heading to the 9th safe zone? Chapter 38, The Genius Training Camp of Longjing Martial Arts University. The moment the elderly lady abruptly shifted the conversation towards him, Sumu appeared momentarily taken aback. It was now the turn of the beautiful girl beside him to stifle a laugh. Well, yes, Sumu chuckled awkwardly. What a coincidence. The lady's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Young man, what brings you here? Surely, you are not attending a tutoring class as well? Which class have you enrolled in? Her barrage of inquiries left Sumu somewhat exasperated, prompting him to pinch the bridge of his nose. He suddenly regretted not having opted for a business seat. I am not attending a tutoring class, I am here for the genius training camp. Upon hearing this, the lady's expression shifted to one of confusion, while the beautiful girl beside him appeared genuinely surprised. What is the genius training camp? The lady inquired with a hint of bewilderment. I have never heard of it. It was not surprising that she was unaware. Some information simply does not reach those who have not attained a certain level of knowledge. It's probably akin to a tutoring class, Sumu explained with a hint of resignation. Just as he worried that the lady would continue her incessant questioning, Fortune smiled upon him as her phone suddenly rang. Son, stay put in the business class, I'll be there shortly, she exclaimed. Likely responding to a call from her son. She promptly stood up and moved towards the front of the carriage. With her departure, Sumu let out a sigh of relief. At that moment, the beautiful girl beside him spoke up. The genius training camp is quite different from a tutoring class. Sumu sighed again. The more I say, the more complicated it becomes. I hope that lady doesn't turn back to ask more questions. Ha ha ha. The beautiful girl chuckled softly. You have a point. She extended a delicate, snow-white hand towards him. I never expected to meet a genius attending the genius training camp. Hello. I am Zhao Meng, from the 3rd Safe Zone, Royal Court High School. Hello, I am Sumu, also from the 3rd Safe Zone, Bailon High School. Royal Court High School is quite renowned in the 3rd Safe Zone. Those who can afford to attend are either exceptionally gifted or come from affluent families. Sumu's neighbor, Gu Yanxi, is a student there as well. After their introductions, they exchanged a few more pleasantries before falling into a comfortable silence. Sumu then closed his eyes to meditate, practicing the divine demon visualization and the innate fetal breathing technique. After approximately an hour, the high-speed train finally arrived at its destination. Fortunately, during the latter part of the journey, the elderly lady seemed to be preoccupied with her son and did not return to her seat. It was only as they neared the station that she reappeared, accompanied by a young man who appeared to be of a similar age to Sumu, looking somewhat listless and trailing behind her with evident reluctance. However, this reluctance dissipated the moment he spotted Zhao Meng beside Sumu. Young lady and young man, allow me to introduce my son, Wu Peng. Quite a striking young man, don't you think? You youngsters should exchange contact information, so that we may look out for one another in the 9th safety zone. The matron, exuding a sense of familiarity, walked alongside Sumu and Zhao Meng as they exited the high-speed train. Sumu and Zhao Meng exchanged a resigned glance. It's really unnecessary. The 9th safety zone is quite vast, and we might not even cross paths. Sumu politely declined. Zhao Meng quickly chimed in, indeed. No worries. If we don't meet, it's no trouble at all, just consider it a friendly gesture. Once my Peng enrolls at Qingwan Martial Arts University, he might even lend you a hand, the matron continued, oblivious to the subtle refusals in their words. By the way, where are you headed? Our tutoring center's staff will be driving us there. If it's convenient, I can have them drop you off as well. No, thank you. I have someone coming to pick me up, Sumu waved his hand dismissively. To be honest, this overly enthusiastic matron was somewhat overwhelming for Sumu, a high school student venturing away from home for the first time. Zhao Meng evidently shared the same sentiment. The group proceeded to the exit. After some gentle persuasion from the matron, her son Wu Peng finally managed to obtain Zhao Meng's contact information, albeit reluctantly adding Sumu's as well. Upon reaching the exit, The matroness' keen eyes spotted a tall young man holding a sign for Qingwan Martial Arts University's Blue Sky Tutoring Center. "Ah, that must be our ride," she exclaimed excitedly. Turning to Su Mu and Zhao Meng, she added, "Your ride hasn't arrived yet, has it? Perhaps I could have them drop you off too?" "Don't hesitate." She hurriedly approached the tall young man with Wu Peng in tow. After a brief conversation, the tall young man began walking towards Su Mu and Zhao Meng. Initially, he bore a serious expression, but upon seeing Zhao Meng beside Su Mu, he paused in surprise and then greeted them with a smile. "Hello. I heard that you are also here for the tutoring program. May I ask which university's program you are attending? If it's on my way, I would be happy to give you a lift." "Thank you. But it's really no trouble. I just sent a message, my ride should be arriving shortly." Zhao Meng responded with an apologetic smile, sensing the tall young man was addressing her. "No issues at all. It's not a bother, perhaps our tutoring center is right next door," he replied cheerfully. At that moment, the matron, along with her son, had approached them without their notice. "Don't be shy, young lady. Instructor Lu is a wonderful person," she said with a smile. "Instructor Lu, these youngsters are just a bit bashful, they are here for the tutoring program in the 9th safety zone. I believe the young lady is enrolled in something called the Qianlong tutoring program." As the matron reminisced, Instructor Lu's expression shifted upon hearing the name of the tutoring program, and he regarded Zhao Meng with a noticeably different demeanor. "The Qianlong tutoring program? That is indeed a tutoring class organized by the students of Longjing Martial Arts University," Instructor Lu exclaimed. "Longjing Martial Arts University." Both the aunt and her son, Wu Peng, were taken aback. It is well known that even among the top martial arts universities, there exists a hierarchy. For instance, Qingwan Martial Arts University is considered part of the third tier among elite institutions, ranking among the least distinguished of the top schools. In contrast, Longjing Martial Arts University stands as a paragon of excellence, not to be compared to their institution. "I never expected, dear Junior, that you are actually part of the Longjing Martial Arts University's Qianlong tutoring class. It is said that this class is exceptional, annually inviting distinguished members from the Genius Training Camp to impart their knowledge," Instructor Lu remarked with admiration. "The Genius Training Camp?" Upon hearing this, the aunt seemed to recall something, while her son, Wu Peng, wore a look of confusion. "What is the Genius Training Camp?" Instructor Lu cast a glance at Wu Peng and replied, "The Genius Training Camp is organized by several top-tier martial arts universities, and only the most talented individuals from various safe zones are eligible to participate. Those who excel in the camp can gain direct admission to the prestigious martial arts universities without examination. Our Qingwan Martial Arts University is not even qualified to host a Genius Training Camp. Our chief instructor of the tutoring class, Senior Chen Hao, nearly entered the Genius Training Camp of Longjing Martial Arts University himself, but unfortunately, he fell short." As he spoke, Instructor Lu suddenly pointed in a direction. "Look! Over there is the team designated to welcome the members of the Genius Training Camp, all of whom are accompanied by dedicated personnel and vehicles." Just as he was speaking, the gaze of a suited man from that direction fell upon them. To their astonishment, he promptly approached them with quick strides. Upon seeing the approaching group, Instructor Lu's expression shifted, realizing the gravity of the situation. "This is bad, we have offended them." Cold sweat broke out on Instructor Lu's forehead. The suited men were now nearly upon them. Lu hurried forward, a look of contrition on his face. "I apologize, I did not mean to." However, before he could finish, the suited man brushed past him. In the astonished gaze of Instructor Lu and Wu Peng, the group of suited men walked directly up to Su Mu. "Fellow student Su Mu, we have finally found you, please come with us. We will escort you to the camp area." Chapter 39, Guyanshi. Gazing at the receding silhouette of Su Mu, the remaining members, including Instructor Lu, felt a sense of confusion as if caught in a whirlwind. Even Zhao Meng displayed a hint of astonishment on her face. She was aware that Su Mu had come to participate in the Genius Training Camp. Yet she had not anticipated that he would be joining the prestigious Genius Training Camp of Longjing Martial Arts University. It is worth noting that, even among Genius Training Camps, the level of difficulty varies significantly. As one of the foremost institutions in martial arts education, the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University is unparalleled in its rigor compared to ordinary camps. Sumu's choice to enroll in such an elite program could either indicate a youthful naivety or a commendable confidence in his own abilities. Regardless, the mere fact that he could participate in the Genius Training Camp already speaks volumes of his innate talent. Should Sumu excel in this esteemed program, it is entirely plausible that he may one day become an individual whom others look up to with admiration. Unexpectedly, this young man possesses such remarkable prowess. The older woman's expression reflected a tinge of disappointment. She had initially believed her own son to be exceptionally gifted, but in comparison to that young man, he fell woefully short. Her son was still struggling to gain admission to a remedial program at Qingwan Martial Arts University, while others were already enrolling in the Genius Training Camp at Longjing. The older woman suddenly recalled boasting about her son's accomplishments during their journey, and now she felt a burning embarrassment on her face. Similarly, Wu Peng also experienced a profound sense of inadequacy. He had relished the feeling of superiority as his mother praised him in front of the beautiful girl, never giving a second thought to Sumu, who stood nearby. However, he was taken aback to discover that not only was the girl headed to a more prestigious and challenging remedial program, but even the seemingly unremarkable boy was attending a Genius Training Camp far beyond his own reach. In that moment, he felt like a mere fool. He cast a resentful glance at Sumu's departing figure, muttering to himself that merely attending a Genius Training Camp did not guarantee early admission. Perhaps he was only there to fill the ranks. Wu Peng's words reached Instructor Lu, who, watching Sumu's retreating form, felt a flush of embarrassment. He had not realized that the seemingly ordinary boy he had disregarded was actually a member of the Genius Training Camp. Recalling his hurried apologies to the personnel from Longjing Martial Arts University, he felt a wave of awkwardness wash over him. In an attempt to salvage his image, he echoed Wu Peng's sentiment. Indeed, each year, only a handful of those entering the Genius Training Camp earn the title of excellent member, many simply serve as placeholders. And a small fraction. Instructor Lu paused, adding, a small fraction are there to meet their demise. At Lu's words, Wu Peng was momentarily stunned. Is it possible that one could perish in the Genius Training Camp? Certainly. The individuals from the Genius Training Camp are destined to confront the formidable extraterrestrial beings on the battlefield of myriad races. It is essential to acknowledge that even at our prestigious martial arts university, facing the alien entities on the battlefield is typically a challenge reserved for the second year. You have yet to witness the terrifying nature of these extraterrestrial beings. He seemed to recall some unpleasant memory. His expression darkening. The alien creatures on the battlefield of countless races are of an entirely different caliber compared to those in the alien hunting grounds. He glanced at Wu Peng and his mother, subtly directing his gaze toward Zhao Meng, and puffed out his chest, stating, do not presume that it is a privilege for ordinary individuals to join the Genius Training Camp. Despite the abundance of talents within, there remains a significant mortality rate. For an ordinary person to enter is essentially a death sentence. Upon hearing Instructor Lu's words, the ant's face immediately reflected relief. Fortunately, Peng Peng was not selected by that Genius Training Camp, otherwise, if something were to happen, what would become of me as your mother? Meanwhile, Zhao Meng, who was listening to the conversation between Instructor Lu and Wu Peng's mother and son, furrowed her brow slightly. She could undoubtedly detect the bitterness in Instructor Lu's words. However, one must concede that his assertion contained a grain of truth. The mortality rate of the Genius Training Camp is indeed alarmingly high for ordinary individuals. She gazed in the direction where Sumu had departed, softly murmuring her heartfelt wish for his safety. Just as she pondered, a fragrant breeze wafted into the noses of the onlookers. Meng Meng. A figure appeared before Zhao Meng seemingly out of nowhere. Wu Peng and the others turned their attention toward the source of the voice. Upon seeing her, not only did Instructor Lu and Wu Peng freeze in astonishment, even the ant stood there, momentarily dazed. The woman before them wore a pair of sunglasses, with a delicate oval face, fair skin, and lips that glistened like fresh roses. Her slight smile revealed a perfect set of teeth. She donned a black leather jacket over a white camisole, complemented by light blue jeans, exuding an air of exceptional elegance and an alluring figure. If Zhao Meng were akin to a budding white flower, then this woman was a fully blossomed, vibrant rose. Sister Yanxi. Upon recognizing the woman, Zhao Meng's face lit up with joy. I apologize for being late, there was a minor issue at school. Are these your friends? The woman inquired, glancing at Wu Peng and the others. We met in the car, they are fellow travelers, Zhao Meng replied. Hello, the woman nodded slightly at the group. At that moment, Instructor Lu seemed to have recognized her identity, his face filled with disbelief as he cautiously asked, You are the goddess Gu? Gu Yanqi looked at Instructor Lu with a hint of surprise, then smiled and replied, That's merely a rumor, and you are? Oh, I am Lu Dali. A second-year student at Qingwan Martial Arts University. Goddess Gu, you may not realize that I am quite ordinary as well. Previously, I merely caught a glimpse of you during the University Alliance competition, where you effortlessly defeated Senior Chen Hao from our school. It was truly remarkable. Instructor Lu, adopting an exceedingly humble demeanor, flattered her. Upon hearing this, Gu Yanqi offered a light smile, saying, It was merely because Chen Hao saw I was a girl and chose to let me win. She turned to Zhao Meng and inquired, If there is nothing else, shall we take our leave? Absolutely. Instructor Lu nodded repeatedly. Gu Yanqi acknowledged him with a subtle nod before departing with Zhao Meng. Meanwhile, Wu Peng remained entranced, gazing at Gu Yanqi's retreating figure. Initially, he believed Zhao Meng to be the most beautiful girl he had ever encountered, but upon seeing Gu Yanqi, he realized how gravely mistaken he had been. Observing Wu Peng's dazed expression, Instructor Lu shook his head and remarked, Stop staring. Even if you look, she is not yours to have. Goddess Gu is the dream girl of nearly all the boys at our prestigious martial arts university. Her brilliance at the last University Alliance competition was simply unparalleled, outshining all others. Those who pursue her could likely encircle the entire ninth safety zone. Instructor Lu gazed at Gu Yanqi's gradually fading silhouette, unable to suppress his admiration, pondering what kind of person could possibly be worthy of the illustrious Goddess Gu. Chapter 40, The Genius Training Camp. Thank you so much, Sister Yanqi. Without your assistance, I doubt I would have made it into the Qianlong class. Zhao Meng exclaimed with excitement, glancing at Gu Yanqi beside her as they sat in the car. Gu Yanqi smiled gently, Oh, it's nothing. You possess the talent yourself. I merely facilitated a connection with Senior Xiaolong from the Qianlong class. Unfortunately, I will soon be heading to the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Otherwise, you wouldn't need to enroll in that tutoring class, as I could personally mentor you for several months. Upon hearing Gu Yanqi's words, Zhao Meng's expression turned slightly anxious. Sister Yanqi, is it truly terrifying to be on the battlefield of the 10,000 races? You must be careful. It's not as dreadful as it sounds. Gu Yanqi reassured her with a smile. Students from our Longjing Martial Arts University are elite, even in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. They will not assign you tasks beyond your capabilities. She paused for a moment before continuing, moreover, should the day ever come when one meets their end on that battlefield, for us martial artists, it could be considered the most honorable repose. Zhao Meng bowed her head, But I don't want anything to happen to you, Sister Yanqi. In response, Gu Yanqi affectionately patted Zhao Meng's head. Don't worry, your cousin is quite formidable. Yes. Zhao Meng nodded earnestly. In my heart, Sister Yanqi, you are the strongest. By the way, Sister Yanqi, I need to share something. On the high-speed train here, I encountered a boy who was attending the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University. Just before you arrived, he was taken away by a group of individuals in suits. Sister Yanqi, what level do you think one must reach to participate in the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial Arts University? Upon hearing Zhao Meng's inquiry, Gu Yanqi replied. The Genius Training Camp. The boy you met on the train is quite remarkable. To gain admission to the camp, one must be among the top 3 in their high school. For those from less prestigious schools, they often need to be the top student. Only then can you secure a spot in the Genius Training Camp. Once you have a slot, you must select which school's camp you wish to apply for. Subsequently, your information will enter the database of your chosen institution, which will then evaluate your qualifications for their camp. The boy you mentioned must be an undeniable genius. In recent years, the requirements for our school's Genius Training Camp have become increasingly stringent. To pass the evaluation and gain entry into our camp, one must be at least at the 7th level of martial apprentice. The 7th level of martial apprentice. Zhao Meng gasped, her mouth agape. Is that for real? That's an exceedingly high requirement. Hasn't it only been about 2 months since the awakening of their talents? How could someone possibly reach the 7th level of martial apprentice so quickly? Gu Yanqi nodded affirmatively. Never underestimate others. It is quite common for individuals to achieve the 7th level of martial apprentice within 2 months. Moreover, as far as I know, there is someone from your cohort who has already stepped into the realm of a first-level warrior. A first-level warrior? Zhao Meng was so astonished that she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Subsequently, she lowered her head in a state of dejection. Sister Yanqi, I feel as though I am unworthy of attending Longjing Martial Arts University. Gu Yanqi consoled her, silly girl, that kind of prodigy is beyond the reach of most. Furthermore, such individuals are typically groomed for the elite training camp, which is an entirely different arena from yours. There is no need for excessive concern. Meng, you must have faith in yourself. With your talent, as long as you dedicate yourself diligently over the next 4 months, gaining admission to Longjing Martial Arts University will not be a daunting task. I will certainly strive to do my best, Zhao Ming declared, clenching her small fist. Meanwhile, on Sumu's side, he arrived swiftly at the training camp under the escort of a private vehicle. The training camp was situated within Longjing Martial Arts University itself. During the journey, Sumu beheld the statues of the 7 saints of humanity and numerous tombstones of heroic martyrs. Longjing Martial Arts University can be regarded as the largest martial arts institution in the entire Xia. A considerable amount of resources has been allocated to the top-tier martial arts universities, with Longjing receiving the most significant share. Upon reaching his destination, Sumu disembarked from the vehicle. Guided by a man in a suit, he approached an enclosed fortress. From the outside, the fortress resembled a colossal helmet, adorned with a semicircular metallic barrier. Before the entrance stood the statue of the dragon saint, Zhou Aolong, one of the 7 saints of humanity and the honorary president of Longjing Martial Arts University. Above the grand entrance, the words Genius Training Camp were elegantly forged in a dragon and phoenix style of metal. Sumu, the path ahead lies solely in your hands. I wish you the best of luck, the suited man said as he escorted Sumu to the threshold before turning to depart. Alone, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, Sumu approached the entrance. There, 2 rows of armored warriors stood guard, their imposing presence nearly overwhelming to Sumu as he passed. Although they did not compare to the highest-ranking secret guard he had once encountered, they were still significantly stronger than the 3rd realm warrior, Xia Ru. As he drew closer, it became evident that personnel were stationed to check identification and conduct a series of intricate evaluations aimed at preventing any ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating the Genius Training Camp. These assessments encompassed numerous aspects, extending even to meticulous examinations of hair and DNA. The process was so rigorous that even those with the talent to alter their appearance and vitality would be unable to pass undetected. Once Sumu's identity was confirmed without a doubt, the personnel at the entrance gestured for him to enter the Genius Training Camp. At that moment, he felt the oppressive aura emanating from the 2 rows of warriors dissipate entirely. It turned out that these guards had focused their full attention on Sumu from the moment he had appeared. Once any irregularity is detected in Sumu, he is likely to be apprehended without delay. Upon entering the Genius Training Camp, Sumu was greeted by a vast plaza, already bustling with numerous individuals. Some appeared to have formed small groups. As Sumu made his entrance, a youth clad in a green short-sleeved shirt approached him with keen interest, wearing a friendly expression. Greetings, fellow student. Where do you hail from, and what is your name? Have you considered joining our group? I've heard that upon entering the training camp, there will be an assessment, and those who fail will be expelled. Teaming up significantly increases our chances of success. Hello, I am from the 3rd safe zone, Bailan High School. My name is Sumu, he replied politely, adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face. However, upon mentioning Bailan High School, the youth's expression shifted to one of intrigue. Before he could respond, a tall individual behind him, tilting his head slightly, let out a derisive laugh. Bailan High School? I have never heard of it. Nowadays, Any high school seems to have a spot to participate in the genius training camp. Chapter 41, A Gathering of Geniuses. It seems that the caliber of this year's genius training camp is rather lacking, or perhaps Longjing Martial University has lowered its standards this year? Beside a tall youth, a young woman with golden hair, slightly tilting her chin, scrutinized Sumu from head to toe. The genius training camp at Longjing Martial University primarily comprises the elite from the top high schools of various safe zones, with some even hailing from the same institution. Consequently, their inherent superiority often leads them to look down upon those from ordinary high schools. To Sumu, an individual from an unremarkable school that they had never even heard of, they exuded an air of arrogance. Perhaps he had awakened some latent bloodline talent and fortuitously advanced to the 7th level of martial disciple, managing to slip in, yet during the camp's entrance examination, there would be no room for deception. The youth, tilting his head, cast a derisive glance at Sumu before turning away, dismissing him altogether. It is not surprising that he harbored such an attitude. The disparity between elite and ordinary high schools is indeed vast. The differences in teaching resources, daily training, and even meal provisions are worlds apart. Oftentimes, the top student from an ordinary high school would struggle to even rank within the top 20 at an elite institution. This disparity has led to instances where students from top high schools, ranked in the teens, would transfer to ordinary high schools after awakening their talents, leveraging their overwhelming performance there to gain admission into training camps they originally could not access. This was a manipulation of the selection mechanism of the genius training camp. However, such practices were later prohibited by the Great Xia Martial Alliance, which enacted a decree forbidding students from elite high schools from transferring to ordinary ones after awakening their talents. Of course, students from ordinary high schools could still transfer to elite ones following their awakening, but that bore little significance. The youth's derisive remarks and the scrutinizing gazes from those around him did not overly concern Sumu. It was akin to a strikingly beautiful person being told they were unattractive. They would remain unfazed, fully aware that such judgment stemmed from ignorance, rather than any deficiency in their own beauty. Conversely, if one were indeed unattractive, such remarks would evoke irritation, for there would be some truth to them. Sumu, having faced death countless times and being aware of the impending extinction of humanity in a decade, had long elevated himself to a lofty perspective. To him, the scornful words of those around him were merely tedious. To hastily conclude about someone unfamiliar is a sign of immaturity. And to disdainfully underestimate another's capabilities is even more foolish. After the youth finished his remarks, the one who had initially approached Sumu for a greeting silently returned to his own group. It is evident that, although he did not mock Sumu like the previous youth, he likely harbored the belief that Sumu's prowess was lacking. Hence he was disinclined to extend another invitation for Sumu to join his ranks. For Sumu, this was, in fact, a welcome development. After acquiring the ability of Death Rewind, he had deliberately chosen to walk his path alone, wishing to avoid entangling too many individuals in his affairs. On one hand, Sumu's talent for Death Rewind often compelled him to engage in reckless behaviors, which would be cumbersome with numerous companions. If he were to seek death and his comrades, unaware of his intentions, rush to save him, it could lead to unnecessary sacrifices, and bizarrely, they might even succeed in rescuing him. What a predicament that would be. On the other hand, the more individuals he knew, the more he found himself instinctively trying to save them. Yet some did not merit the expenditure of a rewind opportunity for their rescue. This was a point his future self had also noted in his diary. The usage of Death Rewind was not intended for Sumu to act as a benevolent savior to all. In the battles against the myriad races, death was an inevitable reality, and the sacrifice of certain individuals was sometimes essential. Sumu had gradually acclimated to this notion. His focus was on saving the entirety of the human race, his family and friends, those he cherished, rather than those inconsequential individuals devoid of worth. If he were to attempt to save everyone, it was likely that he himself would be the first to succumb from exhaustion. Sumu was not a heartless individual. If he could conveniently save someone, he would not turn a blind eye to their plight. However, he was not a saint required to rescue every soul. If the overall progression of events aligned with his expectations, and only a few trivial individuals perished, he would not rewind for the sake of those few. While others were observing Sumu, his gaze fell upon the individuals in the square. As his sight swept over them, their information materialized before his eyes. Name, unknown, health value, 90. 57. Ninth layer of martial disciple, body refinement technique, celestial wind body refinement technique, breathing method, wind breathing technique, talent, B grade, wine manipulation, name, unknown, health value, 78. 57. Seventh layer of martial disciple, body refinement technique, rampaging bear body refinement technique, breathing method, earth breathing method, talent, a grade, earth power, name, unknown, health value, 88. 57. Eighth layer of martial disciple, body refinement technique, pure yang body refinement technique, breathing method, sun breathing method, talent, pending analysis. One cannot deny that these individuals, selected for the genius training camp, indeed lived up to their reputation. A cursory glance revealed that the lowest health value among this group belonged to a 7th layer martial disciple, while the highest even boasted the presence of a first realm martial artist. Each practiced body refinement technique and breathing method was commendable. As for their talents, the lowest was B grade, while the highest, beyond Sumu's keen eye of true sight, was likely S grade. Although this group exhibited a degree of arrogance, they were undeniably formidable. However, there exists an undeniable prowess that inspires pride. Such innate talent, if placed in any high school within a secure zone, would undoubtedly rank among the elite. Sumu set his backpack down at one side of the square, where everyone else had placed their bags, and sought a secluded corner to begin his practice of visualization and breathing techniques. Meanwhile, the crowd in the square began to engage in hushed conversations. Let me tell you, my uncle was involved in this selection process. I've heard that the caliber of this year's genius training camp is unprecedented. There are more than 10 martial artists at the 9th level, and astonishingly, there are even 3 at the 1st level. 3. Is that for real? In just about 2 months, someone has already reached the 1st level? That's insane. Of course. I'm not sure about the other 2. But I know that one of them is the little princess of the G family. The little princess of the G family. No wonder. If it's from the G family, that makes sense. Sometimes, the competition can be utterly disheartening. Back home, I had virtually no rivals, but here, my confidence is nearly shattered. Thankfully, there is still that fellow from Bailon High School to serve as the bottom tier. That's true. Thinking about it, I actually find that guy from Bailon High School quite impressive. Amidst the chatter, several figures appeared in the square, seemingly out of nowhere. Are all the participants gathered? Inquired a white-haired elder, directing his gaze towards a middle-aged man beside him. Chapter 42, Camp Assessment. Apart from the little princess of the G family, everyone else had arrived. The middle-aged man slightly bowed as he spoke. As for the G family's little princess, it was mentioned that she would be personally escorted to the assessment site by her kin. This was not surprising to the elder, who listened intently. Indeed, the members of the G family were treasures in their own right, and the little princess, being the heir to her ancestral glory, warranted such caution. Since all were present, it was time to commence. The elder noted that the current number of trainees was excessive and that it was prudent to reduce their ranks. With that, he stepped forward slightly, and in an instant, he vanished from the square. Following the elder's words, the middle-aged man did not hesitate, he too flashed forward, appearing in the center of the square. His gaze swept over the assembled crowd, and he bellowed coldly, "Everyone! Assemble!" His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every individual present. Sumu, who had been engrossed in his meditation, was abruptly interrupted by the commanding tone. He turned his attention toward the middle-aged man, and immediately, information materialized before his eyes. Name, unknown, vitality, 43,920. 000, mid-stage 6th realm warrior, body refinement technique, 9 orifices body refinement technique, breathing method, universal chi circulation technique, talent, awaiting analysis, a mid-stage 6th realm warrior. Such prowess, aside from the elite secret guard Sumu had encountered upon becoming a level 9 researcher, seemed unparalleled. As for the traitor of the human race, Sumu could not even discern his attributes and thus did not consider him in this assessment. It was evident that, unsurprisingly, a teacher from the Longjing Martial Arts University possessed such strength. In an ordinary martial arts institution, such capabilities could easily qualify one for the position of principal. Aligning himself with the crowd, Sumu stood in several rows. Once the middle-aged man confirmed that everyone was in position, He began to speak. I believe many of you are already aware that prior to entering the camp, all must undergo an assessment. Only those who pass this evaluation will officially become members of the Genius Training Camp. Are you prepared? Ready. The mention of the assessment elicited a wave of excitement among the crowd. Very well, I shall grant you 10 minutes. You may proceed to the entrance of the training camp to deposit your belongings. After 10 minutes, regroup here, and I will distribute the assessment wristbands and weapons. Now, commence. As the middle-aged man's words echoed, the trainees swiftly set about their tasks. 10 minutes later, everyone returned to their original positions. And several individuals in suits appeared beside the middle-aged man to begin registering and distributing wristbands and weapons. Concurrently, the middle-aged man commenced an introduction to the details of the forthcoming assessment. Next, I shall escort you to a designated assessment site established by our Genius Training Camp, where we have recently captured various alien beings from the battlefield of myriad races. You will be issued wristbands, which serve a singular purpose, to automatically record your points as you vanquish these extraterrestrial foes. The more aliens you slay, the greater your strength, and consequently, the higher your score. The top 10 scorers will be displayed on a projection screen in the sky. It is imperative to note that the wristbands do not offer protection. Your safety relies solely on the weapons in your hands. Should you find yourselves unable to confront the aliens before you, your best recourse is to flee. If you fail to assess the disparity between yourself and your adversary, even death would be in vain. Do not harbor the illusion that anyone will come to your rescue. The middle-aged man's words momentarily stunned the gathered crowd. No one would come to save them. And they were to face the alien beings from the battlefield of myriad races. Although it was already known that the Genius Training Camp had a certain mortality rate, no one anticipated that death would arrive so swiftly. In an instant, the initially excited crowd fell into a sobering silence. Now, those whose names were called should step forward to receive their wristbands and select their weapons. Sumu quickly chose his longsword. The weapons distributed by Plunging Martial Arts University were commendable, meeting at least the standard of D-grade weapons. Compared to the longsword he had previously used at the Flame Martial Arts School, this one was markedly superior. As he caressed the blade, Sumu exhaled deeply. Despite possessing the talent of a clear sword heart, he had yet to find a longsword that suited him perfectly. Discovering a sword that aligns with one's essence is no simple task. Nevertheless, even an ordinary longsword would suffice for now. Each time he grasped the sword, Sumu felt a latent energy stirring within him. Soon, everyone had collected their wristbands and weapons. The middle-aged man did not indulge in further conversation. With a wave of his hand, a bus entered the training camp. A group of trainees from the Genius Training Camp was blindfolded and ushered onto the bus. The rumbling sound of the bus resonated in Sumu's ears. Possessing heightened senses, he could distinctly perceive every route the bus traversed. From his perception, after approximately 2 hours of travel, the bus finally came to a halt. Sumu disembarked alongside the other trainees. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a vast forest. Truly, Plunging Martial Arts University had managed to carve out such an expansive woodland within the 9th safe zone as a dedicated assessment venue. Sumu sensed that this location still resided within the confines of the 9th safe zone. Along the journey, the bus made several stops, each time releasing a group of individuals. Due to his position towards the back, Sumu was one of the last to disembark. After Sumu and his companions were set down, the adventure truly began. The middle-aged man departed on a bus. It was at this moment that Sumu noticed a colossal screen suddenly projecting into the sky. The rankings were displayed: 1st place, none. 2nd place, none. 10th place, none. Ladies and gentlemen, the assessment has begun. Grasp your weapons tightly and ensure your own safety. An ancient voice resonated in everyone's ears. Simultaneously, Sumu, utilizing his heightened senses, distinctly heard a deafening roar emanating from a location not far from them. Sumu furrowed his brow slightly and temporarily muted his acute senses. As Sumu and the others were set down, in a certain part of the forest, a girl with a frosty demeanor, exuding an aura akin to an iceberg, slowly entered the woods. Qinghan, from this point on, you must rely on yourself. Your father has but one request: protect yourself well. Understood. Chapter 43, 1st place. Sumu. Indeed, the disparity between the alien races on the battlefield of myriad clans and those within the alien hunting grounds is strikingly vast. There were claims that no one would come to your aid, yet, at the brink of death, a rescue truly materialized. How astonishing! At this moment, Sumu traverses through the forest, his body stained with flecks of blood. Recently, he endeavored to explore two matters. First, to discern the differences between the alien races encountered on the battlefield and those within the hunting grounds. Second, to ascertain if he could provoke a lethal encounter with those aliens to trigger a surge in his innate talents. The outcomes of his attempts left him somewhat speechless. It is evident that the alien races on the battlefield are significantly more formidable than those he previously encountered in the hunting grounds. A mere 9th-level martial apprentice among them cleverly utilized the terrain to evade Sumu's assaults, concealing its presence in an attempt to deliver a fatal blow. Had it not been for Sumu's acute senses, he might have unwittingly fallen prey to that alien. From Sumu's observations, the most pronounced distinction between the aliens on the battlefield and those in the hunting grounds lies in the former's heightened intelligence and deeper understanding of humanity. They adapt their strategies in response to human behaviors. This conclusion aligns closely with Sumu's initial speculations. What truly rendered Sumu speechless was the experience at the training camp's plaza. He had believed the middle-aged man's assertions that no one would intervene in perilous situations within the assessment grounds. Yet, when he deliberately sought to succumb to an alien's attack, someone promptly came to his rescue. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered himself in a hospital, having been disqualified from the genius training camp. Had it not been for his ability to revert to a previous state upon death, he would have faced dire consequences due to that middle-aged man's misguidance. Upon reflection, Sumu found this situation rather normal. If the assessment site of the genius training camp were indeed situated on the battlefield, it might have been plausible that no assistance could be rendered. However, given that the genius training camp established an assessment location within the 9th safe zone, complete with aliens captured from the battlefield, it was clear that their aim was to ensure the safety of the participants while conducting evaluations. For Sumu and his fellow participants, they had yet to officially join the genius training camp, thus they had not encountered genuine threats to their lives. The middle-aged man's words were likely intended to heighten their vigilance. Having deduced this understanding, Sumu promptly returned to the present moment. For most individuals, encountering a danger and receiving assistance is undoubtedly a fortunate occurrence. Even if eliminated, one's life remains intact. However, for Sumu, this was far from a favorable development, especially as the frequency of his death reversals continues to increase. Sumu has gradually begun to acclimate to the concept of death. And in his pursuit of greater talent and knowledge, he has even started to seek it out actively. Faced with an assessment where death is not an option, his only recourse is to eliminate as many of the otherworldly beings as possible and to perform commendably. His instincts tell him that this evaluation not only determines his entry into the esteemed training camp but will also influence his chances of becoming an outstanding member. Securing this status is of utmost importance to Sumu. Achieving it would grant him early admission to the Longjing Martial Arts University and allow him to uncover the contents of the mysterious diary sooner. With this in mind, he resolves to give it his all. With his eyes narrowed, he envisions a map of the area within 100 meters around him, revealing the information of various otherworldly beings before him. Race, Silverback Wolf Tribe, Health Points, 135, Early Stage of First Realm Warrior, Talent, a grade, Moonlight Silver Spike, Habit, resides in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Vulnerability, Waste. Race, Azure Bull Python Tribe, Health Points, 235, Early Stage of First Realm Warrior, Talent, a grade, Giant Entanglement, Habit, resides in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Vulnerability, 7 inches. Race, Crimson Flame Lion Tribe, Health Points, 286, Early Stage of First Realm Warrior, Talent, pending analysis, Habit, resides in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Vulnerability, Eyes. A silverback wolf can be encountered approximately 25 meters ahead at the 12 o'clock position. An azure bull python lies about 78 meters away at the 7 o'clock position. A crimson flame lion is located around 85 meters ahead at the 3 o'clock position. The directions of each otherworldly being have been meticulously marked in Sumu's mental map. With his extraordinary senses, aided by the deep blue, he perceives his surroundings with the precision of a badass echolocation, rendering the scene within 100 meters with remarkable clarity. Thus, the slaughter commences. Sumu's figure swiftly vanishes into the depths of the forest. Simultaneously, the leaderboard in the sky undergoes rapid changes. First place, Ji Qinghan. 20 points. Second place, Fang Qiuqiu. 18 points. Third place, none. 10th place, none. Note, the minimum score to appear on the leaderboard is 10 points. My goodness, are these two monsters? They dispatched otherworldly beings so quickly. I can't even defeat a being that is several realms weaker than me. Can you believe it? It's only been half an hour. Moreover, eliminating a being at the 7th level of the martial apprentice realm only grants 0.1 points. How did the top two accumulate such a vast number of points? Unbelievable. A group of individuals, during their moments of respite, occasionally cast their gazes toward the screen in the sky, only to be enveloped by a profound sense of despair. After toiling tirelessly to vanquish a 7th-tier martial apprentice, they found themselves with a mere 0.1 points. Yet, upon glancing upward, they were met with the staggering scores of 18 and 20 points amassed by others. This was nothing short of an overwhelming defeat. Surely, it must be those 3 second-tier martial artists? It seemed that only by defeating a 9th-tier martial apprentice from the other races could one possibly accrue such a significant number of points. In such a brief span of time, only those 3 first-tier martial practitioners could have achieved the slaying of a 9th-tier adversary, correct? Ah, I see. It turns out that aside from the young princess of the Ji family, another individual who has attained the status of a martial artist is named Fang Qiqi. This name, well, one could only remark that appearances can be deceiving, though the name may be ordinary, the prowess is anything but. But wait. I recall there should be another martial artist, do I not? Who could it be? Lo and behold, they have emerged. The third contender, oh no. It is not the third place, but Fang Qiqi has fallen to third. Not only Fang Qiqi, but the young princess of the Ji family has also slipped to second place. Who, then, is this third martial artist who has surpassed the young princess? The crowd collectively turned their attention to the top of the leaderboard. There, in bold letters, the name of the first place shone brightly, Sumu, with an impressive 325 points. Chapter 44, The Astonishment of the Crowd. 325 points. My heavens, and all achieved in such a brief span. Is this the prowess of the third martial artist? I once believed the princess of the Ji family to be formidable. Yet it appears she is utterly outclassed by this third martial artist named Sumu. Who is this Sumu? Have any of you heard of him? Which high school does he hail from? How come I had never encountered this name before? It is truly alarming. I can't help but suspect that this Sumu may have resorted to cheating. Once Sumu's name ascended to the pinnacle of the leaderboard, it instantly ignited fervent discussions among the talented trainees of the camp. The reason is simple, Sumu's achievements are nothing short of astounding. In a mere half an hour, even the illustrious princess of the Ji family managed only 20 points, while he amassed over 300. The disparity is simply too immense. The astonishment is not limited to just a few individuals. In a certain part of the forest, a young man clad in a green short-sleeved shirt had just collaborated with his companions to slay a martial apprentice of the 9th rank from a foreign race. The already scarce points they earned were quickly divided among them, leaving each with only a few. This was after exhausting most of their energy. They were all gasping for breath. The foreign entities on this battlefield are indeed vastly different from those in the hunting grounds. They are remarkably cunning and even lay ambushes. It is perplexing that a mere martial apprentice of the 9th rank required our combined efforts to defeat. How would we fare against a foreign being of the 1st rank? What shall we do? We can only huddle together for warmth, but regrettably, our team lacks any prominent figures. I just glanced at the leaderboard. The first place belongs to the Ji family's young lady, who has yet to make an appearance. The second place is occupied by someone named Fang Qiuqiu, presumably one of the 3 martial artists. While we cannot hope to recruit the Ji family's young lady, I wonder which Fang Qiuqiu is. How splendid it would be to have him join our team. Who could disagree? However, didn't they say that this cohort has 3 first-rank martial artists? The Ji family's young lady and Fang Qiuqiu have already appeared on the leaderboard. Where might the other one be? Surely, he is not merely a decorative pillow. Possessing the vitality of a first-rank martial artist without the corresponding strength? Such thoughts are futile. Even the weakest first-rank martial artist is beyond our reach as mere ninth-rank martial apprentices. A first-rank martial artist has the ability to learn martial skills. Wait. The leaderboard has changed. Fan Qiuqiu has risen to 3rd place. What? The G family's young lady has ascended to 2nd. And the 1st place is Su Mu. Who is Su Mu? Is he the 3rd first-rank martial artist? Good heavens, over 300 points. This fellow must be cheating. He utterly crushes us all. The young man in the green short-sleeve shirt, who had been resting against a nearby tree, was momentarily stunned upon hearing his companion call out that name. Momentarily, disbelief washed over him as he struggled to comprehend his own ears. Did you just mention the name of the first-place contender? Su Mu? That name sounds vaguely familiar. A flicker of unease crossed the face of the youth clad in a cerulean short-sleeve shirt as he glanced up at the projected leaderboard in the sky. A bittersweet smile emerged as he reflected, do you recall when I attempted to recruit, only to discover he hailed from an unheard-of high school and subsequently dismissed him? His name is indeed Su Mu. The words of the cerulean-clad youth rendered those nearby momentarily speechless. Su Mu? The young man frowned slightly upon seeing that name. What's wrong, Qiuqiu? The golden-haired woman beside him followed his gaze. Upon noticing that the individual at the top of the leaderboard had amassed over 300 points, her expression shifted dramatically. A prodigy. Yet, why does that name seem somewhat familiar? Ah. I recall now, isn't he from that so-called garbage high school? The golden-haired woman covered her mouth in disbelief, astonished that a participant from such a lowly institution could achieve such heights. Not only was he one of the 3 first-level warriors, but he had also, with overwhelming superiority, triumphed over the G family's little princess in less than half an hour to claim the top position on the leaderboard. The youth beside her scoffed. I told you not to call me by that name. That guy merely had a stroke of luck, he probably stumbled upon some trick to accumulate points. Clearly, this young man named Qiuqiu did not acknowledge Su Mu's superiority in strength. Come, there's a first-level warrior-grade steel-toothed pig ahead. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the forest, a tall young woman tightly coiled her long whip around a nearby silver-backed wolf. She wore a pale blue lightweight garment that appeared far more resilient than it seemed, glimmering occasionally in the sunlight. A closer inspection would reveal that the fabric was intricately embroidered with fine golden threads, intricately woven together to provide remarkable defense for what seemed like an ordinary attire. Yet, despite this unique material, the girl appeared somewhat flustered. She tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear, her icy gaze fixed on the silver-backed wolf, which was gradually ceasing its struggles. Indeed, it was far more formidable and intelligent than the other alien creatures she had encountered. Retrieving her whip, she glanced at the bracelet on her wrist. 108 points? It seems that the scoring for first-level warrior-grade aliens is more meticulously categorized based on their strength. She looked up at the projected leaderboard in the sky. With over 100 points, she should comfortably secure the top position, right? Given her lineage, gaining admission to Longjing Martial Arts University would be a mere formality. Her surname Ji would ensure her acceptance even before the official recruitment process. However, she did not appreciate this approach, much like her disdain for certain aunts and elder sisters around her. Even when she was injured, they insisted on protecting her solely because she bore the surname Ji. She yearned for independence. She desired to ascertain whether, devoid of her surname Ji, she would truly amount to nothing. This time, she entered the genius training camp with the singular ambition of claiming the top spot. Yet, when her gaze fell upon the leaderboard, it felt as though she had been struck across the face. First place, Su Mu, with 325 points. Su Mu. Ji Qinghan's pupils constricted. Chapter 45, the assessment concludes. Ji Qinghan's talent. Is this Su Mu truly the prodigy from Bailon High School? He is indeed remarkable, managing to surpass the young princess of the Ji family with an overwhelming display of skill. At this moment, within a room adorned with screens lining the walls, a group of individuals stood before them. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair. Beside him stood the middle-aged man who had previously announced the rules to Sumu and the others. The elder called forth a video display. Satisfied, he nodded appreciatively. With a mere command, the screens came alive, showcasing Sumu's battle footage. The middle-aged man then spoke. Initially believing that Sumu had awakened a talent for rapidly enhancing his vitality before entering the camp, but it has now become apparent that our assessment was erroneous. He possesses formidable talent in the way of the sword. The elder glanced at Sumu on the screen and remarked. He reminds me of a junior from the Song family, who was similarly adept at this age. The elder's eyes narrowed momentarily before he uttered two words, sword intent. Sword intent. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the elder's proclamation. Are you suggesting he has already comprehended sword intent? Not just sword intent, the elder continued. His swordplay and movement techniques are, to my discerning eye, untraceable to any known source. It is highly probable that he has devised them himself. Created by himself. How long has it been since he awakened his talent? How old is he? The middle-aged man wore an expression of disbelief. After contemplating the footage of Sumu for a moment, the elder declared, reposition him ahead of Ji Qinghan. The middle-aged man was taken aback by the elder's words. It was an almost unquestionable fact that Ji Qinghan held the top spot in their talent training camp. Moreover, her innate abilities ensured that her position was virtually unassailable, regardless of who might come. Yet now, the elder insisted on placing Sumu above Ji Qinghan, leaving the middle-aged man in a state of deep confusion and igniting his curiosity about Sumu. Do you have such faith in this young man? The middle-aged man could not help but inquire. Indeed. I hope my judgment is not in error. Gulping down the contents of his cup, Sumu felt the fatigue of prolonged combat weigh upon him. He leaned against a large tree, his hand resting limply at his side. The bracelet on his wrist displayed an astonishing score of 259 points. Such a score was nothing short of terrifying. The second-place Ji Qinghan barely scraped over 1,000 points, marking a staggering difference of nearly tenfold between her and Sumu. This assessment seemed to stretch on indefinitely. Gazing at the sky, with his name proudly displayed at the top of the leaderboard, Sumu could not help but reflect. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, a cacophony of sounds echoed around. The assessment has concluded. Now, everyone is to gather at the location of the light beam within 5 minutes. The voice of the middle-aged man resonated throughout the forest. Simultaneously, a beam of light abruptly descended in one part of the woods. The colossal beam resembled an immense column of light. From any vantage point within the forest, it was clearly visible. Has it finally come to an end? Sumu exhaled a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he swiftly made his way towards the direction of the light beam. By the time Sumu arrived at the location of the beam, a considerable number of individuals were already present. They were engrossed in discussions about their scores, rankings, and the possibility of elimination. However, when Sumu appeared within their line of sight, all conversation ceased. Gazes turned towards him en masse. This scene reminded Sumu of a similar experience he had when entering the genius training camp. Yet, compared to that occasion, the number of people staring at him was evidently greater this time. He is Sumu. Despite hailing from a high school that none of them had ever heard of, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. It was truly unexpected. He had initially thought everyone was merely vying for second place, with the princess of the Ji family assuredly claiming the top spot. Yet, who could have foreseen the emergence of such a dark horse? Not only did he surpass the princess of the Ji family, but he also outperformed many others. It was terrifying. He appeared to be so innocuous. Yet he had slain so many foreign beings. Look at him, drenched in what was likely the blood of those foes. The murmurs of the crowd reached Sumu's ears, leaving him in a state of bemusement. He glanced at himself. Indeed, his once pristine attire was now stained crimson. He looked as though he had just emerged from a pool of blood. The crowd, reminiscent of last time, maintained their distance from him. Previously, they might have deemed Sumu, a student from an inconsequential high school, unworthy of their company. However, this time, they likely considered themselves unworthy to associate with such a formidable figure. Sumu remained indifferent, standing aside. Yet, as he moved, he noticed two pairs of eyes seemingly fixed upon him. He turned to follow their gaze and discovered that the owners of those stairs were a strikingly beautiful yet icy girl. She donned a light blue garment, her features exquisite. Yet she emanated an aura of unapproachability. Merely being scrutinized by her made Sumu feel as though the surrounding air had dropped several degrees. Frowning, he found that the girl's information interface had also appeared before him. Name, Ji Qinghan, Vitality, 253. 58, Early stage of First Realm Warrior, Body Refinement Technique, Xianyuan Body Refinement Technique, Breathing Method, Xianyuan Inner Breathing Method, Talent, Unobservable. It appears that the girl's distinctive features led Shenlan to deduce her identity with remarkable accuracy. Clearly, this young lady is none other than the little princess of the Ji family, Ji Qinghan. Shenlan's conclusion aligns closely with Sumu's own speculation. However, Sumu was somewhat taken aback by the section regarding Ji Qinghan's talent. Previously, individuals had their talents marked as pending analysis. And after a brief observation period by Shenlan, these pending talents would gradually be unveiled. Yet now, Ji Qinghan's talent was marked as unobservable. This undoubtedly conveyed two pieces of information to Sumu. First, Shenlan likely possesses knowledge of Ji Qinghan's talent. Second, her talent might be of such significance that the future version of himself has imposed certain restrictions on Shenlan, preventing Sumu from uncovering her talent. Indeed, only the future self capable of transforming the Book of Wisdom into Shenlan could render such information unobservable. Although he was curious about Ji Qinghan's talent, Sumu had already devised his own strategies to cope with the actions of his future self, suppressing his curiosity. The individuals beneath the light column seemed to gradually gather. At that moment, Sumu suddenly heard a loud shout, "Sumu! I challenge you!" Chapter 46, The Resurgence of Heresy. A colossal voice instantly captured the attention of everyone present. The crowd turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. It was the young man who had previously ridiculed Sumu as a mere student from a subpar high school. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression bore signs of fatigue. His garments were thoroughly soaked in blood, and the weapon he wielded appeared to be dulled from repeated strikes. Who is he? Why does he challenge Sumu upon arrival? Are you unaware? He is, Shu, come closer, let me whisper, lest he hears us, he is Feng Qiuqiu. Feng Qiuqiu? Ha! I had imagined him to be a rotund fellow, yet, unexpectedly. Ha ha ha, that name is rather incongruous for him, isn't it? Do keep your voice down. He detests being addressed by that name. The only reason I am aware of it is from hearsay. Anyone who called him by that name in high school ended up receiving a beating from him. It is said that the worst of them lay in bed for over 3 months. Goodness, let us indeed speak softly. At this moment, Feng Qiuqiu's information also materialized before Sumu's eyes. Name, Feng Qiuqiu, Vitality, 189. 56, Early stage of First Realm Warrior, Body Refinement Technique, Gentle Breeze Body Refinement Technique, Breathing Method, Gentle Breeze Breathing Technique, Talent, Pending Analysis, Clearly. Among the 3 First Realm Warriors, Feng Qiuqiu is undoubtedly the weakest. Yet, he possesses considerable audacity and appears rather reckless. Sumu. I refuse to believe that you could slay so many of the otherworldly beings in such a short span. I challenge you. If you are a man, face me in a fair fight, otherwise, I shall never acknowledge your achievements. Feng Qiuqiu fixed his gaze intently on Sumu. He could accept that the princess of the Ji family ranked above him, as she had the backing of her powerful lineage. However, as someone who had consistently dominated his peers and hailed from the top high school in the 8th safe zone, he simply could not accept being overshadowed by a student from a school he deemed inferior. In truth, he understood deep down that Sumu likely possessed some genuine strength. Yet, he could not swallow this humiliation. He simply could not concede to Sumu. This prompted his public provocation. Qiuqiu, what are you doing? The blonde woman beside him frowned upon witnessing Feng Qiuqiu's public challenge to Sumu. Although she initially held a low opinion of Sumu. Coming from an ordinary high school, he had proven his prowess during the recent assessment. She was not as reckless or thoughtless as Feng Qiuqiu. While she had her own pride, she was not incapable of accepting the reality of someone being stronger than herself, even if their background was less illustrious. Mind your own business. Feng Qiuqiu shot a cold glance at the blonde woman before turning his attention back to Sumu, who seemed to be growing increasingly agitated. Sumu offered a helpless smile. In contrast to his own maturity and composure, this group of youngsters was ultimately still too naive. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. I have witnessed his achievements in their entirety, and I can vouch for their authenticity. Even if you refuse to acknowledge it, he remains the first. The speaker was the middle-aged man who had previously brought them here. With a cold gaze, he swept over Fang Qiuqiu before settling his eyes on the others. If you wish to engage in private duels, there will be ample opportunity once you enter Longjing Martial University in the future. But for now, stand in line. The middle-aged man's voice caused the remaining members of the genius training camp to shudder, promptly aligning themselves as instructed. Once everyone was in position, it became evident that the original count of around 100 trainees had dwindled to about 50 or 60. It seemed that almost half were missing. Many looked anxiously at the vacant spots in the formation, speculating whether those individuals had perished at the hands of the alien races. Only Sumu understood that most of them had likely been rescued and expelled from the training camp. Based on his experience, it was improbable that anyone would perish in this entry assessment. Well done, everyone. Congratulations on successfully joining the Genius Training Camp at Longjing Martial University. The middle-aged man's tone softened somewhat. Allow me to introduce myself, my surname is Ding. For the next 2 months, I will be your instructor. And you may call me Instructor Ding. Of course, I prefer the nickname given to me by some of your predecessors, King of Helding. His gaze swept across the assembled crowd, causing those he looked upon to involuntarily tremble. I shall not waste words. I can assure you that the alien races you will encounter are merely an appetizer. Even those from the myriad race's battlefield are captured beings, and thus differ from the true entities of the battlefield. However, do not be overly curious. Once you enter the training camp, you will have ample time to confront these entities and experience their terror. As Instructor Ding spoke, he gestured towards a bus that was slowly approaching them. You may return and rest today. The formal activities of the Genius Training Camp will commence tomorrow. While speaking, Instructor Ding began walking towards the bus. As the bus came to a stop before him and the doors swung open, a sudden beam of light struck the vehicle. Boom! The bus erupted in a violent explosion. The nearest Instructor Ding was violently thrown back by the force of the blast. Pang! Instructor Ding! The explosion's brilliance was somewhat blinding. Yet many witnessed the moment when Instructor Ding was propelled through the air. A few individuals gasped in shock and rushed toward the direction where he fell. However, after only a couple of steps, they discovered several figures emerging around them. Clad in pitch-black attire, these figures wore various masks that appeared rather menacing. Just as everyone was trying to comprehend the situation, they caught sight of the distant Instructor Ding, who had just risen to his feet, only to be brutally pierced through the chest by a battle blade. Instructor Ding! With a spurt of blood, he staggered. Having already endured the explosion, he was now subjected to this treacherous ambush. His complexion turned an ashen hue, his bloodied face smeared with dark ash and dust. By the gods! How could you? Run! You must flee! Hurry, seek help! Seemingly expending his last ounce of strength, Instructor Ding shouted fervently. Withdrawing the blade from his body, he collapsed with a thunderous thud. The one responsible for his demise leisurely wiped the blood from the blade and then turned to regard the encircled Sumu and the others. Goodness, so many promising talents. If they all perish, I dare say the Empire would be heartbroken. Chapter 47, Kneel and Plead. Everyone turned their gaze toward the source of the voice. The figure stood out among the surrounding crowd, clad in an ensemble of deep black, yet his stature was notably more imposing. His face was obscured by a grotesque mask, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit. Has the cult infiltrated to such an extent? Observing the figures draped in dark attire, Sumu furrowed his brow. This place, after all, was situated within the 9th safe zone, which should ostensibly be the safest haven in the entirety of the Great Xia. Yet now, within the very grounds of their genius training camp, a faction of cultists had brazenly emerged, even going so far as to murder their instructors before their eyes. This was dire news not only for the Great Xia but for humanity as a whole. Sumu had suspected that humanity might have been severely infiltrated, but he never anticipated it had deteriorated to this extent. The shadow he encountered upon becoming a level 9 researcher and the cultists now before him made his brow furrow deeper. Suddenly, he began to comprehend why humanity would face extinction a decade hence. As Sumu pondered this, the group of cultists had already encircled him and his companions. Though they appeared to number merely a dozen, each exuded an aura of formidable power, particularly their leader. Sumu's gaze was drawn to the towering figure at the forefront. Name, unknown, vitality value, 236, 430. 000, early stage of 7th realm martial artist, body refinement technique, Xiantian body refinement technique, breathing method, Xuanqin profound technique, talent, pending analysis, a 7th realm martial artist. The realization of the man's strength sent a wave of dread through Sumu. Unavoidably, this bout was destined for a fatal outcome. However, what he needed to contemplate was whether he could avert this grim fate. Reporting to the instructors in advance? That seemed rather impractical. If he possessed a significant identity, it might be a different matter, but as it stood, he was merely a talented cadet. Even if he conveyed this information, there existed a high probability that it would not be believed. Moreover, the demeanor of these individuals suggested they had already deciphered their movements. And it was quite possible that there were cultists embedded within the ranks of Longjing Martial Arts University. Thus, even if Sumu informed the instructors and the higher-ups at the university about the situation, urging them to change the examination venue, it was likely that these cultists would simply appear at the new location. Just as Sumu contemplated how to maximize the potential of this impending doom, the leader of the cultists spoke. Who would have thought there was a little princess of the G family among you? If you were to perish here, the entire G family would likely go mad, wouldn't they? Upon hearing the cultist's words, Ji Qinghan's countenance turned icy. Unbeknownst to her, she had already clenched a deep blue whip in her hand, her gaze fixed intently on the cultist leader. The remaining members of the genius training camp gathered together, huddled in a tight cluster, anxiously surveying the surrounding heretics. Some were so terrified that tears threatened to spill from their eyes. I don't want to die yet. Mom! Help! Is there anyone to save us? Panic ensued. What should we do? I just wanted to blend in at the genius training camp and later gain an advantage for admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. I do not wish to perish here. Many individuals with fragile mental fortitude could no longer contain their tears and began to sob uncontrollably. Enough of the noise. Fong Qiuyo snorted disdainfully. His bloodshot eyes coldly glared at the few who were crying out. He then turned his gaze to the leader of the heretics. What kind of skill is it to bully the weak with numbers? Have the courage to face me one-on-one. Fong Qiuyo directed his massive blade towards the heretic leader. Beside him, Sumu helplessly rubbed his forehead. Honestly, it must be said that Fong Qiuyo dared to challenge anyone, regardless of who they were. It was one thing to challenge him earlier, considering they were all mere first-tier martial artists. But now, he was brazenly challenging a heretic leader who had killed Instructor Ding. Wasn't this a clear case of brawn over brains? Initially, Sumu had found this fellow rather irritating for mocking him about being from a lowly high school and later questioning his achievements. However, it seemed pointless to squabble with a fool, did it not? Ha! There's someone with spirit. Though he seems a bit dim-witted. The leader laughed heartily, his gaze falling upon Fong Qiuyo. In the next moment, an immense aura seemed to press down upon Fong Qiuyo as if it were channeled through the leader's stare. The surrounding camp members felt as if they were being crushed by an unseen force. Sumu, not far from Fong Qiuyo, also sensed the terrifying pressure. Is this the might of a 7th-tier martial artist? Sumu found his breath becoming labored. Previously, when he was a 9th-level researcher, he and truly grasped the power of that human traitor, perhaps due to the vast chasm between the traitor and the highest secret guard. Or perhaps it was merely his own weakness. However, now, the strength of the heretic leader made him acutely aware of the stark disparity between himself and true powerhouses. With a thud, Fong Qiuyo's temples bulged, and he struggled to withstand the overwhelming pressure, but ultimately, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Bastard! Fong Qiuyo growled through clenched teeth. Nevertheless, he succumbed to the force. Pressed flat against the earth. Qiuyo! A blonde woman nearby, witnessing Fong Qiuyo's collapse, immediately rushed forward in alarm. "Let go of my brother." However, before reaching Fong Qiuyo, she was suddenly pinned to the ground by an overwhelming force. With a gasp, the golden-haired woman also spat out a mouthful of blood. "Bastard! What kind of skill is it to bully a woman?" Fong Qiuyo bellowed from the ground. She then turned to the woman beside her. "Step aside. I don't need your help." "Such deep sibling affection, TSK, it is truly moving," the leader remarked with an expression that seemed genuinely touched. He then shifted his gaze to the remaining individuals. Upon seeing them, a thought struck him: would it not be a tad too mundane to simply kill you all? He scanned the remaining group. "How about this? Kneel and beg me for mercy, perhaps if I am in a generous mood. I might show you compassion and allow you to join our cult. Of course, you could also choose to challenge me like him." As he spoke, he lifted his hand. And in an instant, Fong Qiuyo was seized and hurled towards him. He grasped her by the neck, rendering her immobile. "Let go! Release me!" Fong Qiuyo's face turned crimson. "Very well," the leader said, forcefully tossing Fong Qiuyo aside. With a thunderous impact, she carved a deep trench into the ground, finally coming to a halt after crashing through several sturdy trees. Life and death hung in the balance. Now, shall we begin the selection? Chapter 48, Is it time to retreat again? Kneel and beg me. These 5 words reverberated in the ears of all present. However, at that moment, no one seemed to make a decisive choice. It appeared that the leader noticed the hesitation among the crowd. With a swift motion, he reached out towards one of the camp members, seemingly sensing that a bit of provocation was necessary to prompt their decisions. The next instant, that camp member was seized in the leader's grasp, much like the earlier victim. "Do you wish to see fireworks?" the leader inquired, casting a glance at the surrounding cultists. "Yes." The cultists vociferously responded. Bang! In the next moment, the captured member's head erupted violently, blood bursting forth like a display of fireworks. A splash of crimson stained the leader's grotesque mask. The gruesome scene left the remaining camp members in stunned silence. Though they were no strangers to bloodshed, after all. They were all talented students from the elite high schools of various safe zones, and had undoubtedly engaged in hunts against alien creatures. Witnessing the brutal demise of a comrade who had stood beside them just moments before was a harrowing sight for these 18-year-olds. Yet, it was evident that the leader's actions had an immediate effect. Among the remaining 50 to 60 individuals, several suddenly fell to their knees. "Please, spare me. I can join the cult. Just let me go, I truly do not wish to die. Please, I do not want to die," they pleaded. Observing the kneeling figures, the leader smiled with satisfaction. He then turned to the nearby cultists, instructing, "Bind these individuals and set them aside. Later, take them to headquarters for proper training. I am sure they will become exceptional warriors in the future." Swiftly, the kneeling individuals were bound and cast aside, while the leader's gaze continued to scan the remaining crowd. "Is there anyone else who wishes to plead for mercy? We, the cult, truly value talent. However, my patience is rather limited." Upon hearing the leader's words, a few more individuals sank to their knees. In a short span of time, the original 50 to 60 had dwindled to just 30 or 40. Once it was apparent that no one else would kneel in supplication, the leader surveyed the remaining members with a knowing look. "It seems the rest of you are eager to embrace death. Very well, let each of you come forth to meet your end, thus allowing everyone to witness your gallantry." With a hearty laugh, he taunted, "Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me? Step forward if you seek your demise." Upon hearing this, the remaining individuals exchanged glances, each harboring a semblance of pride. Their inherent dignity forbade them from begging for mercy from these traitorous cultists. However, when confronted with the specter of death, not everyone possesses the courage to face it head-on. "Since no one else would, I shall take it upon myself to step forward," the leader declared. At that moment, from the crowd, the young princess of the G family took a few steps forward. She bit her lip gently, her body trembling slightly, yet her pale, serene visage was marked by unwavering determination. Just as she was about to emerge, a figure leapt forth from the throng ahead of her. "I will go." Upon hearing this voice, Ji Qinghan abruptly looked up, only to find Sumu had somehow positioned himself before her, tightly gripping a bloodied longsword. His attire stained crimson from the slaughter of countless foes. He obstructed the sunlight from Ji Qinghan, yet paradoxically, it seemed as if he were bathed in its glow. Sumu fixated on the leader of the heretical sect before him. Truth be told, he found himself momentarily at a loss for an effective strategy to thwart this band of cultists, primarily due to his scant understanding of them. To survive their clutches, the most prudent course of action would be to perish at their hands once, thus, he could glean their abilities and return to 12 hours prior, affording him ample time to devise a plan to thwart them. Upon gazing at the leader, Sumu exhaled deeply. In the face of death, he had grown somewhat numb. Yet, perhaps it was merely an illusion, for in a fleeting moment of distraction, he thought he glimpsed a flicker of admiration and satisfaction in the leader's eyes. Ah! Another fool seeking death, and just like the previous one, a first-level martial artist. You must be among the finest of this lot. I relish the opportunity to torment top talents like you, the leader scoffed. Enough chatter, come forth. Sumu let out a cold snort. With a swift step, he closed the distance to the leader in an instant. The next moment, unleashing the Gale sword technique, he surged toward the leader like a tempest. Within each strike, Sumu infused his understanding of the Gale sword intent, aiming to exploit the leader's vulnerabilities. Yet, despair washed over him as the leader clenched his fist. In the next heartbeat, a roar akin to a tiger's echoed through the air. The leader's punch erupted forth, obliterating Sumu's assault with overwhelming force. Immediately thereafter, he unleashed a tangible, ferocious tiger that lunged at Sumu. Sumu felt a tremendous power collide with his chest. PFF. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as he was sent hurtling away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing to the ground, teetering on the brink of life and death. Next, the leader triumphantly turned his gaze towards the remaining onlookers. Curse it! Ji Qinghan, witnessing Sumu's violent ejection, bit her lip and, in a surge of determination, grasped the long whip and charged at the leader. The long whip struck towards the leader like a serpent, only to be seized by him. With a slight exertion of strength, the leader flung Ji Qinghan aside, utilizing the whip's momentum. Ah, the daughter of the Ji family. I have yet to slay any of those precious gems of yours. He raised his blade high, a fierce radiance coalescing upon its edge. Let me demonstrate this technique. The blade emanated a searing aura, transforming into a tangible force that surged towards Ji Qinghan. Sensing the potency of the impending strike, Ji Qinghan attempted to rise and evade. But the attack was too swift, and having just been thrown, she found herself unable to ascend in time. Just as she resigned herself and closed her eyes, she unexpectedly realized that the blow had not struck her. With a hint of confusion, she opened her eyes to behold the silhouette once more. Sumu. At that moment, Sumu felt a mixture of bafflement and frustration. What the hell? I'm not dead yet, and you choose to attack someone else? This is causing me unnecessary suffering. Yet, he thought, after enduring this blow, he would surely meet his end. Boom! Sumu was sent sprawling backward, and in his ears, he could only hear Ji Qinghan's desperate cry behind him, no. Faintly, he seemed to perceive the leader rushing towards him in haste. Here we go again. Sumu mused, as he gradually succumbed to unconsciousness. Unbeknownst to him, at the very moment he lost awareness, a sudden voice echoed from the heavens in fury. Stop! The assessment is suspended. Chapter 49, Sumu, please wake up. Outside the Supreme VIP ward of Longjing Martial Arts University Second Hospital, an elderly man gazes at the young man lying within the room, letting out a deep sigh. Xiao Ding, how is his condition? His physical recovery is quite remarkable, especially with the assistance of that individual's exceptional talent. The only concern is when he will awaken, for the injuries he sustained were grievous. Had it not been for his seemingly formidable mental strength and our timely call for that individual's help, he might have truly been beyond salvation. With another sigh, the elder laments, had I known it would come to this, I would have intervened personally. That Wang Hu, what a reckless fellow. If anything happens to this child, I will not let it rest. Such a promising talent, if anything were to go awry, it would be a loss for all of humanity. Zhang Lao. One cannot entirely blame old Wang. At that moment, he did not anticipate that his strike would fail to incapacitate the child. His intention to strike was influenced by the fact that the target was the young princess of the G family, adorned in a golden-threaded robe. Even if the blow landed, the princess would have likely sustained minimal harm. Little did he know, this child rushed forth to shield her from the attack, the middle-aged man explained. Humph, Zhang Lao scoffed, then looked at the youth lying on the hospital bed with a sense of appreciation. This is precisely the admirable quality of this child. He had barely known the G family's young lady for less than a day, yet he stood up to protect her, driven by a sense of duty to safeguard his compatriots. Indeed, the child's fervor is something I have never witnessed in my years as an instructor, the middle-aged man remarked, observing Su Mu within the ward. Moreover, he has previously demonstrated similar courage. His records detail another incident where he confronted a heretic who had taken a classmate hostage. While others cowered in fear, it was this child who boldly showcased his talent and rescued his peer, even collaborating with the local night patrol captain to vanquish the heretic. With admiration, the middle-aged man continued, at just 18, he possesses such audacity and a willingness to sacrifice for those around him, coupled with immense talent. Frankly, in witnessing his deeds, I find that his noble character shines even brighter than his abilities. If this child can continue to develop, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for humanity. Zhang Lao nodded in agreement. This is precisely why we must invest significant resources to ensure his survival. And not merely in a manner that leaves behind lingering repercussions. He must return to his peak state, otherwise, it would represent a tremendous loss, both for him and for all of humanity. Rest assured, Zhang Lao, regarding his arrangements, we are utilizing the finest resources without hesitation, even that esteemed individual has been summoned. His physical condition poses no issues whatsoever. Under our treatment, his vital energy has nearly surpassed 400 points, placing him on the brink of entering the mid-stage of a first-level martial artist. As long as he awakens, he will require no more than 3 days of recuperation before he can return to the genius training camp. The middle-aged man paused momentarily. However, the only question remains, when will he awaken? According to the hospital's response, it could be as soon as today or tomorrow, or it may stretch to a month, 2 months, or even a year or two. Isn't there a department in the Great Xia dedicated to the study of mental energy? We should find a way to enlist their assistance, Zhang Lao pondered. Currently, the research on mental energy within Great Xia remains classified, intended as a trump card against foreign entities. It is simply unrealistic to procure someone from there, the middle-aged man replied helplessly. I shall personally extend the invitation. I refuse to believe they would disregard my request. Zhang Lao's expression darkened. At that moment, a voice interjected nearby. I have met with Zhang Lao and Instructor Ding. Both Zhang Lao and Instructor Ding turned to see an ethereal figure standing beside them, exuding an air of chilling elegance. Qing Han. Instructor Ding smiled, but was met with Ji Qinghan's icy demeanor. Excuse me, Zhang Lao and Instructor Ding, please step aside, I wish to enter in converse with Su Mu. Seeing this, Zhang Lao and Instructor Ding could only offer awkward smiles and part the way. They observed as Ji Qinghan entered the ward and sat beside Su Mu, engaging him in conversation with practiced ease. Instructor Ding remarked, Zhang Lao, you may not be aware, but perhaps out of guilt, since Su Mu fell into slumber, the young princess of the Ji family has come daily to speak with him. It seems this young princess harbors a lingering knot in her heart due to past events. If Su Mu could assist her in unraveling it, it would indeed be a blessing for her, Zhang Lao mused, as if struck by a revelation. Alas, it is a pity for the child Su Mu. One can only wonder when he will awaken. Once he does, we must ensure he receives ample compensation, better too much than too little, he continued. Instructor Ding expressed surprise. Zhang Lao, it appears you hold a genuine fondness for this child. Upon hearing this, Zhang Lao cast a glance towards Su Mu. What child is not endearing? Were I but younger, I would surely take him as my disciple. Alas, I am too old now, fearing I might hinder his progress. Instructor Ding responded, Zhang Lao, you underestimate your own influence, even those foreign entities tremble at the mere mention of your name and would flee in terror. Do refrain from flattering me with empty praise? The same few phrases are repeated ad nauseum, Zhang Lao retorted with a sidelong glance before continuing forward. Instructor Ding hurried to catch up, Zhang Lao, By the way, have Sumu's family been informed of this situation? Mr. Zhang, as you are aware, this matter is rather disreputable. Sumu was not harmed by the enemies, but rather injured by his own people. Therefore, we have refrained from informing his family for the time being, merely stating that it is inconvenient to contact them during the training camp. However, if, after more than a month, the training camp concludes and Sumu remains unresponsive, we will no longer be able to conceal the truth. Alas, we can only proceed in this manner for now. Their voices gradually faded away. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hospital room, Ji Qinghan gazed at the slumbering Sumu, her silence betraying the tumult of thoughts swirling in her mind. Sumu, why did you choose to save me? Throughout her life, she had been enveloped in the protective embrace of her family's innate gifts, shielded by uncles and aunts. This was the fate of every member of the Ji family. For the sake of safeguarding their kin, each relative would unhesitatingly sacrifice their own life. Ji Qinghan had long understood the mission bestowed upon her family, yet she harbored a deep aversion to it. In her childhood, during an outing with her father, they were ambushed by heretics. In a desperate bid to save them, her uncles detonated themselves, creating a path through the chaos that ultimately preserved her life and her father's. She could not grasp why her relatives would willingly offer their lives for her sake until one uncle explained that it was because she was a Ji family member. What does it mean to be a Ji family member? Is a Ji family member's life inherently more valuable than that of others? She was perplexed and deeply resentful of the notion that others would sacrifice their lives to protect her. What troubled her even more was the realization that her uncles and aunts protected her because of her lineage and the unique gifts awakened within her. But what, then, compelled Sumu to act in such a manner? He was, after all, oblivious to everything. Ji Qinghan sighed softly, almost as if conversing with herself. Sumu, please awaken soon. She then rose and made her way toward the door of the hospital room. However, just as she reached the threshold, she heard a voice emanating from behind her. Ugh! Ji Qinghan abruptly turned around to see Sumu's eyes slowly fluttering open. Where am I? Chapter 50, Sumu Awakens. Ji Qinghan's inquiry. Awake, awake! Even Ji Qinghan, with her typically icy demeanor, could not suppress her excitement at this moment. She hastily approached Sumu's side. Sumu! You are awake. Please, don't move, I will fetch a doctor. Her eyes sparkled with a mixture of tears and laughter as she gazed at Sumu, whose eyes had just opened. For the past month, the hope of Sumu awakening had almost become an obsession in her heart, otherwise, she would not have visited him daily to converse. Now, witnessing his revival, the oppressive emotions she had harbored for an entire month erupted at this very instant. As she rushed to summon a doctor, Sumu began to inquire about the situation from Shenlan. Shenlan, what on earth is happening? Where am I? Master, you have been in a coma for 30 days, 7 hours, and 28 minutes. You are currently in the Supreme VIP ward of the second hospital of Longjing Martial Arts University. What? Supreme VIP ward? Sumu surveyed his surroundings. It was an expansive suite adorned with warm, yellowish tones. A massive television occupied the center, while a table nearby held some greenery. Next to the bed, there appeared to be a call bell. Couldn't he simply summon a doctor with that? Why did she run out? As Sumu continued to observe his environment, Shenlan swiftly recounted the events of the past month. What the hell? This was a test orchestrated by Longjing Martial Arts University? That cult leader was one of the instructors? How did those people die? It looked so realistic. He recalled the moment when that man's head exploded in the leader's hands. That was an SSS-level talent, Mirage Dream. It can create incredibly lifelike illusions, and without a special talent or formidable power, it is nearly impossible to see through the Mirage Dream's deceptions. SSS-level talent. Sumu rolled his eyes. Truly, Longjing Martial Arts University spared no expense for this test. Master, according to my analysis, the leader actually held back during his attack, intending only to briefly incapacitate you. However, your mental strength was too formidable, preventing you from losing consciousness. The leader's attack on Ji Qinghan was also calculated to match her tolerance level. She was equipped with special protective gear. rendering the leader's assault incapable of inflicting serious harm. The resulting shock merely caused her to faint. Unfortunately, this attack, when directed at you, who was already injured, resulted in severe wounds. Under normal circumstances, such injuries would have been fatal. However, Longjing Martial Arts University summoned a specialist, and with his treatment, combined with your extraordinary mental power, you miraculously survived, albeit falling into a deep slumber. Are you implying that my mental strength was too powerful? And that combined with that man's treatment, I inadvertently survived and fell into this state of slumber? After grasping the general course of events, Sumu rubbed his temples with a hint of frustration. Indeed, the situation he had once dreaded had come to pass. He had previously feared that he might be on the brink of death, only for those around him to remain oblivious and instead rescue him. It was impossible for him to divulge the nature of his innate talents to others. Ultimately, he found himself in a predicament akin to a mute savoring bitter melon, burdened with unexpressed agony. This apprehension was precisely why he had always preferred solitude, fearful of such scenarios. Yet, unexpectedly, it had manifested. Deep Blue. What is the current state of my physical condition? Despite the throbbing in his head, Sumu did not dwell on his vexation for long, redirecting his focus to assess his present circumstances. Soon enough, his status panel appeared before him, accompanied by Deep Blue's elucidation. Sumu gathered a general understanding of his condition. Fortunately, despite having been unconscious for an entire month, his recovery was remarkably satisfactory. Not only did he exhibit no lingering repercussions, but his vitality had also seen a modest increase. This revelation piqued Sumu's curiosity regarding the identity of his savior, especially considering the near-fatal injuries he had sustained. Yet, astonishingly, he was now lively and well. According to Deep Blue's analysis, he merely required an additional 2 or 3 days of recuperation before he could return to the training camp. However, when Sumu inquired about the identity of that individual, Deep Blue refrained from providing an answer, stating that his current permissions were insufficient to disclose such information. It appeared yet another key figure, pivotal to the impending doom of humanity a decade hence, was involved. As Sumu pondered this, Ji Qinghan finally entered, accompanied by doctors and nurses. Following them were an elderly gentleman and a middle-aged man, the latter being the instructor Ding, who had perished before Sumu and his companions. A flurry of doctors and nurses rushed to examine Sumu upon his awakening. The elderly man, instructor Ding, and Ji Qinghan stood to the side. After a brief interval, the medical staff concluded their assessments. Congratulations, Mr. Su, you are no longer in serious danger. With a couple of days of observation, you can be discharged, the doctor announced. Hearing this, Ji Qinghan and the others breathed a collective sigh of relief. Instructor Ding, what is the situation here? Although he was already aware of the details, he felt the need to feign ignorance. Observing this, Instructor Ding hastily offered an apologetic explanation to Sumu. Sumu appropriately displayed a look of dawning comprehension. Fortunately, Mr. Su, you are well, otherwise, our transgressions would be grave, Instructor Ding said with a sincere expression of regret. He then gestured towards the elderly man, Mr. Su. This is the current president of Longjing Martial Arts University, Zhang Hao. Greetings, President Zhang. Upon seeing the venerable figure before him, Sumu eagerly urged Deep Blue to analyze the president's information. As he did so, his eyelids involuntarily fluttered. Name, Zhang Hao, vitality value, 27, 836, 430. 000, early stage of the 9th realm warrior, body refinement technique, 9 transformations mysterious art, breathing method, Xian Yuan inner breathing technique, talent, pending analysis, a 9th realm warrior. Although merely at the early stage, they are undeniably a formidable presence. This is, without a doubt, the strongest individual Sumu has ever encountered in his life. Don't be so formal. Just call me Elder Zhang. Zhang Hao smiled at Sumu. I'll refer to you as Xiao Mu, it feels more endearing. Clearly, Elder Zhang did not conceal his fondness for Sumu in the slightest. Sumu, somewhat taken aback by the warmth of the interaction, responded, Elder Zhang. Very well. Very well. Elder Zhang chuckled heartily. He then inquired about Sumu's health. Seizing the opportunity, Sumu asked, Elder Zhang, when might I be able to return to the training camp and continue my training? He was somewhat anxious about whether he would be able to secure a recommendation to Longjing Martial Arts University, which was crucial for him to unlock his journal ahead of time. Focus on resting for now. We will consider your return to the training camp once you have fully recovered. It would be rather inappropriate to thrust you into the myriad race's battlefield immediately after your recovery. Understood. Sumu nodded in agreement. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Elder Zhang urged Sumu to rest well before taking his leave. In a moment, only Ji Qinghan and Sumu remained in the hospital room. Glancing at the ethereal beauty beside him, Sumu felt a pang of anxiety. How could he explain why he had shielded her from that attack? Before Sumu could gather his thoughts, Ji Qinghan spoke first. Sumu, I wish to pose a question to you. Go ahead, he replied. Why did you save me? Ji Qinghan regarded Sumu earnestly, her voice steady and deliberate. Chapter 51, The Strange Ji Qinghan. Is it because I am a member of the Ji family? After uttering these words, Ji Qinghan lowered her head, her gaze laden with complexity. For the past month, due to her identity, she had not been required to go to the battlefield of the myriad clans, allowing her the time to visit Sumu daily and converse with him. A significant reason for her daily visits was her desire to uncover an answer from Sumu. She yearned to understand why he had saved her. Did he learn of her identity, or was there another reason? Regardless of the motivation, she wished to know. Sumu was the only individual, aside from her uncles and relatives, who had so readily risked his life for her, despite their brief acquaintance. What is the Ji family? Upon hearing Ji Qinghan's words, Sumu furrowed his brow. What of being a member of the Ji family? He replied, Do not misunderstand. My decision to save you is not due to your lineage. It is simply because we are comrades from the same training camp. Even if it were another person in peril, I would have acted similarly. After expressing this, Sumu regarded Ji Qinghan with a hint of curiosity, pondering if she mistakenly believed his actions were driven by feelings for her. Fortunately, he considered himself clever enough to clarify, hoping she would not misconstrue his intentions. Sumu felt helpless. He could hardly confess that he had rushed to intercept that attack in a bid to embrace death. At that moment, Ji Qinghan stood frozen, absorbing Sumu's words. I did not save you because you are a member of the Ji family, it is merely because we are comrades. This simple statement echoed incessantly in her mind. Merely because we are comrades. Not because I belong to the Ji family, but because we are companions? Upon hearing this, Ji Qinghan felt as though her long-held perceptions had been irrevocably shattered. Throughout her life, everyone around her, including her family, had been willing to sacrifice themselves to save her when danger loomed, all solely because she was of the Ji family. Consequently, whenever she encountered someone who risked everything for her, she instinctively assumed it was due to her lineage that they were willing to forfeit their lives. To be honest, she despised that feeling. She abhorred the notion that her identity compelled others to risk their lives for her safety. Yet, it was precisely at this moment that Sumu emerged. Just when she believed she was truly facing death, Sumu had bravely shielded her, absorbing the lethal blow meant for her. Though his actions mirrored those of others who had recklessly risked their lives for her. An instinct whispered to Ji Qinghan that Sumu was unaware of her true identity. After all, it was merely their first encounter. Sumu was likely unaware of her true identity. Yet, if that were the case, why would Sumu sacrifice himself to save her? This question lingered in Ji Qinghan's mind for a full month, and now, at last, she had found the answer. For the first time, someone had told her. I saved you not because you belong to the Ji family, but because you are my comrade. Countless thoughts flashed through Ji Qinghan's mind as she lifted her gaze to Sumu, her icy expression betraying a hint of confusion. Comrade, did that imply friendship? Friend. Sumu raised an eyebrow, responding casually, let us say that for now. In the future, we might even become classmates or comrades in arms. So I won't stand idly by in situations like this. Would friends truly risk their lives to save one another, simply because they were friends? Ji Qinghan pressed on with her inquiry. Sumu nodded. Of course, some friends might even inspire you to willingly lay down your life for them. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Ji Qinghan's eyes sparkled as she looked at him. So, Sumu, are we friends? Sumu was momentarily taken aback, then uncertainly replied. Let us say we are for now. Ji Qinghan eagerly nodded. All right, I understand. I won't disturb your rest any longer, I'll return to my training. Sumu, somewhat bewildered, nodded as he watched the peculiar girl leave the hospital room. In truth, she need not come back tomorrow. He called after Ji Qinghan's departing figure. Then rubbed his temples in exasperation. This girl seemed rather desperate for friends, yet with his current status, it was hardly suitable for him to have too many companions. This was not to say that Sumu was devoid of compassion. In a more tranquil world, he would have cherished the idea of having a few close friends to share beautiful moments with. However, given that humanity faced impending extinction, such personal sentiments felt exceedingly extravagant to him. Humanity was fated to perish within a decade. To entertain frivolous thoughts was sheer folly. With no romantic distractions, his focus sharpened, he was destined to be the savior of humanity. Struggling to sit up in bed, Sumu attempted to move his body. Despite having lain in bed for a month, he found that he had not stiffened significantly. He realized he had wasted a month and needed to diligently train to make up for lost time. Moreover, he was determined to find a way to return to the training camp swiftly, so he could venture into the battlefield of myriad races and enhance his talents. As the accumulation of tasks overwhelmed him due to a month of slumber, he felt an inexplicable surge of guilt for the lost training time. He even entertained thoughts of ending it all and resetting his progress. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that even in a reset, he would still be in a state of slumber. This illustrates a significant drawback of the death rewind mechanism. Should one find themselves not dead, but rather in a state of unconsciousness, or trapped in a circumstance where escape is impossible, the death rewind for Sumu would be rendered nearly futile. To remedy this flaw, it is imperative to devise a means to acquire a talent that ensures the ability to willingly perish when necessary, thus activating the rewind. Indeed, the complexities abound. With a sigh, Sumu descended from his bed. His backpack and clothing lay nearby. Approaching his backpack, he retrieved a small box, the tiger blood pill that Gao Shan had gifted him. Thus, it is time to earnestly commence his cultivation. Chapter 52, The Marvelous Effects of Tiger Blood Pill. The time for the 10,000 races battlefield approaches. Previously, due to the fact that the bone-strengthening and muscle-nourishing powder he had concocted was not yet exhausted, the tiger blood pill had remained untouched in Sumu's backpack. He had initially planned to gather some corpses from the alien races during the upcoming battlefield to concoct new vitality potions. Little did he expect that a mere camp assessment would confine him to his bed for an entire month, thus wasting a precious month of cultivation time. Surely, Longjing Martial Arts University ought to compensate him for this setback. Sumu's demands were modest, a few thousand tiger blood pills would suffice. He resolved to discuss this matter with Instructor Ding when the opportunity arose. Shaking his head, he recognized that it was not the time to dwell on such matters. Sumu took out the tiger blood pill, and a faintly metallic aroma wafted into his nostrils. The pill was a vibrant crimson, not appearing particularly appetizing. However, Sumu was unconcerned with such trivialities. Without further hesitation, he placed the tiger blood pill into his mouth. In the next moment, he began to exercise on the ground, following the techniques of the 10,000 races body refinement art. As the tiger blood pill entered his system, a surge of pure energy flooded through his limbs. Perhaps due to his prolonged absence from cultivation, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to this influx of power. After approximately half an hour of rigorous training, Sumu collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat. Why did the efficacy of this tiger blood pill seem to surpass that of the blood-nourishing powder by tenfold or more? Sumu pondered this with a hint of confusion. Initially, he attributed the sensation to his extended hiatus from practice. Yet it became increasingly evident during the execution of the patterned cloud tiger technique. He could distinctly feel the medicinal potency of the tiger blood pill being activated as he performed the movements. The energy he would normally expend during the process was almost entirely absorbed by his bodily cells. Master, upon reaching the first realm of martial arts, the absorption of vitality potions corresponding to the 10,000 races body refinement techniques you practice will be significantly enhanced. It seemed that Deep Blue had overheard Sumu's inquiry and provided an explanation. Upon hearing this, Sumu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Why hadn't you mentioned this before? Master, you did not ask. Several black lines appeared on Sumu's forehead. Indeed. Deep Blue was merely an artificially enhanced tome of wisdom, possessing a rather limited intellect, capable only of responding to Sumu's commands and inquiries. If Sumu did not proactively inquire or issue commands, it would not respond autonomously. He shook his head. While it was unfortunate that he had not realized this sooner, he now understood the importance of being more discerning when selecting and concocting vitality potions in the future. Deep Blue, please retrieve the most suitable elixirs for my current cultivation, taking into account my present capabilities and the resources I can procure. Yes, Master. Initiating search in the potion formula database. Ding, search successful. Master. I have found 2 formulas for you. One is the enhanced version of the existing market elixir, Tiger Blood Pill, known as Tiger Essence Pill. The other is a formula from 9 years hence, the Xian Yuan Bear Blood Powder. In the next moment, the details of these 2 potion formulas manifested in Sumu's mind. Upon reviewing the formulas, Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. He had never doubted Deep Blue's searching capabilities. These 2 potion formulas were indeed the most appropriate for him at this stage, and the required ingredients were not overly rare. The only items he needed to seek were the tiger bones for the Tiger Essence Pill and the bear blood for the Xian Yuan Bear Blood Powder. The remaining ingredients Sumu could procure in advance. As for these 2 specific materials, he could purposefully search for them on the battlefield of myriad races, or simply request some from Instructor Ding as compensation for his contributions to Longjing Martial University. Continuing on, he began his meditative practice. Sumu sat cross-legged on the hospital bed. 3 days passed quietly. Sumu, have you made your decision? Even if you forego the upcoming training, the school has already recognized your talent. Elder Zhang has even prepared to promote you as an exceptional trainee without further ado. Instructor Ding looked at Sumu with a peculiar expression. However, once you enter the battlefield of myriad races, there will be no room for regret. You will not return until the training camp concludes, and in times of danger, no one will come to your aid. This time, there will genuinely be no one to rescue you, for the divisions of warfare in the battlefield are stringent and perilous, leaving no one to look after you. A moment's carelessness could truly lead to your demise on the battlefield. The Genius Training Camp has a certain mortality rate, it is not mere talk. To my knowledge, in the previous sessions, there was an unfortunate case of a trainee who perished on the battlefield. My suggestion is that you remain at the rear to cultivate in peace. Should you wish to enter the battlefield of myriad races in the future, you will have ample opportunities once you join Longjing Martial University. You have only just awakened. If anything were to happen on the battlefield, Elder Zhang would surely be heartbroken. Clearly, Instructor Ding did not wish for Sumu to return to the Genius Training Camp to continue with further training. In his view, it was already a foregone conclusion that Sumu would become an exceptional trainee. For others, further observation and training might be necessary, but for Sumu, this top talent, there was no need for continued scrutiny. Given this, there was no necessity to venture forth into the dangers of the battlefield of myriad races. Instructor Ding, I have made up my mind. Moreover, I have never officially competed with other campers, thus, it feels somewhat unjust to directly claim a spot as an outstanding camper. To be candid, I feel a pang of guilt. As for safety concerns, rest assured, Instructor Ding, I shall take good care of myself. Even if an unfortunate event were to occur on the battlefield against the myriad races, it would still be an immense honor for me. As a warrior, to perish while battling foreign adversaries would be my greatest glory. Sumu eloquently articulated his sentiments, exuding a sense of grandeur. He was resolute about participating in the battlefield of myriad races. What a farce it would be to abstain, how else could he showcase his extraordinary talents? An experience devoid of peril would hold no significance. Observing Sumu's unwavering determination and fervent spirit, Instructor Ding seemed to be inspired. He nodded vigorously, proclaiming, indeed. As men of our generation, we ought to be like you, Sumu. It infuriates me to recall those few in our training camp who, after only a few days, clamored to return. I truly wish I could give them a piece of my mind. Sumu, I will make the necessary arrangements for you. Prepare yourself for tomorrow. A dedicated individual will escort you to the battlefield of myriad races. Additionally, regarding your request for compensation, I will strive to secure the maximum possible support from the school. Tiger bones and bear blood, is it? I shall personally procure them. A talent like yours is the hope of humanity, and you must not be disadvantaged. Instructor Ding. I feel quite embarrassed, Sumu replied with a smile, realizing the unexpected rewards that awaited him. Thank you, Instructor Ding. Enough of that. Just remember one thing, return safely. Understood. Chapter 53, He has returned. Early in the morning, a middle-aged man in military attire, who walked with a limp, escorted Sumu onto an armored vehicle. There were still over 20 days remaining until the conclusion of the training camp. This duration was neither particularly long nor excessively short for Sumu. Given the lengthy journey ahead, the limping man suggested that Sumu take a moment to rest. Seizing this opportunity, Sumu began to cultivate his divine and demonic visualization techniques as well as the innate fetal breathing method. Time slipped away unnoticed, and during this interval, Sumu dozed off briefly. Upon opening his eyes once more, he found himself in the eastern theater of the 10,000 races battlefield. You're awake, the limping man remarked as he noticed Sumu stirring. Sumu nodded, his gaze wandering over the surroundings. So this is the eastern theater of the 10,000 races battlefield, he thought. As he surveyed the area, he noticed observation towers rising approximately 20 meters into the air every 100 meters or so. Additionally, towering structures that resembled observation towers loomed every 300 meters. Seemingly aware of Sumu's scrutiny, the limping man elaborated, that is the skywatching tower. The observation towers are utilized for monitoring the overall situation within the eastern theater, relaying information in real time. The skywatching towers, on the other hand, are primarily focused on aerial threats. Only a handful of high-ranking warriors among the human race can traverse the skies unaided, hence, when confronting airborne foes, considerable assistance is often required. The limping man proceeded to introduce various sectors of the eastern theater to Sumu. Over here is the armory. The eastern theater has nearly achieved self-sufficiency in weaponry. Many of the students and masters from your university's forging department work within. He gestured towards another area, that is the pharmaceuticals zone. While many of the vitality-enhancing drugs are provided to frontline soldiers, a portion is also distributed to the rear of the human territories, albeit at quite a steep price. He continued, and there lies the slaughter area, responsible for processing dying foes or dissecting their remains. And that is the cafeteria. The entire eastern theater resembled a small city, complete with a fully developed infrastructure. Throughout their journey, Sumu observed soldiers clad in battle armor patrolling diligently. Unlike the rear of the human territories, where occasionally powerful adversaries might breach defenses and infiltrate the theater, the atmosphere here was markedly different. The middle-aged soldier pointed towards a section of ruined walls. This used to be a dormitory area, but a few months ago, the Blackwing Shin Eagle breached the western city wall and wreaked havoc before being swiftly dispatched by Major Chio Sun with a single strike. It is worth noting that despite the seemingly stable condition of the eastern theater today, over 50 years ago, it was in a perpetual cycle of destruction and reconstruction. However, ever since the 7 holy warriors of the human race vanquished the divine kings of the 10 great divine clans 50 years ago, such occurrences have diminished significantly. The middle-aged man with a limp seemed to harbor a sense of pride. Sumu, however, gazed with a complex expression at the ground and structures of the eastern theater, each bearing the scars of war to varying degrees. It is difficult to imagine the state of affairs over 50 years ago, when the 7 saints of humanity had yet to vanquish the divine kings of the 10 great divine races and humanity had yet to gain the upper hand. All the soldiers on the front lines lived in constant fear and anxiety, uncertain of when the alien races might launch their assault. Yet, despite their profound trepidation, they still offered their flesh and blood to forge a steel wall for humanity's rear. Indeed, the eastern theater appears far more tranquil now than it did over 50 years ago. Incursions by alien forces have become exceedingly rare, and even when they do occur, they are swiftly quelled by humanity's formidable warriors. However, does Sumu truly remain unaware? The present calmness is merely the stillness before the storm. Who could have foreseen that after enduring for countless millennia, humanity would face obliteration after a mere 60 years of peace? 50 years ago, humanity had gained the upper hand. Yet a decade later, it would spiral towards annihilation. Contemplating this, Sumu clenched his fists and exhaled deeply. After a while, the vehicle finally arrived at Sumu's destination. It came to a halt at a camp, and his sumu disembarked. He was just about to enter when the middle-aged man with a limp suddenly called out to him. "Young man!" Sumu paused, turning to regard the man. "Since you have been admitted to the genius training camp, it signifies that your talent must be quite remarkable. Train diligently and prioritize your safety. The future of humanity relies on you young individuals." The man smiled at Sumu. "I will," Sumu nodded in acknowledgement. The middle-aged man returned the gesture before driving away towards the rear of humanity's forces. For someone like him, physically impaired, returning to combat seemed nearly impossible. He could have easily chosen to return to the rear and engage in other pursuits, savoring the remainder of his life. Yet, he ultimately opted for this line of work. Perhaps unable to part with the battlefield, wishing to contribute one last measure of effort to it. Watching the armored vehicle gradually recede, Sumu slowly entered the camp. After registering his identity, a soldier instructed him to wait outside. While Sumu stood there, several soldiers nearby seemed to scrutinize the newcomer who had suddenly appeared. Though no words were exchanged, the weight of their gazes made Sumu feel somewhat uneasy. He could surmise their thoughts. The training camp had already been in session for over a month, and his unexpected arrival was undoubtedly peculiar. After a lengthy wait, a young man dressed in military attire finally approached Sumu at a leisurely pace. "Are you the new recruit?" the young man inquired, casting a glance at Sumu. Sumu followed closely behind the young man. As they walked, the young man began to impart some information to Sumu. "Since you are here, allow me to briefly explain the rules of this place. This is a temporary camp established by the Longjing Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp. I am Shaolin, the military officer in charge of this temporary camp, responsible for assisting you in your training and assessment tasks. During the remaining time, if you wish to avoid an embarrassing departure, it is advisable to participate in the battlefield frequently, ensuring you earn at least 100 merit points. Ultimately, merit points will serve as the primary criterion during the final assessment of the camp." As he guided Sumu began to notice several members of the Genius Training Camp. It was evident that those camp members had also taken notice of Sumu. Instantly, their faces were filled with astonishment, and a few could not contain their exclamations. "Sumu! It's Sumu! He has returned!" Chapter 54, Sumu. "You have finally returned. It seems you are quite renowned." Observing the reactions of the nearby camp members, the young man furrowed his brow slightly. His knowledge of Sumu was rather limited. He was aware only that Sumu had sustained injuries during the entrance examination, resulting in a month-long coma, which accounted for his delayed arrival. However, from his perspective, given that Sumu had been injured during the assessment, he did not appear to be an exceptionally talented individual. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, it seemed he had miscalculated. With this thought in mind, the young man could not help but scrutinize Sumu once more. "This is where you will reside. There are still available beds inside. Feel free to find an empty one and place your belongings there." Although the young man was not particularly fond of individuals who gained entry through connections, he remained mindful of his responsibilities and led Sumu to the front of a dormitory building. "Next, I will provide you with a brief overview of the primary training programs at your Genius Training Camp. As previously mentioned, the assessment criteria primarily revolve around your merit points. There are 3 methods to acquire these points: individual, team, and legion. I shall begin with the legion. This pertains to your assignment to various legions to participate in large-scale battles. However, such occurrences are relatively rare, even we encounter only a few large-scale battles each year. Nonetheless, the merit points obtained during these significant engagements can be 2 to 10 times greater than usual. To maintain combat readiness for these major confrontations, the Eastern Theater conducts large-scale battle drills once a month. Unfortunately, you missed one last month. The next will likely occur in about 2 weeks. Secondly, we have the team and individual methods, which serve as the primary means of combat against foreign races in the Eastern Theater. The initiation of large-scale battles requires consideration of various factors. On the myriad race's battlefield, the conflicts between the human race and foreign entities predominantly consist of smaller and medium-sized skirmishes, executed by various teams and individuals from the Eastern Theater. The young man paused momentarily. "You should have learned in your high school curriculum that, in the absence of large-scale battles on the myriad race's battlefield, soldiers typically operate in teams. Of course, there are those who are somewhat unconventional and self-assured, opting to hunt foreign races and undertake missions alone. However, we do not encourage this approach, as individual strength is limited, and the risk of death significantly increases in dangerous situations. By joining a team, you can benefit from the experience of seasoned veterans, enabling you to grow more rapidly. Furthermore, teamwork is more conducive to accomplishing challenging tasks. Unless you possess extraordinary combat abilities, joining a team should undoubtedly be your primary choice. Regrettably, you arrived rather late, and the recruitment period for most teams has already passed. If you wish to join a team, you might try your luck at the mission hall, where some teams, having lost numerous comrades during missions, may recruit individuals or other team members to bolster their ranks. Upon hearing the young man's explanation, as Sumu's eyes brightened, he pondered. What if I were to choose to operate independently? The young man glanced at him, a fleeting expression of understanding crossing his face. Those prodigies from the talent training camp often consider themselves the chosen ones. Nearly every individual harbors such sentiments. However, after undertaking a few missions solo, most opt to join a team, and some tragically perish during these endeavors. If you truly wish to complete tasks and earn merit points as an individual, you are free to do so. There is no need for additional registration. However, participation in the large-scale monthly war exercises is mandatory. To undertake missions, one simply needs to visit the mission hall. I must remind you that although you are members of the talent training camp, once you step onto the battlefield of the myriad races, you become mere soldiers. The human race is never short of talent, yet genuine brilliance is rare. Only those who survive until the end can be deemed true geniuses. The young man's words resonated with Sumu, who nodded in agreement. Indeed, over countless years, many talents have emerged among humans, but equally, many have fallen along the way. If one cannot even manage to survive, what use is their talent? Engaging in battle with the myriad races is an inevitable aspect for every martial artist of the human race. Moreover, for the prodigies of the talent training camp, the foes they must confront will be even more fearsome. Thus, it is imperative to confront the terrors of the alien races and engage in combat on the battlefield. Death is unavoidable. Should one allow the fear of death to deter them from fighting, no matter how exceptional their gifts, they remain but mediocre. I have conveyed most of what is necessary. This is your exclusive badge from the talent training camp. Upon returning from the battlefield of the myriad races, lacking this badge could lead to complications. It must be worn visibly on your chest at all times. If discovered without it by the patrol, you will face inquiry. Additionally, the badge possesses automatic location tracking, emergency signaling, and poison functions. I shall not elaborate on the first two, but regarding the last, it serves as a precaution. If you are captured by the myriad races and wish to avoid excessive suffering, you can utter the secret command inscribed on the back of the badge, and it will inject a potent toxin into your system. This is why it is typically worn on the left side of the chest. This feature is not exclusive to your badges. Every soldier's badge is equipped with it. As for the rationale behind this design, I trust your high school studies have covered such matters. Moreover, wearing this badge also serves to distinguish you from ordinary soldiers, and as prodigies, you will receive certain privileges. The young man produced a green badge and affixed it to Sumu's chest. Sumu examined the badge closely, particularly interested in its poison function, which could prove invaluable in dire circumstances. Until he discovered a more suitable means of self-termination, this badge could serve as a temporary alternative. This also provided Sumu with a line of thought. Before discovering a talent that allows for self-destruction, he could concoct some lethal poisons to carry on his person. Should he face capture, he could simply choose death to revert to a previous state. Sumu harbored no fear of death itself, but rather the fear of being captured and unable to escape such a fate. However, this dilemma would likely resolve itself once he eventually found a suitable self-destructive talent. Regarding this talent, Sumu had already gathered considerable information from the Deep Blue, and once he reached the battlefield of the myriad races, the first task on his agenda would be this very pursuit. He could not afford to repeat the grave mistake of being incapacitated for a month. I have expressed nearly all that needs to be said. What follows is entirely up to you. The youth cast a glance at Sumu before turning and departing. Immediately after the young man left, Sumu hurriedly stowed his automatic luggage in a bunk and then briskly exited the dormitory building. However, as soon as he stepped outside, he became acutely aware of countless gazes fixed upon him. Many individuals were clad in blood-stained battle armor, evidently having just returned from the battlefield. Upon noticing Sumu, several crossed their arms, observing and murmuring amongst themselves. Sumu paid them little mind, directing his attention instead to a colossal screen situated at the center of the temporary camp. The screen displayed the current rankings of merit points for all members of the Genius Training Camp. First place, Fang Qiuqiu, merit points, 1652. Second place, Wan Jie, merit points, 1025. Third place. As he was engrossed in this display, a familiar voice resounded, "Sumu, you have finally returned." Chapter 55, The Challenge of Fang Qiuqiu. Upon uttering these words, not only did Sumu turn his gaze towards the speaker, but many others in the vicinity followed suit. The newcomer was none other than Fang Qiuqiu, who brandished the severed head of an alien, his visage smeared with blood, and a battle blade sheathed at his waist. His appearance suggested that he had hastily rushed over from the battlefield of myriad races upon hearing news of Sumu's arrival. Fang Qiuqiu? Sumu raised an eyebrow slightly. Though this fellow lacked intellect and exhibited a certain recklessness, he was undeniably a man of passion. During the previous assessment, he had been the first to step forward to confront that so-called Commander Wang. Alas, his prowess left much to be desired, resulting in a thorough thrashing. Upon hearing Sumu call his name, Fang Qiuqiu's eyelids twitched, and he coldly fixed his gaze upon Sumu. "Sumu, our challenge is far from concluded. However, I shall not take advantage of you. You arrived at the training camp over a month after me, so I will grant you a month to recover. Given your talent, that should suffice. 1 month hence, we shall duel." With that, he paid no heed to whether Sumu agreed, turning on his heel to stride towards the camp's exit. Beside him, a golden-haired woman appeared somewhat exasperated as she rubbed her forehead, before nodding at Sumu and hastily following after Fang Qiuqiu. Watching the two recede into the distance, Sumu could only chuckle helplessly. Fang Qiuqiu was indeed a stubborn individual, once he declared a challenge. He was resolute in pursuing it. Given his demeanor, it seemed that Sumu would have little choice but to acquiesce, even if he were inclined to refuse. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that despite his impulsive nature, Fang Qiuqiu possessed considerable talent. Just moments ago, Sumu had taken a brief look at his status panel. Name, Fang Qiuqiu, health points, 823. 65, late stage of First Realm Warrior, body refinement technique, clear wind body refinement technique, breathing method, clear wind breathing technique, talent, S-rank, wind deity, in a little over a month. He had progressed from the early to the late stage of the First Realm Warrior, a pace that was notably rapid compared to the average individual. Of course, this rapid advancement could be attributed to his recent entry into the training camp, where he had access to abundant resources. What surprised Sumu was that Deep Blue had already analyzed Fang Qiuqiu's talent. It was likely that he had revealed a hint of it during his encounter with Commander Wang, which Deep Blue had duly recorded. Regarding the wind deity talent, Sumu had gleaned insights from Deep Blue. In essence, it was an enhanced version of his B-rank talent, supreme mastery over wind manipulation. Should an individual possessing only the wind manipulation talent encounter Fang Qiuqiu, even if they were of a higher realm, they would likely be overwhelmed. This was the essence of the wind deity talent: absolute control over typical wind manipulation. This talent, if an opportunity arose, could be worth acquiring from him. Shaking his head, Sumu dismissed further contemplation and made his way towards the temporary camp's exit. He needed to hasten to the mission hall to accept a task and subsequently venture onto the battlefield of myriad races. He had not forgotten his primary objective for this journey: finding ways to assist him in achieving his own demise. It was only after Sumu's departure that the members of the training camp could no longer restrain their discussions. Oh, Fang Qiuqiu is going to challenge Sumu. They pondered who might be superior, for Sumu had previously dominated all of them. However, over the course of a month, everyone's abilities had improved. Fang Qiuqiu and Guan Jie had both ascended to late-stage martial artists of the First Realm, leaving Sumu uncertain if he could catch up. Indeed, if Sumu had entered the camp alongside us, I would have unhesitatingly aligned myself with him. His performance during the assessment was truly astonishing. As a martial artist in the early stage of the First Realm, he managed to secure such a substantial lead in points over Ji Qinghan and Fang Qiuqiu, suggesting his prowess is quite formidable. Yet, having spent over a month in the hospital, missing so much time, it seems improbable for him to bridge the gap with Fang Qiuqiu. Certainly, a month has passed, and many of us have made significant progress. It's truly unfortunate that Sumu missed out. Clearly, among the members of the training camp, few held a favorable view of Sumu. Meanwhile, as Sumu made his way to the mission hall, eager to accept a task and head directly to the battlefield, in a secluded forest on the battlefield, several armored individuals sat around a campfire, devouring roasted meat. Xiao Guan, come over and eat. This is the meat of the golden spine porcupine, exquisitely delicious and exceedingly rare. Once you return to the human realm, you may not have the chance to taste it again. A young man with red hair, resting against a large tree, nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, I'll be there shortly. He turned to another young man and inquired, is the news true? Sumu has returned? Of course. Our third brother was injured and sent back to rest. He sent word that Sumu appears to have been discharged from the hospital. It is said that upon hearing the news of Sumu's return, Fang Qiuqiu rushed back from the battlefield and issued a challenge for a month from now. The red-haired youth chuckled at this. That certainly aligns with his character, but his perspective is rather narrow. While Sumu may possess some exceptional talents, they are limited. After missing a month, whether in terms of his own strength or merit points, it will be quite challenging for him to catch up to us. During the initial camp assessment, Sumu indeed shone brightly, but the assessment itself was fraught with discrepancies. One could earn 1,000 points for slaying a mid-stage alien beast. Sumu's strength likely hovered around that mark. Now, on the battlefield, acquiring merit points is far from simple. In just 1 month, we have collectively obtained just over 1,000 merit points. With approximately another month remaining, Sumu will require considerable effort to catch up in terms of merit points. To him, the prowess of Sumu was of little concern. What truly mattered was the coveted spot for the outstanding participant. It was rumored that this session would only award 3 such distinctions, with the young princess of the Ji family already guaranteed one, and Fang Qiuqiu likely securing another. Thus, he could only vie for the final remaining accolade. The emergence of Sumu, without a doubt, posed a considerable threat to him. While he could dismiss the competition posed by an average individual, Sumu was a force to be reckoned with, having eclipsed everyone during the camp's evaluation. Hence, upon learning of Sumu's return, a flicker of apprehension crossed his mind. However, he quickly reassured himself that no matter how formidable Sumu was, within the span of approximately a month, it was unlikely he could amass enough merit points to surpass him. Little Guan, if you do not arrive soon, we shall be consumed. At that moment, Sumu also arrived at the entrance of the mission hall. Based on the data obtained from the Deep Blue, there were currently 3 talents suitable for him among those that could lead to self-destruction. The missions he intended to undertake would therefore be targeted at the 3 races that possessed these talents. Chapter 56, The Venomous Golden Ring Snake. The mission hall bustled with soldiers entering and exiting. Some bore expressions of despondency, while others walked with an air of arrogance. When Sumu made his appearance, the green emblem on his chest immediately drew the attention of many. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Who is this prodigy from the training camp that we've never seen before? Indeed. The talented individuals from the training camp had all been present during the initial team selections. This newcomer seemed to be an unfamiliar face. It was unclear, but he appeared to possess only average strength, his vitality suggesting he was merely at the mid-stage of a first-realm martial artist. Heard it through the grapevine. During a drinking session with my brother, I was informed that a prodigy from the human rear would be arriving today. It must be him. What nonsense is this? Haven't they already begun the training camp for over a month? Why send someone at this juncture? Moreover, how can he possibly compete with those who have already spent more than a month on the battlefield of myriad races? I have some insider information. It seems he was injured and fell into a coma during the entrance assessment, and has only just arrived after recuperating in the human rear. Ah! That is quite unfortunate for him, isn't it? But with his late arrival, can he still catch up with the others? I've heard that the elimination rate in the prodigy training camp is exceedingly high. He has already fallen behind by more than a month. It will be quite troublesome for him to catch up. The murmurs from those around him clearly reached Sumu's ears. He could only shake his head in resignation, choosing to disregard their chatter. Approaching the window in the mission hall, he was greeted by a man whose expression exhibited signs of fatigue. The man glanced at Sumu, his gaze lingering momentarily on the green emblem on Sumu's chest before gesturing towards the screen before him. Please provide me with your name, and then you may select the tasks you wish to undertake. As a member of the Prodigy training camp, you are permitted to select tasks across a maximum of 2 levels, and can accept up to 3 tasks at a time, the middle-aged man stated. As he finished speaking, the screen in front of Sumu began to display an array of tasks categorized by difficulty level. The classification of task difficulties was akin to that of talent tiers, ranging from the highest SSS level to the lowest F level. Each task also had a minimum strength recommendation. Generally speaking, individuals like Sumu, who were fresh to the battlefield of myriad races, belonged to the lowest tier of newcomers, classified as F level in terms of battlefield merit. Consequently, he could only accept tasks of F level. However, due to his status as a member of the Prodigy training camp, he was eligible to undertake tasks up to D level. Completing an F level task could yield between 0.01 to 0.1 merit points. According to the regulations of the Eastern Theater, in order for Sumu to advance from F level to E level, he would need to accumulate merit points amounting to 1,000 times the maximum merit points obtainable from F level tasks, totaling 100 merit points. If he were to accept a D level task, the merit points awarded would range from 1 to 10. In other words, Sumu must undertake at least 10 D rank missions to elevate his merit level to E rank, thereby enabling him to accept tasks of a higher caliber. As he casually scanned the tasks displayed on the screen, he was pleasantly surprised to discover one that aligned perfectly with his ambitions. As for the other 2 tasks, he could simply choose 2 D rank missions with higher merit points. All 3 tasks were of D rank? Typically, the recommended strength for D rank missions hovers around the level of a second realm warrior. If one lacks sufficient strength, it is prudent not to overreach, should misfortune befall them. No one would come to collect their remains. Upon seeing that Sumu had selected 3 D rank missions, a man couldn't help but furrow his brow, evidently believing that Sumu was overly audacious. Nevertheless, Sumu declared, I shall choose these 3. Observing Sumu's determination, the man ceased his attempts to dissuade him and simply nodded in agreement. Soon, Sumu had accepted all 3 tasks and swiftly exited the mission hall to collect his battle armor and weaponry. As members of this elite training camp, they were entitled to armaments that surpassed their level by 2 major realms. Naturally, Sumu was eligible to acquire D-rank battle armor and weaponry. After selecting a long sword that suited him, Sumu made his way towards the exit. Throughout the Eastern War Zone, there existed specialized vehicles that transported individuals directly to various regions of the myriad race's battlefield. Just after Sumu departed the mission hall, several soldiers gathered at the window where he had been, their expressions tinged with amusement. Oldly, what rank of missions did that kid select? Being a member of the Genius training camp, surely at least one of his 3 tasks would be E rank? The man referred to as Oldly glanced at the group and shrugged, responding, You've guessed incorrectly. He chose 3 tasks, and all of them are D rank. All 3 are D rank. The soldiers frowned. This young man was indeed audacious, showing no fear of dangers. In his eagerness to catch up with others, he was pushing himself too hard. D-rank missions recommend strength at the level of a second realm warrior, even they would hesitate to select such missions carelessly, as a moment's lapse could lead to fatal consequences. Sumu's decision to tackle 3 D-rank missions right from the start was rather unexpected. Unbeknownst to Sumu, the discussions within the mission hall unfolded without his awareness. At that moment, he was seated in a specialized vehicle en route to the myriad race's battlefield, surrounded by numerous soldiers clad in battle armor, most of whom operated in small teams. Sumu's gaze drifted towards the window, while his mind pondered the 3 tasks he had chosen. Among them, the other 2 D-rank missions held little significance for him. They merely involved slaying alien beings of second-realm warrior strength. Given his current capabilities, combined with the Gale sword technique infused with the intent of the Gale, he felt confident in facing such foes. What truly captured Sumu's attention was the D-rank mission related to the suicidal talent he sought to uncover. The location of this task is a place called Snake Valley on the battlefield of myriad races. Within it dwells a multitude of serpentine alien species. Among them, the particular suicidal talent that Sumu seeks is derived from a race known as the 10,000 Poison Golden Ring Snake. A-grade talent, Poison Corpse. Chapter 57, The Serpent Berry. Hiss. At this moment, Sumu had been searching within the Serpent Valley for over 10 hours. The valley lies approximately 100 miles east of the Eastern War Zone. Regions of such proximity typically do not harbor formidable foreign races, making them ideal for inexperienced recruits to acclimatize and hone their skills. Named the Serpent Valley due to the abundance of serpent-like entities, the area is permeated by a pungent, repulsive odor. Scattered across the ground are remnants of foreign corpses that have been gnawed upon. The principal distinction between foreign races and humans is that, despite their hunger, humans rarely resort to cannibalism. Conversely, for foreign entities, the notion of kinship is often disregarded. Instances of cannibalism can occur even among those of the same race. Outside of large-scale battles, most mid- to low-tier foreign races engage in conflicts as units, battling against humans or other foreign entities. Only the higher-tier races, endowed with sufficient intelligence, recognize humans as worthy adversaries. Generally, the mid- to low-tier foreign races only embark on large-scale campaigns against humans under the guidance of their superior counterparts. Furrowing his brow, Sumu raised his arm slightly to shield his nose, cautiously advancing deeper into the valley. Hiss. After taking just a few steps, he encountered a long serpent adorned with black stripes. Race, Black-striped ring serpent, vitality, 435, mid-stage warrior of the first realm, talent, D-grade, venomous fangs, habitat, the Serpent Valley of the 10,000 races. Weakness, 7 inches. With a swift motion, Sumu drew his sword. The blade cut through the air, shimmering coldly. In the next moment, the black-striped ring serpent was cleaved in two. Sumu retrieved the serpent's lifeless form, examined it briefly, and then discarded it aside, continuing to tread carefully forward. He would surely return at least once, although the carcasses of these serpents held significant value and could be utilized for various potions, to Sumu. They were merely ephemeral illusions bound to vanish swiftly. Therefore, he cast it aside without hesitation. Typically, the 10,000 venomous golden ring serpent is an exceptionally unique entity among serpent-like races, possessing such lethal venom that it can even succumb to its own poison. In his vicinity, there should be no other serpent-like races present. With a swift motion, he dispatched another serpent. Sumu began to recollect the information regarding the 10,000 venomous golden ring serpents stored in his mind. After pondering for a moment, he raised his hand slightly. As he did so, a surge of azure energy began to disperse into the surrounding air. With the dispersal of this azure force, gentle breezes began to swirl around him. As the soft winds enveloped him, Sumu closed his eyes. The myriad scents in the air infiltrated his nostrils, the stench of decaying corpses, the faintly fishy aroma of the earth, and the distinctive odors emanating from various serpentine entities. The presence of the serpent tribe in these directions seemed sparse. Sumu opened his eyes and gazed towards one of the directions. Suddenly, his figure flickered, swiftly darting towards that path. After an indeterminate duration, he arrived at an open space, where remnants of blood were still visible on the ground. It was evident that some alien beings had recently fed here. With a swift flick of his long sword, flames erupted fiercely from its blade, ignited by the motion of his intent. Do not hide. Sumu swung his sword with great force, causing a tree to crash down. In the next instant, a long serpent, entirely black with glimmering scales, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length and adorned with a sharp horn atop its head, manifested before his gaze. Race, Blackhorn Scale Serpent, Vitality, 835, late stage of First Realm Martial Artist, Talent, A-class, Poison Mist, Habitat, resides in the Serpent Valley of the battlefield among the myriad tribes. Weakness, Horn. Upon discerning the serpent's appearance, Sumu felt a tinge of disappointment. The Blackhorn Scale Serpent was indeed a dominant species among the serpents of this valley, much like the infamous poisonous golden ring serpent, which explained the absence of other serpents nearby. Despite his disappointment, since he had come this far, the fact that it possessed an A-class talent meant that his journey could not be in vain. Come forth, little Blackhorn Scale Serpent, and reveal your talent. A-class talent, Poison Mist. Poison Mist generates a lethal mist around itself capable of poisoning enemies who surpass its realm by one major stage. The potency and range of the mist will increase with the wielder's strength. The rationale behind replicating this talent was Su Mu's foresight regarding future battles. Possessing such a wide-ranging lethal talent would undoubtedly ease his endeavors. Moreover, with his wind manipulation ability, the synergy between the two would maximize the efficacy of the poison mist. After successfully copying the poison mist talent, Su Mu began to rapidly slaughter the alien beings within the Serpent Valley. Wherever the mist spread, even the serpents, which were inherently poisonous, fell one after another. Time elapsed as he roamed the Serpent Valley, during which he also managed to replicate a B-class talent, Toxic Enhancement. This talent was primarily designed to complement the poison mist. With this enhancement, the mist, which could typically poison only one enemy of a major realm, could now incapacitate one major realm enemy and one or two of lesser realms. Thus, Su Mu now possessed the capability to contend with opponents in the early to mid stages of the second realm. While resting against a large tree, feeling somewhat fatigued, a gentle breeze wafted by, carrying a unique fragrance that infiltrated Su Mu's nostrils. With his heightened senses, he immediately recognized the extraordinary nature of this aroma. Merely catching a whiff caused a subtle fluctuation in his vitality, filling him with delight. It was well known that the battlefield among the myriad tribes was home to numerous rare treasures and exceptional medicinal herbs. Su Mu abruptly rose to his feet, inhaling deeply in the direction of the gentle breeze. Upon discerning the source of the enticing aroma, he grasped his long sword and advanced toward its origin. Time seemed to stretch as he journeyed onward. With each step, the alluring fragrance intensified, accompanied by an increasingly potent stench that tainted the air. Following this trail, after traversing a distance of approximately 10 meters, Su finally caught a glimpse of a sprawling shrub clinging to the adjacent cliffside. Adorning the bush were clusters of glistening, ruby-red fruits, dripping with temptation. Indeed, he had found them. The sight of the fruits instantly conjured their description before his eyes: heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Serpent berry, effect, enhances vitality. Location, often found in territories frequented by serpent tribes. Just as the realization of the serpent berries filled him with elation, a hissing sound abruptly interrupted his joy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Su turned to the source of the noise, and his smile broadened. Before him lay a 5-meter-long serpent, its body a rich brown adorned with shimmering golden rings. The serpent flicked its tongue, slowly slithering alongside the serpent berries, arching its body slightly as it fixed its piercing gaze upon Su. The infamous venomous golden ring serpent. Chapter 58, Grade A Talent. Poisonous Corpse. Race, 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake Clan. Health points, 2586. Early stage of second realm martial artist. Talent, Grade B. Death Entanglement. Habitat, resides within the Serpent Valley of the Multitude battlefield. Weakness, eyes. Though this talent was not the one Su Mu sought, the emergence of the 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake signified the presence of its kin in the vicinity. Should he discover their habitat, the subsequent endeavors would become manageable. Su Mu let out a hearty laugh, brandishing his sword, flames igniting upon its blade in an instant. The next moment, he unleashed a strike towards the 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake. Furious Wind Sword Technique. Layered Wave Sword Chant. Grade A Talent, Mental Enchantment. Grade A Talent, Poisonous Miasma. Although the strength of the 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake had reached the early stage of the second realm martial artist, it bore no significant difference to Su Mu compared to other serpent clans. In but a fleeting moment, the creature succumbed beneath Su Mu's blade. Concurrently, another 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake manifested within his line of sight, confirming that this locale was indeed a haven for its kind. A surge of joy illuminated Su Mu's face as a faint blue interface reappeared before him. Race, 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake Clan. Talent, Grade D, Poison Fangs. Not it. Die. Race, 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake Clan. Talent, Grade C, Poison Blood. Not it. Die. After systematically slaying a dozen of the 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snakes, Su Mu found himself still in pursuit of a self-destructive talent suited to him. Just as he began to feel a twinge of frustration, an interface suddenly flickered before his eyes. Race, 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake Clan, Health Points, 886, Late Stage of First Realm Martial Artist, Talent, Grade A Poisonous Corpse, Habitat, resides within the Serpent Valley of the Multitude Battlefield. Weakness, Eyes. No. Wait, this is it. Sumu directed his gaze towards the 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake. Its power appeared feeble, a fact well reflected in its modest size, approximately 2 meters in length and about 3 fingers in width. Yet, the potency of its strength mattered little. It is you, indeed. Bestow upon me your talent. The 10,000 Poisons Golden Ring Snake, oblivious to Sumu's fervent excitement, merely glared at him in anger before coiling and lunging towards him. In its eyes, this human, akin to a harbinger of death, suddenly discarded his long sword and laid upon the ground. The snake, indifferent to the circumstances, seized the opportunity and aimed to sink its fangs into Sumu's neck. As the venom gradually infiltrated his system, his breath began to wane. With a swift motion, Sumu dispatched a serpent from the snake clan. He proceeded to open his attribute panel for inspection. Name, Sumu, Health Points, 451, 75, Mid-stage of the First Realm Martial Artist, Abilities, EX level, Death Replication. SSS-level, Death Rewind 12 hours, Book of Wisdom, Sword Heart Clarity, A level, Facelift, Mental Manipulation, True Sight, Healing Light, Enhanced Senses, Crimson Flame Bloodline, Toxic Miasma, Poison Corpse. B level, Mental Fortification, Wood Manipulation, Wind Manipulation, Toxic Enhancement, A level ability, Poison Corpse, can be actively triggered. Upon activation, vitality will rapidly deplete. And within a brief period, the body will be enveloped in terrifying toxins, leading to inevitable death and transformation into a toxin-laden corpse. This process is irreversible, once triggered. Death is certain, and the toxins produced can potentially slay foes 2 major realms above oneself. It has arrived. It followed the 10,000 Poison Golden Ring Serpent. Finally, Sumu obtained the coveted ability. His spirits soared with this newfound power. With this ability, concerns over capture and restrictions on his movements dissipated. The moment Sumu willed it, he was assured of his adversary's demise. This ability emboldened him to act with greater audacity. Previously, he refrained from many actions. Weighed down by the fear of provoking powerful foes who might not kill him outright but instead imprison him, subjecting him to torture, rendering him unable to live or die. He also worried about the repercussions on his family. Sumu could endure personal suffering, but endangering his loved ones was a burden he could not bear. However, now with the A-level ability, Poison Corpse, everything changed. He was utterly unafraid of capture, unafraid of death. Exhaling deeply, he acknowledged that this self-destructive ability was merely his first. It was not without flaws. Had he found himself gravely injured and unconscious as before, this ability would be rendered useless. Thus, he resolved to seek a second self-destructive ability. Nevertheless, today's task was accomplished. He would retrieve the snakeberry and complete the other 2 D-level tasks, then return to concoct medicines to enhance his strength and elevate his merit rank swiftly. Sumu mentally organized his forthcoming endeavors. The urgency to elevate his merit rank was also a preparation for the second self-destructive ability. His figure darted swiftly through the Snake Valley, surrounded by toxic miasma. Countless foes fell victim to his unintentional harvest of life. In mere moments, Sumu reached the location of the snakeberries. After slaying several 10,000 poison golden ring serpents, he successfully obtained the snakeberries, storing only the most precious portions in his backpack due to size constraints. Nevertheless, even so, his backpack had accumulated to resemble a small mountain. It was time to return. 2 hours later. Task Hall. Oldly, do you think that lad will perish on the battlefield of the myriad races? Hard to say, the man shook his head. D-rank missions are no trifling matter. Didn't you all lose a member while attempting to complete a task involving the slaying of a one poison golden ring snake? That lad is alone, and one of the objectives of his D-rank mission is still the one poison golden ring snake. If he encounters one with greater strength, it could indeed be perilous. I hope he possesses enough sense to seek help should he find himself in trouble. After all, he is a prodigy. Indeed. The one poison golden ring snake is truly fearsome. Back when we were a team of 10, we engaged a one poison golden ring snake in the early stages of the second realm. One of our members was also a practitioner in the early stages of the second realm, yet we still lost one of our own in the fray. That poison is indeed deadly. Just as they were conversing, both men suddenly felt as though all the light before them had been obscured by some entity. Hello? I am here to submit my mission. Chapter 59, It is time to begin cultivating talents. The two individuals turned their gaze towards the source of the obscured light. Before them stood a young man, burdened by a backpack that dwarfed him, resembling a small mountain in size. He cast the enormous pack aside and gestured toward the man. Here are the certificates for 3 tasks. I would appreciate it if you could register them for me, as I wish to accept 3 more tasks. Very well, the man replied, without further ado, and promptly began to examine the items thrown by Sumu. The gallbladder of the 10,000 venomous golden ring snake. The teeth of the ironback flower tiger. The horns of the crimson-eyed black bull. All in order. You are Sumu, correct? I will register these tasks for you immediately. Without any delay, the man swiftly completed the registration for Sumu. For the 3 D-rank tasks, Sumu garnered a total of 28 merit points. At this pace, it was estimated that within a day or 2, he would ascend from F rank to E rank. Soon, he accepted 3 additional D-rank tasks. As Sumu prepared to exit the task hall, he paused and turned back. Excuse me. Could you please inform me where I might sell these alien corpses? Surely there is a designated place for that within the war zone? After leaving the task hall, proceed north for about 300 meters, the man replied. Thank you kindly, Sumu nodded appreciatively and strode out of the task hall. No sooner had Sumu departed than a throng of individuals surged toward the man's window. Good heavens, Oldly, what is that young fellow's background? The alien corpses in his backpack, my word. It seems he has at least a dozen of the 10,000 venomous golden ring snakes. Indeed. That backpack is on the verge of bursting. Many alien corpses are even bound to the outside of it. Do you know what I just saw? The corpse of a silver-tailed leopard. And they appear to be at least of the early 2nd realm, while that young man looks to be only at the mid-1st realm. Stop it, I feel somewhat bewildered. Oldly, I truly misjudged him. This lad might be exceptionally formidable. Just look at how he uses the corpses of the 10,000 venomous golden ring snakes as ropes to bind the other alien corpses. He must have used a dozen. Those snakes, which I find so challenging to slay, seem to have fallen before him as if he dispatched them with ease. Oldly, seated at the window, nodded in astonishment. Enough chatter. He glared at the crowd surrounding his window. With so much idle time to talk, you would do better to practice more and undertake additional tasks. As for that young man, he is genuinely a prodigy. As Oldly glanced at the screen before him, he continued, do you know how long it took that young man to go from accepting 3 D-rank tasks to completing them? His words instantly captivated the attention of all present. Once they were all focused on him, Oldly gradually revealed, less than 3 hours. And he undertook these tasks individually. Less than 3 hours. Undertaken individually. Among the assembled soldiers, which one has not undertaken a D-class mission? Naturally, they are all aware of the challenges posed by such tasks. The recommended strength for D-class missions typically begins with practitioners of the 2nd realm. However, in practice, most individuals opt to complete these missions in teams. Even so, from scouting the terrain to locating the mission objective and finally achieving successful completion and withdrawal, the entire process often spans several days. There are instances where merely searching for the mission target can consume 1 or 2 days. Yet, that young man accomplished 3 D-class missions in a mere 3 hours. An average of 1 hour per D-class mission. How astounding! The soldiers present felt as though they had been soundly slapped across the face. This was utterly outrageous. For a moment, the soldiers were rendered speechless. After a while, one soldier finally mustered the courage to inquire, Oldly, what is the name of this prodigy from the training camp? By heavens! I believe this individual will undoubtedly become one of the pinnacle figures of our race in the future. All eyes turned once more to Oldly. He replied, Isn't it better to keep your mouth shut? Don't ask what shouldn't be asked. Ah, I was merely too excited. Everyone gazed at the receding figure of Sumu, aware that one day they would surely hear the name of this young man from some source. Meanwhile, after selling all the corpses of the alien creatures, Sumu purchased some medicinal herbs and rented a training room within the war zone. The tiger bones and bear blood he had requested from Longjing Martial Arts University had yet to arrive. Before that, Sumu needed to find a way to concoct some vitality-restoring medicines on his own. Fortunately, he had obtained a considerable amount of snakeberry fruit in the Snake Valley. And after preparing them into vitality elixirs, they should suffice for a while. Upon entering the training room, Sumu promptly combined the snakeberry fruit with various herbs and the alien corpses, ultimately crafting vitality elixirs. He produced approximately 10 doses from the snakeberry fruit, enough to last him 3 to 5 days. After that, he expected the compensation from the school to arrive. Sumu had indeed been bedridden for an entire month, and the compensation provided by the school was exceedingly generous. He felt a sense of anticipation brewing within him. Shaking his head, he dismissed further thoughts and directly consumed 1 dose of the vitality elixir made from the snakeberry fruit. Subsequently, he commenced practicing the universal body refinement technique. In the training room, the sound of Sumu's heavy breathing soon echoed. Time passed, and eventually, he found himself sprawled on the ground, utterly exhausted. This snakeberry fruit truly lived up to its reputation as a rare treasure for enhancing vitality. Lying on the ground, Sumu could not help but exclaim in admiration. In just that brief period, his vitality had increased by nearly 20 points. At this rate, once he finished consuming all the vitality elixirs made from the snakeberry fruit, he estimated he would be quite close to the late stage of a practitioner of the first realm. After practicing the universal body refinement technique for a while, Sumu once again commenced his practice of the divine demon visualization technique. The enhancement of his mental prowess continued to astonish him. It seemed that each time he reverted to a prior state, his training in the divine demon visualization technique yielded remarkable results. After several hours of rigorous practice, Sumu found that the increase in his mental strength surpassed even the benefits derived from consuming medicinal elixirs crafted from snakeberry fruit. Upon completing his training in the divine demon visualization technique, Sumu settled into the training room to immerse himself in the myriad knowledge of the myriad races. It was only after stepping onto the battlefield of the myriad races that he truly understood the adage that knowledge gained solely from books is often superficial. True understanding is achieved through practical experience. Although he had previously endeavored to learn about the traits of the 10,000 poison golden ring serpent, the actual quest proved to be far more laborious than anticipated. The knowledge acquired from Deep Blue, while extensive and comprehensive, could only be effectively applied through hands-on experience. 12 hours slipped by quietly as Sumu devoted himself to his studies. Glancing at the time, he rose and stretched lazily. Subsequently, he grasped the long sword that lay beside him. It was nearly time to begin honing his talents. Chapter 60, I am not a traitor. At the moment Sumu grasped the long sword, his visage began to transform at an observable pace. In just a fleeting moment, he had morphed into a robust figure exceeding 2 meters in height. Being his inaugural experience in such a venture, Sumu felt a twinge of hesitation. However, despite his reluctance, he knew he must proceed. After adopting a new appearance, he strode purposefully out of the training room. The long sword in his hand swiftly ignited with a crimson flame. In a moment of distraction, a soldier collided directly with Sumu. Just as the soldier opened his mouth to speak, a hand swiftly struck him. With a resounding clap, the soldier was sent sprawling to the ground. Meanwhile, Sumu raised his sword and lunged toward the shoulder of another nearby individual. "My apologies," he silently mouthed in his mind. Yet, his actions remained unceasing. With an onslaught of techniques, furious wind sword art, layered wave sword chant, mental enchantment, crimson flame bloodline, a barrage of attacks erupted around him. Though they appeared formidable, Sumu diligently aimed to avoid inflicting serious harm, directing most of his power towards the ground or the adjacent walls. In the wake of initial chaos, the soldiers quickly rallied and began countering his assault. Despite Sumu's formidable prowess, among the nearby soldiers were those of the second realm. And soon he found himself sustaining injuries. This would not do, the soldiers around him were too weak, and if this continued, it would be a waste of his efforts. Realizing that he might soon succumb to the relentless assault of ordinary soldiers, Sumu's surroundings began to fill with swirling emerald mist. A great talent, poisonous miasma. But it did not end there. A flash of black light coursed through him, deepening the hue of the emerald mist. B-grade talent, toxin enhancement. Simultaneously, Tendrils of wind began to materialize behind Sumu, carrying the emerald mist towards the surrounding soldiers. This poison was a premeditated strategy of Sumu's, designed to incapacitate swiftly, rendering individuals seemingly lifeless. However, with timely treatment within 24 hours, they would suffer no lasting damage. Poison. Some soldiers felt an ominous foreboding at the sight of the emerald mist. Yet, under Sumu's control, the fog spread rapidly. By the time they recognized the threat, the poisonous vapors were already engulfing them. Observing the soldiers succumbing to his toxin, a flicker of remorse flashed in Sumu's eyes, but it quickly dissipated. My sincerest apologies, everyone. After all, this was my first time undertaking such an endeavor. In Sumu's heart, there lingered a tinge of guilt. However, in pursuit of enhancing his abilities, this appeared to be the swiftest method available. Under the shroud of his toxic miasma, soldiers fell one after another, with the potency of the toxins he had cultivated. Even late-stage warriors of the second realm could hardly withstand its effects. Even those of the third realm found it exceedingly difficult to move freely in such a noxious atmosphere. Sumu's audacious actions soon drew the ire of numerous human soldiers, leading to waves of relentless assaults against him. Ultimately, in the midst of these fierce battles, Sumu met his demise at the hands of a third realm warrior endowed with B-grade talent in water manipulation. The water arrow he conjured pierced Sumu's heart with alarming swiftness, catching him off guard. At the moment of impact, darkness enveloped his vision, and the agony of death had become somewhat numbing to him. His final thought echoed in his mind, "Damn it, B-grade talent, what a loss." Suddenly, Sumu jolted awake, gasping for breath. To be fair, at the outset, when he was incapacitating human soldiers, he found himself somewhat clumsy. Yet, as time passed, he mastered the precision of his strength. Nevertheless, an unsettling sense of dread lingered as he leaned against the wall. The guilt of turning against his own kin weighed heavily on him, making it difficult to accept. He had thought he could easily reconcile with the notion of standing in opposition to everyone, but when faced with their unwavering resolve, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. "I'm sorry." Sumu pressed his temples and rose once more. To swiftly elevate his strength, he needed to replicate more talents. To attract attention in the battlefield and incite powerful foes to come for him, he needed to escalate matters. Once again, he exited the training room. This time without altering his appearance. "Watch where you're going." Bang! Sumu! Why have you betrayed humanity? Fong Qiujiu! Have you not always desired a duel with me? Here is your chance. I will slay you, you fiend. Put. Fong Qiujiu, though your intellect may be lacking, having a fool with such talent among humanity is still commendable. Watch where you're going. Bang! Sumu, surrender at once. What dark influence have you succumbed to? Capture him alive. A radiant genius wreaking havoc in the war zone must harbor a secret. Seize him and uncover the truth behind him. He has perished. He poisoned himself. Watch where you're going. Bang! A genius from the training camp? Alas, having betrayed the human race at such a tender age. Individuals like you ought to perish kneeling in the martyr's cemetery. Remember, the one who will end your life is named Shiosun. Are you blind while walking? Bang! Sumu. A traitor of humanity. Longjing Martial Arts University, a sophomore named Lu Yuan. Please. Who would have thought that humanity still harbors such a prodigy as you? To fall at your hands would not be in vain. You are formidable, surpassing the strength I possessed a year ago. What a pity it is that had you not turned traitor, we might have become worthy adversaries and good friends. Ha ha ha. You are indeed the strongest opponent I have encountered in the same realm to this day. Though merely at the mid-level of the second realm, your prowess far exceeds that. Next time, let us be friends. Next time, do not be a traitor. If given the choice, who would willingly embrace treachery? However, believe it or not, my hands remain unstained by their blood. Farewell. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed. Sumu leaned against the wall in a daze, his complexion pale. Scenes flashed through his mind like a rapid film reel. I am not a traitor. He stood up, somewhat lost. I am not a traitor. Chapter 61, A Surge of Talent. Deep Blue, do you think I might collapse if this continues? Master, your mental strength is formidable, even experience is tenfold more painful than this. You can endure. However, I would advise you to seek a talent that allows for memory deletion, as it may effectively alleviate your suffering. Upon hearing Deep Blue's response echo in his mind, Sumu shook his head. Let us cross that bridge when we come to it. He exhaled deeply. These memories serve as reminders to hasten my growth and strength, do they not? He rose to his feet. The simplicity of that thought seemed to smooth over his recent turmoil. He sat on the nearby bed and began to tally his gains. With his current mental prowess, he could probably rewind time over 60 times. He had already utilized this ability nearly 50 times before. Initially, he struggled with the adjustment. At times, after rewinding, he would find himself curled in a corner, retching involuntarily. However, he had gradually acclimatized. The 50 instances of death and rewind had yielded remarkable rewards. Sumu had successfully replicated over 20 talents, among which more than 10 were classified as B-grade or lower, and several were redundant talents of little utility. This was primarily due to Sumu's inexperience as a traitor among the human race. He was initially ill-prepared. In the beginning, he would rush out and slay indiscriminately, seeking attention, which invariably attracted a throng of soldiers. Moreover, some soldiers, despite possessing lackluster talents, had trained for over a decade or two, barely reaching the third or even fourth realm, and would inadvertently bring about Sumu's demise. After dying more than 10 times, Sumu began to approach his self-destructive endeavors with a clearer purpose. His first destination was the Genius Training Camp. While he did not perish at the hands of every individual present, he managed to replicate nearly every S-grade and A-grade talent he encountered. Among the S-grade talents, he successfully duplicated 2, while he amassed a considerable number of A-grade talents. As for B-grade talents, there were quite a few. Sumu mused that he could likely pen a tome titled How I Met My Demise in Various Ways at the Hands of Others. However, upon exiting the Genius Training Camp, Sumu's reckless path encountered some impediments. There were several occasions where he was apprehended, forcing him to resort to a guise of a poisoned corpse. Yet, he also experienced unexpected gains. One such encounter was with a major named Xiao Sun, the formidable figure previously mentioned by the limping middle-aged man who had escorted him. Major Xiao Sun had reached the 5th realm. Had it not been for Sumu holding a hostage, he likely would not have stood before the esteemed major. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Sumu successfully extracted Xiao Sun's talent, and as a young prodigy who had ascended to the 5th realm and been promoted to major in the war zone, Xiao Sun's talent did not disappoint Sumu. His extraordinary talent is the highest level of ability ever replicated by Sumu in the battlefield, an SS-grade talent. Apart from Major Xiao Sun, Sumu encountered a remarkably surprising individual during these resets, Lu Yuan, the top student of the 2nd year at Longjing Martial Arts University. Although Lu Yuan possesses only an S-grade talent and his strength is at the mid-stage of the 2nd realm, which pales in comparison to Xiao Sun, his combat instincts are truly exceptional. Prior to meeting Lu Yuan, Sumu had firmly believed that, at least when he exerted his utmost effort, no martial artist below the 3rd realm could possibly rival him. However, Lu Yuan shattered this notion entirely. Despite Lu Yuan's mid-2nd realm prowess, Sumu found himself nearly overwhelmed in their encounters. Lu Yuan's physical cultivation techniques, breathing methods, and even his martial skills may not be of the highest echelon. His talent, too, is not the most distinguished. Yet, during their battles, Sumu could distinctly perceive how Lu Yuan consistently maximized each of his advantages. This aptitude is not solely attributed to his innate talent but also to Lu Yuan's dedicated training. In contrast, while Sumu possesses numerous talents, this very abundance necessitates greater time for him to master each one. Fortunately, Sumu has the unique ability of a 12-hour death reset, allowing him to utilize this waiting period to acquire knowledge and practice familiarizing himself with his talents. Lu Yuan may have fought hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of times to reach his current level. Thus, Sumu, too, could engage in hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of battles. Defeating Xiao Sun may pose significant challenges due to the vast disparity in their strengths. However, Lu Yuan, before I leave the training camp, I must decisively conquer you at least once. Sumu let out a long sigh. To prevent himself from dwelling on the nearly 50 resets he had experienced, he resolved to establish a clear objective, gradually diminishing the weight of those past encounters as he pursued this goal. He took out a notebook and swiftly began to write. After all, he planned to reset again soon, so he was not concerned about leaving any marks on the pages. This time, he had acquired a new array of talents: D-grade talents, strength enhancement, speed enhancement, olfactory enhancement. C-grade talents: fireball technique, water snake technique, vine entanglement. B-grade talents: water manipulation, metal manipulation, earth manipulation. A-grade talents: talent mist, earth S power, spatial mobility, thunder S might, absorption acceleration. S-grade talents: wind god, sun S patterns, extreme body. SS-grade talent: body of annihilation. An abundance of talents filled the pages, rendering it impossible to fully occupy a single sheet. Among these talents, the B-grade abilities had become relatively inconsequential for Sumu at this stage. Sumu was not inclined to invest excessive time in this matter. His primary objective remained focused on acquiring talents of a rank and above. This time, he obtained 5 A-rank talents. The talent known as Fog of Talent was acquired from a soldier. Initially, Sumu had presumed it to be a talent of a rank or higher. However, upon its acquisition, he discovered that it was indeed the Fog of Talent. While this ability might seem rather trivial to the average individual, it held considerable merit for Sumu himself. As its name suggests, this talent serves to obscure one's abilities from being discerned by others. When confronted by talents such as the Eye of True Sight, the Fog of Talent can effectively prevent such scrutiny. Nevertheless, the Fog of Talent has its limitations. It can obscure talents of A or S rank, but it remains uncertain against SS rank talents akin to the Eye of True Sight. Thus, the Fog of Talent holds a significance for Sumu that is neither negligible nor overwhelming. In a strict sense, Sumu's acquisition of this talent cannot be deemed a misstep. However, he was far more concerned with the other 4 A-rank talents he had obtained. Chapter 62, A Surge in Power. Among the remaining 4 talents, the first is the Power of the Earth. This ability was acquired from one of the trainees at the Genius training camp. It is essentially an enhanced version of Earth manipulation. However, unlike basic Earth control, the Power of the Earth possesses a more formidable capability. When one's feet are firmly planted on the ground, they can continuously regenerate stamina, albeit with certain limitations. For instance, if one has expended all their stamina, the Power of the Earth can restore approximately 20 to 30%. Do not underestimate this recovery in battle. It can effectively enhance your endurance by a significant margin. Next is spatial mobility. This talent is exceedingly practical for Sumu. He can carry with him a space that expands with his increasing power, roughly encompassing 100 cubic meters, though it cannot hold living beings. Previously, Sumu had to bear a cumbersome backpack, using the corpses of serpentkin as ropes to bind the enemies he had slain. Now, with this mobile space, he can effortlessly store the bodies of fallen foes. Regrettably, when Sumu initially acquired this talent, he wondered if he could exploit a glitch by placing items in the mobile space and then reverting time, hoping that the items would remain. However, upon attempting this, he discovered it was futile. When time is reverted, aside from Sumu's talents and memories, he cannot bring any other items back. If his talents could take on human form, Sumu would have certainly berated the time reversion for its shortcomings, lamenting its inability to reach EX level, as it cannot even restore items. Following this, we have the Power of Thunder, which, like the Power of the Earth, belongs to the same category of abilities. This talent involves lightning manipulation and draws strength from thunder and lightning. However, it is evident that it lacks the practicality of the Power of the Earth. Nevertheless, in terms of sheer potency, the Power of Thunder is markedly more powerful. Lastly, the final A-level talent is Acceleration of Absorption. At first glance, this talent may appear unremarkable. However, once Sumu comprehended its intricacies, he recognized its true significance. As the name suggests, it allows for the accelerated absorption of vitality elixirs and the flesh of alien creatures. Originally, one could consume a maximum of 3 vitality elixirs in a day, after which the body could not absorb more. Yet, with this talent, one can ingest up to 10 elixirs daily, substantially increasing the rate of vitality enhancement. Furthermore, While one could typically consume only several dozen pounds of alien meat in a day, with this talent, one can intake hundreds of pounds. This ability undoubtedly provides immense assistance to Sumu in his quest for greater power. After reviewing the A-level talents, Sumu meticulously outlined the training directions for each talent in his notebook. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the S-grade talents. Throughout nearly 50 resets, Sumu discovered only 3 S-grade talents. 2 of them originated from the Genius Training Camp, while the other belonged to his rival, Lu Yuan. Among the S-grade talents, the first was naturally the Wind God, a gift from Feng Qiuqiu, which Sumu had long resolved to acquire. He had already familiarized himself with this talent. The second was the Sun's Pattern. To be frank, this talent not only served Sumu personally but also had the potential to benefit those around him. Sumu could imprint the Sun's Pattern onto others, with a maximum of 3 imprints at a time. As his strength increased, the imprints would eventually fade after activation. Yet Sumu's own imprint would remain. When activating the Sun's Pattern, there would be a significant enhancement in strength, entering a special state where reaction time, power, and speed would all receive a boost. Sumu had tested this, and with his mid-stage strength, he could easily overpower late-stage opponents of the second realm. It was precisely due to the Sun's Pattern that he managed to endure over a dozen exchanges against Lu Yuan. Speaking of Lu Yuan brought sorrow to Sumu. For this individual was a formidable adversary he had faced countless times. The final talent was, of course, Lu Yuan's ultimate body. The primary function of the ultimate body talent was to elevate one's strength, speed, physique, and defense to the utmost limits of one's physical capabilities with each enhancement. However, this also meant that the difficulty of improvement would increase correspondingly. It was likely this limitation that accounted for Lu Yuan's current mid-stage strength in the second realm. Nevertheless, this restriction posed little challenge for Sumu. His rate of improvement was already sufficiently rapid, and with the aid of acceleration absorption. Even if the enhancement through the ultimate body proved somewhat arduous, it remained nothing more than a trifling obstacle for him. Lu Yuan, possessing this talent, could exhibit power comparable to that of an early-stage third-realm warrior, despite having only mid-stage vitality in the second realm. Coupled with his extensive combat training, Lu Yuan had seemingly maximized the potential of this talent. While this talent might be considered merely S-grade in the hands of others, in Lu Yuan's possession, it could rival SS-grade talents. Initially, Sumu had no intention of replicating Lu Yuan's talent, as he noted that the ultimate body also mentioned enhancing one's defenses to their physical limits during improvement. Defense was precisely what Sumu required the least. And throughout his training, he had actively avoided duplicating talents that significantly boosted defensive capabilities. On one hand, he sought to sacrifice all defense in favor of maximizing his offensive power. On the other, he aimed to facilitate his own demise. Fortunately, Deep Blue provided him with a solution. The scheme in question pertains precisely to the SS-level talent he acquired from Chiosun, the Body of Annihilation. This extraordinary ability, the Body of Annihilation, endows the bearer with a destructive force capable of obliterating all. Once the power of annihilation is activated, it can be infused into anything within reach, including weapons. However, this tremendous power comes at a cost. The wielder's own body is subjected to continual decay under the influence of this force. When one's strength reaches a certain threshold, the power of annihilation can even extinguish time and space itself. According to Shenlong, during regular circumstances, Sumu can enhance his capabilities to the utmost using his limitless body. Yet, in combat, once he activates the Body of Annihilation and employs the annihilation power, his physique will succumb to a state of relentless degradation. Sumu speculated that were it not for this limitation, the Body of Annihilation would undoubtedly qualify as an SSS-level talent. Alas, the use of this ability incessantly deteriorates his body, and should it reach a critical point, he risks rendering his physique irreparably damaged. For Sumu, this concern is somewhat trivial. As long as he does not reach that critical threshold, he can restore himself. And even if he were to reach it, death would simply be the end. After meticulously cataloging all his talents in a notebook, Sumu exhaled deeply and commenced familiarizing himself with and practicing these abilities. Approximately 12 hours later, he exited the training room once more. This time with his sights set firmly on the direction of Lu Yuan. In this eastern war zone, Lu Yuan is the most fitting place for him to hone his talents and sharpen his combat skills. As he approached the last 3 to 5 opportunities for rewind, Sumu resolved to cease further regression. Instead, he began to consume the remaining health potions made from snakeberries. With the acceleration of absorption, Sumu felt confident that within a mere 2 days, he would ascend to the latter stages of the first realm. Chapter 63, The Fiery Recklessness of Life and Death Contract. When Sumu stepped out of the training room once more, his prowess had ascended to the late stage of the first realm. His vitality surged dramatically, reaching a remarkable value of 786.58. During this interval, he devoted himself entirely to refining his physical techniques, visualizations, and breathing methods. In addition to the enhancement of his vitality, it seemed that the nearly 50 resets he had experienced contributed to a rapid increase in his mental strength, which soared to 865.58. Also entering the late stage of the first realm. At this rate, it was plausible that his mental strength might surpass his vitality and advance to the second realm of martial prowess sooner than anticipated. However, Sumu found himself perplexed. For his current mental strength appeared incapable of initiating attacks autonomously. Aside from relying on his innate talents, he seemingly lacked any offensive capabilities. This particular aspect left him with few references, among both humans and myriad races. The ability to wield mental strength for assault was predominantly observed only after reaching the third realm. In the myriad races, it went without saying that many species, especially those inherently designed for mental attacks, were born as formidable beings of the third, fourth, or even fifth realms. The human side, however, faced even greater challenges. And it seemed that no notable progress would be evident for a decade. Presently, Sumu could only navigate the intricacies of mental strength through personal exploration. Upon enhancing his capabilities, the first task Sumu undertook was to promptly complete D-grade missions. In less than a day, he accomplished 9 D-grade tasks. And his merit points conveniently increased to 112. Consequently, his merit level ascended to E-grade. Reaching E-grade meant that Sumu could now undertake tasks up to C-grade, which was precisely his aim. His collection of self-destructive talents was still incomplete. He anticipated needing at least 2 more. One of these was derived from a race known as the blood-crazed cat, which possessed an A-grade talent called fiery recklessness. Unlike the A-grade talent, poison corpse, which involved self-destruction, fiery recklessness allowed for a dramatic increase in one's vitality within an extremely short time frame. However, once this brief surge concluded, it would inevitably lead to instant demise. The principle behind this was somewhat akin to that of the previous highest secret guard's lethal needle. The poison corpse talent Sumu had previously acquired was intended for moments when he was captured and unable to retaliate through self-destruction. In contrast, fiery recklessness was designed as a last-ditch effort to fight against an enemy when escape was impossible. The advantages of the toxic corpse lie in the fact that Sumu need not fear capture, even when confronted by a formidable opponent who can directly restrict his movements. He possesses the option of self-destruction. The merit of this reckless sacrifice is that Sumu can muster a final surge of strength. Should he encounter an adversary who, while not overwhelmingly powerful, seeks to capture him alive, he can engage in a desperate struggle. If he prevails, it serves as a means to hone his combat experience. Should he falter and be slain, it is equally beneficial. With the toxic corpse and the reckless sacrifice at his disposal, Sumu can be said to possess both offensive and defensive capabilities, free from the fear of demise. However, the sole drawback is that if his opponent were to render him unconscious, as had happened previously, Sumu might find himself incapacitated. In such a scenario, he would require a third self-destructive ability. This third talent is derived from a race known as the Life and Death Worms, which possesses but one gift, the S-class talent known as the Life and Death Pact. This unique ability allows one to imprint a child pact and a mother pact onto oneself or other beings. Should the bearer of the mother pact perish, the child pact bearer is destined to die as well, rendering even healing talents ineffectual. The sole limitation of this ability is that when bestowing the child and mother pacts, the recipient must exhibit no trace of resistance, and the bestower must be stronger than the recipient. Yet, for Sumu, this is not a significant obstacle. He possesses the talent of mental manipulation, which alleviates concerns of opposition. Once endowed with this talent, Sumu must capture a creature known as the morning and evening worm. As the name suggests, this creature lives only for a single day. It is born in the morning, lays eggs, and dies by evening. Or it may be born in the evening and die by morning, with the stages of its life separated by no more than 12 hours. Sumu's task is to imprint the mother pact onto the morning and evening worm and the child pact onto himself. Each time the worm approaches death, he must retract the original imprint and seek out a new morning and evening worm for re-imprinting. If he fails to re-imprint in due time, the worm will perish within a maximum of 12 hours, and potentially even less than 1 hour. In such an event, even if Sumu were to encounter an accident and lapse into unconsciousness, he would instantly die and revert to his state prior to losing consciousness. Though the necessity of re-imprinting twice daily may seem cumbersome, it bears advantages. His child pact can sense the status of the mother pact, alleviating concerns of missed opportunities. Furthermore, this method ensures that Sumu will not suffer a recurrence of the previous month-long state of unconsciousness. When selecting this talent, Sumu meticulously considered various scenarios, primarily orchestrating them around his ability to reverse time upon death within a 12-hour window, a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Once these 3 self-destructive talents are arranged, Sumu can engage in reckless actions without trepidation. Are his movements being restricted by an enemy? He can resort to the toxic corpse. Does an adversary seek to capture him alive? He can unleash the reckless sacrifice. Has he been rendered unconscious? He can simply await a few hours or even 12, and perish alongside the morning and evening worm. Moreover, the final life and death maternal pact is not only applicable to Sumu himself but can also be utilized upon others. Through this life and death maternal pact, Sumu can even harness certain foreign races or incite some to worship heretical beliefs. However, given Sumu's current capabilities, he can imprint at most 10 pairs, with only 9 pairs available for others aside from his own imprint. Naturally, this capacity will gradually increase as Sumu's strength grows. It is akin to his initial ability to revert to a previous state upon death, which began with only a few attempts, but as Sumu's mental fortitude has strengthened, the number of reversions has escalated from a handful to dozens, even hundreds. The tasks associated with the 2 races Sumu has selected are predominantly classified as C-level tasks. This explains why Sumu intends to advance to E-level before undertaking these missions. After accepting 3 C-level tasks from the mission hall, Sumu promptly made his way to the battlefield of myriad races. Among these, he swiftly acquired the talent of Frenzied Flame from a blood-crazed cat. Following the acquisition of this talent, Sumu hastened towards the location of the 3rd talent he sought, the morning and evening worms, situated in the Valley of 10,000 Insects. Chapter 64, once again attaining an SSS-level talent. Fusion of Kindred. In the depths of the insect forest valley, towering ancient trees stood densely packed, reaching towards the heavens. Sumu's gaze rested upon these ancient trunks, for they housed the nests of the insect tribes. His task was to discern the types of these insects based on the gnaw marks left upon the trees. This knowledge had been a focus of his studies during his previous time rewind. With the aid of Deep Blue, after approximately 10 hours, Sumu finally discovered his objective, the life and death worm. The life and death worm was entirely black and white, exuding potent venom that rendered it untouchable for ordinary individuals. A mere touch without prompt medical intervention would lead to a gradual demise within an hour. However, for Sumu, this was the most fortuitous news. Following another rewind, he found himself endowed with an additional ability, the contract of life and death. Next, he aimed to locate the morning and evening worm. Sumu had previously gathered information indicating that such creatures resided deep within the insect forest valley. Yet, prior to capturing the morning and evening worm, he intended to explore the insect tribes in search of talents that might suit him. As Sumu advanced slowly into the heart of the insect forest valley, he lost track of time. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a concealed gorge. This valley was hidden within the depths of the insect forest valley. While wielding his sword imbued with the crimson flame bloodline to dispatch a swarm of insects, he made his way toward the gorge. However, just a few steps in, his heightened senses detected an odd sound. General Tson, with your assistance, this operation is bound to proceed smoothly. At the deepest part of the hidden valley, a massive, bloated tree took root in the soil. Perched upon this tree was a large, deep green insect, resembling an oversized flea. Before the insect stood a shadowy figure draped in a black cloak. To Sumu's astonishment, The voice had not emanated from the insect, but rather from a face that began to faintly emerge upon its skin. The cloaked figure seemed accustomed to this peculiar phenomenon. Responding nonchalantly, "Very well, let it be as it is." Yet, at that moment, the figure's brow furrowed. "It seems a little mouse has infiltrated." Upon hearing this, the skin of the deep green insect began to quiver violently. Subsequently, a human face emerged from the insect's body, desperately attempting to break free, uttering a sinister sound. "TSK TSK TSK, General Song, it appears we have a little mouse from the human race here." Meanwhile, Sumu, utilizing his enhanced senses to eavesdrop from a distance, felt an ominous premonition surge within his heart. In the next instant, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his neck, and in an instant, he lost control and collapsed. Sumu immediately sensed his inability to move, although he could still perceive the objects around him and hear the sounds in the vicinity. His body remained utterly immobile. Witnessing this predicament, Sumu hastily activated his unique talent. At that very moment, as he fell, the figure cloaked in black appeared before him in an instant, seizing his body and subsequently reappearing before the deep green insect. "I truly appreciate your assistance, General Song. I have a particular fondness for devouring young humans like you, aged 18 or 19. The flesh is tender and possesses a delightful resilience." The face that emerged on the insect's skin exclaimed with excitement. "Then savor your meal at your leisure," the figure in black remarked coldly, casting a fleeting glance at the increasingly unconscious Sumu, before vanishing into the concealed valley. Once the black-cloaked figure disappeared, the deep green insect began to crawl down from the tree. Upon reaching Sumu, its mouth suddenly expanded, revealing a row of razor-sharp teeth. In response to Sumu's disgusted gaze, it swiftly engulfed him whole. Sumu lost consciousness entirely. "Beep, you have been killed by the faceless worm, replication successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS-level talent, Kindred Fusion." SSS-level talent, Kindred Fusion. Kindred Fusion, this ability allows for the merging of similar talents and entities. When merging talents of the same kind, it promotes the evolution and enhancement of those abilities. In merging with similar entities, one must consume them to obtain their physical form and attributes, replacing one's own body parts. The more body parts acquired from the same kind, the greater the enhancement received. Sumu gasped for breath. Damn it, having died so many times, this method of being consumed was a first for him. However, the rewards from this experience far exceeded his expectations. An SSS-level talent. And it was Kindred Fusion. It is worth noting that Sumu had always been troubled by the sheer number of talents he had copied, which were often diverse yet lacking in refinement. Some talents proved to be of little use as they overlapped with higher-level abilities. Yet, he never anticipated that he would so unexpectedly acquire an SSS-level talent, Kindred Fusion. The potential of this talent is remarkably high. Not only can it assist Sumu in resolving the issue of having an abundance of talents that lack focus, but it can also elevate the levels of certain abilities. For instance, regarding Sumu's true sight. He previously had to consider whether a talent overlapped with his existing abilities or if its level was too low to warrant replication. But now, as long as it pertains to ocular talents, he could effortlessly replicate them and merge them with true sight. As long as Sumu possesses a sufficient number of talents related to the fusion of eyes, the original A-grade talent, true sight, stands a considerable chance of advancing to an S-grade talent. This type of fusion talent is rare, and Sumu had previously sought it out using Deep Blue. However, such talents are exceedingly scarce. Even among myriad races, there is no certainty that any particular race will awaken this ability. Consequently, Sumu ultimately had to abandon his quest. Unexpectedly, today's serendipitous encounter bore fruit. Nonetheless, what is most beneficial for Sumu is undoubtedly the functional aspect of the fusion talent. In contrast, for that deep green giant insect, the most advantageous aspect would likely be the ability to merge with its kin. It is no wonder that what should have been a mere insect the size of a small dog has transformed into a creature larger than an elephant. Besides acquiring an SSS-grade talent, what concerns Sumu even more is the man with the black cloth pouch. He had previously heard the man-faced insect refer to him as General Song. Chapter 65, S-Class Talent. Spatial Teleportation. General Song? Sumu furrowed his brows, delving into contemplation. His knowledge regarding the Eastern theater was rather scant. Deep Blue, Are you aware of any General Swung in the Eastern Theater? Master, my database lacks information on this matter. Deep Blue replied. Well, Deep Blue has always been rather unhelpful when it comes to inquiries about individuals. Its database is predominantly filled with information about various races, talents, and martial arts techniques, while information pertaining to the human race is exceedingly limited. This is evidently a modification made by his future self to this intelligent insect. Perhaps he could inquire further upon his return. Given that he is a general, it stands to reason that he is not an obscure figure. Sumu swiftly set this question aside. He possessed the ability of Death Rewind. Moreover, General Swung did not seem to have taken extensive measures to conceal his identity. It was merely a matter of time before Sumu unraveled his true identity. However, more pressing than discerning General Swung's identity was understanding the nature of the dealings between this general and the human-faced insect. Yet, a vexing obstacle loomed over Sumu. Given his current strength, eavesdropping on the conversation between General Swung and the insect appeared to be a daunting task. Both the general and the insect possessed formidable power. Attempting to overhear their exchange under their very noses seemed akin to chasing a fanciful dream. While his heightened senses could detect their conversation from a considerable distance, such proximity would inevitably reveal his presence. What to do? No matter. Trial and error would lead the way. Swiftly, Sumu vanished into the forest. Ah, it seems a little mouse has managed to infiltrate. TSK, General Swung. It appears to be one of your human mice. I appreciate your trouble, General Swung. I do so enjoy feasting on young humans aged 18 or 19. Their flesh is tender and delightfully springy. Once again, he found himself within the belly of the human-faced insect. Ah, how troublesome. This little mouse has proven quite elusive, managing to evade my anesthetic insects. My movements are hindered, thus I must rely on you, General Kong. Should he relay this information back? You may find yourself in a precarious situation. In that instant, Sumu darted through the thicket, while General Swung, pursuing closely behind, frowned in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a turn of events. Once more, the cycle ensued. Ding. You have been slain by the traitorous human General Kong. Copy successful. Congratulations. You have acquired S-Class talent, spatial teleportation. S-Class talent, spatial teleportation. Spatial teleportation, move freely within a 10-meter radius, with a cooldown of 10 seconds before the next move. The range and cooldown time will gradually optimize with the enhancement of your strength. Once again. How many times had he been swallowed by that human-faced insect, or perhaps directly slain by General Swung? The situation began to shift. The mouse that had fled earlier astonishingly possessed the same talent for spatial teleportation as he did. Not only that, but it always managed to evade his next position at crucial moments, teleporting in another direction, as if it had sensed his intention to seize it. After pursuing Sumu for approximately half an hour, General Swung seemed to finally lose his temper. He had initially believed that, with his strength, capturing a late-stage warrior would be a trivial task. Yet, the warrior before him was so elusive that he found himself compelled to resort to certain extraordinary tactics, even if they would inflict some harm upon his own body. However, at that moment, the mouse that had been fleeing suddenly halted. Was it finally giving up? General Swung snorted derisively. Yet, what unfolded next filled him with dread. The little mouse slowly turned around, revealing a face that was astonishingly identical to his own. Enough! The doppelganger of General Swung spoke, its features mirroring his own perfectly. Who on earth are you? General Swung furrowed his brow, a sense of terror creeping in as he realized that aside from their differing attire, this figure was indistinguishable from himself. Not only that, but it also emanated the same aura mid-stage of the fifth realm. Moreover, it possessed the same talent as him, spatial teleportation. Impossible. General Swung scoffed, a glint of cold steel flashing at his waist as a large blade appeared in his hand. Without hesitation, he swung it towards the doppelganger. Yet, the figure before him stood its ground, unwavering. With a sharp sound, the blade cleaved into the counterfeit General Kong. The impostor collapsed, a peculiar smile gracing its face as its features gradually morphed into that of a young man. Indeed, it was a mere effet ade, its talent matched his. Yet how was it able to alter its appearance and aura? Could it be that it had awakened two talents? Preposterous. General Tsong scrutinized the body, now growing cold, and muttered to himself in confusion. Phew! Sumu gasped for breath, having experienced death and resurrection nearly 80 times. Were it not for the recent enhancement of his mental fortitude, he might not have been able to revert so many times. He felt he had adequately prepared for what lay ahead. His objective was to uncover the true intentions of General Tsong and the human-faced insect. However, no matter how he inquired, he discovered that both parties seemed deliberately reticent about their plans. Left with no other choice, Sumu decided to chart an alternative course, leading to the previous scene. The earlier events had unfolded for Sumu no fewer than 40 times, which was why he could repeatedly escape from General Tsong's spatial teleportation. Through numerous resets, Sumu had already discerned the location of General Tsong's teleportation. Each time he fled, he followed the same route, while General Tsong's teleportation points remained remarkably consistent. Coupled with the spatial teleportation ability he had replicated from General Tsong, this allowed him to evade capture on multiple occasions. However, these escapes were not aimless. During all these resets, Sumu meticulously observed General Tsong's demeanor and actions. And he also identified the timing of General Tsong's meetings with the human-faced insect. Now, it was time for his performance. He intended to utilize his talent for transformation to assume the guise of General Tsong and engage in discussions with the human-faced insect to extract the full details of their plans. Chapter 66, The Complete Plan. Targeting the Dragon Legion. A gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, creating a soft whisper in the air. A man clad in a black robe vanished from one spot, only to reappear in another almost instantaneously. After taking a few steps, he disappeared once more, swiftly making his way into a concealed valley. He soon stood before a colossal ancient tree. Not long after his arrival, the leaves of the great tree began to tremble violently. Before him appeared a massive, deep green insect. The man scrutinized the formidable creature, narrowing his eyes. Unbeknownst to anyone, a faint blue interface flickered into his vision. Race, human-faced insect, mutant, health points, 8, 725. For 23, late stage of 5th realm martial artist, talent, SSS rank, fusion with kin, habitat, lives in the insect forest of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, tongue. General Tsong, it seems you have arrived a tad earlier than our agreed time, the deep green human-faced insect spoke, its skin revealing a visage that obscured its features yet moved its mouth in a rhythmic manner. My emergence is not as facile as you might presume. Moreover, you should be aware that we are on the cusp of executing our plan, thus caution is paramount. General Tsong's words resonated with the human-faced insect's agreement. Before the formal implementation of our scheme, I sense that there are issues regarding the timing. The previous timeline was unsuitable. I have just received the latest intelligence indicating that 8 realm experts will accompany us. General Tsong. Are you jesting with me? The visage on the insect's skin seemed poised to breach its surface and confront Sumu directly. You choose now to disclose such critical information. The plan is to commence in less than half a month, and you claim there will be 8 realm experts in attendance. Sumu suppressed the urge to retch, his voice cold and steady. I would prefer not to, but unforeseen circumstances often arise unexpectedly. We must revise our strategy. General Tsong, a thought has just struck me. The human-faced insect interjected. What day do you state our plan will be executed? 20 days hence. You are not General Tsong. Who are you? 21 days hence. You are not General Tsong. Who are you? 33 days hence. Ah, it appears General Tsong possesses a commendable memory. Observing the insect's shifting demeanor, Sumu exhaled a sigh of relief. By the heavens, you are quite the astute creature, he remarked coldly. If you harbor doubts about my trustworthiness, then there is no need for us to continue this conversation. General Tsong, do refrain from anger. The human-faced insect's visage contorted into an eerie grin. You are aware that this matter has been assigned from above, intended to utterly eradicate the Eastern Theater's Qianlong Legion. Currently, most of the elite forces in the Eastern Theater have been confined to the endless battlefield by higher authorities. If we fail to eliminate the Qianlong Legion within the stipulated time, the wrath of our superiors will be beyond what either of us can withstand. Hoof. Sumu did not elaborate further, merely letting out a cold snort. Rest assured, that accompanying 8th realm powerhouse will not remain for long. We only need to make slight adjustments to our original plan. That is reassuring. After nearly half an hour of conversation between Sumu and the humanoid insect, a voice suddenly resonated behind him. Who are you? Why are you here? Sumu turned around to find General Tsong, clad in a black cloak, had appeared behind him without his notice. Upon seeing Sumu's appearance, the genuine General Tsong's pupils constricted. The humanoid insect behind him immediately grasped the situation, its face contorting with furious rage. How dare you deceive me? Realizing he had been exposed, Sumu resignedly drew his longsword across his throat. Until next time. He raised an eyebrow at General Kong. Sumu pressed his temple, recalling the numerous times he had died in attempts to extract the plan, amounting to nearly 100 resets within a single day. However, the results were ultimately gratifying. He had gained a comprehensive understanding of the plans between the humanoid insect and General Kong. Their objective was none other than one of the Eastern Theater's elite legions, the Qianlong Legion. In each theater, aside from the soldiers forming various small squads, there exist elite legions specifically established for medium and large-scale battles. The accolades of these elite legions primarily stem from their participation in such battles. They do not undertake tasks independently and spend their days training. In contrast to the soldiers in smaller squads or individual soldiers, those within legions receive training primarily focused on medium and large-scale engagements. Their merit levels rise more slowly. Yet to elevate their rank, they must join a legion. Generally, individual soldiers and squad members can only enhance their merit levels, and the higher the merit level, the better the benefits and the ability to undertake more challenging missions. However, to attain a military rank, which translates to a higher position and authority within the theater, one must not only reach a certain merit level but also undergo rigorous training within an elite legion. Merit levels may sometimes solely represent personal strength or the ability to coordinate within a squad. Conversely, the granting of military ranks often signifies the number of soldiers one can command. The higher the rank, the greater the number of soldiers one can lead within the legion, and consequently, the greater the power. This illustrates the significance of military rank. At times, an individual's prowess may be formidable and their achievements commendable. Yet if their contributions within the elite legion are insufficient, their rank shall not ascend to great heights. Ultimately, merit alone does not wholly encapsulate one's capability to lead soldiers into battle. Thus, it is not uncommon for those of considerable strength to hold modest ranks, while those of elevated ranks generally possess commendable abilities. Consider, for instance, Major Chiosin and General Tsong, both of whom are at the 5th realm. Yet one holds the title of major while the other is a general. This discrepancy is primarily attributed to their tenure within the military and the accolades they have earned. General Tsong and the target of Renmian Chong, the Qianlong Legion, serve as a reserve force among other elite legions in the Eastern Theater. Numerous distinguished senior officers, having honed their skills within the Qianlong Legion, are subsequently reassigned to other elite units. Should the Qianlong Legion indeed be annihilated according to the designs of General Tsong and Renmian Chong, it would undoubtedly constitute a profound blow to the Eastern Theater. Fortunately, Sumu has now comprehended their scheme in its entirety. The next step is to devise a strategy to thwart their intentions based on this knowledge and ultimately to turn the tide against them. Sumu furrowed his brow, only to soon relax as a thought struck him. Zhang Lao. Chapter 67, Contacting Elder Zhang. The integration begins. Currently, Sumu is merely a talented individual with potential. However, talent is not in short supply in the Great Xia, as the young soldier Shaolin previously remarked. Only those who survive can truly be called geniuses, and what the Great Xia lacks are genuine prodigies. It is only when Sumu becomes a luminary of unparalleled brilliance in the Great Xia, endowed with sufficient strength, that he will truly possess a voice of authority. As it stands, Sumu would likely struggle to find anyone in the Eastern Theater to discuss his plans with. Even within the approximately 80 regressions he has experienced in his prior theater, the highest-ranking individual he has encountered is merely Major Chiu Sun. In reality, Sumu has yet to even meet a general of the rank of General Kong. Furthermore, he certainly cannot opt for a convoluted chain of reporting, particularly with a traitor like General Tsong in their midst. Even if he were to report, Who would believe a newly minted trainee from the myriad race's battlefield over a seasoned general who has fought for years? Thus, Sumu must seek someone capable of directly engaging with the higher echelons of the Eastern Theater, preferably someone of considerable rank. Upon reflection, the only person among those he knows who can accomplish this is Elder Zhang. Given Elder Zhang's strength and status, it is conceivable that he could arrange a meeting with the highest-ranking officials of the Eastern Theater. If Sumu could gain Elder Zhang's trust, the revelations concerning the traitor General Song and their plans would undoubtedly carry greater credibility. The singular question that lingers is whether he can successfully establish contact with Elder Zhang and earn his trust. Shaking his head, Sumu resolved to take action upon his return. First, he would need to capture some morning worms. By the time Sumu returned to the Eastern Theater, night had fallen. He managed to procure Elder Zhang's private contact information from Instructor Ding, who had a notably favorable impression of Sumu. Coupled with Sumu's relative prominence in Elder Zhang's circles. After inquiring about Elder Zhang's thoughts, Instructor Ding graciously provided Sumu with the contact details. Upon receiving Elder Zhang's private information, Sumu promptly dialed the number. Beep, hello? Is this Elder Zhang? Ah, Sumu. How delightful to hear from you. I was informed by Xiao Ding that you have something urgent to discuss? Indeed, there is something of great importance I wish to converse with you about, Elder Zhang. I wonder if you might have some time available. If so, I would greatly appreciate it if you could discreetly visit the Eastern Theater without drawing any attention. Has something happened? It is of utmost importance, Elder Zhang. Please trust me this once, I am willing to stake my life and future on this. I implore you. After hanging up the phone, Sumu exhaled in relief. It must be said that Elder Zhang truly places considerable importance on him. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Elder Zhang promptly agreed and promised to find a way to stealthily visit him in the Eastern War Zone 3 nights hence. As a formidable expert of the Ninth Realm, his every action is likely to attract significant attention. In the uncertainty of whether there are other traitors among the human race, allowing Elder Zhang to covertly meet him is undoubtedly the most prudent course of action. As for why it must be 3 days later, Sumu finds it of little consequence. Whether it is 3 days or 1, there is little difference for him. As long as Elder Zhang can meet him before the plan unfolds, he is confident he can thwart General Song's scheme. During this interval, he shall focus on integrating his talents and enhancing his abilities. With a long exhale, Sumu felt the tension ease from his nerves, which had been taut since his return from the battlefield. However, now that he has established contact with Elder Zhang, matters concerning General Song can be temporarily set aside. Speaking of which, when Elder Zhang arrives, should he feel a twinge of guilt for what he might do? An audacious thought struck him: what if he were to extract a measure of talent from Elder Zhang? Given that Elder Zhang has ascended to the 9th realm, his innate abilities must surely be no less than an S rank, perhaps even an SS rank, if he dares to dream. If he could indeed acquire Elder Zhang's talents, it would undoubtedly provide significant assistance to Sumu. Not only Elder Zhang, but in the future, should he encounter instructors like Ding or Wang, he could also devise ways to obtain their talents. To be candid, among those whose abilities Sumu wishes to replicate, Elder Zhang is undoubtedly at the forefront. Aside from him, only the young princess of the Ji family remains. However, back when he was in the rear of the human forces, Sumu lacked the confidence to replicate the princess's talents. Furthermore, at that time, he did not possess the suicidal talents of the toxic corpses, which posed the risk of inadvertently sealing his own fate without the possibility of resurrection. Now, however, such concerns have dissipated. Yet, he is not in the rear of the human forces. Although he covets Ji Qinghan's talents, he must wait until he returns to the human rear to formulate a plan. Since the previous incident in the Eastern War Zone, where he extensively replicated talents, Sumu has gradually grown accustomed to occasionally behaving like a traitor to the human race in order to acquire abilities. With the dual talents of Death Rewind and Talent Replication, the swiftest means for him to elevate his strength lies in the continuous replication of abilities and, consequently, his own demise. For Sumu, death is merely a method of enhancing his prowess. To be insufficiently strong is merely to have not perished enough. Departing from the place of the phone call, Sumu first made his way to the reception room. During a previous phone conversation with Instructor Ding, He mentioned to Sumu that, through his relentless efforts and with the silent support of Elder Zhang, the numerous high-ranking officials at Longjing Martial Arts University had deliberated and were prepared to offer Sumu substantial compensation, significantly more than he had initially anticipated. Indeed, at least double the expected amount. However, such a considerable sum would not be dispersed to Sumu in a single payment, rather, it would be delivered in installments over the course of a month at the Wanzhou battlefield. After receiving the compensation allocated by the university, Sumu sought out a secluded spot to securely store the entirety of the funds within his mobile space. He then proceeded to rent a training room. Before embarking on his formal cultivation, Sumu's first task was to commence the integration of his innate talents. Chapter 68, The Fusion of Talents. The Potent Power of Annihilation. Deep Blue, please assist me in identifying which talents can be analyzed and fused. Yes, Master. I am currently analyzing the talents suitable for fusion. Analysis complete. Presenting fusion options. Option 1, SS-level talent, Annihilation Body S-level talent, Extreme Physique A-level talent, Enhanced Senses D-level talent, Strength Enhancement, Speed Enhancement. SSS-level talent, Extreme Annihilation Corporeality. Option 2, S-level talent, Wind God A-level talents, Crimson Flame Bloodline, Earth S Might, Thunder S Power B-level talents, Wind Manipulation, Water Manipulation, Wood Manipulation. C-level talents, Wind Dragon Technique, Fireball Technique, Water Serpent Technique, Vine Entanglement. D-level talent, Wind Blade. SS-level talent, Elemental Sovereign. Option 3, S-level talent, Spatial Teleportation A-level talent, Mobile Space S-level talent, Space Manipulation. Option 4, A-level talent, Mental Enchantment B-level talent, Mental Enhancement A-level talent, Mental Enchantment, requires one additional A-level talent of the same type or 10 B-level talents of the same type to enhance. Option 5, A-level talent, Toxic Miasma, Poison Corpse B-level talent, Toxin Enhancement. C-level talent, Venomous Fangs. D-level talent, Poison Stinger. S-level talent, Lord of Poison. Each option was meticulously presented before Sumu by Deep Blue, who endeavored to amalgamate all of Sumu's lower-tier talents into higher-tier ones. The resulting talents not only retained the foundational abilities of their predecessors but also experienced enhancements, with some even acquiring new capabilities. It was akin to a quantitative change precipitating a qualitative transformation. Let us commence the fusion. With a mere thought from Sumu, the talents within his mind underwent a remarkable metamorphosis. In a fleeting moment, all of Sumu's B, C, and D-level talents were seamlessly integrated into other talents. He began to examine the few that had undergone qualitative changes. SS-level talent, Lord of Poison, possesses the ability to control toxins, mastering all poisons in existence. Can regulate the potency of toxins, which increases with strength. The released toxins can manifest as poisonous gas, stingers, and miasma to assail foes. Additionally, toxins can be autonomously generated and introduced directly into the heart, leading to certain death within 3 seconds. SS-level talent, Space Manipulation holds the capacity to manipulate space, capable of creating a mobile space of 1,000 cubic meters. Initially enables spatial teleportation and manipulation. With the size of the mobile space and the efficacy of spatial abilities enhancing with the increase in personal strength. SSS-level talent, Elemental Sovereign, mastery over the elements of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, lightning, and wind. All elemental talents are significantly suppressed in the presence of the Elemental Sovereign. Even if the power disparity between the Sovereign and the opponent is minimal, the Sovereign can directly employ elemental binding to prohibit the opponent from utilizing their elemental talents. Once elemental binding is enacted, it will remain in effect indefinitely unless the Elemental Sovereign chooses to release it. SSS-level talent, Ultimate Body of Annihilation, a synthesis of the advantages of the Annihilation Body and the Ultimate Body. Enhancing all aspects to their utmost limits, including but not limited to strength, speed, and sensory perception, with the ability to freely control the sensitivity of the 5 senses. The potential reached will surpass the limits achievable by humanity, with annihilation abilities raised to their peak, capable of obliterating everything, including space, and eventually, even time itself. Gazing upon the array of formidable talents, Sumu exhaled deeply. He had anticipated that a talent of the same rank as SSS would yield a degree of astonishment upon fusion. However, he could never have imagined the magnitude of surprise it would actually provide. Eagerly, he embarked on experiments with his newly acquired talents. With a mere wave of his hand, a drop of emerald liquid materialized before him. As his thoughts stirred, the verdant liquid gradually morphed into a pitch-black substance, exuding tendrils of ominous black mist. With another wave, the dark liquid vanished from his grasp, replaced by flames, droplets of water, grains of sand, molten metal, bolts of lightning, and a small vortex of azure wind. Next, he experimented with spatial manipulation. Sumu's figure swiftly vanished from one corner of the training room, only to reappear in another instantaneously. Without the need for a reaction time, he returned to his original position. Following the enhancement from the fusion, short-distance spatial teleportation seemed to require no interval within a certain number of attempts. However, for long-distance teleportation, Sumu frowned. In the next moment, he disappeared from his previous location. Upon his return to the training room, he noted that within a 100-meter range, he needed to linger for approximately 10 seconds. Presently, his maximum range appeared to be around 230 meters, possibly linked to his current strength. If memory served him right, General Tson, at his level of power, executed spatial teleportation without the need for pauses or distance limitations, likely due to the short distance he had been fleeing. Regardless, the potential of spatial manipulation was undeniably vast. It was no wonder that other forms of manipulation, such as fire or water control, were merely classified as B-level talents. The disparity between these abilities was not something that could be described with mere increments. After experimenting with spatial teleportation, Sumu proceeded to explore his capabilities in spatial cutting and other manipulative aspects. After several hours of experimentation, Sumu began to examine the enhanced mobility space. The items he had originally stored within were still present, resting undisturbed. Yet the size of the space had exceeded his expectations. Following the trial of the mobility space, Sumu found himself wielding a long sword. With a swift flick, a layer of pitch-black substance, resembling liquid, began to envelop the blade. The power of obliteration. He had long wished to test the might of obliteration. Previously, due to his insufficient strength, this power seemed incapable of affecting the space. However, now, after the fusion and enhancement, its potency had evidently ascended to a new level, capable of influencing the fabric of space. Naturally, Sumu was eager to experiment. He raised the long sword and struck forcefully within his mobility space, accompanied by the slash. The inky power swiftly adhered to the space like a parasitic entity. The affected area began to fracture and splinter visibly, resembling a shattered mirror. Crack! Sumu could almost hear the sound of the space breaking apart. Boom! Moments later, an invisible force abruptly expelled his consciousness from the mobility space. It was gone. A look of disbelief crossed Sumu's face. He hastily attempted to reopen the mobility space, but the newly created space was no longer the same as the original. The power of obliteration had directly obliterated that realm. Sumu concluded that it possessed truly terrifying destructive capability. He glanced at his arm. After wielding the sword, it appeared as fragile as shattered porcelain, seeming poised to break with the slightest exertion. He pondered what effects it might yield if applied to time itself. Sumu felt a sense of anticipation about the day his strength would increase, and how formidable the power of obliteration could become when it could influence time. He had a premonition that this power would be immensely beneficial to him in the future. Just as he was marveling at the might of obliteration, a sudden thought struck him. Oh no, the items I stored in the mobility space. With a swift motion, Sumu drew the sword across his neck. Chapter 69, Regression. The talent of Elder Zhang. After mastering his inherent abilities to a considerable extent and confirming that there was no immediate need for further regression, Sumu commenced his training. He retrieved the supplies provided by the school and began to prepare the blood essence elixirs with the tools he had long prepared. After concocting more than 50 Tiger Yuan pills and over 50 Xian Yuan bear blood powders, Sumu finally paused to consume them for his cultivation. 3 days elapsed swiftly during Sumu's rigorous training. Drops of sweat rhythmically fell to the floor. Exhausted and slumped on the ground, Sumu realized the formidable progress he had made during this period. Thanks to the accelerated absorption talent, he successfully absorbed all the elixirs, raising his blood essence value to 886. 35, thus stepping into the late stage of a first-realm martial artist, only a step away from the peak. After a brief respite, Sumu sat cross-legged and began to practice the divine demon visualization method. As his blood essence value increased, the rate of enhancement of his mental strength accelerated as well. Throughout these 3 days of training, Sumu's mental strength had already reached 999. 99, mere layers away from a breakthrough into the second realm. However, that last barrier proved exceptionally challenging to penetrate. With a deep breath, Sumu attempted to break through once more. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead as his breathing transformed from a rapid and labored rhythm to a steadier and calmer pace. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, suddenly, an audible pop resonated in the air. Sumu opened his eyes in delight. After nearly 2 days of effort, his mental strength had finally ascended, propelling him into the ranks of a second-realm martial artist. This formidable mental strength not only equipped him to better withstand mental assaults but, for Sumu, its greatest significance lay in the ability to regress multiple times. With his current mental strength, he was adequately prepared to execute hundreds of regressions. In fact, if he were to consider self-termination, setting aside the impossibility of such an act, returning to the day he awakened his talent would pose no challenge. With a flicker of thought, a pale blue panel materialized before him. Name, Sumu, blood essence value, 886, 38, late stage first realm martial artist, mental strength, 1001. 25, early stage second realm martial artist, talent, EX level, posthumous replication, SSS level, death regression 12 hours, ultimate desolation body, SS level, elemental sovereign, S level, space manipulation, poison god level, transformation. In just a few days on the battlefield of myriad races, Sumu's strength had burgeoned to this extraordinary level. Sumu found it hard to believe. However, upon reflection, he felt a twinge of regret for the month he had spent in a state of unconsciousness. It seemed rather squandered. If only he could find a talent that would allow him to awaken instantly from his coma. Or perhaps even end his own life while in that state, he would yearn to journey back to the day he fell unconscious and reclaim that lost month. Yet, this notion flickered briefly in his mind and quickly dissipated. After all, unless there were events during his coma that necessitated reversal, the price of such a journey would be exorbitant. It would not only mean he would have to retrain to regain the vitality he had cultivated thus far, but more crucially, he needed to ensure that his previous experiences remained largely unaffected. Thus, prior to any reversal, he would need to prepare a substitute or an illusion to lie in his stead. Every step required meticulous planning. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Sumu would refrain from contemplating a return to such a distant past. However, should a compelling reason arise to necessitate such a reversal, he would devise a strategy to reclaim that lost month as well. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and rose to his feet. His training was nearly complete. There remained approximately 12 hours until the time he had agreed upon with Elder Zhang. As if struck by a sudden thought, he addressed the empty air with a hint of apology. Elder Zhang, I am truly sorry. 12 hours swiftly passed. At the peak of the falling Sunset Mountain, east of the Eastern War Zone, a figure suddenly appeared. The moonlight poured down upon the earth, draping it in a veil of silvery frost. The elder stood atop the mountain, gazing wistfully into the distance, where an endless expanse of land awaited. There lay the most brutal battleground of countless races. As he contemplated the horizon, a complex and anxious expression crossed his face. Just then, a sound emerged from behind him. The elder furrowed his brow. Who are you? Where is Sumu? The elder whipped around. Beneath the moonlight stood a tall and robust man, who had somehow materialized behind him. Sumu? Humph. If you wish to know his whereabouts, you must first die. The robust man's words were abruptly cut off as he suddenly beheld a headless corpse before him. Wait, a headless corpse? My corpse? What the hell? I hadn't finished speaking, Elder Zhang. You strike too swiftly. Sumu gradually descended into a realm of darkness. Ding! You have been slain by the human race as formidable Zhang Hao. Successful replication achieved. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS-level talent, Oath of Life. SSS-level talent, Oath of Life, I vow by my very existence to serve as a bolster to my martial arts. Those endowed with the sacred oath of life possess the remarkable ability to issue a life oath at each level of their cultivation. By fulfilling the tenets of this oath, their own attributes, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial prowess, strength, and agility, can experience an enhancement that ranges from a minimum of double to a maximum of tenfold, contingent upon the number of oaths taken. However, should one breach the stipulations of the life oath, facing 3 violations will lead to immediate demise. The life oath is, indeed, a manifestation of life's very essence. Sumu found himself in the training room, gasping for breath. Could it be that this is the terrifying strength of a 9th realm expert? He scarcely completed his thoughts before succumbing to defeat. Perhaps it was due to the transformation he underwent, which granted him the aura of an 8th realm martial artist. That old Zhang wasted no time and struck with such swiftness. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the speed at which old Zhang acted was undeniably astonishing. Shaking his head, Sumu stared in a daze at the information provided by Deep Blue regarding old Zhang's talent. What in the world is this talent? Chapter 70, The Oath of Life. This was the first time Sumu encountered such a remarkable talent. The Oath of Life. The phrase itself sounded incredibly impressive. By fulfilling the contents of this sacred vow, one's abilities, including but not limited to cultivation speed, martial prowess, strength, and agility, would receive enhancements ranging from a minimum of double to a maximum of tenfold. In other words, as long as he adhered to the tenets of his life oath, his cultivation speed and martial prowess would experience a tenfold increase in all aspects. Such an enhancement, if applicable across various domains, could indeed be formidable. This talent bore a resemblance to the sword heart clarity that Sumu had previously acquired, yet there was a distinction. The latter specifically elevated his swordsmanship. The Oath of Life, however, appeared to confer a comprehensive enhancement across multiple facets. Although a tenfold increase might seem inferior to the 100-fold enhancement from the sword heart clarity, it is crucial to remember that this tenfold improvement could amplify strength, speed, and the effectiveness of not only sword techniques but also other forms of martial arts. Moreover, it could expedite training in swordsmanship as well as in other disciplines, including Sumu's vitality and mental fortitude. More importantly, the potential for this multiplicative enhancement was not fixed. According to previous insights, the more life oaths Sumu established, the greater the multiplicative factor he could attain. The only uncertainty lay in how the determination of whether the enhancement was tenfold or merely double was made. Deep Blue. Do you understand how this Oath of Life is assessed? Master, based on my analysis, this multiplicative factor is likely correlated with the grandeur of the oath and the difficulty of its fulfillment. The grandeur of the oath? Sumu furrowed his brow. Indeed. Should the oaths you pledge be grander and more challenging to realize, the multiplicative factor assigned will naturally be greater. Sumu nodded in understanding. This explanation was quite intriguing. But what sort of oath should he articulate? He pondered for a moment, contemplating whether he should consult Elder Zhang for his opinion. A bold idea began to take shape in Sumu's mind. On the eastern side of the eastern battle zone, atop the luminous sunset peak, a figure suddenly emerged. It was Elder Zhang. Engaging in a repetition of past actions, Elder Zhang turned, this time with a hint of a smile gracing his face. Sumu. You have arrived, Elder Zhang said, slowly pivoting to face him. You always manage to surprise me. It seems you have only recently entered the myriad realms of battle and yet have already attained the pinnacle of the first realm. You are but a step away from becoming a second realm warrior, are you not? Sumu nodded, grinning. Indeed, nothing seems to escape your keen observation, Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Now, tell me, what is it that compels you to stake your life and future on this matter? Old Zhang, while speaking, couldn't help but scrutinize Sumu, his eyes brimming with satisfaction. At such a young age, possessing such formidable strength, combined with your innate talent in the sword arts, I dare say that in just a few years, you shall surprise this old man even more. Old Zhang, you flatter me, Sumu replied. The reason I summoned you here is twofold. One matter pertains to myself, while the other concerns the Eastern Theater. Which would you prefer to hear first? Raising an eyebrow, Old Zhang responded, You little rascal, still keeping me in suspense? Let us begin with the affairs of the Eastern Theater. A knowing expression crossed Sumu's face, and without hesitation, he divulged all he had heard regarding General Tsong and the human faced-worm's scheme. Initially, old Zhang wore a smile, but as Sumu detailed the plan, his expression grew increasingly grave. However, once Sumu concluded, a hint of a smile returned to his face. "Why do you choose to share this matter with me?" Old Zhang inquired. Sumu gazed earnestly at him, saying, "Old Zhang, with my current capabilities, I cannot alter the course of events, nor could I even report this matter. For if General Tsong were to discover it, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against me. Even if, by some stroke of luck, the information were to reach higher authorities. As a mere inconsequential figure, it is unlikely anyone would heed my words. The only person I can think of who might assist me is you, Old Zhang. Given your status and strength, if you were to address this issue, it would undoubtedly capture the attention of those above. In fact, it need not be so complicated. If you were willing to take action yourself, this crisis could be resolved in an instant." "You rascal," Old Zhang said, looking at Sumu with satisfaction. "Are you not concerned that I might be a traitor to humanity?" Sumu chuckled awkwardly. "I have faith in you. If you were a traitor, I would surely find myself in trouble again." Old Zhang burst into hearty laughter. "What a delightful trust! Since you have such confidence in me, I shall place my trust in you as well. Fear not, I shall take care of this matter." After chuckling for a while, he resumed a serious demeanor, lamenting, "I never imagined those scoundrels would reach such depths, infiltrating even the Eastern theater." Sumu furrowed his brow. "Old Zhang, from your words, it seems the infiltration extends beyond just the Eastern theater." Old Zhang regarded Sumu thoughtfully. "You are not yet ready to know too much. There is but one thing I can tell you: once you step onto the battlefield of the myriad races, trust no one completely." He paused, fixing his gaze on Sumu. "Not even me." Then, shaking his head, he added, "As for this matter, my knowledge is limited, merely a vague suspicion. But remember my words." Sumu nodded thoughtfully. "So, Old Zhang, can I trust you now?" Upon hearing this, Old Zhang laughed heartily. "Silly child. You have already put it to use so soon. What do you think?" Sumu raised an eyebrow. "Old Zhang, I believe that even if humanity proves to be untrustworthy, you, without a doubt, remain credible." Upon hearing Sumu's words, Old Zhang gazed at him in surprise. His eyes narrowed slightly as he inquired, "What leads you to make such a statement?" "What follows is an additional matter I wish to share with you, concerning my own affairs." At this moment, Old Zhang appeared intrigued. "Do tell," he said, "you have indeed piqued this old man's curiosity. I am eager to learn what this matter regarding you entails." "The reason I make such a claim, Old Zhang, is that I am aware of your extraordinary talent, the Oath of Life. Not only am I aware of it, but I also declare with a deep breath, I vow by my life, transforming it into the strength of my martial path." In the next instant, a cascade of glowing specks began to emanate from Sumu's body. Witnessing this scene, Old Zhang's pupils constricted sharply. Chapter 71, That Person. How is it possible? Even Zhang Lao, at this moment, found it difficult to maintain his composure. Sumu also halted his actions in due time. After all, if things continued this way, he would truly be compelled to swear an oath of life. Yet, to be frank, Sumu himself was not particularly fearful of the cost of such an oath. If death were to come, so be it. A man of honor stands tall. Why should one fear death? At worst, he could revert to a previous state. His only concern was whether the oath he would make would be grand enough to ensure a substantial amplification of his abilities. He remained uncertain whether this oath was intrinsically linked to his innate talent. If it were, then he must tread carefully in making such a vow, for otherwise, reverting would be of no use, and Sumu would have nowhere to lament his fate. Your talent is the Oath of Life. Zhang Lao seemed to have grasped something, yet remained hesitant to confirm. Perhaps, one of my talents is indeed the Oath of Life, Sumu replied. As he spoke, a flame manifested in his hand, which swiftly transformed into vines, and then into droplets of water. Ultimately, it vanished. Observing the elemental powers materializing in Sumu's grasp, Zhang Lao appeared to comprehend something profound. His expression turned graver than when he had first heard Sumu discuss the plans involving General Tsong and the human-faced worm. Impossible. How could this be? Although Zhang Lao uttered disbelief, his gaze toward Sumu grew increasingly complex. At this juncture, Sumu finally spoke again. My talent is an EX-level ability, resurrection copy. Upon my death, I can replicate the talents of the one who slays me and resurrect 1 hour prior. Sumu slightly altered the description of his talent, revealing it to Zhang Lao. As Zhang Lao had indicated, trust was a fragile thing, even he, the most reliable person in Sumu's life, could not guarantee that others would not employ some nefarious means to extract details about Sumu's talent from him. After absorbing Sumu's revelation, Zhang Lao looked at him in astonishment. Are you implying that, just an hour ago, I killed you? Sumu chuckled awkwardly, saying, well, Zhang Lao, I employed a bit of trickery. Zhang Lao nodded in acknowledgement, saying little more. His expression remained serious, lost in contemplation. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Though not directly to Sumu. I swear by my life, let it become the catalyst for my martial path. As these words fell from his lips, a glimmering light enveloped Zhang Lao, mirroring the earlier spectacle of Sumu. If I harbor any intention or thought to divulge information regarding Sumu's talent, may I perish on the spot. As he uttered this declaration, the luminous points converged at his brow, ultimately coalescing into a pure white shackle that vanished into his forehead. Witnessing this scene, Sumu was taken aback. Zhang Lao, what is this? Zhang Lao responded with a smile. Sumu, initially, I merely believed that with your exceptional talent, you would undoubtedly shine brilliantly on the battlefield of myriad races, contributing significantly to our human race. Destined to become a top-tier powerhouse and a pillar for humanity. However, at present, I am convinced that if anyone is capable of saving our race, it must undoubtedly be you. An EX-level talent, shouldn't that equate to an SSS-level or even higher? Elder Zhang has evidently grasped many profound truths, the ability to replicate after death. Such a gift ensures that your potential is boundless. Not only do you possess the chance for infinite trial and error, but you also have the opportunity to acquire the most elite talents in this world. Elder Zhang gazed excitedly into the distance. Sumu, do you understand why I chose to leave the battlefield of myriad races and assume the position of president at Longjing Martial University? After contemplating for a moment, Sumu replied, slaying countless races on the battlefield is ultimately limited. Whereas fostering more geniuses and stronger warriors for humanity will gradually tilt the scales in our favor during combat. Elder Zhang smiled, that is merely one of the reasons. Another reason is that I suddenly feel a profound despair regarding the prospect of our race's victory. The myriad races are simply too formidable, and among them, as far as I know, there exists a terrifyingly powerful entity. As he recalled this being, a hint of horror crossed Elder Zhang's face. He seldom appears on the battlefield. His intentions remain unknown, and no one comprehends his true motives. However, from the moment he emerged, it became clear that there is only one invincible being. And that is him. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's description, Sumu immediately thought of the individual mentioned in the diary, the one who had driven Chen Bin. A being capable of death rewind, to despair and betrayal. Is that person truly as fearsome as described? Elder Zhang nodded. Indeed, fearsome. Were it not for some restriction placed upon him, necessitating that he enter a state of slumber periodically, and only awakening for brief intervals, the divine kings of the 10 great divine races would likely not have perished at the hands of our 7 saints. Elder Zhang stated, it can be said that the primary reason humanity has gained an advantage over the past 50 years is due to his slumber. However, he will not remain in this state indefinitely. Sumu gritted his teeth, fully aware of Elder Zhang's implications, and he understood far more than the elder realized. Within a decade, that individual will undoubtedly awaken from his slumber. It is even possible that it could be sooner. As the diary had previously mentioned that Chen Bin encountered him once on the battlefield. This implies that his awakening could occur even earlier. Although it is uncertain whether he will subsequently fall back into slumber, as long as he exists, it appears that humanity truly lacks hope in overcoming the myriad races. At this moment, Elder Zhang turned to Sumu. Sumu, if anyone among humanity possesses the capability to defeat him, I believe that person must be you. For he is akin to you. Zhang Lao paused for a moment before slowly stating, both of you possess more than one extraordinary gift. More than one extraordinary gift. In that instant, Sumu comprehended. It became clear why both his future self and the present Zhang Lao uttered the same phrase. If there exists among the human race someone capable of overcoming that individual, it must undoubtedly be him. So, is this truly the case? Could it be that this person's talent is also a form of replication? If so, how did that individual achieve such replication? Conversely, if that is not the case, how did that person acquire such a multitude of talents? Countless questions swirled within Sumu's mind. Chapter 72, Entering the Sect. I have encountered that individual only once. Yet it was in that singular moment that my oath of life was shattered not once, but twice. Elder Zhang turned his gaze towards the horizon. Had it not been for the brevity of his awakening and the apparent absence of murderous intent towards us, I fear that encounter would have sealed my fate. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, Sumu could almost perceive the despair that had gripped him during that fateful meeting. It is worth noting that Elder Zhang is a formidable being of the ninth realm. To instill such a sense of hopelessness in him signifies the existence of an extraordinary talent, the oath of life. Elder Zhang's life was undoubtedly governed by principles. Which is precisely why Sumu chose to disclose his own talent to him upon learning of Elder Zhang's oath of life. Sumu wagered that within Elder Zhang's oath of life, there exists a vow akin to the protection of humanity. The mere presence of such a vow would ensure that Elder Zhang could never betray the human race. Elder Zhang's subsequent actions unequivocally demonstrated that Sumu's gamble was justified. Upon learning of Sumu's talent, the first act Elder Zhang undertook was to establish a solemn vow, pledging that he would not, in any form or thought, disclose Sumu's talent. The oath of life is not merely a subjective commitment, even inadvertent breaches may lead to dire consequences. Elder Zhang's vow effectively sealed off all potential avenues through which Sumu's talent could be revealed. Even if one possessed the ability to probe memories or exert mental control, any form of disclosure from Elder Zhang would result in his immediate demise. This was not only to safeguard Sumu but also a declaration of his unwavering support in the endeavors to come. Elder Zhang's intent in sharing this was purely to underscore the gravity of his power. He turned to Sumu, advising, "Before you ascend to the 10th realm, should you encounter him, do not hesitate, take your own life." Elder Zhang continued, "Given your talent, it should not be exceedingly difficult for you to evade his grasp." Sumu nodded in understanding, recognizing that with his current strength, encountering that individual would undoubtedly lead to his demise. However, what would be the consequence of perishing at his hands? Seemingly discerning Sumu's thoughts, Elder Zhang cautioned, "I advise you to refrain from contemplating death at his hand for the time being. Your talent is of EX rank, and his is likely of the same caliber. Under such circumstances, the likelihood of successfully replicating his abilities is minimal. More critically, he is far too formidable to be judged by conventional standards. Thus, until you possess absolute confidence and strength to confront him, I would discourage such thoughts." Sumu nodded, acknowledging Elder Zhang's wisdom. Elder Zhang, satisfied with his response, inquired, "Do you currently belong to any sect, Sumu?" Sumu, perplexed, replied, "What do you mean by that, Elder Zhang? Before entering Longjing Martial Arts University, did any teachers contact you, expressing a desire for you to join their sect?" "No, Zhang Lao," Sumu shook his head. "To be honest, although he is somewhat of a genius now, he has yet to reach the level of renown that would make him widely recognized as such." Zhang Lao nodded at this. "If anyone inquires, simply state that you are my student," he suddenly declared. Sumu was taken aback. "Zhang Lao, do you mean to say you want me to join your sect?" Zhang Lao, upon hearing this, smiled with a hint of nostalgia. "Yes, and yet, not quite. In truth, I cannot teach you, so in the strictest sense, I do not qualify as your teacher. However, I am willing to devote my utmost efforts to assist you. Once you join my sect, you will have access to the richest resources at Longjing Martial Arts University, which will undoubtedly be advantageous for you. Furthermore, I will publicly declare you as my closed-door disciple, thereby alleviating you of considerable troubles. If you do not mind, you may call me teacher in the future, after all. It is merely a title. Nonetheless, I will not impose the constraints of a teacher-student relationship upon you. The path you are about to embark on is arduous. Exceedingly so, so much so that it is a journey you must undertake alone, with no one able to accompany you throughout. This also implies that no one can be by your side, not your family, not those you cherish, nor those who cherish you, not your teachers, classmates, or friends." Zhang Lao's words plunged Sumu into contemplation. Indeed, as he ventured further down this path, he became increasingly aware of this truth. A bittersweet smile crossed his face as he resolutely looked at Zhang Lao. Teacher, I understand. Since I have decided to walk this path, I shall not have regrets. Though I may find myself alone, I carry the weight of many behind me. Hearing Su Mu's words, Zhang Lao sighed. It is a burden on you, my child. He remarked. In that case, let us agree on this. Within our sect, you have several senior brothers and sisters, whom I will introduce you to in due course. Their talents are commendable, and should the opportunity arise, I will assist you in replicating their achievements. As Zhang Lao spoke, he began to ponder something. Not only them. Certain old fellows possess intriguing talents as well. If the chance presents itself, I shall see what can be arranged for you. Teacher. How is it that you all seem to be aware of one another's talents? Su Mu inquired, puzzled. Prior to entering Longjing Martial Arts University, he had been taught that talents should not be casually disclosed. Zhang Lao chuckled at this. Do you find it at odds with the education you received before? He asked. In truth, the expectations placed upon you differ across various periods. Many years ago, there was no such notion of hiding one's talents. At that time, admissions to universities were even contingent upon the level of talent one awakened. However, as you are aware, with the increasing emergence of heretical cultists behind the human realm, those prodigious talents who have awakened rare abilities may be prematurely extinguished before they even embark upon the martial path. To mitigate such occurrences, it was imperative that you refrain from disclosing your talents during that period. Nevertheless, this restriction will be relaxed upon entering university, particularly when it comes to joining a master's sect. At that juncture, it is essential to convey certain aspects of your abilities to your instructor, enabling them to nurture your potential more effectively. This is one of the reasons I encouraged you to join my sect. Furthermore, on the battlefield of the myriad races, it may be unavoidable to share information about your talents with your comrades to enhance cooperative combat. Therefore, in the future, you may inevitably need to reveal some of your abilities. Just be cautious not to showcase different talents in front of the same group. Now, having said all this, it is time to discuss more pressing matters. Elder Zhang waved his hand. Since you possess the talent of the Oath of Life, you should be prepared to take your oath, correct? Chapter 73, The First Oath of Life. Indeed, Master. Yet I remain uncertain about what kind of oath would be most suitable. Upon hearing Su Mu's words, Elder Zhang let out a hearty laugh. If it were any other talent, I might find myself at a loss to assist you, but having devoted a significant portion of my life to the Oath of Life, I can certainly offer you some guidance. In relation to your unique talent, the Oath of Life is, for you, akin to a vow with no adverse effects. As he spoke, Elder Zhang cast an envious glance at Su Mu. However, there is one crucial aspect you must heed: how to maximize the abilities bestowed by the Oath of Life. Starting as a martial artist at the first realm, with each advancement, you may establish a new Oath of Life. The content of each oath will determine the multiplier of your enhancements. If you fulfill the terms of the oath or are in the process of doing so, you will experience continuous augmentation. Should you fail to uphold the oath, as I previously mentioned, it constitutes a broken vow. The first breach will have your enhancement, the second will erase the benefits of that Oath of Life entirely, and the third will result in death. When you make your first oath, it holds particular significance. Elder Zhang continued. This is knowledge I have gleaned over many years. If you choose your first Oath of Life wisely, it will greatly assist your subsequent oaths and may even lead to the formation of a perfect system of vows. Thus, each enhancement from your Oaths of Life could effortlessly reach tenfold. Once you ascend to the 9th or even the 10th realm, your multipliers could soar to 90 or even 100 times. A perfect system of oaths? Su Mu was momentarily taken aback. How fortunate I sought Elder Shang's counsel, otherwise, if I had carelessly made an oath, I might have jeopardized my chance at a perfect system of vows. This exemplifies the value of having a mentor on the path of cultivation, allowing one to avoid numerous detours. Deep Blue, as a repository of knowledge, is still lacking in intelligence. Some information is merely data and not all-knowing. Many secrets are often transmitted through word of mouth, making the role of a mentor particularly vital. Sumu could not help but feel a sense of relief in his decision to bring Elder Zhang into his fold. With Elder Zhang's assistance, he would not only accelerate his strength but also navigate the path with far fewer obstacles. The first oath of life must be grand and challenging enough to potentially yield an enhancement of 8 to 10 times. Subsequently, each following oath of life must be established upon the foundation of the first, thereby facilitating an even greater ease in achieving the same multiplier effect of 8 to 10 times. Through my experimentation, I have discerned that the more arduous the first oath of life, the greater the necessity for subsequent oaths to forge connections with it. This correlation significantly enhances the likelihood of achieving an amplification effect of 8 to 10-fold. In essence, once one has established a sufficiently challenging and grand first oath, each subsequent oath, while imposing additional constraints upon itself, is poised to contribute to the formation of a comprehensive and harmonious system of life oaths. Master Zhang stroked his beard as he spoke. However, this flawless system of life oaths is merely a synthesis drawn from the wisdom of predecessors in literature, combined with my own experiences. Even I have not truly tested it myself. Is the first oath of life truly that vital? Sumu pondered, stroking his chin. Already, he was formulating his own thoughts regarding the significance of the inaugural oath. Master, do you believe that if I were to swear incorrectly and then take my own life, I could re-establish my oath? Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback. You, my boy, haven't even begun to swear yet and are already contemplating a retraction. He chuckled. Sumu smiled awkwardly. I am merely considering how to fulfill the perfect system of life oaths you envision, Master. Zhang nodded. Based on my experiences with oaths, it should indeed be feasible. His eyes narrowed thoughtfully. According to my analysis, since your talent involves replication after death, the only aspects you could retain would be your spiritual consciousness and the talents you have replicated. The establishment of a life oath, in fact, relies on an inexplicable external force, which I have come to refer to as the way of heaven through years of exploration. Therefore, if all goes as expected, your proposed plan should be viable. Upon hearing Master Zhang's explanation, Sumu nodded in understanding. Then I comprehend, Master. With a deep breath, he proclaimed. I swear by my life, transforming it into an aid for my martial path. With the commitment to prevent the annihilation of humanity, I shall disregard any cost. For the sake of the heavens, I shall establish a heart for the world, and for the prosperity of humanity, I would face 1,000 deaths without regret. Brilliant radiance erupted from Sumu, illuminating the entire falling sunset peak as if it were day. Witnessing this spectacle, even the seasoned Master Zhang was momentarily taken aback. Yet he quickly regained his composure, raising his hand, poised to take action, only to reconsider. He gently lowered his hand, allowing the white light to shine upon falling sunset peak. Moments later, the white light coalesced into a chain that settled upon Sumu's brow. As Sumu slowly opened his eyes, a faint smile graced his face. Just then, information regarding the Oath of Life materialized before him once more. The first Oath of Life has been established, with an amplification factor determined to be 10-fold. Master, it is indeed 10-fold, he remarked. The outcome aligning closely with his expectations. However, this also implies that the path Sumu is about to tread is exceedingly arduous. Yet, what of the difficulty? Sumu's gaze gradually solidified with determination. Having resolved to embark on this journey, he would harbor no regrets. As he had previously articulated, this path is fraught with challenges, to the extent that he may find himself utterly alone. Nevertheless, it matters not, for he carries the support of those behind him, and that is sufficient. Alas! Such burdens were never meant for you to bear, sighed Elder Zhang. To be candid, gazing at Sumu before him, his heart was filled with sorrow. It was not solely Sumu's unwavering commitment to the monumental vow of preventing the annihilation of humanity that pained him, but also the chilling nonchalance with which Sumu had earlier spoken of taking his own life. He could not fathom how many times Sumu had faced death. Yet, the numbness he exhibited towards mortality suggested that the Count had reached a significant threshold. To die and then resurrect, at times, this may not be a blessing. For some, death serves as a respite. To possess such an ability is, for Sumu, more akin to a curse. Alone, he must bear all memories, enduring the torment of life and death. Elder Zhang sighed once more, while Sumu pondered something. Teacher, do you know someone by the name of Ningyi? Chapter 74, The Identity of that Figure. Ning Yi? Elder Zhang shook his head in confusion. I know a few people with the surname Ning, but I have never heard of someone named Ning Yi. Is there something wrong? Elder Zhang inquired, perplexed. Sumu shook his head. It's nothing, teacher. Just be cautious of this person. Also, do you know anyone with strength comparable to an 8th realm warrior, particularly possessing exceptional talent in swordsmanship? Sumu's question left Elder Zhang momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief contemplation, he responded, if you are asking in that context, there is indeed someone. There is a young man from the Song family named Song Tianlong. His talent in swordsmanship is quite remarkable. He graduated from our Longjing Martial Arts University in the early years, making him a senior of sorts to you. Upon hearing this name, Sumu's heart stirred. Then, teacher, do you know where he is now? Elder Zhang pondered for a moment before replying, I haven't been in contact with him for quite some time. However, I heard from his previous mentor that after spending some time on the 10,000 races battlefield, he voluntarily applied to return to the human race's rear and took on the role of the chief night watchman in a certain safe zone. After hearing Elder Zhang's words, Sumu felt a surge of excitement. Yes. The human race's rear. 8th realm warrior. Proficient in swordsmanship. Each of these conditions aligned perfectly. It was fortunate that Sumu had consulted Elder Zhang. As the president of a top martial arts university, Elder Zhang's connections were beyond what Sumu could fathom. What is the matter, Xiaomu? Is there an issue with this Song Tianlong? This time, Sumu did not conceal anything from Elder Zhang. Previously, regarding Ning Yi, Sumu himself was unclear about the situation. After all, the future version of himself mentioned very little about it in the diary. However, Song Tianlong was a different matter. That was something Sumu had personally experienced. Teacher, it is highly likely that Song Tianlong is a traitor to the human race. Upon hearing Sumu's words, Elder Zhang furrowed his brows. Xiaomu. Such statements should not be made lightly. Without concrete evidence, even I would face severe scrutiny for merely suspecting an 8th realm warrior. Not to mention, Song Tianlong is a member of the Song family. The Song family is a colossal entity in the heart of Dragon City, located in the 9th safe zone. One of the 7 great families. Behind them stands one of the 7 most formidable beings of the human race, Song Ju, the Sword Saint, who 50 years ago slayed 10 divine kings of the divine race. Sumu also furrowed his brows. He had anticipated that this individual's background would be formidable, but he had not expected it to be so extraordinary. A member of the Song family, who not only awakened an SSS-level talent but is also an 8th realm warrior. In terms of both identity and capability, such individuals are elite among the human race. Even if Sumu had irrefutable evidence of his betrayal, confronting him would not be an easy task. Moreover, Sumu currently possessed no evidence whatsoever. Teacher, although I do not have evidence at the moment, Sumu inquired, but do you know the origin of my SSS grade talent, Sword Heart Clarity? Could it be linked to that young man from the Song family? Zhang Lao had evidently surmised the general situation. The specifics were intricate, and I beg your pardon for not divulging them to you, my teacher. Sumu certainly could not reveal all that transpired on that fateful day to Zhang Lao. After all, it not only involved the Deep Blue but also concerned Sumu's greatest secret, the diary left to him by his future self. Although he had developed considerable trust in Zhang Lao, some secrets are not easily shared, even with unwavering trust. Zhang Lao, being a man of wisdom and experience, would not press for information that Sumu chose to withhold. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally spoke, very well, I understand the situation. However, since that young man from the Song family has betrayed humanity, given his status, he is unlikely to expose himself easily. His ambitions are probably significant, for now. We must keep a close watch on him and devise a strategy to deal with him later. Sumu nodded in agreement. At present, it was indeed unwise to display overt hostility towards him. Instead, it would be more prudent to feign ignorance regarding his defection and plot gradually. Little Mu, Zhang Lao continued. Your primary means of advancement, aside from enhancing your own vitality, is to acquire some elite talents. I cannot remain in the myriad clan's battlefield for long, at most. Just half a day. Next, I will share a few matters with you. Sumu nodded attentively. Zhang Lao continued, someone will be arriving shortly. And I will assist you in copying a talent from him. Furthermore, I will take you to 3 locations, each abundant with talents that can be replicated. However, I may not possess memories of those places, so I will rely on you to guide me. Now, tell me. Have you copied the talent of the person who will be coming? Sumu shook his head. Zhang Lao nodded in understanding. How did you deceive me into killing you? Zhang Lao questioned. Sumu understood and began to gradually transform into a stranger. Upon witnessing Sumu's sudden alteration in appearance, aura, and even vitality, Zhang Lao expressed surprise. Your talent is indeed intriguing, even I would find it challenging to see through it. I must admit, I am somewhat puzzled, teacher, as this talent is merely an A grade. Sumu was also somewhat astonished, having previously doubted whether he could truly conceal it from Zhang Lao. However, he had not anticipated that Zhang Lao would be unable to discern it. In response, Zhang Lao chuckled, saying, the level of your talent is indeed commendable. Unless one encounters an S-grade or higher talent capable of seeing through illusions, even a 9th realm martial artist would struggle to penetrate your disguise. This elucidates why talent is often regarded as the paramount determinant of a warrior's prowess. Certain talents, regardless of how much stronger one might be compared to another, can render one powerless if they cannot counteract the opponent's innate abilities, or if their talent level does not surpass that of their adversary. Consider your ability to replicate. Does it not exemplify this principle? Even though my strength significantly exceeds yours, the ease with which you can replicate is a testament to the superiority of your talent. Furthermore, while your talent may merely alter your appearance, it is noteworthy that it can also modify your aura and vitality, thereby complicating the process of identification. Teacher, if one were to infiltrate certain areas utilizing this talent, would it not render discernment impossible? Zhang Lao chuckled softly before shaking his head. Certainly not. There are myriad methods of assessment beyond this. Chapter 75, SSS Rank Talent, Eternal Night Sky. This extraordinary talent is not beyond discernment. One significant reason I initially overlooked it is that the wielder is you. Elder Zhang scrutinized Sumu closely. Your mental prowess is astonishingly formidable. Enough to leave me somewhat astounded. For an ordinary human, possessing such a talent without training their mental faculties would be easily apparent. Yet you possess a mental strength that starkly contrasts with your current level. I surmise you have deliberately honed your mental abilities, have you not? The last time I encountered your mental prowess, it was far from what it has become now. Through Elder Zhang's elucidation, Sumu finally comprehended why the elder had acted without hesitation upon seeing him. It was evident that Elder Zhang was already aware of Sumu's previous mental capabilities. But he had not anticipated the rapid enhancement. Coupled with changes in Sumu's physique, appearance, and vital energy, it led Elder Zhang to mistake him for another individual. Very well, maintain this facade for now. I shall assist you in deceiving this old fellow, Zhang declared, his complexion suddenly turning pale. Without warning, he collapsed onto the ground. Teacher, what are you? Sumu began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Elder Zhang. Damn traitorous humans! To think they would infiltrate the Eastern War Zone and launch a surprise attack on me. Even if it costs me my life, I shall not allow you to step foot into the Eastern War Zone. At that moment, Sumu grasped Elder Zhang's intent, his expression morphing into one of peculiar amusement. He followed the elder's lead and continued, humph. Old man, today marks your demise. You dare. As Sumu's words faded, a voice echoed from afar. Suddenly, the sky transformed into an impenetrable darkness, enveloping the entire falling sunset peak. Lin Yi, you old ghost. Quickly, eliminate him. Elder Zhang bellowed at the sky. Rest assured, I shall handle him. Anyone capable of injuring you must be at least a 9th realm warrior. Allow me to confront him. Just deal with him already. Enough of this nonsense. Elder Zhang couldn't help but curse vehemently. Understood, understood. I shall unleash my full power now. In the next instant, Sumu felt as though his body were being torn apart by an unseen force, and darkness gradually descended upon his vision. Ding! You have been slain by the human powerhouse Lin Yi. Copy successful. Congratulations on acquiring SSS rank talent, Eternal Night Sky. With a gasp, Sumu opened his eyes. His expression tinged with resignation. Initially, he had pondered how Elder Zhang would assist him in duplicating the talent. Reflecting on it now, he coughed lightly. Indeed, the simplest methods are often the most practical. Life is a stage, and one must rely on their acting skills. It is fortunate that Elder Zhang himself took the field. Had it been another, the outcome might not have been the same. Sumu promptly began to examine the talent he had just copied. SSS-level talent, Eternal Night Canopy. Eternal Night Canopy creates a domain of a certain range, within which the possessor can instantaneously appear at any location within the canopy. It obscures all enemies and external perceptions within the domain. While under the influence of the Eternal Night Canopy, the possessor's martial arts attack power is amplified 100-fold. And the range of the domain will expand with the enhancement of one's strength. A domain-level talent. A glimmer of joy appeared on Sumu's face. Zhang Lao was indeed impressive. This wave of replication had directly bestowed upon him a group attack skill, coupled with the poison mist generated by his poison god. Would he not wreak havoc within the Eternal Night Canopy? It is worth noting that Sumu was currently merely a peak first realm martial artist. However, with the Eternal Night Canopy and numerous other talents, he could easily eliminate second realm martial artists. As for third realm martial artists, while he might not sweep through them, he should have no trouble dealing with early stage opponents. Concerning mid-stage third realm opponents, it remains uncertain. Nevertheless, if he were to measure combat power, it would be best to use Lu Yuan, someone he had faced numerous times without victory, as a benchmark. Without hesitation, Sumu left the training room. 12 hours later, Sumu reappeared in the training room. It felt somewhat unfair, yet he relished it. Upon his last return, he had directly challenged Lu Yuan. Previously, he had scarcely fared well against Lu Yuan. Now, however, he was practically overwhelming him. Under the enhancement of the Eternal Night Canopy, Lu Yuan could not even graze the hem of Sumu's garment. Furthermore, with his talents and strength significantly augmented, Sumu was almost effortlessly dominating Lu Yuan. This overwhelming superiority stemmed from his strength far surpassing that of Lu Yuan. Sumu estimated that with a bit more effort, he should also be able to handle mid-stage third realm opponents. As for late-stage third realm adversaries, that would likely be his limit. A peak first realm martial artist claiming that late-stage third realm martialists were the pinnacle he could attain, it was not merely a crossing of a major realm. It was nearly two major realms. The Eternal Night Canopy was undoubtedly the ultimate talent for Sumu in his early stages, allowing him to crush his opponents without equal. After practicing the Eternal Night Canopy, Sumu began to rewind time to the moment when Zhang Lao inquired about him. Now, tell me, have you copied the talent of the person who will arrive shortly? Zhang Lao looked at Sumu, who nodded in response. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Lao was swiftly enveloped in a shroud of darkness. Upon witnessing this shadowy domain, Zhang Lao nodded in satisfaction. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes? I would scarcely believe that such a talent as yours exists in this world. Truly, it is the extreme night canopy of the old ghost of Ling Yi. This canopy possesses remarkable potential for growth. As your strength increases, so too will its range. Within the confines of the extreme night canopy, myriad possibilities unfold before you. The old ghost of Ling Yi once utilized this very talent to vanquish 3 warriors of the ninth realm. However, Zhang, the old Daoist, remarked, with your current prowess, should your adversary's strength surpass yours, they could forcibly rend asunder your extreme night canopy. Once you attain the realm of the old ghost of Ling Yi, when the extreme night canopy unfurls, countless foes shall meet their demise. Even a warrior of the 10th realm would require considerable time to breach it. For now, it is best to stow it away. You must understand, the old ghost of Ling Yi is soon to arrive. Sumu complied and retracted the extreme night canopy, casting a look of perplexity toward Zhang. Master, who exactly is this Ling Yi? Ah, the old ghost of Ling Yi? Zhang chuckled softly. He is one of the 3 commanders of the Eastern Theater. Chapter 76, The Mentor Guides My Talents. In the Eastern Theater, one of the 3 supreme commanders. Sumu's eyelid twitched. No wonder the last time I reverted, I didn't even get to see his face before being eliminated. It appears that this serves to corroborate Zhang Lao's words. A man clad in black armor, with a stern countenance, had appeared before them unbeknownst to them. Ling Ye. You have finally arrived, Zhang Lao smiled as he regarded the man. The man appeared to be merely in his 20s or 30s, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. His expression far more youthful than that of Zhang Lao. With such commotion, it would be difficult for me not to notice, Ling Ye remarked with a faint smile. Spare me your pretense. Zhang Lao retorted under his breath, you dare to act this way in front of me? This is my closed-door disciple, Su Mu, who is also your junior. Ling Ye then began to scrutinize Su Mu. Not bad, he slowly remarked, seemingly possessing the demeanor of a skilled practitioner. Zhang Lao, however, appeared somewhat displeased. He raised his foot as if to kick Ling Ye. Seeing this, Ling Ye quickly dodged and exclaimed, What are you doing, Zhang Lao? Is it so easy for me to establish an image? Enough. Just seeing your perpetually youthful face irritates me. That fruit should have been mine. Zhang Lao, evidently infuriated by Ling Ye's handsome visage, scolded him. How was I to know at that time? Ling Ye finally seemed unable to maintain his facade, chuckling awkwardly. Su Mu observed the two with a peculiar expression. From Zhang Lao's words, it was apparent that Commander Ling Ye was of the same era as him. They likely shared a bond forged in the crucible of battle. The reason Ling Ye maintained his youthful appearance was due to having pilfered one of Zhang Lao's fruits. Enough. I shall remember this for a lifetime, Zhang Lao cast a resentful glance at Ling Ye. Ling Ye could only respond with a smile and then shifted his gaze to Su Mu. Attempting to divert the topic, I never anticipated that you, old ghost, would take on a closed-door disciple at this late stage. Shouldn't you make some acknowledgement? Considering he is your junior? Zhang Lao's brows twitched as he replied, Listen here, Ling Ye, if your gift pleases my disciple, then in the future, when there are many people around, I shall not expose you. Ling Ye's face brightened, Is this for real? Of course, do you think you know me so little? Have I ever lied to you? Zhang Lao nodded. Ling Ye immediately felt at ease, beaming at Su Mu, Zhang Lao. Your words imply that your closed-door disciple is akin to my half-disciple, right? Su Mu, I shall call you Xiao Mu. Later, I will take you to my private vault. Take whatever you fancy. At least you have some semblance of an elder's demeanor, Zhang Lao remarked as he turned to Su Mu, Xiao Mu. Have you visited the 3 places I mentioned before? No, Su Mu replied. Zhang Lao nodded in response. In light of this, old Master Ling Ye, I cannot linger too long on the battlefield of myriad races, so I shall take my leave for now. You are likely aware of the cause behind the earlier radiance. I will depart with my disciple. With that, Master Zhang vanished from before Ling Ye. Observing the sudden disappearance of Zhang and Su Mu, Ling Ye remained rooted in place, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Why did I just sense a familiar aura? Was it merely an illusion? Shaking his head, Ling Ye donned a stern expression once more. The conditions that old Master Zhang has proposed indicate his significant regard for this disciple, thus, I shall not be stingy. In the next moment, his figure also vanished from the summit of Luoxiao Peak. Master, it seems you share a profound bond with Senior Ling Ye, Su Mu remarked as he felt the surroundings swiftly retreat before his eyes. However, he and Master Zhang were entirely unaffected by this phenomenon. Not even a strand of Su Mu's hair was stirred. Such is the prowess of a 9th realm warrior. He and I have been steadfast friends since our student days. We have shielded each other from countless lethal strikes. He is generally agreeable, but he has a penchant for theatrics. At times, he insists on presenting himself as an enigmatic elder before the younger generation, which I find rather irksome, Master Zhang reminisced, reflecting on past experiences with Ling Ye. To have such a friend is indeed a blessing, Su Mu thought, feeling a twinge of envy. Yet, he quickly shook his head, recognizing that someone like him was destined to never possess such friendships. Sensing Su Mu's emotional turmoil, Master Zhang fell silent, merely increasing their pace slightly. The first place I wish to take you is a location known as the Swallowing Sky Valley. The second destination is the Manju tribe. The third is the Heavenly Eye Mountain. Generally speaking, the farther one ventures from the human realm on the battlefield of myriad races, the closer one approaches the core regions of the various races, thereby encountering stronger species within the rankings of the myriad races. You should have learned this in school, typically. Ranked alien races signify a greater probability of encountering exceptional talents. Sumu nodded, however, only those within the top 1,000 among the myriad races possess rankings. It would be wonderful to someday explore the territory of the Undying 10 clans. The Undying 10 clans represent the top 10 races among the myriad, with the Divine Clan undisputedly holding the position of the foremost race, while the remaining 9 clans share equal standing in rank. Sumu had long suspected that a certain individual might very well belong to one of the Undying clans, possibly hailing from the enigmatic Divine Clan. The Divine Clan, renowned as the premier race among the Undying 10, encompasses numerous branches, with the majority of its members emerging as Ninth Realm warriors, possessing terrifying strength. Among the Divine Clan, the 10 most illustrious branches are collectively referred to as the 10 Divine Clans. In the beginning, it was precisely because the 7 saints of humanity vanquished the divine kings of the 10 great divine races that the human race began to gradually gain an advantage on the battlefield of myriad races. For now, it would be wise to set aside such ambitions, given your current prowess. Even a reckless journey toward certain death would not grant you access to the realm of the immortal 10 races. However, in the future, when your strength is sufficiently formidable, such an endeavor may not be entirely impossible. Elder Zhang's words doused Sumu with a bucket of cold water. With a resigned shrug, Sumu acknowledged the truth in Elder Zhang's assertion. At his current power level, he could scarcely hope to venture into the territories of the immortal 10 races, let alone the 3 locations Elder Zhang intended to lead him to. Even a reckless pursuit of death might not suffice to penetrate those places. Lost in thought, Sumu noted that Elder Zhang's pace had suddenly slowed. They had arrived at the Valley of the Devouring Heavens. From a distance, Sumu beheld a vast gorge, its gaping maw resembling an abyss intent on swallowing the very heavens and earth. Chapter 77, A Surge of Talent. Teacher, let me down, I wish to take on 10. The Abyssal Valley? Sumu gazed at the valley, which resembled a colossal abyssal maw, his brows knitting in contemplation. Elder Zhang nodded in affirmation. This place is inhabited by the Devouring Ant Clan. The Devouring Ant Clan, ranked 723rd among the myriad races? Elder Zhang chuckled. It seems your knowledge of the myriad races is commendable. Indeed, the Devouring Ant Clan is numerous, a solitary ant may pose little threat, yet when they swarm, even I might find them somewhat formidable. However, the true strength of the Devouring Ant Clan lies in their 2 SSS grade talents, one being the ability to devour heaven and earth, and the other, the enhancement talent. The former facilitates a rapid increase in vitality, while the latter typically manifests in the Queen Ant, although it may not be suited for you. Enhancement talent, you say? Merely hearing its name struck Sumu as rather fitting for him. With a fleeting thought, he found the abilities of the enhancement talent unfolding before him. SSS grade talent, enhancement talent, enhancement talent. This talent allows one to absorb the abilities of both kin and other species, thereby optimizing one's genetics, ultimately producing offspring with superior talents. The accumulated energy can elevate the offspring's talent to SSS grade, but after each energy expenditure, reaccumulation is necessary. Indeed, from a talent perspective, this enhancement talent was not suitable for Sumu. He was hardly a rooster capable of laying eggs. Well, perhaps that analogy was not entirely apartment. Sumu shook his head. Nevertheless, from the description of this talent, it was evident that Elder Zhang had thoughtfully considered Sumu's potential. With this talent, it was likely that many devouring ants would awaken SSS grade talents. Teacher, this place is perfect for me, Sumu exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he surveyed the abyssal maw. I'm glad you appreciate it. Would you prefer to venture forth on your own? Or shall I assist you in carving a path to a suitable location before casting you into the fray? Elder Zhang inquired with a smile. Sumu replied, Teacher, allow me to try on my own first. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang nodded. In the next moment, he appeared below, gently placing Sumu down before vanishing. Before departing, he left a parting remark, Little Mu, it's all up to you now. Upon descending into the abyssal valley, Sumu grasped his sword, his gaze swiftly scanning the surroundings. At that very moment, an uproar erupted around him. From the underbrush emerged a massive ant, roughly the size of a wolf. The ant's beady black eyes seemed to freeze upon spotting Sumu. Before he could react, it lunged at him. Observing this, Sumu swiftly employed spatial manipulation to evade to the side. Only then did he take a moment to examine the information regarding the devouring ant before him. Race, Devouring Ant Tribe, Health Points, 273, 223, Early Stage of the 4th Realm Warrior, Talent, D-Grade, Frenzied Bite, Habitat, residing in the battlefield of 10,000 races. Devouring Valley. Weakness, Mandibles. Upon reviewing the information regarding this devouring ant tribe, Sumu felt a shiver run down his spine. He had yet to venture further, and already he was confronted with an early-stage 4th Realm Warrior? However, realizing that the devouring ant tribe could at least claim a rank of over 700 eased his apprehension. Let me test my mettle. I shall ascertain the extent of the disparity between myself and the otherworldly 4th Realm Warriors. While duplicating talents is indeed a priority, Sumu will not overlook any opportunity to augment his combat experience. His demeanor turned grave. Nightfall. Engage. A blaze, infused with a pitch-black energy, enveloped Sumu's longsword. In a flash, he materialized above the devouring ant splat. Bang! Clang! Ding, you have been slain by the devouring ant tribe, duplication successful. Congratulations on acquiring D-grade talent, Frenzied Bite. Once more. Ding, you have been slain by the devouring ant tribe, duplication successful. Congratulations on acquiring C-grade talent, tenfold strength. Again. Ding, you have been slain by the devouring ant tribe, duplication successful. Congratulations on acquiring C-grade talent, tenfold speed. After an unfathomable number of deaths. When Elder Zhang inquired whether Sumu preferred to tackle the challenge alone or seek assistance, Sumu resolutely altered his stance. Master, please guide me. The depths are swarming with 4th and 5th realm foes, it is untenable to proceed alone. Observing Sumu's beleaguered expression, Elder Zhang could not suppress a hearty laugh. Very well, I shall assist you. Elder Zhang swiftly descended into the devouring valley with Sumu. Upon their arrival, a devouring ant emerged into view. Sumu cast a glance. Ah, there lies the D-grade talent devouring ant master, eliminate it. Whether it was due to Sumu's unspoken plea or the ant's own volition, the creature lunged towards them. Yet, mere meters from the duo, its form suddenly erupted. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang appeared as though he had performed no action whatsoever. Gazing at Elder Zhang, Sumu couldn't help but exclaim in awe. Truly, a 9th realm powerhouse. Dispatching these devouring ants seems like mere child's play. With Elder Zhang as support, Sumu advanced further. Ding, you have been slain by the devouring ant tribe, duplication successful. Congratulations on acquiring B-grade talent, mental penetration. Ding, you have been slain by the devouring ant tribe, duplication successful. Congratulations on acquiring a grade talent, mental barrier. Ding, you have been slain by the devouring ant tribe, duplication successful. Congratulations on acquiring S-grade talent, source of mental energy. As Zhang Lao paved the way, Sumu's innate talents surged at an astonishing pace. Upon witnessing the manifestation of his psychic abilities, Sumu turned to Zhang Lao and exclaimed, Teacher, please let me in. His numerous encounters with death were far from meaningless, they had culminated in the development of his psychic gifts. Plan, S-class talent, Psychic Source Power A-class talents, Psychic Shield. Psychic Manipulation. B-class talent, Psychic Penetration. SS-class talent, Divine Control Technique. SS-class talent, Divine Control Technique. Divine Control Technique significantly enhances psychic power, enabling the wielder to inflict attacks through mental force. If the psychic power exceeds the opponent's by a significant margin, direct control is attainable. The greater the disparity in strength, the shorter the duration of control. Conversely, if the psychic power falls below that of the opponent by a substantial margin, it may only temporarily influence their actions, with the effect diminishing as the strength gap widens. This singular talent elevated Sumu's psychic power by nearly 7,000 points, propelling him into the late stage of a second-realm martial artist. While the blood value of the sky-devouring ant was substantial, its mastery of psychic power was likely lacking. Wasn't it? Teacher, let me down, I wish to take on 10 opponents. Chapter 78, The Mighty Devourer. Within the Devouring Valley, Sumu experienced a tremendous enhancement. Most notably, through his repeated demise at the hands of the mentally gifted devouring ants. He successfully fused a new SS-level talent, mind control. The name has been revised to align with the established standards of this tier. This talent elevated his mental prowess to the late stage of a second-realm warrior, while also encompassing numerous techniques that utilize mental energy. For an ordinary individual, the enhancement of mental power might merely translate to offensive capabilities or the ability to defend against mental attacks. However, for Sumu, it signified an astonishing increase in the number of rewind opportunities. With his current mental capacity, the number of times he could rewind had surged to several thousand. In addition to this exponential increase in rewind opportunities, Sumu's application of mental energy had evidently ascended to a higher level, with over 8,000 points of mental power. When faced with a race like the Devouring Ants, whose mental strength rarely exceeds the late stage of the third realm, Sumu could almost effortlessly annihilate them. Indeed, continually acquiring new talents is the swiftest way to enhance one's strength. Nevertheless, even armed with this surging mental energy and the offensive capabilities granted by mind control, Sumu had only managed to advance to the midsection of the Devouring Valley. As he approached the depths of the valley, the number of devouring ants increased exponentially. Despite employing the cascading waves of the Sword's Lament to expand his mind control, it was virtually impossible to eliminate such a vast multitude of devouring ants in a short span of time. While he succeeded in slaying one or two, dozens, if not hundreds, of devouring ants were already charging toward him. After perishing several times and realizing that he could not push forward with his own strength, Sumu once again grasped Dol Zhang's leg. After countless deaths, he finally identified his target. Race, Devouring Ant, Health Points, 17,527. 223, early stage of the 6th Realm Warrior, Talent, SSS-level, Devourer, Habit, resides in the battlefield of myriad races, Devouring Valley. Weakness, Mandibles. Uncertain whether it was due to his numerous deaths or Deep Blue having analyzed some of the Devouring Ant's talents during that time, upon encountering that particular Devouring Ant, its talent was not the typical awaiting analysis. Instead, it was the SSS-level talent, Devourer. As the most renowned talent of the Devouring Ants, it was certainly the primary objective of Sumu's expedition. Teacher, that one. Upon hearing Sumu's exclamation, Old Zhang immediately raised his hand and projected Sumu like a cannonball toward the targeted Devouring Ant. Clearly, this particular Devouring Ant was no ordinary specimen. With its glossy black eyes, upon noticing Sumu soaring toward it, it swiftly opened its formidable pincers and accurately clamped down on Sumu's neck. Sumu met his end. At the moment of Sumu's demise, he simultaneously attained that which he had long desired. Ding! You have been slain by the Swallowing Ant Clan. Copy successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SSS-level talent, Swallowing Heaven and Consuming Earth. SSS-level talent, Swallowing Heaven and Consuming Earth, Swallowing Heaven and Consuming Earth, capable of engulfing all things in the universe, endowed with the special ability to swallow heaven. Usable once after a certain period, upon activation, it can devour attacks from adversaries up to 3 major realms above oneself and convert them into one's vitality. Only after complete conversion can it be reused. The speed of conversion varies with the enhancement of one's strength, accompanied by the special ability to consume earth, which accelerates the absorption and digestion of ingested food and medicines 100-fold. Upon reading the description of Swallowing Heaven and Consuming Earth, Sumu could not help but gasp in astonishment. This talent undoubtedly ranks among the most renowned SSS-level gifts of the Swallowing Ant Clan. The mere capability of swallowing is extraordinarily formidable, akin to being able to withstand an assault from an adversary in the early stages of the 9th realm while still in the early stages of the 6th. Furthermore, it transforms that attack into vitality, thereby augmenting one's strength. This not only serves as a powerful defensive mechanism but also presents an exceptional opportunity to exploit those of nearly 3 major realms above him. While Sumu was not particularly concerned about defensive measures, it did not hinder him from utilizing this ability to take advantage of those significantly more powerful than himself. He could invite them to unleash their full force upon him, activate Swallowing Heaven, consume their attack, and subsequently digest it to convert it into his own vitality. Just imagine the amount of vitality he could save. In addition to Swallowing Heaven, the ability to consume earth proved to be equally invaluable. It was, in essence, a supercharged version of the absorption acceleration he had previously obtained. With the aid of absorption acceleration, Sumu's strength had already surged rapidly. Now, With the addition of swallowing heaven and consuming earth, he could digest food at an astonishing pace, swiftly absorbing and converting it into his vitality. Previously, without any enhancements, he could partake in only 3 or 4 doses of vitality medicine a day. With absorption acceleration, this number had increased to around 10 doses daily. Now, possessing swallowing heaven and consuming earth, he could feasibly consume hundreds of doses each day without difficulty. In such circumstances, he would find himself training while simultaneously devouring. Anxious that if he delayed even slightly, he would digest everything before he could finish. This terrifying rate of digestion and absorption also implies that during this early stage, where he solely relies on enhancing his vitality, his progress would be remarkably rapid, provided he has ample vitality medicine and blood food. He harbors the confidence to elevate his strength to the pinnacle of the 3rd realm before the conclusion of the training camp. It is worth noting that he currently stands merely at the peak of the 1st realm. Even for the prodigies within the training camp, ascending from the peak of the 1st realm to the pinnacle of the 2nd realm typically requires several years. Yet for Sumu, it might take less than 10 days. It must be stated that this extraordinary talent, which devours the heavens and the earth, undoubtedly ranks among the foremost even within the realm of SSS-level abilities. Taking a deep breath, the progression of events has now reached the stage of the Devouring Valley. Following the acquisition of this remarkable talent, Sumu has primarily sought out the devouring ants that could potentially merge with his existing abilities. With the assistance of Elder Zhang, he has navigated deeper into the Devouring Valley. In the depths of the valley, an enormous ant queen is encircled by a swarm of devouring ants, the majority of whom possess the strength of 6th realm warriors. The queen, nestled among them, boasts the formidable prowess of a warrior in the early 7th realm. However, what captivates Sumu's attention even more than her strength are the 2 interfaces displayed above the queen's head: species, Devouring Ant Clan, Ant Queen, pregnant, health points, 12. 237, 537, early 7th realm warrior, talent, SSS level, optimized talent, habitat, lives in the devouring valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, mandibles. Species, Devouring Ant Clan, Ant King, awaiting birth, health points, 1538. 56, early 2nd realm warrior, talent, awaiting analysis, habitat, lives in the devouring valley of the battlefield of 10,000 races. Weakness, mandibles. Ant King. Sumu distinctly recalls the knowledge he acquired during lectures concerning the Devouring Ant Clan. For the Ant Queen endowed with an optimized talent, the Ant King she nurtures is certain to possess an exceptional SSS-level talent. Furthermore, according to the information from Deep Blue, if the energy accumulated by the queen is sufficiently abundant, there exists a slight chance that the forthcoming Ant King may even awaken an EX-level talent. Chapter 79, The Barbaric Giant Tribe, EX-level talent. Such a rarity even among myriad races. It was not until the demise of the human race that such a talent emerged. If one could devise a means to acquire an EX-level talent from this setting, it would undoubtedly provide immense support to Sumu. Deep Blue. Can you ascertain when the Ant King is likely to emerge? Master, based on the current data, the emergence of the Ant King will require at least 1 to 3 more years. This time frame is influenced by the energy consumed by the Ant Queen. The greater the energy devoured, the less time required. Sumu furrowed his brow. According to Deep Blue, the earliest he could expect the Ant King's arrival would be in about a year. It seemed implausible to seek out the Ant King for talent enhancement in the near future. Glancing around at the surrounding devouring ant queens, he found no particularly suitable talents for himself. He promptly instructed Elder Zhang to drop him down for a bout of combat training. After slaying approximately a dozen devouring ants, Sumu ultimately met his demise at the jaws of a mid-level 5th realm devouring ant. He then returned to a previous state, once again approaching Elder Zhang with inquiries. Shamu, have you visited the 3 locations I previously mentioned? I have been to the first one, teacher. Upon hearing this, Elder Zhang nodded and turned to Lin Yi. In that case, old Ghostlin, I cannot linger too long on the battlefield of myriad races, so I shall take my leave. You are likely aware of the cause behind the earlier radiance. I will depart with my disciple now. With that, he grasped Sumu and soared deeper into the battlefield of myriad races. Since I have already taken you to the Devouring Valley, it is now time to lead you to the barbaric giant tribe. Sumu expressed his confusion, teacher. Is the barbaric giant tribe not the dwelling place of the savage giants? I recall that although their ranking among the myriad races is slightly higher than that of the devouring ants, their awakened talents are predominantly below S-level, with few attaining SS-level. Let alone SSS-level. Elder Zhang nodded affirmatively, indeed. Although the savage giants generally awaken talents of lower levels, they rank higher than the devouring ants, even reaching the 651st position. You should be familiar with the reasons from our lessons, correct? Sumu acknowledged. I believe it was mentioned that due to their physical constitution, their vitality increases rapidly. They are among the few races that rely solely on their martial prowess and strength to carve out their own domain, embodying the principle that sheer strength can overcome myriad techniques. This largely pertains to the savage giants, who esteem their own power and do not depend on innate talents. Elder Zhang expressed satisfaction. Well said. Your theoretical knowledge is quite solid. I doubt many of your senior brothers and sisters could answer such questions as quickly. Sumu smiled faintly. You flatter me, teacher. In jest, while casually revisiting the archives to pass the time. The knowledge acquired with the aid of the Deep Blue was by no means in vain. Elder Zhang continued, although the innate talent levels awakened in the savage giant clan are generally not high, and predominantly pertain to enhancements in strength, speed, and physique, this does not diminish their formidable nature. Their colossal stature, combined with the ability to cultivate various forms of body refinement techniques, breathing methods, and martial arts akin to our human race, renders them powerful adversaries. Even those from other races ranked above them may not necessarily pose a threat at the same level of cultivation. Moreover, their dietary habits bear a striking resemblance to ours, making them one of the few neutral races among the myriad. Provided we do not provoke them, they shall not attack us. Elder Zhang proceeded to enlighten Sumu about pertinent information concerning the savage giant clan. The reason for bringing you here is intrinsically linked to these factors. As Sumu listened to Elder Zhang's words, contemplation began to take root in his mind. If their dietary practices align with ours, it is evident they do not consume their kind, unlike many other races. Furthermore, existing in a neutral stance suggests that we are not on their menu. But what do they eat? A realization struck Sumu, and he ventured cautiously, Teacher, are you suggesting that our objective lies with the food of these savage giants? Clever. Elder Zhang chuckled. The innate talents of the savage giants themselves may not warrant replication. Yet these formidable beings capture powerful beings from other races to rear them as sustenance for their entire clan. Given the vast numbers of the savage giants, the plethora of other races they capture is equally considerable, continually replenished from the battlefield of myriad races. Our target is precisely these beings captured and domesticated by the savage giants. They believe that the stronger the food, the greater the power it bestows. Hence the beings they ensnare are either inherently powerful or possess significant innate talents. Sumu furrowed his brow. Teacher, can the savage giants discern the talents of other races? Elder Zhang laughed heartily. The savage giants have a group known as the priests, whose awakened talents enable them to identify which beings possess formidable innate abilities. Nevertheless, not all races are deemed worthy of their attention. At the very least, those ranked above 600 are beyond the casual reach of the savage giants. It is not only the priests among the savage giants, both our human race and others possess talents that allow them to perceive the abilities of others, albeit in limited numbers. Elder Zhang turned to Sumu. However, your talent is classified as EX level, meaning that those who can discern your abilities must possess at least SSS-level talents, effectively eliminating the majority of those capable of perceiving your gifts. As for the remainder, since we have broached this topic, it is prudent to exercise caution when we venture to the third location. And I shall provide you with a strategy here and now. Sumu's eyes brightened. Initially, he pondered upon what means, aside from the veil of talent, could prevent others from discerning his innate abilities. After all, possessing such an abundance of gifts, should anyone uncover his talents? While it would not be an irreparable situation for him, it could nonetheless prove rather troublesome. Please guide me, esteemed teacher, Sumu inquired. Old Zhang chuckled softly. This brings us to the topic of the Nightshade's eternal veil. By utilizing this talent, you envelop yourself in an aura of perpetual twilight, rendering even an SSS-class talent incapable of perceiving your own gifts. This ability can be employed at any time. The sole caveat is to refrain from using it in the presence of the Nightshade. This is why I did not mention it earlier. as the Nightshade has wielded this power for many years and is particularly sensitive to its essence. Old Zhang continued, however, should he truly uncover it, there is no cause for alarm. I can easily placate him, and if all else fails, you could revert to a previous state, it would not be a grave issue. As they spoke, a vast plain emerged before them. Along the newly revealed horizon, a multitude of flickering lights appeared, which upon closer inspection, revealed themselves to be flames. There lay the barbarian tribe. Chapter 80, The Eye of Heaven. The divine pupil of the heavenly path. The barbaric giant tribe. Observing the vast expanse of enormous tents scattered across the plain, Sumu's eyes gleamed with wonder. To speak candidly, the architecture of the barbaric giant tribe is remarkably grand and majestic, each tent, constructed from the hides of unknown exotic beasts, towers at least 7 to 8 meters in height. In the very center of the tribe stands an immense structure that soars into the clouds, its top obscured from sight. Sumu recognized this colossal edifice as the celestial tower of the barbaric giant tribe, where the tribe's rituals are typically conducted. Enveloped in the night of eternal darkness, Sumu adopted this as one of its many applications. The cunning old ghost of the night often utilized this method to infiltrate enemy territories. Zhang Lao began to instruct Sumu, who promptly nodded in acknowledgement, understood, master. Sumu endeavored to envelop himself in the night of eternal darkness. Creating a layer of this shroud around his form proved to be a simple task for him at this juncture. Once encased, Sumu's presence vanished instantaneously. Aside from being visible to the naked eye, he could not be sensed by any means. It is no surprise that Zhang Lao extolled the immense potential of the night of eternal darkness. Its applications are indeed boundless. Fortuitously, Sumu had Zhang Lao by his side. A close confidant of the commander of the night, who had wielded the night of eternal darkness for much of his life. Were it anyone else? Except perhaps the commander himself, they might not be able to impart as much knowledge about its intricate uses. Under Zhang Lao's guidance, Sumu swiftly infiltrated the heart of the barbaric giant tribe. Thud! The barbaric giants towered impressively, standing around 4 to 5 meters tall, their footsteps resonating with a rhythmic thud as they traversed the ground. However, Sumu and his companions were not here to engage with these giants. They needed only to carefully evade them. Soon, Sumu and Zhang Lao arrived at the breeding area within the tribe. This section was astonishingly encircled by towering trees. Surrounding the breeding area, giants stood at heights of 4 to 5 meters, each wielding massive clubs seemingly crafted from the leg bones of unfamiliar beasts, patrolling back and forth. Roar! Suddenly, one of the barbaric giants let out a ferocious howl towards the sky, sending forth a wave of force that rippled outward. The immense sound caused Sumu to furrow his brows. The formidable strength of these giants is intricately linked to their colossal size. A mere flick of their limbs could unleash devastating power. Moreover, one should not presume that their size equates to sluggishness. Some of these giants possess a speed that rivals that of human beings of the same realm. For a human of equal standing, defeating such a behemoth would be a daunting challenge. If unleashed upon a battlefield, these colossal beings would wreak havoc beyond imagination. To be candid, the human race ought to feel fortunate that such a species resides in a neutral faction, otherwise, should they find themselves on an actual battlefield, this race would undoubtedly be the foremost concern for humanity. Sumu even specifically instructed Shenlong to release the information regarding a nearby colossal barbarian giant. Species, barbarian giant, health points, 5, 335, 725, mid-stage of martial artist realm, talent, grade D, strength enhancement, habitat, residing in the barbarian tribe of the 10,000 races battlefield. Weakness, eyes. Fortunately, Sumu and Elder Zhang, possessing relatively modest physiques, were able to conceal themselves effectively, thereby successfully evading the patrols of the barbarian giants and entering their breeding area without incident. Upon entering the breeding zone of the barbarian giants, Sumu finally comprehended why Elder Zhang had chosen this particular location. Teacher, I cannot be mistaken, that is a blue-eyed mysterious flood dragon. This species is a close kin to the dragon race. Although its power pales in comparison to that of true dragons, it is still an exotic race comprising over 600 members. I never anticipated that they would have been captured by the barbarian giants. The strengthened ape tribe. Standing at a height of at least 2 meters, yet before those barbarian giants, they appeared as mere chicks. Goodness, the barbarian giants are indeed formidable. having captured so many shadow leopard tribes. The shadow leopard, known for its astonishing speed and exceptional stealth, leaves one wondering how these barbarian giants managed to ensnare them. After marveling at the might of the barbarian giants, Sumu swiftly resumed his quest for his objective. Ding! You have been killed by the shadow leopard tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SS grade talent, Shadow Monarch. Ding! You have been killed by the barbarian bull tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SS grade talent, Bull God Power. Ding! You have been killed by the blue-eyed mysterious flood dragon tribe. Replication successful. Congratulations on acquiring the SS grade talent, Sovereign of all poisons. In a remarkably brief span, Sumu had successfully replicated an abundance of talents, with the lowest being of S grade and the higher ones reaching SS grade. The sole disappointment for Sumu was that, after a thorough search, he had failed to replicate any SSS grade talents from the exotic races. This could only be attributed to his misfortune. According to Elder Zhang, the breeding area of the barbarian giants does not host the same exotic races every day, typically. A few would be absent while others would be introduced. It is highly plausible that any exotic races with SSS grade talents had already been consumed by the barbarian giants prior to Sumu's arrival, as such talents are considered prime delicacies in the eyes of the barbarian giants. After thoroughly sweeping through the barbarian tribe, Sumu returned to the juncture of decision-making. Xiaomu, have you visited the 3 places I previously mentioned? Teacher, I have been to the first 2, Sumu replied to Elder Zhang's inquiry, eliciting a flicker of surprise on the elder's face. The sensation of possessing no memory whatsoever and relying solely on the actions of others for judgment struck Zhang Lao as quite peculiar. However, he refrained from inquiring further. Since Sumu had indicated that he had already visited the first 2 locations, it was prudent for him to escort Sumu directly to the third site. This third destination, known as Tianyan Mountain, is inhabited by the Tianyan clan. The innate abilities of the Tianyan clan are somewhat singular. Yet they should prove immensely beneficial to you. Their talent is classified as an SSS grade ability, the Divine Eye of the Heavenly Path, reputed to penetrate the essence of all SSS grade talents. The purpose of this journey to Tianyan Mountain is precisely to acquire this extraordinary ability. In the future, you will undoubtedly need to replicate numerous talents, and it would be a waste of time to pursue those of little value. However, with the Divine Eye of the Heavenly Path, the search for talents will become significantly more convenient, and this ability holds many other remarkable applications as well. Chapter 81, Dialogue between Teacher and Student. The Heavenly Eye. According to the words of Elder Zhang, the Heavenly Eye should be considered an enhanced version of the true sight. If one could indeed acquire the Heavenly Eye, it would be of immense benefit to Sumu. Currently, Sumu's primary method for assessing the talents of his adversaries relies on the collaboration of True Sight and Deep Blue. This approach proves to be unfailingly effective against talents rated A and below, however, it becomes somewhat troublesome when confronting S-class and above talents. Meanwhile, Elder Zhang continues to elaborate on the circumstances concerning the Heavenly Eye clan. Do you know why I placed the Heavenly Eye clan in the 3rd position? Sumu shook his head. For him, the ranking of the Heavenly Eye clan was not of great concern, for even in the absence of the Heavenly Eye's abilities, he could still discern certain talents. As for talents he could not immediately identify, he could either await further analysis from Deep Blue or simply accept defeat. After all, these were at least S-class talents. Given Sumu's current capacity for thousands of retries, the opportunities for trial and error were abundant. However, from Elder Zhang's perspective, the matter takes on a different significance. While Elder Zhang might speculate that Sumu possesses some talent for probing others' abilities, such notions would remain mere conjecture. In light of this consideration, to replicate talents more effectively, it would be prudent to first visit Heavenly Eye Mountain to acquire the Heavenly Eye's talent, thereby ensuring a safer endeavor. This would also greatly assist in subsequent replication efforts. Yet, Elder Zhang deliberately chose not to place Heavenly Eye Mountain first or second, instead relegating it to the last position, which surely reflects his own reasoning. Seeing Sumu shake his head, Elder Zhang smiled and said, "You foolish child. You are struggling to grasp the concept. Since the Heavenly Eye is reputed to see through all SSS-class talents, how can you guarantee that when you stand before it, your talent will not be exposed? Even the extreme night curtain of the old ghost linyu would be pierced by the Heavenly Eye. Currently, Humanity has only two known methods to shield against the Heavenly Eye's probing. The first is to awaken an SSS-class talent capable of resisting the Heavenly Eye's detection. However, this talent is exceedingly rare. Among the talents awakened within humanity, only one, called manipulating the heavenly mechanism, can achieve this. Yet, even this is not guaranteed. The Heavenly Eye and manipulating the heavenly mechanism are akin to the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield. Their interaction may ultimately depend on the strength of the talent's possessor. In comparison to the first method, the second method is a hypothesis proposed by one of our seven saints, Lord Zhou Aolong, the dragon saint of the Great Xia. This hypothesis posits that if an individual's talent exceeds the detection limits of the Heavenly Eye, then perhaps the Heavenly Eye would be rendered incapable of ascertaining it. This hypothesis is grounded in a certain theoretical basis. Once, before Lord Zhou Aolong ascended to become one of the seven saints of humanity, he encountered a formidable member of the Celestial Eye tribe. At that time, due to prior battles, Lord Zhou Aolong employed a method akin to cheating, endowing himself with 3 distinct SSS-level talents. Remarkably, the very member of the Celestial Eye tribe had been dispatched to hunt him down. Just as Lord Zhou Aolong believed he was doomed to face dire consequences, that member of the Celestial Eye tribe astonishingly failed to detect his presence. In the aftermath, Lord Zhou Aolong repeatedly reflected on that day's events, ultimately formulating this hypothesis. Sumu gazed thoughtfully at Elder Zhang. So, you wish for me to possess a sufficient number of SSS-level talents, achieving a state akin to that of Lord Zhou Aolong, thereby evading the detection of the Celestial Eye tribe? However, Elder Zhang shook his head. Indeed, you can revert to a previous state. But I am unwilling to take that gamble. Xiaomu, you must understand that the myriad clans possess far greater knowledge of talents than we do. Until you have matured, I cannot expose any information regarding your talents to their scrutiny. While it may not matter before other races, in the presence of the renowned heavenly Tao Divine Eye of the Celestial Eye tribe, I cannot risk your talents being discovered. Therefore, I will exert my utmost efforts to help you evade its detection. Elder Zhang's words left Sumu momentarily stunned. To be honest, Elder Zhang is the only elder, aside from his family, who has shown such unreserved concern for Sumu, contemplating his future. Sumu found it perplexing why Elder Zhang would go to such lengths for him. Was it merely out of fondness, or because he is the sole hope for humanity? Or perhaps it was a combination of both? Teacher, you could inquire about my talents, Sumu suggested. Elder Zhang paused briefly before responding. Xiaomu, ever since I made that oath of life, it signifies not only that I shall not disclose any information pertaining to your talents but also that I will strive to minimize my knowledge about you, particularly regarding your talents. I shall not inquire, nor do I wish to know. Therefore, do not hold it against me. I would rather choose a more cumbersome approach to ensure you acquire your talents without fail than take even the slightest risk of exposure. Elder Zhang spoke with an air of nonchalance, as if describing a matter of little consequence. Yet only Sumu, as the party involved, could fathom the extent of Elder Zhang's commitment. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was meticulously strategizing, leaving no stone unturned. Regrettably, my time on the battlefield of the myriad clans is limited, otherwise, I would take you on a thorough tour of the warfront. Nevertheless, once you return to the human realm, I shall arrange everything for you, Elder Zhang remarked with a smile. Sumu was momentarily taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he finally found his voice. Teacher, are you not afraid that I might be a spy for the human race, or that one day I may betray our kind? Sumu's inquiry was so pointed that it momentarily stunned Elder Zhang upon hearing it. Yet, it was merely a fleeting moment of surprise. He fixed his somewhat murky gaze upon Sumu, his eyes reflecting a seriousness that pierced through the haze. To be honest, he was afraid. However, in this journey of life, one must take a gamble, mustn't one? Elder Zhang spoke with a touch of melancholy and a hint of confusion. If that day were truly to come, then perhaps the human race would indeed be doomed. Chapter 82, Revealing the Plan. The two, master and student, swiftly arrived at Tianyan Mountain. To prevent Sumu from being exposed, old Zhang devised a strategy wherein he would attract the attention of the Tianyan tribe. He would then lure one or more of the tribe members to attack him, and at a pivotal moment, redirect the assault towards Sumu's position. The plan unfolded smoothly. and Sumu successfully obtained the coveted heavenly Dawai from Tianyan Mountain. Beep, you have been killed by the Tianyan tribe. Copy successful. Congratulations. You have acquired the SSS-level talent, Heavenly Dawai. SSS-level talent, Heavenly Dawai, capable of discerning all SSS-level and below talents, while nullifying the effects of obscuration, concealment, and mist generated by all SSS-level and below talents. Furthermore, all I-related talents, excluding the Heavenly Dawai itself, will be suppressed to 50 to 100% of their original power, with the specifics depending on the disparity between the two parties. Upon reading the description of the Heavenly Dawai, Sumu could only marvel at the worth of this talent replication. With this ability, he would no longer need to worry about discerning the talents of others. Additionally, the effects of unveiling mist, obscuration, and concealment that accompanied the Heavenly Dawai would prove exceedingly advantageous for Sumu. Had he possessed this talent earlier, the SSS-level talent mirage would have likely been no match for his perception. Not to mention, the suppression effect of the Heavenly Dawai on other I-related talents was formidable. With the Heavenly Dawai in his possession, Sumu had essentially reached the pinnacle of I-related talents. After merging the Eye of True Sight with the Heavenly Dawai, Sumu once again progressed the narrative to the moment when old Zhang inquired whether he had visited the 3 locations he had mentioned earlier. At that moment, old Zhang was still questioning Sumu. Xiaomu, have you been to the 3 places I previously mentioned? I have visited them all, teacher, Sumu replied, his gaze imbued with a hint of reverence. Through countless temporal regressions, Sumu not only acquired an abundance of talents but also developed a genuine admiration for old Zhang. In Sumu's eyes, old Zhang was truly a remarkable individual. His lifelong ambition was singular, to strive for the ascendancy of humanity. This was something even Sumu himself might struggle to achieve. While Sumu yearned to protect humanity and save his kin, he was not entirely devoid of self-interest. What he sought to safeguard was not only humanity but also his own small family, consisting of merely a few individuals. In contrast, old Zhang appeared to act selflessly for the sake of humanity. It was precisely for this reason that upon learning of Sumu's potential to be humanity's sole hope, he unhesitatingly devoted all his resources to him. Upon hearing Sumu's response, old Zhang nodded in understanding. In that case, we should be nearing completion. Old Zhang's gaze fell upon the somewhat perplexed Lin Yi not far away. What are you two, master and student, playing at? Upon noticing old Zhang suddenly looking in his direction, Lin Yi inquired somewhat uncomfortably. Old Zhang, however, merely smiled faintly. Lin Yi, there lies a splendid opportunity for you to earn merit, do you not desire it? Upon hearing this, Lin Yi furrowed his brow and decisively shook his head. At my stage, what merit is there to be gained? Besides, how could you, old Zhang, possibly utter something good? Old Zhang shot a disdainful glance at Lin Yi. Well, I had intended to provide someone with a chance to shine, but if that individual is uninterested, then so be it. Observing old Zhang's demeanor, Sumu began to grasp old Zhang's intentions. Given that Sumu's talents had been sufficiently honed, the next matter to address was undoubtedly the plan concerning General Tsong and the man-faced worm. As it turned out, Sumu's suspicions were indeed correct. Initially, Lin Yi regarded old Zhang with a wary expression, but upon hearing mention of an opportunity to showcase himself, his eyebrows perked up. Oh, such an opportunity? Would you truly allow it to fall to me? Pray, elaborate. Old Zhang, seizing the moment, exchanged a smug glance with Sumu, conveying the notion that controlling this fellow was a mere trifle. He then feigned discomfort as he addressed Lin Yi. If it weren't for my inability to remain on the battlefield of myriad races for long, do you think this opportunity would fall to you? Old Zhang swiftly recounted the plot involving General Tsong and the man-faced worm. At that moment, they would lay a trap 3,000 miles away in the endless abyss of the Eastern Front, luring Lin Yi there. With his capabilities, even if he sought to escape the abyss, it would require considerable time. Furthermore, they possessed methods specifically designed to ensnare him. Once he was trapped in the endless abyss, the vast Eastern Front would become particularly vulnerable. Meanwhile, with conflicts erupting throughout the periphery of the Eastern Front, the Qianlong army would be compelled to engage in various campaigns. Not to mention the traitor among the human ranks within their Eastern Front. Do you believe the Qianlong army could evade their anticipated demise? Old Zhang's analysis left Lin Yi's brow furrowed as he began to ponder deeply. Initially, he had thought old Zhang was jesting. But as he absorbed the gravity of old Zhang's words, his expression shifted to one of solemnity. That damned Song Yunfei. When I return, I shall surely flay him alive. Lin Yi's low curse revealed to Su Mu for the first time the name of General Kong. Clearly, Lin Yi was well aware of the true identity of that general. The audacity of the other races in devising such a nefarious plot was truly worthy of condemnation. It was thought that after the events of 50 years ago, the other races had gradually tempered their ambitions, yet it seemed they had merely lain in wait, poised to deliver a fatal blow to our human race at any moment. Lin Yi muttered in quiet fury. Old Zhang, with a pointed gaze towards Lin Yi, inquired, "Do you truly believe that, since that incident 50 years ago, the alien races have gradually tempered their ways?" Upon hearing Zhang's words, Lin Yi's expression shifted subtly. He first cast a glance at Su Mu. Then his demeanor grew unusually solemn as he replied, "Old Zhang, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing of great consequence," Zhang replied, "but Lin Yi, you have ascended higher than I, and certain matters should be more apparent to you. This tranquility of the past 50 years is rather peculiar, is it not? Has the human race genuinely gained the upper hand? Perhaps we should have awakened long ago." However, just as Zhang was articulating his thoughts, the midnight veil abruptly enveloped both Zhang and Lin Yi, excluding Su Mu from its grasp. Observing the black canopy before him, Su Mu raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to employ the divine eye of the heavenly path to satiate his curiosity, he noticed the midnight veil vanish. The expressions of the two within were marked by an unusual gravity. "Very well, old Zhang, I am now aware of the situation, and I shall devise a means to address it. As for what I mentioned earlier, your discretion has always been commendable. Had you not indicated that you were aware, I would not have broached the matter. However, since you are now informed, you must comprehend why we have chosen our course of action. You will face dire consequences," Zhang said, looking intently at Lin Yi. "To us warriors, what fear is there in death?" The gentle breeze stirred a few strands of hair from Lin Yi's forehead, and he offered a serene smile. Chapter 83, Returning to the Eastern Theater. The Lord of 10,000 Poisons. Observing the demeanor of the two, Su Mu wisely refrained from probing further. "In light of this, how do you intend to address the matter concerning Song Yunfei?" It seemed a deliberate attempt to shift the conversation. "We shall turn the tables, since they are capable of scheming against us, we too can devise our own countermeasures." Lin Yi nonchalantly waved his hand. The crux of the issue lies in ensuring that this ninth realm martial artist refrains from participating in the battlefield. Which is why Su Mu previously mentioned the presence of 8th realm martial artists. The reaction from the human-faced insect was considerable. Their entire scheme hinged on deceiving Lin Yi, one of the 3 chief commanders guarding the Eastern Theater, into the abyss of infinity. Moreover, throughout this process, Lin Yi must remain oblivious to their plan. However, now that Lin Yi is aware of everything, their plot's failure is inevitable. Furthermore, when a 9th realm martial artist enters the fray, the scales of victory will almost certainly tilt in favor of the 9th realm. So be it, but there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. Old Ghost Lin Yi. Elder Zhang suddenly recalled, stating, "The reason we were able to uncover this plan ahead of time is largely due to my closed-door disciple, Su Mu, whose contributions are monumental." As he spoke, Elder Zhang gently patted Su Mu's shoulder. Hearing Elder Zhang's acknowledgement, Lin Yi chuckled heartily. "You old ghost." He scrutinized Su Mu once more. "It appears your closed-door disciple is quite remarkable indeed. Fear not, since you have mentioned it, I shall certainly ensure his merits are recognized. Should this plan succeed, the accolades that your disciple will receive will be extraordinary. Would you like me to find a more discreet way to acknowledge him?" "No need for that," Elder Zhang waved his hand dismissively. "Let it be as it is. Speak plainly and state that this plan was relayed to us by my closed-door disciple, Su Mu. I do not seek any favoritism, and the recognition he deserves should not be diminished in any way. My disciple will not covet additional accolades, but what he is entitled to must be fully awarded. As for the accompanying reputation, that too must be ample. The youth deserves fairness, pure and untainted, ensuring that all are aware of his achievements," Elder Zhang asserted. Hearing this, Lin Yi frowned slightly, old ghost Zheng, are you paving the way for your closed-door disciple too early? Might this path be a bit premature? The tall tree attracts the wind, he remarked, casting a knowing glance at Elder Zhang. Yet Elder Zhang remained unfazed. Just follow my lead. Young man. If he cannot endure this minor trial, how can he continue on the path of martial arts? Concealing his talents is not suitable for my disciple. He is far better suited to shine brightly. Hearing this, Lin Yi could only shake his head in resignation. At times, I truly cannot fathom the intentions behind your words. However, since you insist, let us proceed as you suggest. He turned his gaze toward Su Mu. Xiao Mu, prepare yourself. It won't be long before your name resounds throughout the entire Eastern War Zone. As he spoke, a hint of nostalgia flickered across his face. If only I had achieved such a feat in my youth, I would have undoubtedly basked in the glory of it. Old Zhang, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. You think you can compare yourself to my prized disciple? You were contemporaries, yet he could easily best you. Really now, old Zhang? That remark seems rather excessive. Back in the day, you wouldn't have dared to claim a decisive victory over me, would you? Is your esteemed disciple truly that remarkable? We'll see how he fares against my own pupil when he reaches a higher realm. Ha ha ha, well said. Let us leave it at that for today. I shall escort him back now. You should return early as well. Indeed. In the next moment, old Zhang led Su Mu back to the Eastern War Zone. After bidding farewell to Su Mu, he swiftly departed from the battlefield of myriad clans. From old Zhang's words, it was apparent that these ninth-tier warriors seemed to have certain restrictions, preventing them from lingering too long on the battlefield. Upon returning to the Eastern War Zone, Su Mu did not rush to rest. Instead, he turned towards the training room. There was much for him to accomplish. Beyond understanding the talents he had acquired on the battlefield, it was paramount for him to elevate his own strength. He had lingered at the first-tier warrior level for far too long. It was time to behold the vistas of the second tier. Upon entering the training room, Su Mu first examined his character panel. Name, Su Mu, Vitality, 986, 38, Peak First Tier Warrior, Mental Power, 8028, 58, Late Second Tier Warrior. Talents, EX Level, Posthumous Duplication. SSS-level, Death Rewind 12 hours. Oath of Life, Midnight Veil, Devourer of Worlds, Heavenly Eye, SS-level, Elemental Sovereign, Mind Control Technique, Shadow Sovereign. Monarch of Toxins, Mighty Bull Strength, S-level, Spatial Manipulation. A level, Transformation. This time, he had acquired numerous talents on the battlefield. With the highest levels belonging to several SSS-level talents, Oath of Life, Midnight Veil, Devourer of Worlds, and Heavenly Eye. Each of these talents represented a significant boon for Su Mu. Among the SS-level talents, the key ones included Mind Control Technique, Shadow Sovereign, Monarch of Toxins, and Mighty Bull Strength. The latter was straightforward, primarily enhancing his strength considerably and triggering a spectral manifestation of the Mighty Bull intermittently to unleash a surge of power. The others, particularly Mind Control Technique, were derived from Su Mu's integration of various mental talents. With the mastery of this divine control technique, Su Mu is now capable of grasping certain methods of mental assault in advance. Upon stepping into the realm of third-tier warriors, Su Mu intends to seek further mental attack techniques from the depths of the Azure. Previously, he had researched materials on this subject. Whether from the records of myriad races or from humanity as own, the documented mental attack techniques invariably require a third-tier warrior for mastery. Presently, Su Mu can only rely on the divine control technique to wield mental assaults. He has been diligently exploring the nuances of this technique. In contrast, his understanding of the sovereigns obtained from the battlefield of myriad races, namely, the sovereign of 10,000 poisons and the sovereign of shadows, is markedly less. As the name suggests, the sovereign of 10,000 poisons possesses a natural affinity for toxins. Upon acquiring this sovereign, Su Mu's first endeavor was to fuse the poison deity within the sovereign of 10,000 poisons. Regrettably, elevating it to the SSS level is not merely a matter of integrating an S-level talent such as the poison deity. At present, the sovereign of 10,000 poisons remains at the SS level, yet it is formidable enough in its own right. The sovereign of 10,000 poisons, amongst all toxins in the world, I stand supreme. All poisons shall be effortlessly resolved and controlled before the sovereign of 10,000 poisons. The bearer can form a 10,000 poison pearl within their body, which can contain and refine various toxins. These toxins may be absorbed into the 10,000 poison pearl and released or absorbed at will. While the absorbed toxins can be converted into vitality points to enhance one's strength. The base toxins within the 10,000 poison pearl can affect 5th-tier warriors. And as one's power and the quantity of absorbed and refined toxins increase, the toxicity of the 10,000 poison pearl will intensify accordingly. In comparison to the sovereign of 10,000 poisons, Sumu is far more intrigued by another SS-level talent, the sovereign of shadows. Chapter 84, Arise. As you wish. Rise. SS rank talent, Shadow Lord, capable of summoning one's own or another's shadow to engage in battle. The summoned shadow possesses up to 60% of the summoner's strength. Once dissipated, a considerable duration must elapse before it can be summoned again. Summoning another's shadow is only feasible when the individual is on the brink of death. And the shadow may possess a maximum of 50% of the individual's strength. Provided that the individual's strength does not exceed the summoner's by 3 major realms. Currently, up to 10 shadows may be summoned, excluding the summoner's own. The initial strength of the summoned shadow is determined at the moment of summoning and can conceal itself within the summoner's shadow. The strength and number of summoned shadows increase with the summoner's own power. Upon reviewing the introduction to the Shadow Lord, Sumu's immediate reaction was that there were numerous restrictions. However, this also signifies the formidable nature of this ability. Summoning shadows to fight on one's behalf. Given the uniqueness of Sumu's talent, he should have been devoid of companions. Thus, he had long since prepared himself for solitary combat. Yet, the emergence of this talent meant that Sumu would no longer have to fight alone. He could summon his own shadow to battle, and moreover, summon another's shadow in their final moments to assist him. This was undoubtedly excellent news for Sumu. The only regret was the numerous restrictions tied to the Shadow Lord's summoning. It remained uncertain whether Sumu could elevate the rank of this talent to SSS level by merging it with several similar abilities. Should he succeed in achieving SSS level? It was reasonable to assume that not only would the potential and power of the Shadow Lord be significantly enhanced, but the constraints of this ability would also be considerably alleviated. After comprehending the utilization of the Shadow Lord, Sumu stood beneath the light, observing his elongated shadow cast by the illumination. "Arise," he uttered softly. In the next instant, his shadow seemed to comprehend his command and began to writhe gradually. A figure emerged, gradually detaching itself from his form, transforming into a silhouette as dark as ink, perfectly mirroring his outline. Once the figure had materialized, it knelt slowly before Sumu. Apart from its peculiar appearance, what more could be discerned? With a mere thought, the shadow before him swiftly began to move in accordance with his intent. It raised its hand, lowered it, lifted its foot, and set it down again. The movements were fluid. Sumu narrowed his eyes, nearly certain that basic actions posed no issue. Subsequently, Sumu raised his hand, and a vortex suddenly appeared in the space to his right. Grasping towards the vortex, a longsword materialized in his hand. He tossed the longsword to the shadow, which caught it deftly, just as he had envisioned. A shadow lunged directly towards the adjacent wall, executing the gale sword technique, the inch-long sword steps, and the cascading wave sword chant in a fluid, seamless manner. The martial skills displayed were undeniably proficient. Sumu approached to assess the destruction wrought by the shadow. The fundamental shape of the damage bore little difference from when he had performed it himself. The sole distinction lay in the magnitude of power. The gale sword technique employed by the shadow was evidently considerably weaker than that of Sumu. However, this disparity was anticipated by Sumu. The shadow's strength was approximately 60% of his own. It was not strictly limited to that percentage, as Sumu's adeptness could potentially elicit a performance exceeding 60% of his capability, and vice versa. Having concluded the martial skill assessment, a broad smile spread across Sumu's face. Thus far, the shadow summoned by the Shadow Sovereign had met his initial expectations. The next phase of his evaluation focused on the shadow's most crucial ability. As Sumu concentrated, the shadow's form suddenly expanded in height and girth, its aura shifting from the pinnacle of the first realm to that of the peak second realm. The A-grade talent, Metamorphosis. With another flicker of thought, A flame erupted in the Shadow's hand, transforming into a black orb. This was the Poison Lord's innate SS grade talent, the 10,000 Poisons Orb. Meanwhile, Sumu summoned a black orb of his own. Upon comparison, it was evident that Sumu's orb possessed a deeper darkness and a more polished roundness. This indicated that even in terms of talent, the Shadow's abilities were slightly diminished and curtailed. Once more, Sumu focused his thoughts. Though this time a frown crossed his brow. He had intended to test the Shadow's ability to invoke the Shadow Sovereign again, but it yielded no response. This suggested that the Shadow had not inherited Sumu's SS grade talent, Shadow Sovereign. Under Sumu's mental guidance, the Shadow raised its hand slightly but soon lowered it again. Sumu shook his head gently. He had also attempted to invoke the Eternal Night Canopy, to no avail. This confirmed his hypothesis: the Shadow summoned by the Shadow Sovereign possessed roughly 60% of its own strength, and its talents were not entirely replicated. Instead, it had access to other SS grade and below talents, excluding that of the Shadow Sovereign itself. This realization was anticipated by Sumu. Had the Shadow possessed identical talents to his own, it would imply that it could also inherit the formidable talents of posthumous replication. Even as a weakened version, the Shadow's potential would be boundlessly formidable. However, correspondingly, the Shadow Lord talent is likely not as simple as an SS rank. Yet, it is evident that Sumu has overestimated the situation. After all, it is improbable that all good fortune would befall him alone. The Shadow Lord is already immensely powerful. Should it truly align with Sumu's imagination, it would verge on the absurd. The summoned Shadows could potentially possess other SS-level talents, even in a diluted form, which would be sufficient to render his strength exceedingly formidable. If, in the future, Sumu can elevate the level of the Shadow Lord further, the implications would be extraordinary. In that moment, Sumu's anticipation for the future of the Shadow Lord grew ever more fervent. After assessing his own talents, Sumu retrieved the remaining medicinal herbs he had and began concocting vitality elixirs. Before departing, Elder Zhang had mentioned that he would soon provide him with additional herbs and the flesh of exotic beasts. However, until then, Sumu could only make do with the scant resources he had left. It remains uncertain how long these herbs will last with the presence of the Devourer of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 85, The Second Realm. The Return of 1,000 Swords. Time flies swiftly. Within the training room, Sumu was oblivious to how long he had been cultivating. He was engrossed in the continuous preparation of vitality elixirs, consuming them relentlessly. Once he exhausted the last of the medicinal materials in his spatial storage, he found himself stepping into the early stages of a second realm warrior, with his vitality reaching an impressive 1286.75, with the acquisition of the extraordinary talent of devouring heaven and earth. His absorption rate and capacity for vitality elixirs had undergone remarkable enhancement. At this pace, provided he had sufficient vitality elixirs, it would not pose a significant challenge for him to elevate his prowess to the late stages of the third realm, or even the pinnacle, before departing the training camp. In addition to the advancements in his vitality, Sumu's mental fortitude had also seen substantial improvement. Previously, due to the nature of his replication talent, he had perished multiple times. Now, with another opportunity for cultivation, his mental strength surged to over 9,000, placing him at the pinnacle of the second realm warriors. Initially, after acquiring the devouring heaven and earth talent, the rate of increase in his vitality was expected to be at least comparable to that of his mental capacity. However, after the fusion of his mental talents into the divine control technique, not only did his mental strength experience a significant boost, but the speed of its cultivation also accelerated considerably. Coupled with the numerous setbacks he had faced, the enhancement of his mental capacity outpaced that of his vitality. At this rate, it was conceivable that his mental prowess could surpass his vitality and ascend to the pinnacle of the third realm first. By then, Sumu's mental strength would likely serve as a formidable and fearsome trump card. After a brief respite, Sumu did not rush to exit the training room. Although he had depleted his medicinal materials, stepping into the realm of second realm warriors presented him with new challenges. Both the myriad race's body refinement techniques and his own martial skills warranted a thorough update. Additionally, he needed to experiment with some of his talents. Many abilities improved alongside the elevation of one's strength. Transitioning from the peak of the first realm to the ranks of second realm warriors might seem like a mere step. Yet in reality, the difference between the two was vast. The enhancement of vitality was merely a superficial metric. The very reason for delineating realms was the significant disparities that existed between them. Crossing into a new major realm not only indicated that the content of one's body refinement techniques would advance but also implied an enhancement in various aspects, including talents and physical constitution. Thus, while it appeared that the gap in vitality between a peak first-realm warrior and an early second-realm warrior might be only a few hundred, or even just a few points, the disparity in their actual strength was monumental. This transformation became increasingly pronounced as one progressed further. The disparity between realms will gradually evolve, not only widening the gaps between the great realms but also amplifying the differences between the lesser realms. As one progresses further, one will find that challenges beyond one's current level become increasingly formidable. Certain talents that may have aided you in overcoming one or two significant realms in your early stages may, in later stages, only allow you to surpass one or two minor realms. This is not due to a decline in talent, but rather because the chasm between realms has steadily expanded. While your own talents may have advanced, others with higher realms might have enhanced their abilities several times over. It is akin to having immense potential. Even if you were Bruce Lee in a past life, defeating an adult man at the age of 10 would still present a considerable challenge. Sumu sat cross-legged in the training room. His first task was to have Deep Blue seek out new chapters of the myriad race's body refining techniques suitable for the second realm martial artists. With Deep Blue's assistance, Sumu was able to eliminate much of the effort required to find a suitable cultivation method. Deep Blue recommended 3 chapters of the myriad race's body refining techniques for the second realm martial artists: the Blood Ant Clan, the Black Wind Thunder Leopard Clan, and the Devouring Ant Clan. The Devouring Ant Clan primarily focuses on enhancing one's ability to absorb vitality rapidly. The Blood Ant Clan excels in controlling one's own vitality, skillfully directing it to areas where it is most beneficial. By cultivating the chapter of the Blood Ant Clan, Sumu could achieve a more precise mastery of his own strength, allowing him to lift heavy weights with ease and lighter ones with greater effort. Lastly, the Black Wind Thunder Leopard Clan would assist Sumu in enhancing his reaction and movement speeds. Given Sumu's current condition, his strength, speed, physique, and defense had all been maximized by the extreme annihilation body. Relying on the cultivation of a specific alien chapter to enhance any particular aspect had become somewhat negligible. The chapters selected by Deep Blue were more aligned with Sumu's talents, aiming for a perfect integration of all aspects of his cultivation. This variability in the effects of the myriad race's body refining technique stems from the uniqueness of each individual's talents. Some might dedicate themselves to mastering a single chapter entirely, while someone like Sumu, whose talents continually expand, would naturally adapt his cultivation chapters accordingly. Before long, Sumu had familiarized himself with the initial phases of the 3 chapters of the myriad race's body refining techniques. He then began to select martial skills that suited him. The 3 martial techniques he had previously practiced were becoming somewhat insufficient. It was not that their power had diminished, rather, the scarcity of techniques rendered Sumu's offensive methods too singular. After a thorough search, Deep Blue selected for him a sword technique, a fist technique, and a leg technique. The sword technique, named Return of 10,000 Swords, is an extraordinary martial skill created by a race known as the Sword Intent Divine Clan among the myriad races. The Sword Intent Divine Clan, as the name suggests, is a branch of the divine race, distinguished by its reliance on the sword path as its principal means of offense. Within this clan resides a plethora of swordsmanship techniques, and the members are predominantly endowed with exceptional talents in the art of swordplay. Due to the unique characteristics of their lineage and their innate comprehension abilities, this clan possesses a remarkable aptitude for grasping sword intent. It is not uncommon for them to comprehend multiple sword intents even at the initial stages of their cultivation. And as their strength ascends, so too does the number of sword intents they master. The martial technique known as the Return of 10,000 Swords has been passed down within the Sword Intent Divine Clan for over 10,000 years. It is a quintessential skill that every clan member must cultivate. The hallmark of this technique lies in its vast potential and formidable power, albeit it is challenging to master. The primary method of cultivation involves the continuous comprehension and refinement of sword intent. Should this technique be attempted by other races among the myriad of beings, it might not be successfully realized. However, the human race enjoys a unique advantage. most martial techniques and body refinement arts from various races can be adapted for their own practice. This adaptability is a key reason why humanity has managed to endure against the onslaught of numerous races for such an extended period. Initially, when the comprehension of sword intent is limited, the power of the return of 10,000 swords may seem average. Yet, as one's understanding of sword intent deepens, its might can become truly terrifying. For Sumu, this martial technique is one that can be wielded even at the 9th and potentially the 10th realm. Should he ever have the opportunity to venture into the sword intent divine clan, it is likely that the return of 10,000 swords could manifest its invincible prowess in his hands. Chapter 86, Renowned. The Little Fanboy. The technique all swords return to the origin was swiftly mastered by Sumu. Subsequently, he promptly began to delve into the study of 2 additional martial arts. Previously, due to his exceptional innate talent in swordsmanship, Sumu primarily focused on sword techniques. However, he soon realized that swordsmanship, at times, imposed certain limitations, requiring the aid of a long sword to unleash its full potential. Moreover, the methods of attack were rather singular. Thus, Sumu resolved to diversify his offensive strategies. Among the 2 martial arts, the first was a boxing technique known as the 7 Stars Breaking Army Fist. This formidable technique is characterized by its lethality and rapid assault. It can harness various elemental forces or toxins to amplify its destructive power. When infused with the essence of annihilation, it can unleash unimaginable terror. The second martial art, a leg technique named the shadowless wind-chasing leg, boasts an equally astounding might. Currently, Sumu's martial arts repertoire predominantly revolved around sword techniques, supplemented by the 7 Stars Breaking Army Fist and the shadowless wind-chasing leg to address his combat deficiencies. This arrangement sufficed for the time being, and he need not concern himself with acquiring new martial arts until he reached the 4th realm of martial artists. Having determined the martial arts he wished to learn, Sumu dedicated himself to the rigorous practice of his techniques. During this period, he utilized the resources sent from the academy, exchanging the tiger bones and bear blood for ape blood, leopard bones, and the corpses of ants, as these materials were better suited to Sumu's current requirements. When Sumu finally emerged from his training, over half a month had passed, and the conclusion of the training camp appeared imminent. His martial skills had progressed to a near-complete mastery, and his vitality surged to over 5,800. Propelling him into the mid-stage of the 2nd realm of martial artists, with only a step remaining to reach the latter stage. As he stepped out of the training room, the glaring sunlight momentarily overwhelmed Sumu, who had been immersed in his training day and night. "Hello? Could you please settle the expenses for my time in the training room?" he inquired at the front desk, placing his green badge before the staff member, who appeared to be a young man in his early 20s. Sumu noticed the fatigue etched on the young man's face, a result of prolonged work. The staff member skillfully scanned the green badge through the machine, and in the next moment, Sumu's information appeared on the screen. However, as soon as Sumu's details surfaced, the previously listless young man widened his eyes in disbelief. He stared at the green badge in his hand, then back at Sumu. "Why, you are Sumu?" Noticing the young man's peculiar gaze, Sumu furrowed his brow. "Is something the matter? Is there an issue with the training room I rented?" The young man seemed to disregard Sumu's question, exclaiming instead, "Why, you truly are Sumu." He began rummaging through a drawer. "Indeed, my name is Sumu. Am I the Sumu from the Dragon Capital Martial Arts University's Genius Training Camp?" The young man reaffirmed his excitement. Sumu felt somewhat helpless. If there was no other Sumu in the Genius Training Camp, then it must be me he is referring to. "That's fantastic!" the young man exclaimed, drawing the attention of several nearby soldiers. Realizing his indiscretion, he quickly covered his mouth, though his eyes betrayed an unmistakable thrill and enthusiasm. "My apologies, I got a bit carried away," he said in a lowered voice. "Could you possibly grant me an autograph?" As he spoke, the young man rummaged through a drawer with urgency. Finally, he produced a piece of clothing and a pen, which he eagerly presented to Sumu. "Rest assured, the fact that you are sequestered in the training room is known only to us staff members and our superior." After cautiously surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he continued, "I am your fan, and I will keep your secret. Please, will you sign?" Seeing the pleading expression on his face, Sumu took the clothing and pen with a hint of exasperation. After swiftly signing his name, the young man's face lit up with joy. Su-mu, you are my idol. I will support you forever. I shall frame this clothing and place it by my bedside, so I can see it every day. Su-mu, somewhat perplexed, nodded and then asked with curiosity, could you enlighten me about what transpired? How did I suddenly become your idol? Upon hearing Su-mu's inquiry, the young man eagerly replied, idol, you've been in seclusion, so you might not know yesterday. Commander Lin Yi led a group of experts to thwart the machinations of the foreign races, slaying the human traitor Tsong Yunfei and successfully foiling their plans against the Qianlong Legion. At the celebratory banquet yesterday, Commander Lin Yi himself acknowledged that the true hero of this battle was not him, but you. It was you who risked your life to uncover Tsong Yunfei's and the foreign race's entire scheme, enabling Commander Lin to turn the tables and annihilate the traitorous humans and those foreign entities attempting to ambush our Qianlong Legion. My brother is part of the Qianlong Legion, and without your intervention, he would have been in dire peril. Thus, upon learning of your deeds, I have regarded you as my idol. The young man continued, recalling something. Moreover, many young people in our Eastern Theater also regard you as our idol. Commander Lin Yi announced that tomorrow there will be an award ceremony held personally in your honor, not only to commend the soldiers who participated in the battle against the foreign races but, more importantly, to celebrate you, our idol. Idol, my name is Yi Yun, a member of the Feng Yun Squad, 3rd Corps of the Eastern Theater. I am your #1 fan. After listening to Yi Yun's account, Su-mu's expression grew increasingly peculiar. It was undeniable that his teacher's friend was indeed a man of his word. He could easily envision that it would not be long before his name, Su-mu, would swiftly resonate throughout the entire Eastern Theater. However, for Su-mu, this was indeed a fortuitous development. Exposing such a prodigy to the public would not only bring him fame but also attract the attention of certain traitors among the human race, thereby drawing the interest of the alien factions as well. In due course, he would likely face countless assassination attempts. Yet, what he feared least were these threats to his life. His focus lay in diligently enhancing his own strength. As his power grew, it was reasonable to surmise that those who sought to eliminate him would likewise become increasingly formidable. In time, he could not only acquire greater talents but also expose some of the traitors among humanity. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su-mu's eyes, though it quickly vanished. In contrast to the potential assassinations that awaited him, Su-mu was currently far more intrigued by the award ceremony that Commander Lin Yi was preparing for him. After all, it was an award ceremony, and the Eastern Theater could hardly refrain from offering some prizes. Additionally, Su-mu had not forgotten the little treasury that Commander Lin Yi had promised him. Lost in thought, Su-mu had already arrived at the camp where the Genius Training Camp was situated. Chapter 87, Receiving the Award. First Class Merit. As soon as Su-mu entered the training camp, he felt a multitude of gazes fixated upon him. Su-mu, well done. Someone led the applause, and soon a chorus of cheers erupted. Su-mu, you're incredible. Su-mu, I admire you. You are my idol. Su-mu, splendid. Numerous talented trainees waved their arms towards Su-mu, while some applauded in his honor. The sudden enthusiasm caught Su-mu somewhat off guard. However, just a few steps in, 2 figures blocked his path. Su-mu looked up to find it was Fang Qiuqiu and his sister, Fang Yuan. Upon seeing them, Su-mu's brow furrowed involuntarily. Since joining the training camp, he had never quite gotten along with these two. Although he wouldn't say he harbored any resentment towards them, the mere sight of them always gave him a jolt, as if they were about to cause him some trouble. It wasn't that he feared trouble, he simply found it bothersome. With the time spent resolving issues, he could have devoted himself to practicing the myriad race's body refining technique. Su-mu. Just as Su-mu pondered their intentions, Fang Qiuqiu spoke up. Su-mu raised an eyebrow and replied, "What is it?" Fang Qiuqiu continued, "I have never truly admired anyone, but you are indeed worthy of my respect. Such high-level intelligence could only be acquired at the cost of tremendous risk. You are truly remarkable." He paused momentarily, adding, "Therefore, I will not back down. The time for our duel is approaching, I hope you do not forget." With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. His sister, Fang Yuan, silently gave Sumu a thumbs up before hastily following her brother. This left Sumu feeling somewhat helpless. He had begun to discern Fang Qiuqiu's character. The lad had likely never faced significant setbacks in life. His personality bore a childlike quality, tackling everything with fervor, heedless of the consequences. Reckless, impulsive, and thoughtless. It was no wonder his sister had been by his side, likely accustomed to playing the role of caretaker since childhood. With a brother like him, it would be hard not to worry. Nevertheless, it must be said, despite not particularly liking Fang Qiuqiu's temperament, the youth was fundamentally decent. At least he was not the type to betray his comrades or engage in treachery. Even if he bore discontent, he would express it openly. Shaking his head, Sumu returned to his dormitory. After a prolonged period of rigorous training, he had not taken the time to rest properly. In a purely rational analysis, Sumu's mental fortitude had grown to the extent that going days without sleep would not significantly impact him. However, that did not imply that he did not require rest. Human beings, at times, resemble a tightly strung bowstring. If it remains taut for too long, it is destined to snap. Such is the case with Sumu. Countless brushes with death have rendered him increasingly indifferent to the concept of mortality. His existence revolves solely around cultivation, combat, and death. It is only during rare moments of rest, when he succumbs to slumber, that he can momentarily feel like a human being alive and breathing. Upon awakening from his repose, Sumu found that a new day had dawned. Early in the morning, he was ushered to the vast training ground of the Eastern War Zone. This expanse typically serves as the venue for the monthly drills of the Legion. By the time Sumu arrived, the field was already teeming with individuals. A glance revealed that members of the Genius training camp were assembled in the background, though he did not stand among them due to his impending award ceremony. At the forefront of the training ground loomed an immense platform adorned with seats, occupied predominantly by high-ranking officers of the Eastern War Zone. At the center sat Lin Yi. Clad in black robes and armor, his face stern and eyes closed in contemplation. In light of the ongoing conflict, Lin Yi was the sole commander present among the three great leaders of the Eastern War Zone. Beside him sat a general, a sixth-tier warrior. While the ranks were filled with fifth-tier warriors, likely of significant standing, Sumu found himself pondering the whereabouts of the other formidable experts from the Eastern War Zone. He sensed that the mobilization of such a multitude must signify a momentous occasion. How he wished to partake in it. The prospect of acquiring a modicum of talent from the other two commanders, who stood on par with Lin Yi, was tantalizing. He shook his head, dismissing such thoughts. Given his current standing, reaching that echelon remained a formidable challenge. On the platform, a man adorned in green battle armor commenced the award ceremony, bestowing honors based on the number of enemies slain during the recent campaign. This battle had escalated into a significant conflict, as the enemy sought to annihilate with an overwhelming force of countless alien creatures. The insectoid species alone numbered in the millions, with nearly 100 branches of their kind. Had it not been for Lin Yi's timely intervention, they might have faced dire consequences. The awards were announced from the lowest ranks, gradually escalating as some seated commanders descended to personally honor the soldiers. When the second-class merit was awarded, Sumu recognized a familiar figure ascending the podium, Xiaosun. This individual had garnered Sumu's attention since his first arrival in the Eastern War Zone. Later, he acquired a formidable SS-level talent, the body of annihilation. Sumu deeply understood the extent of his power. Not long after Xiaosun, it was finally time for the first-class merit award. Growing somewhat weary of waiting, Sumu finally heard his name announced. First-class merit. Sumu. A member of the Genius training camp at Longjing Martial Arts University, Sumu, during a mission, unexpectedly uncovered the collusion between a human traitor and the alien races. He risked his life to obtain the intricate details of the ambush plan against the lurking dragon, suffering severe injuries in the process. Had it not been for Commander Lin Yi's personal intervention, he might have perished. In this operation, Sumu undoubtedly deserves the highest commendation. Listening to the description above, Sumu furrowed his brow slightly. The content was likely arranged by Commander Lin Yi, possibly with the assistance of his own mentor. Although it deviated somewhat from the truth. Nevertheless, it was not inaccurate to say he had faced life-threatening dangers to procure the intelligence. Indeed, he had encountered peril far beyond mere 9 lives. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Sumu slowly ascended the high platform. Seated in the center, with his eyes closed and a cold expression, Lin Yi finally opened his eyes. Now, I invite Commander Lin Yi to bestow upon Sumu the first-class merit award and the rank of sergeant, with a commendation of 100,000 points. Chapter 88, the award ceremony concludes. Upon hearing his name, Sumu hastily ascended the podium. At the very moment he appeared, the imposing figure of Lin Yi, who had been seated prominently at the center, abruptly vanished from his spot. Unlike the others who approached with measured decorum, Lin Yi's entrance resembled a sudden disappearance from his original seat, only to reappear before Sumu in an instant, a display that exuded an air of sophistication, perfectly befitting his status as a master of the ninth realm. This spectacle undoubtedly captivated the soldiers below, who erupted in admiration and praise. Only Sumu remained somewhat bemused. Truth be told, had he not witnessed Lin Yi's demeanor in the presence of his mentor, he too might have been swept away by the charismatic aura of this commander. However, with his prior impressions of Lin Yi in mind, Sumu found the situation peculiar. Just then, Lin Yi's cold voice pierced through Sumu's thoughts. As he offered a slight nod before presenting the first-class merit medal to him, simultaneously affixing the rank of sergeant to Sumu's chest. After another brief nod, Lin Yi turned away, vanishing from Sumu's view, his dark eyes closing once more. Sumu could overhear the murmurs of the soldiers below. Is that Commander Lin Yi? He seems so aloof. Truly deserving of his title as one of the three great commanders guarding the Eastern Front. Wow, Commander Lin Yi is so handsome. Although he is a master of the ninth realm, it is said that he consumed an unparalleled fruit in his youth, which has preserved his youthful visage, maintaining the appearance of someone in their 20s. Indeed, Commander Lin Yi is a ninth realm powerhouse. His earlier display was so swift that I barely caught a glimpse of his shadow. As Sumu listened to the scattered remarks, he felt as though he could faintly perceive the corners of Lin Yi's mouth curving upwards. Now, the award ceremony comes to an end. The honored soldiers may proceed to the armory to collect their respective rewards. Furthermore, in celebration of our warriors and the victory of this campaign, the canteen of the Eastern Front has prepared a feast for everyone. For the next 3 days, you may indulge freely, but remember, no alcohol is permitted. Do not violate the taboos of the war zone. The armored figure on the podium concluded, prompting a chorus of cheers from the soldiers below. Suddenly, Sumu heard Lin Yi's voice in his ear. Kid, when this is over, come to the second commander's residence to find me. It was undoubtedly Lin Yi's voice. Sumu glanced in his direction, only to find Lin Yi with his eyes slightly closed, as if nothing had transpired. One must admit, in public, his mentor's friend had perfected the art of performance. Sumu nodded slightly, recognizing that the award ceremony was nearing its conclusion. He began to reflect on the rewards he had garnered from this event. To speak candidly, the attainment of this first-class merit comes as a delightful surprise to Sumu. It is said that in the Eastern Theater, this honor is no trifling matter, typically awarded only during significant military campaigns. Once bestowed with a first-class merit, upon returning to the human realm, one is entitled to exceptional privileges. Additionally, while on the battlefield, one may receive a commendable promotion in rank, bypassing the conventional merit levels to undertake missions, accompanied by a generous monthly distribution of resources as a reward. Beyond the first-class merit, the rank of sergeant is somewhat lesser in significance for Sumu. Nevertheless, achieving the rank of sergeant before even entering the university or officially stepping onto the battlefield of myriad races places Sumu among the very few in the entire Great Xia. Generally, those who enter the battlefield of myriad races begin their ranks as recruits, progressing through the hierarchy from private to corporal, sergeant, staff sergeant, second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, general, and finally, marshal. For the average individual, even with sufficient strength and merit, the journey from recruit to sergeant typically spans 2 to 3 years. However, Sumu, without having formally engaged in battle, has already distinguished himself remarkably. With the elevation from the first-class merit and the significant contributions made during this campaign, he has effectively vaulted several ranks to attain the position of sergeant. It can be unequivocally stated that he is among the fastest in rank advancement in the history of the Eastern Theater. Of course, this elevation was not arbitrary. It primarily stemmed from the magnitude of Sumu's contributions, which could be seen as having salvaged the entire Hidden Dragon Legion of the Eastern Theater. Had it not been for Sumu, Commander Lin Yi might have faced the stigma of failure. Promoting Sumu directly to sergeant is likely a gesture of goodwill from Lin Yi, perhaps influenced by Sumu's mentor, Elder Zhang. Regardless of the circumstances, acquiring the rank of sergeant is undoubtedly advantageous for Sumu. Upon attaining this rank, he can independently command and lead 30 squads, with enhancements in treatment, equipment distribution, and authority. For Sumu personally, this rank elevation signifies an extremely crucial development. It allows him to encounter and connect with higher echelons of the human race. This not only aids in identifying traitors among the humans but also facilitates the acquisition of talents. Ultimately, he now possesses 100,000 merit points. Alongside the merit points previously acquired, this will elevate his merit level to B rank. AB rank in merit. Compared to the prodigies in the training camp who entered the battlefield earlier, who likely still hover between F and D ranks, this achievement solidifies Sumu's position as the foremost in this round of the Genius Training Camp. Thus, it is anticipated that he will soon qualify for direct admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. One wonders, at that moment, will the diary he leaves behind also turn to the next page of his future? Sumu's eyes narrowed slightly. The diary, which he brought with him upon entering the battlefield of myriad clans, was subsequently placed within the mobile space after he acquired it. It awaits his formal qualification for admission to the Longjing Martial Arts University before he can attempt to unlock it. Initially, Sumu could have requested that old General Zhang facilitate his early enrollment. However, upon inquiring, he discovered that the Longjing Martial Arts University is not solely governed by his mentor, old General Zhang, particularly concerning admissions. The Genius Training Camp had already begun its early recruitment, and should he wish to be accepted beforehand, a high-level meeting would need to be convened. By the time the meeting concluded, the Genius Training Camp would likely be nearing its end. After all, this institution is the premier martial arts university of the Great Xia. If anyone could simply be inserted for early admission, prominent families would have surely taken advantage of that opportunity long ago. Weighing his options, Sumu ultimately decided to proceed methodically and await the conclusion of the training camp, as there was not much time left. Just as he pondered the potential contents of the diary, a figure appeared before him. Upon looking up, Sumu recognized the newcomer as Chio-sun. "You must be Sumu. I am Chio-sun, a major in the Dragon Legion and the captain of the Night Search Squad." Chapter 89, The Journey Ahead. To the Treasury. Major Chio-sun. Greetings. Sumu offered a slight nod to Chio-sun, paying his respects. Chio-sun returned the gesture with a smile, saying, "No need for such formality." He appraised Sumu from head to toe and continued, "You are indeed youthful, a testament to the prowess of the Longjing Martial Arts University. Previously, I encountered another remarkable student from the same institution, and now I have the fortune to meet you, an even more extraordinary individual. With talents like yours, the human race shall undoubtedly flourish." "Major Chio-sun, you flatter me." "I merely consider myself fortunate," Sumu humbly replied. Chio-sun waved his hand dismissively, saying, "To achieve the mid-stage of the second realm at merely 18 years of age and to acquire such vital plans from the other races is no mere stroke of luck. Please, do not address me as Major Chio-sun, given our age difference, you may simply call me Brother Chio." Feeling the warmth in Chio-sun's words, Sumu did not decline, holding a favorable impression of Major Chio. He nodded, "Brother Chio." "Ahem." Chio-sun chuckled in satisfaction, though his complexion appeared somewhat pallid, punctuated by occasional coughs. At that moment, Sumu took a closer look at Major Chio. He was clad in black armor, and unlike others, Chio-sun wore black gloves that seemed to be seamlessly integrated with his armor. Beyond the area above his neck, his body was either covered by armor or concealed beneath layers of clothing, in such a weather that could hardly be described as cool. This tightly wrapped attire appeared rather peculiar. Even more striking was Chio-sun's complexion. As a formidable figure in the early stages of the fifth realm, he should exude vitality and vigor, yet his pallor resembled that of a fragile scholar. After scrutinizing Chio-sun, Sumu harbored a growing suspicion. It seemed that Chio-sun had relied on the power of annihilation too frequently without proper recovery, subsequently exerting himself once more with that same force. Consequently, his body likely endured some irreparable damage, resulting in such a woeful state. Regrettably, even with his current abilities, Sumu possessed no effective means to address the afflictions wrought by the power of annihilation. Otherwise, assisting a genius like Chio Sun in remedying his hidden ailment would undoubtedly be a boon for humanity. I came to personally express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I fear that both I and the entire Qinlong Corps would have faced utter calamity. Chio Sun finally articulated the purpose of his visit to Sumu. Your unparalleled kindness towards me and the entire Hidden Dragon Legion will forever be etched in our hearts. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. As long as it does not pose a threat to humanity, I shall aid you. Even if it means traversing treacherous paths. Cough, cough. As Chio Sun uttered these words, his emotions seemed to evoke a pang of pain, prompting him to cough a couple of times. Seeing this, Sumu promptly inquired, Brother Chio, are you all right? It's nothing, merely an old ailment. Chio Sun waved his hand dismissively. In any case, do not stand on ceremony with me. If you need anything, feel free to reach out. With that said, Chio Sun bid farewell to Sumu and turned to leave. Meanwhile, not far from Sumu, two figures were observing him intently. Is that Sumu? A member of the genius training camp? Yuan, judging by his demeanor, he must be capable of securing the top spot, just like you, and will undoubtedly be recommended. The tall, slender youth remarked as he glanced at the black-haired youth beside him. The black-haired youth was fixated on Sumu. He surpasses me, he stated. At this moment, I am inferior to him. If the opportunity arises, I would very much like to befriend him. Seriously? You, who finds yourself lacking? Yuan replied, incredulous. You are the champion of our cohort. Back in the training camp, you single-handedly faced the entire camp without breaking a sweat. Is this newcomer truly that formidable? His cultivation level has undoubtedly reached the second stage, Yuan responded. The black-haired youth's face registered surprise. Second stage. Is that true? I've only just recently reached the second stage myself, how can this newcomer be so impressive? Moreover, his combat prowess is remarkable, Yuan continued. Observe his stance. Though it appears relaxed, he is perpetually ready to transition into an offensive position. This is not a conscious effort but rather a muscle memory cultivated through years of battle. It took me countless fights to develop such a habit. He paused momentarily, adding, I lack the confidence to defeat him. The black-haired youth's astonishment deepened. Yuan. Your words are becoming increasingly fantastical, he is merely a newcomer. Even though you are only mid-second stage, you have never expressed such sentiments against a mid-third stage opponent. How can this newcomer warrant such high praise from you? Yuan scrutinized Sumu for a considerable time without responding. Instead, the black-haired youth continued, in that case. Shall we greet him and perhaps forge a friendship? Given his accomplishments, it is likely that he will soon be our junior. Yuan shook his head. I do not befriend those I have not yet fought. The black-haired youth rolled his eyes. Then shall I challenge him for you? Yuan shook his head once more. Now is not the right time. He then turned and walked away. The black-haired youth called after him, Yuan, where are you going? To train. Yuan replied without looking back. Sumu seemed to have noticed Lu Yuan and the lean young man nearby. Upon catching sight of that familiar figure, Sumu raised an eyebrow. Not long ago, he had been a victim of a brutal defeat at Lu Yuan's hands. However, in the present moment, should a confrontation arise, he could easily overwhelm Lu Yuan. Of course, this was also attributed to Sumu's remarkable talent. In terms of combat skills, he believed there remained a slight disparity between himself and Lu Yuan. Perhaps he should seek an opportunity to refine his fighting techniques further with him. With a raised eyebrow, Sumu noted how swiftly time passed. The moonlight bathed the earth, bringing a hint of chill. Sumu's figure appeared before the second commander's mansion. Upon noticing his arrival, the soldiers stationed at the entrance exchanged glances. Sergeant Sumu, you've arrived. Commander Linyi is waiting for you inside. One of the guards informed him. Sumu nodded, feeling a sense of anticipation. If he was not mistaken, his mentor's friend was likely preparing to escort him to the treasury. Chapter 90, The Longsword Condenses into the Abyss. Under the guidance of the soldiers, Sumu arrived at a chamber. Upon entering, he beheld the enigmatic figure of Lin Yi, cloaked in black, seated upon a sofa, engrossed in some documents. Sensing Sumu's presence, he lowered the papers and lifted his gaze toward him. "Your prowess, young man, is indeed remarkable." Sumu made no effort to conceal his strength. And with Lin Yi's formidable abilities, he could easily discern Sumu's advancement. Hence, he was genuinely astonished. In merely a few days, Sumu had ascended to the mid-stage of the second realm. One could only ponder how far his capabilities would extend by the conclusion of the training camp. Even Lin Yi, who typically maintained a facade of aloofness, displayed a hint of admiration. He surveyed Sumu with a sense of wonder and remarked, "No wonder old Zhang holds you in such high regard." Upon receiving Lin Yi's commendation, Sumu remained silent, merely offering a smile. Lin Yi then rose slowly to his feet. "I trust you understand the purpose of my summons?" Sumu nodded slightly. "Commander Lin Yi. You wish to take me to your treasury, correct?" Lin Yi chuckled heartily. "Indeed." He waved his hand dismissively. "In private, there is no need for formalities. Simply call me Uncle Yi." "Very well, Uncle Yi," Sumu replied, accepting the title without protest. "Follow me," Lin Yi instructed, leading Sumu to a staircase. They descended several levels, the underground seemingly extending far beneath. After traversing 3 or 4 flights, Lin Yi finally halted before a wall. In Sumu's view, the inky black canopy of the heavens rapidly expanded outward from Lin Yi, enveloping their surroundings. Suddenly, Lin Yi grasped Sumu, and in an instant, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, a colossal steel door loomed before him. "Come," Lin Yi said, pressing his hand against the door. Instantly, the door radiated a brilliant light and emitted a creaking sound as it swung open effortlessly under Lin Yi's touch, as though it were an ordinary portal. Sumu estimated the weight of the door to be in the hundreds of tons. Even with his strength, he would find it impossible to budge. As the door opened, a dazzling brilliance caused Sumu to squint slightly. Once his eyes adjusted and he gazed anew, the sight before him struck his youthful heart with awe. Before him lay a vast treasury resembling a palace, treasures of all kinds piled high, and the air was thick with the intoxicating aroma of rare materials. What he initially presumed to be a modest treasury was, in reality, a grand repository. He realized his ignorance regarding the inventory of a ninth realm powerhouse. His imagination had proven insufficient. It was no wonder that a look of astonishment graced Sumu's face. Never in his life had he encountered such a resplendent scene. "Those are SSS-grade equipment. Is that not the true dragon blood essence fruit, which thrives in the domain of dragons? Uncle Yi, you actually possess the proud dragon armor here." That armor was personally forged by the dragon saint himself, renowned for its formidable defense among all armors. Observing Sumu's expression, Lin Yi smiled with satisfaction. "This is more like it. It truly reflects the demeanor of an 18-year-old. Previously, Sumu often appeared composed and mature, leading Lin Yi to feel somewhat inadequate in his presence, akin to striking a pose only to find the other yawning. It felt like a punch landing on cotton. At times, Lin Yi even thought that Sumu resembled not an 18-year-old youth, but rather an old man who had experienced the vicissitudes of life, somewhat indifferent to life and death. However, seeing Sumu's current expression brought clarity to Lin Yi's heart. "That proud dragon armor was bestowed upon me by the dragon saint after I accompanied him deep into the divine realm, fighting valiantly against dozens of divine beings to seize a treasure and escape." Lin Yi clearly took pride in this, providing a brief introduction to Sumu. "If you like it, feel free to take it. I brought you to my little treasury not only as a gift for you, my junior, from a friend of your teacher, but also as a commendation for you, a soldier who has achieved great merit as the commander of the Eastern War Zone. In this treasury, you may choose any 3 treasures you desire, regardless of what they are." Lin Yi's words elicited joy on Sumu's face. "Uncle Yi, you are exceedingly generous." While saying this, Sumu had already begun to select items. "Ha, do not be polite with me. Has your teacher taken you to his little treasury yet? If not, I will persuade him to take you there later, although the treasures there may not compare to mine. There are certainly plenty of gems, and as his closed-door disciple, those treasures should be reserved for you." Upon hearing this, Sumu's eyes lit up once more. "However, your teacher's little treasury is located in the rear of the human realm, so you will likely have to wait until you return." Lin Ye's relationship with Zhang Lao was evidently quite special, as he seemed to know a bit about the location of Zhang Lao's treasury. Meanwhile, Sumu had already begun to select items. Since Lin Yi had said to take whatever he wanted, he felt no need for restraint. What? You do not want the proud dragon armor? This is among the top 3 armors currently available to humanity. The entirety of this treasury combined may not even match its value. With this armor, even if your teacher were to strike, he would find it quite challenging to harm you. Has your teacher not mentioned to you the harsh truth of martial arts? The only true genius is the one who survives. In the days of yore, when I and Zhang the Elder roamed the earth, there were many who exceeded our prowess. Yet, alas, the majority of them have since turned to dust. It is only through the passage of time that Zhang and I have attained our current strength and status. Having uttered these words, Lin Yi assumed the guise of a life mentor, anticipating that Sumu would heed his counsel and opt for the dragon armor. To his surprise, Sumu dashed toward another direction without a backward glance. Uncle Yi, my pursuit is to forsake all forms of defense in favor of achieving the pinnacle of offense. You may reserve the dragon armor for your disciples, Sumu proclaimed, brandishing a long sword in his hand. This weapon, known as Abyssal Depths, was entirely black and classified as an SSS grade weapon. The moment Sumu grasped it, he could faintly sense his own vitality ebbing away. Abyssal Depths? Lin Yi furrowed his brow. Are you certain you wish to choose it? Though this sword possesses immense power, each strike exacts a toll on your very life force. However, it must surely be the mightiest longsword in your little treasury, dear Uncle Yi? As Sumu caressed Abyssal Depths, Lin Yi nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed. You seem quite fond of Abyssal Depths. Very well, if you have made your decision, I shall bestow it upon you. But remember, this sword is to be wielded only as your ultimate weapon. In everyday use, Lin Yi raised his hand and summoned another longsword into his grasp. This sword, named Nightfall, was my companion in youth and is also an SSS grade weapon. Though it may not rival Abyssal Depths, it is still commendable. Take both swords as a single entity, and you may select 2 more items. Chapter 91, The Mysterious Fragment. Lin Yi tossed the long sword in his hand to Sumu. Sumu received the sword and examined it intently. The sword measured approximately 1 meter in length and was 3 fingers wide, its entirety cloaked in black. However, unlike the abyssal black of the sword named Ning Yuan, which seemed to absorb all light, rendering it devoid of any hue or sheen, this longsword bore a lustrous black, reminiscent of ink under sunlight. Etched into the hilt were the characters Nightfall. It was slightly lighter than Ning Yuan, yet for Sumu, endowed with the innate talent of sword heart clarity, any sword felt like an extension of himself. With Nightfall in his left hand and Ling Yuan in his right, he swung them both and found the experience quite agreeable. This scene caught the eye of Lin Yi, who laughed heartily. You wouldn't be considering a dual-wielding style? Would you? Sumu nodded in response. It's not without merit. If I find myself at a disadvantage, activating the dual-wielding style might double my power. Don't you think, Uncle Yi? Not just double, Lin Yi replied. It's akin to 2 equally matched individuals confronting a single opponent. If your strength is comparable to theirs, unleashing the dual-wielding technique at a crucial moment could swiftly overwhelm the adversary. It's not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. He paused momentarily. However, mastering the dual-wielding path is no trivial undertaking. The human brain is divided into left and right hemispheres, and most of our actions are a result of their coordination. Generally, people struggle to send distinct commands to both hands simultaneously, especially when executing martial techniques. To truly realize the potential of dual-wielding, one must maintain a focused mind within while simultaneously engaging the outer world, effectively employing one's thoughts in 2 directions. For the majority, achieving such a level through mere practice is nearly impossible. Even if feasible, it would require certain preconditions and extensive training. Yet, this approach risks becoming a diversion from the fundamental goal. Investing that time in enhancing one's overall strength, increasing vitality, and mastering more martial techniques would be far more beneficial. However, Lin Yi continued, should you awaken a talent in this regard, the scenario shifts dramatically. I know a junior who awakened an S-class talent, dual focus, enabling him to split his attention entirely practicing fist techniques with his left hand while simultaneously mastering palm techniques with his right. Initially, his strength was not remarkable, but as time progressed, his talent became increasingly evident. In the later stages, when everyone exists at the same level, employing such a technique often yields the effect of 2 against 1. Unless one encounters a prodigy, the advantage is usually overwhelming. This is why I assert he has achieved a situation where 1 plus 1 exceeds 2. Sumu's eyes sparkled with excitement, akin to a long hungry cat that had just caught wind of fresh, delectable fish. Uncle Yi, who is that junior you mentioned? Where is he now? Lin Yi chuckled heartily at the inquiry. Why do you ask? Are you hoping to seek his guidance? His talent is innate, it cannot be taught. Besides, his specialization lies in martial arts, which may not be of much assistance to you, who practices the sword path. However, it wouldn't hurt for you to become acquainted. His name is Tao Chunsheng, and he is currently stationed in the Northern War Zone. If you have time, you can go and converse with him, just mention that you know me. Sumu nodded in response. All right, Uncle Yi. He then resumed his search within the small vault. The treasures within Lin Ye's vault were indeed numerous. The precious materials and rare items were not particularly concerning, as they were consumables. Any overly precious items had likely been utilized by Lin Yi himself. More valuable were the SSS-grade equipment such as the Ningyuan and Along battle armor. However, for Sumu, all defensive gear was of little use. Thus, the selection became even more limited. There were also some of Lin Ye's treasured physical training techniques, breathing methods, and martial skills. Yet, for someone with deep blue proficiency like Sumu, these two held little significance. As Sumu continued his search, he suddenly caught sight of a silver object resembling a shard of ceramic in the corner. What could this be doing in the vault? Sumu approached the ceramic fragment hastily and reached out to grasp it. However, the next moment, a sharp pain surged through his hand as he realized he had cut himself on the shard. Wow! How sharp! Sumu exclaimed in astonishment. Out of curiosity, he took up his Ningyuan and aimed it towards the ceramic fragment. Upon witnessing Sumu's action, Lin Ye's expression shifted, and he exclaimed, Stop! Confused, Sumu turned to Lin Yi, who warned, Be careful not to damage your Ningyuan. Hearing this, Sumu's eyes widened in disbelief. Uncle Yi, you must be joking. Ningyuan is an SSS-grade weapon. Lin Yi glanced at the shard on the floor and then at Sumu, a rare look of pain crossing his features. It's fortunate you managed to find it, he said, moving closer to Sumu. With a gesture, he made the shard float before them. This shard was an unexpected find on the battlefield of myriad races. Its sharpness surpasses all the treasures in my vault. Even a practitioner of the 9 realms could easily sustain a cut from it. Its sharpness exceeds that of Ningyuan. As he spoke, Lin Yi brushed his hand against the ceramic shard, instantly slicing a small wound on his finger. However, it healed completely almost immediately. Sumu raised an eyebrow at this display. Practitioners of the 9 realms possessed formidable physical strength, comparable to that of an ordinary SSS-grade battle armor. Before this shard, it was effortlessly severed, revealing its remarkable sharpness. Its origin remains a mystery to me. The material of this shard is peculiar, not only sharp but also exceptionally hard. I once attempted to cleave it with an SSS-grade weapon, only for the weapon to be rendered in two, while the shard remained unscathed. I inquired with the dragon sage, but he too was unaware of its provenance. Regrettably, mere sharpness and hardness hold little utility for me. Furthermore, every edge of this shard is terrifyingly sharp, leaving no feasible point for grip. To wield it would necessitate a mastery of levitation. Our ability to manipulate objects pales in comparison to those of the myriad races who wield items with mental prowess. In my hands, this object appears to be a useless trinket, too precious to discard, thus I placed it in my vault. Upon hearing this, Sumu suddenly pondered, Uncle Yi, if one could manipulate this object, could it not be used as a concealed weapon, akin to a throwing knife? Lin Yi replied, Indeed, however, a martial artist's control over objects cannot rival that of the mentalists among the myriad races. Not only do you lack the ability to wield it now, but even if you were to master it in the future, the speed at which you could direct it would likely be inferior to your own rushing pace. To utilize it as a throwing knife would be rather challenging. Honestly, I would not recommend pursuing this. That's alright, Sumo asserted, grasping the central part of the shard. Uncle Yi, I have decided on this one. Chapter 92, The Second Oath of Life. Cultivation in the Treasury. Although Lin Yi felt a pang of regret at parting with the mysterious fragment, he had previously committed to this course of action. Thus, when Sumu expressed his desire for the enigmatic shard, he did not hesitate to bestow it upon him. One must admit, judging solely by Sumu's current gains, this expedition to the treasury has proven to be quite rewarding. After a thorough search, Sumu indeed found nothing particularly suited to his needs. Uncle Yi, I feel you are far more generous than my teacher, Sumu remarked, casting a glance around the treasury. When my teacher accepted me as his disciple, he gifted me nothing. In comparison, you are truly magnanimous. Had I encountered you sooner, I would have certainly taken you as my mentor. Lin Yi, initially troubled by the loss of the mysterious fragment, suddenly adopted a more serious demeanor. However, upon hearing Sumu's comparison of his generosity to that of old Master Zhang, his handsome face contorted in amusement. Such words, if uttered by another, might have been dismissed, but coming from Sumu, old Master Zhang's prized disciple, held significant weight. Lin Yi could not suppress his delight, though he feigned modesty, repeatedly waving his hand. Oh, you flatter me. My greatest virtue is indeed my generosity. As for that stingy old Master Zhang, I merely took one of his fruits, and he has been nagging me for decades. Wouldn't you say he is quite miserly? Sumu nodded in agreement, silently reflecting, Teacher, forgive me, today's words and actions are but feigned. Please do not take offense. Indeed. His teacher's approach was somewhat biased, and he resolved to discuss this matter with him later. Lin Yi nodded in agreement, well said. It is rare to find such an insightful disciple among old Master Zhang's students. Excellent. Ah, Xiaomu, you haven't yet selected your final item. Take your time. If you find more than one thing you like, feel free to let Uncle Yi know. I am quite generous and can gift you more. As Lin Yi spoke, he patted his chest proudly. Sumu, feigning reluctance, replied, Uncle Yi, I truly have no desires left. But I do have a humble request, might we exchange that final item? Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. And how do you propose to exchange it? Sumu chuckled softly, saying, Well, Uncle Yi, I would like to forego the last item, but I wish to cultivate in your treasury until my training camp concludes. During this time, I would appreciate the use of your medicinal herbs and resources. What do you think? Is that all? Lin Yi exclaimed. Given your diligence, how could I, as your elder, not support you? Feel free to train in my treasury until the end of your camp. Use whatever you need, there's no need to be polite with Uncle Yi. He waved his hand grandly. Upon hearing this, Sumu seemed to recall something and said, Uncle Yi, I might consume a bit too many resources. Is that all right? Not a problem, feel free to use them. As a mid-level practitioner of the second realm, how much can you possibly consume? Lin Yi waved his hand dismissively, wearing an indifferent expression. In his mind, he likely thought that with just a few days remaining until Sumu's training camp concluded, it was inconceivable that Sumu could exhaust a significant amount of rare materials. Reflecting on this, he found Sumu to be quite commendable. Not only was he considerate enough to conserve resources, but he was also polite, sensible, and, most importantly, discerning. Indeed, this young man was impressive. Lin Yi silently gave Sumu a nod of approval in his heart, though he quickly reverted to his usual cool demeanor. Then I shall not be polite, Uncle Yi. As he gazed upon the vast array of precious materials in the small treasury, even Sumu could not help but feel a surge of excitement. He had previously been troubled about how to reach his anticipated goal of attaining the peak of the third realm before the training camp ended. After all, this ambition had initially existed only in Sumu's imagination, and realizing it would require substantial resources for support. However, with such ample resources now at hand, it was clear why Sumu sought to curry favor with Lin Yi. After all, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Seeing Lin Yi's consent, Sumu sighed in relief. After bidding farewell to Sumu, Lin Yi adhered to their agreement and left him alone in the small treasury. Once Lin Yi departed, Sumu did not hasten to begin his training. Instead, he sat down to ponder his life oath. Since ascending to the second realm, he had been contemplating how to articulate his second life oath effectively, ensuring it revolved around the first. The first life oath was dedicated to preventing the annihilation of humanity. According to his teacher, the second life oath should ideally further refine the first. After some contemplation, Sumu gradually rose to his feet. I swear by my life to transform it into a force that propels my martial journey. Glimmers of light began to coalesce around Sumu, converging at his brow. Ultimately, this brilliance solidified into a luminous chain, which then embedded itself into his forehead. In the next moment, Sumu slowly opened his eyes, revealing a faint smile. As Zhang Lao had stated, once the first life oath was firmly established, further refinements based on its foundation would lead to significant enhancements. The perfect system of life oaths, though comprising 10 distinct oaths, was essentially a singular oath, continuously refined to completion. Sumu's second life oath broadly entailed, as long as the alien races endure, I shall remain unwed. In other words, he vowed to forsake his own love in the pursuit of preventing the extinction of humanity. This commitment had long been prepared in Sumu's heart. The first choice of love was made solely because it was the easiest to relinquish and the least necessary at this moment. With the impending doom of humanity, what room was there for romantic entanglements? This solitary path was one that Sumu would traverse alone. He could no longer delay the good young woman's future. In a fleeting moment, Sumu seemed to perceive an ethereal figure gradually fading before him. He shook his head and waved his hand. In the next instant, a box nearby soared into his grasp. The true dragon's blood fruit. Gazing at the jade box emanating a soft glow, revealing the shape of the fruit within, a faint smile curled at the corners of Sumu's lips. Next, it was time to devote himself to diligent cultivation. Time slipped away as Sumu immersed himself in his training. Chapter 93, The Mysterious Fragment has disappeared. Within the small treasury, Sumu wielded a black longsword, channeling immense power that gathered at its tip, while ethereal shadows of over 20 swords danced around the blade. All swords returned to their origin. Go! In the next moment, the spectral sword surged forth, imbued with formidable strength, crashing against the adjacent wall. Boom! As the brilliance dissipated, several scratches marred the surface of the wall. Gazing at the marks above, Sumu exhaled a long breath. At last, he had left some traces. In recent days, alongside honing his vitality and mental prowess, Sumu had mastered over 20 sword techniques, each imbued with the essence of sword intent. Now, with his all swords returned to their origin combined with the previous Gale sword intent, he had cultivated 27 distinct sword intents. Regrettably, he currently lacked a precise metric to gauge the power of his all swords returned to their origin. The treasures within the treasury were unsuitable for experimentation. He could only attempt his prowess against the wall. However, given that this treasury was constructed by Lin Yi, the wall's material was unreasonably sturdy. Sumu had been practicing all swords returned to their origin and various martial techniques daily against it, yet he struggled to leave any marks. Until today. After consolidating 27 sword intents, he finally managed to leave some evidence upon the wall. With a deep sigh, Sumu reclined on the ground to rest. Over the past days, through his insatiable hunger, he had consumed a considerable amount of the treasures within Lin Yi's treasury. His vitality surged from the mid-stage of the second realm to the pinnacle of the third realm, indeed, the pinnacle of the third realm, with over 90,000 vitality points. During this period, Sumu had once again sworn an oath of life, akin to the second, relinquishing certain things. The amplification remained at tenfold. It could be said that Sumu was genuinely prepared to embark on the path ahead alone. Yet, he felt no regret. The path he chose was inherently fraught with thorns, ill-suited for companionship. Perhaps solitude was the most fitting conclusion for him. Uncertain of the reasons, prior to his vow, he believed he would feel a deep reluctance to part with what he had. However, once he resolutely decided to relinquish those things, he instead experienced a sense of liberation. Moreover, after his vitality enhancement, Sumu initially considered switching to the various races' body refining techniques. However, Deep Blue advised that the current chapters were still the most suitable for him. So Sumu opted to continue practicing the few techniques he had learned during the second realm. Once he ascended to the fourth realm, he would seek out those more aligned with his path. After reaching the fourth realm, he would be able to cultivate chapters associated with even more powerful races. In addition to his vitality enhancement, Sumu's mental prowess had experienced a terrifying surge, surpassing even his vitality. His mental strength had also reached the pinnacle of the third realm, and, in comparison to his vitality, it had attained an astonishing 99, leaving him only a hair's breadth from the fourth realm. Nevertheless, even so, having attained the third realm of mental prowess, his abilities were now entirely distinct from the pinnacle of the second realm he had previously reached. During the height of his second realm, he had to rely on his innate talent for mental manipulation to harness his mental energy. However, upon transcending to the third realm, Sumu found himself capable of autonomously wielding his mental energy. Subsequently, with the assistance of Deep Blue, he discovered various methods to control his mental force. Presently, he could effortlessly manipulate objects without relying on his innate abilities. The precision and fluidity with which he commanded these objects far surpassed the speed and smoothness that mere martial practitioners, like Lin Yi, could achieve. The sole dilemma remained that, despite having reached the pinnacle of the third realm, he was still unable to manipulate the enigmatic shard he had acquired from the vault. During this period, Sumu had been diligently researching the origin of this mysterious fragment. Yet, even Deep Blue's extensive database yielded no information regarding its provenance. What perplexed Sumu further was the fact that, although he could easily lift the shard with his hand, every attempt to move it using his mental energy, be it through sheer will or his innate manipulation technique, ended in failure. Aside from this peculiar shard, Sumu had thoroughly experimented with the other items within the vault. Utilizing his mental prowess at the pinnacle of the third realm, he could effectively control all the weapons to launch attacks. With a mere thought, the weapons would spring into action. He found that he could command up to 10 weapons simultaneously to strike. In the future, should he craft some flying daggers or swords, the element of surprise would undoubtedly be achieved. This mental prowess was undoubtedly a significant trump card for Sumu. Moreover, these enhancements pertain solely to the offensive capabilities of his mental energy. For Sumu, the elevation of his mental prowess signified an extremely crucial aspect: the number of times he could revert to a previous state. Currently, his rewind count had reached tens of thousands, approaching a threshold akin to infinite rewinds. However, this also prompted Sumu to ponder a pressing question. Was the limitation of death rewinds solely tied to mental energy? If it were merely that, he would dare to assert that such a talent could be classified as an EX-level ability. Yet, something felt amiss. He sensed that the mechanics of death rewinds harbored complexities yet to be unraveled. Although the talent's description did not explicitly articulate this, it did not imply its non-existence. This notion had been addressed long ago during his 18 years of educational pursuits. The mental image of a talent's description could not encompass its entirety. The true nature of the talent one awakens requires personal exploration and discovery. Much like the life oath of Elder Zhang, some truths must be uncovered through one's own journey of understanding. Although he vaguely suspected that the death rollback might possess certain undiscovered drawbacks, it appeared that these disadvantages either manifested only after an ample number of deaths or simply had little to no significant impact on him. Regardless of which scenario it was beyond Sumu's current comprehension. After a brief respite to reflect on his recent gains, Sumu sat up once more. According to the timeline, only a few days remained until the training camp concluded, at which point Lin Yi would arrive to retrieve him from the treasury. Until then, Sumu was determined to seize every precious moment for cultivation. Having nearly perfected his martial techniques, he prepared to resume his practice of the divine demon visualization method. He raised his hand, and a jade box floated before him. Within this box lay a blue flower, known as the divine dream, an exquisite treasure for enhancing mental strength. Even within the treasury of Lin Yi, the Grand Commander, only this singular flower was present. Hence, when Sumu utilized the divine dream, he intentionally created a loophole. After consuming the flower to boost his mental strength, he would revert to a previous state, thereby cycling through the enhancement repeatedly. The only regret was that, due to prolonged usage, the flower's efficacy had diminished to a negligible degree. He wondered if perhaps his mental fortitude had developed a resistance. Nevertheless, even a slight enhancement was better than none. After consuming the divine dream, Sumu immediately commenced his training with the divine demon visualization method. Time passed, though he could not discern how long. Suddenly, Sumu opened his eyes wide. At that moment, his mental strength had finally breached the final barrier. Stepping into the early stage of the fourth realm warrior, Upon entering this new stage, the first thing Sumu did was retrieve the mysterious shard from his spatial storage. He attempted to wield it with his mental strength, and to his delight, the shard responded to his control. Just then, an astonishing turn of events occurred. As he manipulated the shard, it abruptly broke free from his grasp and swiftly darted towards him. Sumu instinctively raised his hand to block it, feeling a sharp pain radiate from his palm, as if something had burrowed into his body. However, upon inspecting his hand, he found no trace of injury. The mysterious shard had vanished. Chapter 94, The Blade of Time. It has vanished. Sumu furrowed his brow. How could this be? It felt as though this enigmatic fragment had embedded itself within my very being. After several confirmations that the fragment seemed to be elusive, Sumu let out a sigh. In the next moment, a flicker of anguish crossed his face, his lips swiftly turning an ominous shade of blackish purple. Upon reopening his eyes, the first action Sumu took was to access his spatial pocket. Clearly, one could not recklessly manipulate this mysterious fragment with mere mental energy. This posed quite a conundrum. While he grumbled to himself, he began to search for the elusive fragment within his spatial realm. Logically, after reverting time, the fragment should have returned to his spatial pocket. However, to his dismay, it was nowhere to be found. He almost doubted whether his death reset had malfunctioned. Yet, even the dream of the divine he had recently consumed had returned, confirming that his reset had indeed occurred. At that moment, Sumu felt a sharp pain in his mind, and darkness enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself in a chaotic expanse. Suddenly, as he pondered his circumstances, he noticed a silvery river appearing directly beneath him. He gazed upstream, only to realize that the river seemingly lacked a source. Peering downstream, he discovered that it had no end either. What kind of river is this? Just as Sumu was engulfed in confusion, a sound erupted from the waters below. Suddenly, a silver fragment, resembling porcelain, soared from the river. The mysterious fragment. A glimmer of joy illuminated Sumu's face as he reached out to grasp it. Remarkably, the fragment appeared to possess a will of its own, soaring directly towards him. With a soft thud, Sumu felt as though he had been pierced by an unseen force. Simultaneously, the chaotic space around him began to collapse and shatter at an alarming rate. In the distance, he seemed to hear a voice. I am Su. Mu. I am not. Gasping, Sumu abruptly sat up, breathing heavily. What was that chaotic space? Where was that silvery river? Why did the mysterious fragment emerge from that realm? More importantly, what was the significance of that voice he had heard? Was it a mere figment of his imagination, or did it truly exist? If it were real, why had that voice uttered his name? As Sumu pondered these questions, an inexplicable piece of information materialized in his mind. The Blade of Time, the Blade of Time. Sumu's brow furrowed in contemplation as he attempted to call out to it within his thoughts. Suddenly, he felt something materialize in his hand. He opened his palm and beheld the mysterious fragment he had been desperately searching for, floating gracefully in his grasp. How could this be? Sumu gazed at the enigmatic piece, sensing an unmistakable connection between them. With a mere thought, the fragment transformed into a silver stream of light, hurtling towards the adjacent wall. The wall, which had shown no signs of disturbance despite his efforts, was instantly pierced by the luminous projectile. Come back! Sumu commanded with his mind, and the mysterious fragment promptly returned to his hand. What an astonishing display of power! He marveled at the small hole left in the wall, unable to suppress his awe. This force could certainly be deemed his most formidable weapon. The only lament was that its velocity had yet to reach its peak. If it could someday attain a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, the might of this Blade of Time would indeed be terrifying. However, such an enhancement would necessitate Sumu's continuous improvement of his mental strength. He sensed that his control over the blade was directly fueled by his mental prowess. The greater his mental capacity, the swifter the blade would become. In the future, should it reach a certain velocity, annihilating a ninth realm warrior would likely pose no challenge for him. After all, even a ninth realm warrior would struggle to withstand the sharpness of this time blade. As for 10th realm warriors, Sumu had yet to truly witness their might, making it difficult to ascertain their strength. The power of the time blade was one aspect, but another realization he had just encountered was even more concerning. He directly manipulated the time blade to graze his own neck, blood gushing forth as he felt his strength waning and the world around him descending into darkness. In complete obscurity, Sumu lost consciousness. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself back 12 hours prior. The first thing he did upon waking was to search within the spatial realm for the time blade. As he had anticipated, it was not present. Taking a deep breath to quell his excitement, he called out within his mind, "Time blade." In an instant, he spread his arms wide, and the silver time blade floated serenely in his palm. Elation washed over Sumu. He had not been mistaken. This time blade could indeed traverse through time. This meant that from now on, with each regression, the time blade would accompany him. Even if he returned to a moment before he had obtained the time blade from Lin Yi, it would not vanish but rather follow him through every reset. No wonder it was called the time blade. Sumu murmured to himself. Suddenly, he recalled the scene he had witnessed in that chaotic space. The Silver River. The very river that nurtured the blade of time, could it be? Sumu felt as though he had grasped something intangible. The river of time. Uncertain of the true nature of that silver river, Sumu could only speculate. However, if that silver river indeed represented the river of time, how did his repeated deaths and resets function? Did he ascend the current of the river of time each time? Yet, what did the voice he heard there signify? Why did it invoke his name? Furthermore, if this blade of time could transcend temporal bounds, what of the diary? Sumu retrieved the diary left for him by his future self from the realm of shifting space. The current pages remained on the one where his future self urged him to secure admission to Longjing Martial Arts University. In a moment of inspiration, Sumu summoned the blade of time and attempted to slice through the diary. However, an astonishing revelation unfolded before him: the blade of time could not pierce this diary. How could this be? Sumu felt overwhelmed by an array of unanswered questions swirling in his mind. What exactly was this diary? To what extent had his future self attained? Or perhaps, what methods had he acquired? A diary that even the blade of time could not destroy, yet his future self had not only inscribed words upon it but also utilized it to send forth the wisdom of the future to the present. Ultimately, was his future self merely human, or something divine? Chapter 95, The Exit. Farewell, Lin Yi. A few days have passed once again. During this time, Sumu's primary task has been to familiarize himself with and utilize the blade of time. In his vision, his spiritual energy could manipulate flying daggers for combat. He could thus establish two secret weapons. The first, naturally, is the concealed flying daggers. While the daggers, controlled by his mental prowess, may be slightly less powerful than his current most formidable martial skill, the 10,000 swords return to one, their unexpected nature provides a strategic advantage. Catching the enemy off guard. If the adversary fails to withstand the attack, they would be eliminated immediately. If they do manage to defend, the daggers would lose much of their efficacy, yet it would allow the enemy to gradually acclimate to the manner and power of the dagger's assault. Once the enemy has become accustomed to the daggers, it would be the opportune moment for Sumu to deploy his second secret weapon. This second weapon, of course, refers to the blade of time. At that juncture, Sumu could cleverly intersperse the blade of time among the flying daggers, delivering another unforeseen strike. Furthermore, Sumu could imbue the blade of time with the power of annihilation, thereby augmenting its destructive capacity. He also experimented with enveloping the blade of time with the night of eternal darkness, concealing the annihilation energy and its inherent momentum. Thus, should the enemy underestimate him, the blade of time could unleash an incredibly terrifying force. Presently, the blade of time stands as his most potent offensive instrument. Return. As Sumu willed. The silvery blade of time instantaneously transformed into a streak of light, melding into his hand. In the next moment, it vanished from sight. Estimating the time. Uncle Yi should be arriving shortly. Contemplating Lin Yi's imminent arrival, Sumu exhaled deeply. Hoping that Lin Yi would not be overly excited upon discovering that the small treasury had significantly fewer precious materials. It seems that speaking of the devil brings him forth. Just as Sumu pondered how to explain the sudden disappearance of numerous treasures from the small treasury, the door creaked open. Clad in a black robe, with a stern expression, Lin Yi appeared before Sumu. Uncle Yi. Upon seeing Lin Yi, Sumu immediately donned a cheerful facade and approached him. Adhering to the adage that one should not strike a smiling face, Lin Yi, initially lifting his head slightly, coughed gently and remarked, "Xiao Mu, I have come to take you back." However, as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed some changes within the small treasury. Being a 9th-tier martial artist, he was acutely aware of what had vanished from the treasury. His eyes widened in shock, and his figure instantaneously disappeared, reappearing in an open space. "Where is my mountain? That towering mountain made of precious materials." Observing Lin Yi's uncharacteristic outburst, Sumu quietly took a few steps towards the door. "Uncle Yi, as I mentioned previously, I may have utilized a bit more than anticipated." "Utilized a bit more?" "I have amassed 10 mountains of precious resources. Yet I find myself deprived of 3 or 4 of them." Lin Yi, with a frown, turned to look at Sumu. Observing the situation, Sumu hastily made his way towards the door. However, just as he took a few steps, he felt a force lift him off the ground. Turning back, he noticed that Lin Yi had unexpectedly closed the distance. His eyes narrowed as they fixated on him. "Quite the little glutton you are," Lin Yi remarked, scrutinizing Sumu closely. Suddenly, the anger that had marked his face gave way to a moment of astonishment, his expression shifting to one of shock as he surveyed Sumu with uncertainty. How intriguing, he mused, his demeanor becoming remarkably animated. In such a brief span, you have ascended from the mid-stage of the 2nd realm to the peak of the 3rd realm, truly formidable. Lin Yi set Sumu down, exclaiming, "An 18-year-old peak martial artist of the 3rd realm. No wonder old Zhang treasures you so dearly." Upon hearing this, Sumu cautiously looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Uncle Yi, you don't hold it against me?" "Not at all," Lin Yi replied. "I had originally promised you that you could indulge freely. I merely did not anticipate that you would consume so much." Sumu gave a thumbs up, praising, "As expected of you, Uncle Yi, you are indeed magnanimous." "Humph. That goes without saying. However, if you had consumed my 3 or 4 mountains of treasures and remained at the mid or peak stage of the 2nd realm, I would truly have to confront your master to reclaim my losses." Lin Yi regarded Sumu with admiration, saying, "In less than a month, you have risen from the mid-stage of the 2nd realm to the peak of the 3rd realm. Your speed is unparalleled among humanity. It is no wonder old Zhang spoke of you. He mentioned that you would be the hope of our kind and suggested that if you desire anything, I should provide it first, and he would later settle the debts." Sumu fell into silence upon hearing Lin Yi's words. Old Zhang had even considered this for him. "Yet, I am not so stingy. For a talent such as yours, it is only fitting that we, as your seniors, reward you generously. Do not concern yourself with the fact that you have consumed my 3 or 4 mountains of treasures, even if you devoured all of them. I would not utter a word of complaint as long as they are utilized wisely." "Uncle Yi!" Sumu called out to him. At that moment, Lin Yi had already turned away, presenting Sumu with an exceptionally striking silhouette. Ultimately, this young man, new to the martial arts path, had underestimated the generosity of these seasoned practitioners. Sumu felt a twinge of shame wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke, "Then, Uncle Yi, I shall not hold back?" With that, he made a gesture towards the remaining treasures. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yi swiftly turned back, saying, "You rascal! At least leave a few for my disciples." Seeing Lin Yi's reaction, Sumu chuckled, "Uncle Yi, I thought you intended to give me all the remaining treasures." However, he was merely putting on a facade. Sumu had gleaned some insight into Lin Yi's character from his mentor. Although he felt a twinge of discomfort, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure. He was merely jesting with Lin Yi. "You rascal, just like your teacher, quite mischievous." Lin Yi shot him a sidelong glance. "These matters hold little significance for you at present. You must realize that merely amassing vitality points will not suffice to ascend to the 4th realm." This was indeed a valid point. The reason Sumu had only reached the pinnacle of the 3rd realm was not due to his inability to advance, but rather because the transition from the 3rd to the 4th realm was a formidable threshold. Furthermore, once one attained the 4th realm, progressing further was far more complex than simply accumulating vitality points. "Uncle Yi, I was merely jesting," Sumu chuckled, but his demeanor quickly shifted to seriousness. Your kindness, Uncle Yi, I shall forever cherish. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi cast him a glance of appreciation and replied, as long as you have the heart, that suffices. A dignified warrior of the ninth realm such as myself does not require gratitude from a mere third realm practitioner. Focus on your cultivation, grow swiftly, and contribute to our humanity. That will be enough to satisfy us old-timers. Sumu nodded earnestly, I will, Uncle Yi. It is individuals like you and Elder Zhang that have sustained humanity to this day, isn't it? Very well, let us proceed. Today marks the conclusion of your training camp. With your performance, securing the top spot is a foregone conclusion. Upon hearing Lin Ye's words, Sumu felt a surge of excitement. This meant he would finally attain the status of a student at Longjing Martial Arts University, and it signified that he could turn the next page in his journal. Lin Yi turned and strode towards the exit of the treasury, with Sumu swiftly following in his wake. Outside the treasury, Lin Ye's voice resonated. If that old Kujang dares to mention that fruit again upon our return, I shall have words with him. Chapter 96, Longjing Martial Arts University. Sumu swiftly returned to the genius training camp, making a long-awaited appearance that astonished his fellow trainees. It's Sumu. He is back! Exclaimed one. Indeed. It truly is Sumu. It feels like ages since we last saw him. Ever since the award ceremony, he seemed to have vanished. Some of us even lingered in the mission hall hoping to meet him, but after half a month of waiting, we never saw him. Where could he have gone? Who knows? It's understandable that he won't be at the mission hall. With his current merit points, he's south firmly in first place, effortlessly overshadowing the second place contestant. Fong Qiuqiu. What is the need for him to take on missions? True, and he already holds a military rank, while we are still mere rookies. By the time we graduate and head to the battlefield, he might very well be a general. It's hard to believe that someone once mocked him as just an ordinary high schooler. That slap in the face is quite resounding. I certainly won't underestimate anyone again. Who knows who might be the next Sumu? No one knew just how far Sumu had progressed. Back when he was at the mid-stage of the first realm, there were still faint signs of his capabilities, but now, he was entirely inscrutable. As the crowd was absorbed in their discussion, a weary figure burst into the training camp. Sumu. Upon hearing this voice, Sumu didn't even need to turn around to know who it was. He turned to see Fong Qiuqiu standing at the entrance of the camp. You finally arrived. At the moment Fong Qiuqiu appeared, his status panel was displayed before Sumu's eyes. Name, Fong Qiuqiu, health points, 999, peak of the first realm warrior. It was evident that Fong Qiuqiu had made considerable progress during this period. Sumu vaguely recalled that over a month ago, Fong Qiuqiu's strength seemed to be at the late stage of the first realm. Now, he had reached the peak of the first realm warrior, likely stalling at the threshold of a breakthrough. Sumu himself had encountered a similar hurdle not long ago. Is there something you need from me? Sumu asked. Fong Qiuqiu pointed the blade in his hand at Sumu. Sumu, I challenge you. The agreed time has passed. You were in a coma for over a month. So I've granted you an extra month. Now, I want to challenge you. If you are a man, accept my challenge. Upon hearing this, the surroundings erupted in astonishment, with expressions of anticipation lighting up their faces. They all knew Sumu was formidable, but none were aware of the full extent of his power. And no one dared challenge him. To the members of this genius training camp, Sumu was a towering mountain pressing down on everyone. Qiuqiu, you can't possibly defeat him. At that moment, Fong Qiuqiu's sister, Fong Yuan, finally caught up. She cast a fleeting glance at Sumu, offering him a slight nod before turning her attention to Fong Qiubal. Fong Qiubal seemed aware of the stakes, yet he boldly declared, whether I can prevail or not can only be determined in battle. I have not idled away my time during this period. He then looked at Sumu and continued. I recognize that I may not be your equal, but if you hold any respect for me, you must unleash your full strength in our duel without holding back. Otherwise, I would perceive your restraint as an insult. Upon hearing his words, Sumu fell into contemplative silence for a moment before finally nodding in agreement. Very well. A flicker of joy crossed Fong Qiubal's face at Sumu's response, prompting the onlookers to murmur excitedly among themselves. At last, we shall witness Sumu's true prowess. How thrilling! Formidable truly is the most audacious among us, only he would dare to challenge Sumu so recklessly. Indeed. We lack even the courage to face Sumu. Sumu turned to Formidable and said, "Choose the location." Formidable replied, "No need for fuss. There is an open space over there, let us duel there. Feel free to exert your full strength. Even if I were to be defeated, I would accept it." He addressed the surrounding crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, please bear witness to our voluntary duel. Should Sumu accidentally take my life during this contest, it is solely my own affair." Formidable then looked at Sumu, who affirmed, "I feel the same." Excellent. Someone in the crowd shouted exuberantly, and soon a large circle formed spontaneously around the open area. Sumu and Formidable exchanged a glance before taking their positions on opposite sides of the circle. "Allow me to officiate," Fong Yuan said, casting a worried glance at Formidable before stepping into the center. "Are both sides ready?" Sumu nodded. And Formidable did likewise, tightening his grip on the blade in his hand while taking a deep breath, fixing his gaze intently on Sumu. "All right, prepare. Begin." Fong Yuan stepped back a few paces and then shouted. In the next moment, Formidable made the first move. In Sumu's line of sight, a whirlwind erupted from Formidable's feet, propelling him towards Sumu with astonishing speed. How swift! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Unlike Sumu, they perceived Formidable as hurtling towards him like a cannonball. In mere moments, Formidable was at Sumu's side, slashing down with his blade. "Did you underestimate me, Sumu?" "Not at all." As Formidable rushed in, Sumu effortlessly sidestepped, perceiving Formidable's movements as sluggish, akin to a tortoise. Formidable's strike missed entirely. In that instant, Sumu's leg whipped out like a whip, aiming for Formidable's abdomen. Shadow-chasing wind kick. The blow sent Formidable flying. Though Sumu had tempered his force, he bore no deep animosity towards Formidable, even if Formidable compelled him to unleash his full strength. He could never truly do so, for a single blow would result in Formidable's demise. In an instant, Formidable was sent soaring into the air by Sumu's kick, while Sumu's form vanished from sight. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. He murmured softly. And in the next moment, his figure reappeared behind the airborne Formidable, moving faster than Formidable could fly away. A punch was unleashed. With a sickening thud, Formidable spat out a mouthful of blood. Almost immediately, Sumu's speed became akin to a fleeting shadow, leaving Formidable with no chance to resist. Enough! Enough! Sumu, Shouyo concedes. He concedes. Fong Yuan exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears. I haven't conceded. Fong Shouyo's voice was intermittent. That should suffice, Sumu declared, delivering a kick that sent Fong Shouyo flying. He tumbled to the ground like a deflated ball, unable to rise again. Shouyo! Fong Yuan rushed towards him anxiously. At that moment, Fong Shouyo appeared utterly unrecognizable, his aura fluctuating perilously, a pitiful sight. Sumu! You scoundrel! If this is a duel, why strike so brutally? Fong Yuan cried, cradling Fong Shouyo in her arms, her gaze filled with fury directed at Sumu. Meanwhile, Sumu fixated on Fong Shouyo, muttering to himself. It should be about time. Just then, Fong Shouyo's aura began to surge dramatically. Stuck at the pinnacle of the first realm, he gradually ascended until, in a sudden explosion of energy, he broke through to the early stages of the second realm. Observing Fong Shouyo's newfound strength, Sumu raised an eyebrow. His efforts to pummel Fong Shouyo while simultaneously employing the healing light had borne fruit, as per Deep Blue's guidance, facilitating Fong Shouyo's breakthrough to the early stages of the second realm. This had been Sumu's intent from the outset. With his own prowess, defeating Fong Shouyo would require but a single strike. The reason he employed numerous techniques was due to Deep Blue's prior mention that external stimuli could ease the transition during a breakthrough. Thus, while he assailed Fong Shouyo, Sumu carefully monitored his vitality and physical state, concurrently using healing light to aid Fong Shouyo's recovery. Ultimately, through this series of actions, Fong Shouyo who had long been stagnating at the pinnacle of the first realm, finally fulfilled Su Mu's expectations, successfully breaking through to the early stages of the second realm. Had it not been for Su Mu, Fang Qiuyo would have remained stuck at that level for at least another 10 to 15 days. Following his breakthrough, Fang Qiuyo seemed to regain much of his strength. Struggling to rise from Fang Yuanyuan's embrace, he declared, "I'm fine." He looked at Fang Yuanyuan and then turned to Su Mu. "Su Mu, I lost," he proclaimed loudly. After a brief pause, he continued, "In truth, you could have defeated me with a single blow, couldn't you? From the moment your presence first graced me, I became acutely aware of the disparity that lay between us. The reason you struck me so many times was to aid me in breaking through, was it not?" Su Mu was somewhat taken aback. He had initially assumed that Fang Qiuqiu's mind was solely occupied with brawn, yet he discovered that there was a hint of intellect within. He chose not to respond directly, but Fang Qiuqiu interpreted his silence as acquiescence. Beside them, Fang Yuanyuan looked at Su Mu with a mixture of surprise and understanding. "So, this is how it is?" At that moment, Fang Qiuqiu, with great effort, managed to straighten his posture using the battle blade in his hand. Su Mu, throughout his life, had never acknowledged anyone among his peers. "But today, I concede, I yield to you." He spoke earnestly. "I believed you were formidable, but I never anticipated your strength to be so immense. I realize that I am not your match neither in the past, nor in the present. Nor will I be in the future. However, I shall persistently follow in your footsteps, do not grow complacent, or else I may surpass you." Upon hearing this, Su Mu smiled and replied, "Rest assured, you will not have that opportunity." Fang Qiuqiu, upon hearing this, felt a sense of relief and smiled in return. "One day, I shall challenge you again, even if I cannot prevail. But as warriors, we fear no battle. If we lack the courage to challenge the strong, then I believe my end is near." Fang Qiuqiu proclaimed loudly. "If I have the time, I would gladly oblige." Su Mu nodded. Initially, Fang Qiuqiu was rather intolerable. Yet as time passed, it became evident that he was merely straightforward and a tad arrogant. In all other respects, he posed no significant issues. In fact, he was the kind of person willing to sacrifice his life for humanity in battle. Gradually, he became less irksome to Su Mu. Unbeknownst to them, the exchange between Fang Qiuqiu and Su Mu stirred the hearts of those nearby. Just as Su Mu was preparing to depart, a figure emerged from the crowd. Su Mu. The individual who jumped out was unfamiliar to him. He regarded the newcomer with curiosity. "May I ask what brings you here?" "I am Guan Jie." The person replied, "Fang Qiuqiu speaks the truth. You have long loomed over us like a mountain, instilling such fear that we lack the courage to challenge you. But so be it. We, as warriors, fear no battle. I, Guan Jie, challenge you, Su Mu." Observing this, Su Mu smiled faintly. "Very well. Is there anyone else?" He scanned the remaining crowd. "To hell with it. What is it to be? Just a good beating? We, as warriors, fear no battle. I, Li Shan, challenge Su Mu." Rarely do we have the opportunity for a direct confrontation with Su Mu. Damn it, I'm in. I, Chen Xiao, challenge Su Mu. Well said. If an unbeatable foe were standing before us today, would we cower in fear before the fight even began? I, Yu Hongba, challenge Su Mu. 1, 2, 3. And soon a throng of young men, all 18 years of age, emerged. This scene seemed to ignite the fervor that lay dormant within their hearts. Nearly every member stood forth to declare their intent to challenge Su Mu. "Then let us face this together," Su Mu addressed the crowd. "How audacious! Everyone, charge! One must not allow Su Mu to become too arrogant. Damn it, I shall give it my all today." Moments later, he stood alone on the field. The only one remaining. What left Su Mu speechless was that Fang Qiuqiu, despite having just been thoroughly beaten and barely able to walk, still charged at him wielding a battle blade. Naturally, the outcome was all too predictable. The vast training camp was strewn with fallen figures. How absurd! Is this even human? Su Mu is truly something beyond ordinary. Observing the disheartened crowd, Su Mu could only smile helplessly. At that moment, a voice resonated in their ears. Fortunately, there was still some spirit left, but mere resolve would not suffice. To defeat Sumu, they would need to train for at least another decade or two. Instructor Ding, whose arrival had gone unnoticed, now stood in the arena. He approached Sumu. "Well done, Sumu. You truly deserve the title of the best in the training camp." Sumu smiled in response. "You flatter me, Instructor Ding." The instructor waved his hand and presented Sumu with a card. Longjing Martial Arts University, Sumu. The training camp has concluded, and the quota for direct admission has been established. Aside from Ji Qinghan, who is a special case, 3 outstanding cadets have been selected: Sumu, Fang Qiuqiu, and Guan Jia. He turned to Sumu. "Congratulations, Sumu. You are now a member of Longjing Martial Arts University. Here is your campus card, which I have prepared in advance." Accepting the campus card, Sumu exhaled deeply. At last, he had become a part of Longjing Martial Arts University. Did this mean he could finally turn the page of his diary to the next chapter?